So, why can't I come with you?
I've told you already, Cape Cuckoo isn't safe for
Henry
you.
Moss and the Wormhole Conspiracy is a coming-of-age adventure set in a goofy galaxy of oddball characters, ridiculous conundrums and cosmic evil. Wander, ponder and laugh your way through a heartfelt exploration of independence, family and growing up. Teen Earthling Henry Moss helps his mother Seren operate Moss Family Supplies, an interstellar delivery business servicing the outer worlds. Henry longs to break free of his domestic duties to seek his fortune and fame amongst the far stars. Together, the Mosses uncover a cosmic conspiracy overseen by the sinister Benedict Wormhole. This sets the Mosses on an interplanetary journey of compassion, exploration and self-discovery, together fulfilling a secret legacy founded a generation ago.
I've really tried to capture that classic point-and-click adventure experience that so many people love, but bring to it a modern twist. Multiple solutions to problems, a dynamic soundtrack, unique mechanics, and with the family audience in mind the whole way through. It's a story about coming of age and a family relationship, and a modern family at that. This is a game that will really appeal to people that grew up with these games, and if they've got kids of their own, then can hopefully share that joy with them too.
We've recently had a shift. Both Child's Play and the medical community has recognized an unfilled niche where we needed some additional expertise in the hospital to help us deploy everything that they've provided, and they've started to help us develop a brand new role within medicine, that of the gaming technology specialist. These are people who have expertise in gaming, in technology in general, knowing how to set things up, keep them updated, but also have expertise working with children and work hand in hand with our child life specialists.
We can't afford to support 250 of these positions across the U.S., but we can support 5 or 6 or 7 a year, get them started, and then have them prove useful so that ultimately every hospital will want to have this person.
We'll always support our partner hospitals with Amazon wish lists. We'll always send them an annual gift to support their child life department. But being able to spread this position across the globe is the next push that we want to be able to do.
I think that this is revolutionary. I think it's the next greatest thing for our profession. To see an organization like Child's Play really be able to admit, you know what, we can do better. What's our next step? What's our purpose? How can we change the world? How can we make a significant difference that's lasting? And so it's been really an amazing part of my professional growth to watch them get to the point they are today of introducing something that 5 years ago we wouldn't have even thought about.
Hi, my name is Morgan Cross, co-founder of the video game company Alderaan Games, based in Victoria, Australia. Please join me for a 3-minute pitch on our upcoming game, Path of Titans. Grab a PAX online demo key now at pathoftitans.com/PAX Online. Enter the Mesozoic era and play as one of 18+ species to explore, survive, and thrive in our MMO sandbox world. Path of Titans will be both single-player and multiplayer, weaving together quests and abilities to enrich the interactions with both NPC dinosaurs and live players on our up to 200-player servers. Play on any internet-connected screen at any time with a single unified account that allows seamless transition between Windows, Mac, Linux, Android, iOS, and in the near future, console and cloud gaming services. Now let's jump into the demo and I'll show off our hard work. Here is our character creation screen where you can create multiple dinosaurs for the official MMO questing game mode and additional dinosaurs for private single player and multiplayer servers. As a private host, you will have the option of hosting your own servers or renting them through our server partners. The PAX online demo comes with access to 5 unique dinosaurs with 3 different variations per dino and customizable skins with thousands of possible color variations. A total of 30 unique dinosaurs are planned for the full game. You'll enter the world of Pandura, our first full 64 square kilometer map representing the Jurassic Morrison Formation in Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana. This world is full of lakes, streams, mountain ranges, caves and other hiding places, natural resources to discover, and in the near future, AI NPC dinosaurs and critters to excite the inner dinosaur fan in us all. Path of Titans is cross-platform, cross-party, and cross-play with both keyboard and mouse and controller support on all platforms. With up to 200 players per server, our extensive emote system and cross-platform voice chat will make socializing with other players a breeze, allowing you to easily join herds and packs to take on quests together. We've also built in our own Waystone mechanic, which allows people to bring their friends to them upon rejoining servers, letting you hop straight into the action. Interactions within the world will fulfill the circle of life, from building a nest and raising offspring to claiming home caves and grouping up for either herbivore migrations or predator hunting packs. The game will extend beyond the terrestrial, with swimming, gliding, and flying species joining the fray in 2021. Path of Titans is a true sandbox, allowing you to freely jump between all 30 species and explore each of their unique abilities, combat maneuvers, and quests. You can also simply enjoy hours of unstructured play as a dinosaur adventures across both the official and modding community maps. For more info and instant access to our demo for our PAX Online virtual booth, head over to pathoftitans.com. You can also find all of our social media links there as well. And a special thanks to Creative Victoria and the PAX team for the support.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Geek Out with Government Games. I'm your DJ for this evening, Liz Newberry. Welcome, welcome. I'm joined today by an all-star panel of government employees. That's right, we do exist, and we're here to talk to you a little bit about games. I'm from the Woodrow Wilson Center. I'm the director of the Serious Games Initiative, which means there is a hope out there for anyone who wants to get into both government and gaming. You can have a fancy title like me someday. And then I'm also joined on this panel by my colleagues from the Smithsonian and the National Endowment for the Arts. Ruben, did you want to introduce yourself really quickly?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Ruben Brenner-Adams. I'm an interactive developer at the Smithsonian Science Education Center.
And then Cody, did you want to introduce yourself?
Sure, why not? Yo, everybody. My name's Cody Coltharp. I'm also a digital interactive designer, and I'm at the Smithsonian Center for Learning and Digital Access. And I'm here with my cat, Leonardo, and he might jump in on the call.
Yeah, I'm hoping my dog doesn't also make himself known. But then we're also, to round us out, we have Lakita.
Hi, everybody. Lakita Edwards. I'm with the National Endowment for the Arts, and I'm in the Arts Education Division of the NEA.
Great. And so now the dirty secret for this panel is that everyone in government doesn't know each other, but we are all part of a community called the Federal Games Guild, which isn't any formal structure. We're just a bunch of govies, folks working in various parts of the government who are interested in amplifying and using games for meeting our mission goals. That's going to vary widely depending on the agency. We have a wealth of different agencies who are represented and other sorts of federal entities that are represented in the Federal Games Guild. Everyone from living memorials like myself from the Woodrow Wilson Center and the Kennedy Center to folks from name your alphabet soup, really, the NSF, National Park Service, etc. We all take a little bit different approach to games, and one of the things we wanted to talk about today is these different approaches. If I can use a loose metaphor here, we're kind of, not to humble brag, but we're kind of like Captain Planet. No, I'm really kidding. I just wanted an excuse to sneak Captain Planet as a reference point into a PowerPoint presentation one day. But we all take a little bit of a different approach to games, no matter what we're orienting, whether it's science, whether it's policy education, whether it's health education or education. No, I'm kidding. So we all take a little bit different approach. It depends on our agency. And we all take a little bit of a different approach in terms of what we actually do. So some of us design games, some of us fund games, some of us use games just out of the box. But we all believe in the power of games to help engage and excite people in whatever we are doing. So for myself, I'm from the Woodrow Wilson Center, which is a federal think tank located in Washington, D.C. We focus mostly on international policy, but one of the things my initiative, the Serious Games Initiative, focuses on is really not just talking to Congress and other sorts of decision leaders, but how can we engage the public in critical public policy discussions. One of the ways that we've done that is, believe it or not, we've gamified the federal budget. But that series, the Fiscal Ship series, Budget Hero, that's just one of the things we do. We do a lot of public outreach through gaming. So we develop everything from board games to broad scale digital games like the Fiscal Ship, which is at fiscalship.org. You'll also be able to see our other presentation, which is, Ruben, what's the date again for that?
That's going to be the 16th at 10:30 a.m. Pacific time.
Right, and so you can join us there. We're going to do a little bit of a deeper dive on some of these games for the presentation. This is really more of an opportunity to kind of see like the full scale of different things we do. So we do a lot of public-facing games at the Wilson Center, and then we also do a lot of engagement through gaming, mostly board games or live action role plays for decision leaders themselves, which is whether it's NGOs or whether it's members of Congress who we develop games for various topics. So whether it's environmentally based games, federal budget based games, or defeating disinformation, we take a wide scale approach to transforming public policy into a game-based and engaging experience. And one of the reasons we do that is because we know that games can really help underscore the learning process. We can help make something that you wouldn't normally want to engage with very exciting. I don't know the average person who's going to just sitting around going, you know what I really want to learn today is I want to read a 25-page policy brief on the federal budget. I mean, we do. That happens, but not the average person. So our games are designed to sort of engage and activate on that platform. The other thing I do, especially important, because a lot of folks in the Federal Games Guild do this, is we talk about games. So I actually have a PhD in gaming. You too can make that Minecraft really go to work for you. But one of the things that I help to amplify and to really sort of showcase the power of games is to write about them, to present examples that can be used in different policy contexts. Or I also put on events at the Wilson Center. The Wilson Center is what we call a convening space. So we bring different people together to talk about major issues, whether that's esports, which I showcase here, or how to use games in the Arctic. We like to be a sort of a bridge between those who are thinking big thoughts, so like academics, industry, et cetera, and those who are actually implementing them through policy. So for example, Congress or other forms of international government bodies. This is just one approach though to games. We're going to hear a couple different examples from our colleagues here. And one of the things I wanted to say is that this is going to be a whirlwind experience. So please feel free to tweet at us and or email us or carrier pigeon any questions to us if you don't get an opportunity to ask them in the chat. And we look forward to hearing how you approach games and what you're interested in learning more about from government spaces. But in the meantime, I'm going to pass the baton on here to my colleague Ruben. I'm going to stop sharing. Thank you for bearing with our COVID-esque implementation here. So Ruben, if you want to take it away.
Sure, yeah, thank you, Liz. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some digital science products from the Smithsonian institution. I specifically represent the Smithsonian Science Education Center, and my colleague, Cody, is going to be talking after that about some of the products that are available from the Smithsonian Center for Learning and Digital Access and some of the programs that he has from around the institution. So just to introduce myself again, my name is Ruben Brenner Adams. I'm an interactive developer at the Smithsonian Science Education Center. And I just want to start out by sort of introducing the Smithsonian Institution. Many of you may be familiar with the institution. And when you think of it, you probably think of either the museums around the National Mall, or you think of this building. But I just wanted, and this building is the Smithsonian Castle.
I was going to guess it's Hogwarts, but
yeah,
the red brick
Hogwarts
threw me off.
or the Smithsonian Castle. But I just want to say that the Smithsonian is so much more than just those things. Not only is it the largest museum complex in the world, it's also the largest museum education and research complex in the world. And in addition to those museums, we have 9 research centers, 5 education centers, 3 cultural centers, 21 libraries, and a zoo, all of which are in some way or form open to the public or provide resources for the public for free. And so I am from one of the education centers, the Smithsonian Science Education Center, and Cody is also from an education center, but a different one. So there are so many different parts of the Smithsonian, and it's more than just the museums that many people who come to DC know and love. In terms of what the Smithsonian does, we believe in lifelong experiential learning. And in a normal year, we would reach 11 million through our educational programming in person and 33 million people through museum visits. That's a normal year. Obviously, this is not a normal year, so we've had to adapt some of our strategies, take some of our educational programming online when possible. When that's not possible, we're trying out different avenues and trying to get people as engaged as possible with science, history, art, all sorts of different amazing topics. I'm going to take you a little deeper on what I do. So the Smithsonian Science Education Center is the only Smithsonian organization dedicated to formal STEM education. So that's classroom education in science, technology, engineering, and math. And so we are primarily focused on transforming K-12 education through science in collaboration with communities across the globe. And many of you may have noticed in the past couple of months that primary and secondary education has already been transformed in a lot of really interesting and unexpected ways. And so our goal is to sort of work with the transformation that's going on because students may not be going in person to school 5 days a week or may not be going in person to school at all, and continue to do our work of transforming K-12 education. So the 3 major ways that we work to transform education. One is our curriculum called Smithsonian Science for the Classroom, and that's our paid curriculum that's sold throughout the US and around the world. Our second is a free curriculum called Smithsonian Science for Global Goals, and that you can see in the middle there. That is based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and it's available on our website for free. And then the third way is we do generally in-person teacher, educator, administrator, professional development sessions. You can see an example on the right there. Obviously, we're not able to do those in person this summer, but we've transitioned a lot of our programs to online and are able to do professional development that way. I just want to highlight a little bit of what I do and a few games. So I'm on the digital media team. We bring Smithsonian science to classrooms around the world through our digital products. those digital products are as wide and varied as videos, games, apps, simulations, animations, ebooks, and more. So feel free to check out our website for a huge list of free products that we make available. Most of them are available on web and then also for download on Apple, Google, and Amazon devices. I want to highlight two of them very quickly. One is Tammy's Tower, Let's Think About Engineering. It's an engineering design game for young elementary audiences, approximately ages 4 through 8. And in the game, the goal is to get the golden lion tamarin, the monkey on the bottom left, to reach the fruit overhead. But she's not tall enough, so you have to build a tower for her to be able to climb up and reach the fruit. But there is a heavy animal, for example, an Asian elephant, that comes running by and shakes the ground. And so your tower has to be stable enough and strong enough to stand up through that shaking.
Now, Ruben, you have an interesting fact about the different animals that you use in this game too, right?
Yes. So all of the animals come from the National Zoo, which is part of the Smithsonian Institution. And interestingly, we thought kids who played this would be really interested in the golden lion tamarin, the main character, but actually they were especially interested in the American alligator and particularly in the giant panda that we have in the game. So that was sort of an unexpected bonus of making games with awesome animals from the zoo.
And next you need to put in a baby shark or something to really bump it up a notch.
You know, being from DC, you would think we would have done that, but not yet. Okay, so the other game I wanted to highlight is called Pick Your Plate, A Global Guide to Nutrition. And that is a game about constructing healthy meals for a daily nutrition in countries around the world. So that's using local ingredients, local dishes, and local nutritional guides. So for example, in Finland, you might be looking at the nutrition guide and see that you need to eat a certain amount of fish every single day. And that, I think that's the really cool part about this game, because not only is it having students examine what makes good nutrition, but it's also allowing them to compare nutrition in different countries around the world and why might Finland value fish so highly historically and culturally. So this is based on the UN Sustainable Development Goals. It goes with that free curriculum, Smithsonian Science for Global Goals. And it is primarily for middle schoolers, but it works for ages 8 and up. So that's about my time. Just want to say thank you and pass it on to my colleague, Cody Caltharp from the Smithsonian Center for Learning and Digital Access.
Thanks, Ruben. And a super introduction to the Smithsonian at large. And I think when people think about the Smithsonian, I think, here, let me load this up here. I think when they think about the Smithsonian, they think about lots and lots of stuff, but more than that, we're keepers of stuff, but we're also keepers of stories. And when we're making games, the biggest part of that is how do you tell these stories in ways that can be more engaging, or how can we make the things that we have more appealing or more impactful? And so I'm going to show 5 examples of those games. The first 3 are done within my own unit, and the other 2 are done at other ones. But the first 3 that you're going to see are, there's no software downloads, and you just load it up through the web address in the top right. So nothing special needed. They all have closed captions. And the other 2 are apps that are available in the Apple and Android store. So I'm going to jump into it. The first is the Wright's Flight, and you can see the link at the top right. And in this game, you are taking the original Wright flyer on a simulated flight. And for this, we used a 3D scan from the original flyer and height map data from Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, as well as weather conditions from that first flight. It's a very short interactive. is maybe 10 or 20 seconds, but that's what the original flight was. So the next one is the Journey Through an Exploded Star project. And in this interactive, you're gonna navigate through a fiery explosion of a star or a supernova. And it's based on real 3D data that this scientist in the bottom right worked on, Kimberly Arcand, and using data collected from satellites that collect it on a variety of spectrums on the electromagnetic spectrum, she created this 3D model, and we put it in a game engine, and it is really, really neat to put yourself in the middle of this star and see this data spreading out across from you. The third project is the Smithsonian Secrets of the Sea. And very similar to Journey Through an Exploded Star, it's also based on the work of a Smithsonian scientist, in this case, Nancy Knowlton, who is a marine biologist who has been working for decades studying the oceans. She's incredibly knowledgeable. And so she narrates a journey through a 3D reef as you try to make the connections between creatures in a ecosystem. And again, it is pretty short. There's nothing you need to download. You just go to the web address and you're able to play it on most modern web browsers.
Hey, Cody,
Yeah.
for the analog card game, they can just download that, print it off.
Eventually,
what does it
yeah.
require?
Yeah, I'm still working on it, but yeah, it's just print and play. So you would go to the classroom activity and download the print and play, and it includes the instructions. It's an engine building game, if anyone's familiar with that type of mechanic and card and board games. And yeah, it's pretty fun. It's all based on the game. It's all real science. Soon, maybe another month, it'll be ready. We'll get there. And so the last two are apps. The first one is the Apollo Moonshot app. It's Apple and Android. It gives you a bunch of different AR experiences through your mobile device. And you're able to bring in the lunar module into your living room and twirl it around and make fake launches. And it also includes some really neat archival interviews and rarely seen footage from that time, as well as artifacts from the vaults of the National Air and Space Museum. And the fifth and last one is the Ripped Apart app from the National Museum of American History. And in this app, you are taking the role of a curator in order to solve a mystery dating back to the Civil War. And it uses actual artifacts from that time. It's a fictional ghost story, but it uses real things, and it's a lot of fun as well. So I am now going to hand it off to Lakita, and thank you for your time.
If you guys have any questions for us, please feel free to put it in the chat, and or again, all of our contact information will be available after the presentation, as well as a resource guide that you can just go to and see all of the amazing things that we've talked about in this presentation.
Great. Everyone, Lakita again from the National Endowment for the Arts. A little bit about the National Endowment for the Arts. We're an independent federal agency, and our funding and our support provides Americans with the opportunity to not only participate in the arts, but to also exercise imaginations and develop creative capacities. Now on this slide, this is actual language pulled from our guidelines. Now you will notice words that you would expect from a funding agency, such as evaluation and assessment. But there are also some words you may not expect, like celebrate, humanity, creativity. The arts strengthen communities in so many ways, and we celebrate that as a national priority at the NEA. So through the arts, there's learning, there's healing, and there's also just thinking differently and critically about complex challenges. So on this slide, this is an illustration of a game that's been supported by the National Endowment for the Arts. And we support video games as an art form. In doing so, we recognize the contribution of artists alongside technologists in creating games. So just thinking about all of the contributions of writers, musicians, dancers, visual artists, storytellers in games. The game Walden is essentially a 19th century rough guide to nature turned into a video game. Tracy Fullerton, a wonderful experimental game designer at USC Game Lab, created Walden as a journey of discovery where you advance in the game through reflection and contemplation. Our sister agency, the National Endowment for the Humanities, has also supported this game. And it's available on PS4, and which is very typical for federally funded games. There is a public outreach component. A part of Walden is that there's actually a free curriculum guide for educators with this game. And I gotta say, for all of the Animal Crossing fans out there, you really should check this game out.
Yeah, if you really, I'm sorry, I've played this game a lot, and you can download it for free if you're an educator. It can play across different platforms. I'm so happy to see it's on PS4 now, but also she wanted very deliberately not to make it Minecraft or survival game. So there's some, you'll have to see like a talk about just that game particularly, but there's a lot of really cool things that go into that game that really make it a unique experience.
Exactly. So in the arts education division of the NEA, which is where I work, we support arts instruction for students and really supporting how the arts can be a pathway for learning, enhancing students' quality of life. One such program I'm happy to talk about is the School of Interactive Arts from Urban Arts Partnership in New York City. And what's really resonating for reviewers of this program is the strong artistic foundations. So not only are students gaining technical skills, but they're also gaining skills in music production, filmmaking, and of course, storytelling. And they are building an impressive portfolio of games that they have created, which they can then use to support their admissions process for some of the top competitive game design schools in the country. So it's just a really impressive program. I also want to share that the National Endowment for the Arts, we also support professional development. So thinking through opportunities that allow teachers, educators, in and outside of the classroom to experience how game design and the arts of games can really transform their teaching. So one such program that we funded from 2014 to 2016 is at Virginia Commonwealth University. And this was through their Current Lab program. And essentially it was a summer games design institute for art classroom teachers. And they would come for a couple of weeks, work closely with VCU faculty, and then throughout the year, get technical assistance from VCU as they're implementing game-based learning in the classroom. And they also developed this wonderful accountability cohort of teachers, which is also important. So I'm showing on the next slide some of the games that were created by middle school students from teachers who went throughout the program. And you can see just the variety of games that came out of that work and just the fun and expressiveness that the students really took ownership of the work that they were doing. And that's it for me. And this is how you can contact us.
Yeah, so just a quick tour of this particular slide. Thank you so much for making it to the end of the journey. We're not quite an Oregon Trail here, but we'll throw you a ticker tape parade otherwise. So here's all of our contact information, where to find us or stalk us on Twitter. I also want to highlight at the bottom list of resources that indicate that's for all of the content that we've developed for this presentation, as well as our second presentation. That's also at PAX. So that's a really good tool for the resources on these games that we've talked about, or funding opportunities that Lakita talked about, and more. We also have a list of, if you're a game developer, funding opportunities at the Federal Games Guild website. It's at the very top. You can't miss it. It's a giant header text of a PDF that we put together across different agencies who weren't able to join us here, but do have funding opportunities for game-based approaches. So without further ado, thank you again so much for making it this far and for talking with us in the chat. And we look forward to connecting soon.
This is 22 Racing Series. It's a future physics racer who can drive at 1,000 plus kilometers per hour. We're using all simulated physics to create downforce that sticks you onto the track. It's a new genre of real-time strategy racing, where you compete for sectors to get resources they can either spend on boost, use to upgrade your car mid-race, or use as on-track abilities that can help your team and hamper your opponents. It's a racing game where the outcome of a race is determined more by strategy and adaptation rather than just muscle memory and repetition. Where falling behind on lap 1 doesn't mean a sure loss, where there's more than one way to play and more than one way to win. We've taken it to game shows over the last 5 years, getting feedback from thousands of players. We captured some first impressions from PAX Oz to give you an idea.
Nuts!
Yeah?
Yeah, it's out of control.
That looks amazing!
A lot more in depth than I thought it would be to start, so yeah, really fun.
This was absolutely amazing. I really enjoyed the speed of my heart.
When you're going around that circle at 1,000 k's just spinning, it's nuts. It's nuts, but it's really fun, really fun. It's really competitive, it's quick, it's fast paced, everything I love, yeah.
You can find out more over at 22racingseries.com. Check out our socials, and you can get directly into the game right now over at pavilionhub.com, where we have some special access PAX Online events running where you can win prize money.
we challenge you to a Swabette showdown!
This is 22 Racing Series. It's a future physics racer where you can drive at 1,000 plus kilometers per hour. We're using all simulated physics to create downforce that sticks you onto the track. It's a new genre of real-time strategy racing where you compete for sectors to get resources they can either spend on boost, use to upgrade your car mid-race, or use as on-track abilities that can help your team and hamper your opponents. It's a racing game where the outcome of a race is determined more by strategy and adaptation rather than just muscle memory and repetition. Where falling behind on lap 1 doesn't mean a sure loss. Where there's more than one way to play and more than one way to win. We've taken it to game shows over the last 5 years, getting feedback from thousands of players. We captured some first impressions from PAX Oz to give you an idea.
Nuts!
Yeah?
Yeah, it's out of control.
That looks amazing!
A lot more in depth than I thought it would be to start, so yeah, really fun.
This was absolutely amazing. I really enjoyed the speed of my heart.
When you're going around that circle at 1,000 k's just spinning, it's nuts. It's nuts, but it's really fun, really fun. It's really competitive, it's quick, it's fast paced, everything I love, yeah.
You can find out more over at 22racingseries.com. Check out our socials. And you can get directly into the game right now over at pavilionhub.com, where we have some special access PAX Online events running where you can win prize money.
We challenge you to a Swabette showdown!
Hey, Dr. Ken Dutton Register here from Excite Science in Brisbane, Australia. Excite Science is a creative studio explaining complex science in fun ways. And at this stage, we're really focusing on cancer education, from cancer-themed escape rooms to virtual reality to AR-driven art galleries. And the project that I'm talking about today is Malignancy VR. As a cancer researcher of over 10 years, I know firsthand, talking to the general community, that there's a lot of misunderstanding and core fundamental knowledge gaps of what cancer is. And this isn't surprising because cancer is incredibly complex. But are there new technologies or new ways, new communication strategies that we can be using to engage in a broader audience to teach them about cancer? And more importantly, reach those audiences that aren't even thinking about cancer or aren't really even engaged with science in general. A good colleague of mine, Dr. Elke Hacker from the Queensland University of Technology, really wanted to explore whether virtual reality could be the answer. So to explore this idea, we partnered up with Real Serious Games. And for Malignancy VR, we wanted this as a sort of first step to show some of the challenges with modern day cancer treatments and how not all the time can they be successful. So after we decided we wanted to talk about different cancer therapies, we began talking about the different game mechanics. And this is where we came up with the different treatment guns, focusing on chemotherapy, targeted therapy, and immunotherapy. Our plans for Malignancy VR is to expand it into a multi-level game. And we're going to be doing this in conjunction with members of the community. So if this sounds of something of interest to you, head over to malignancyvr.com and sign up to be in touch. Furthermore, we want to take that game and then test it in a randomized clinical trial to robustly assess if virtual reality is an effective way to teach people about cancer, and more importantly, can it change or influence people's behavior and reduce their risk of cancer over a lifetime?
Hello there! I would like to introduce to you a cooperative, friendly, fast-paced and fun-filled game by the name of Geek Out, the first title from
Hello, PAX. Welcome to Jackbox Games. I'm CJ.
I'm Belia.
We're going to be playing some games with you today. Is everybody ready to have some fun?
I'm definitely ready for some fun here.
Good, Belia, because you're the only one I can hear.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to hear the affirmation from you.
Yeah, we're watching the chat here, and it looks like we've got some people lining up at the Jackbox stage, and they might be ready for fun as well. There's definitely some pandas in the chat already, though, so I'm nervous.
Yes, I heard about the pandemonium from yesterday. I'd be excited to see them keep going, as they are an endangered animal, and I think the more we can use them, the more press gets out. But if we can also, maybe today we'll build our own inside joke animal and do battle with the panda.
Can we defeat the panda today? What are we starting off with?
We are going to start off with Quiplash 3. This is a first look at the Jackbox Party Pack 7, which is coming out October 15th. If you have not heard yet, the next party pack is October 15th. We'll have 5 games. One of them is the 3rd iteration of Quiplash, which I hear is fairly popular.
Wait a minute, that's a month from today. That's in 1 month.
Oh god, we are far too busy to be doing this, but let's go ahead anyway.
Sounds good.
Right, just a moment, we're going to give you the room code, and when you do, we're going to give you a room code in just a moment, and when you do, you can jump in. We're going to have, looks like 8 players for this game, and then everyone else you can play as the audience, which will give you some opportunities to submit answers of your own in the waiting periods, and also vote for which ones you think are funniest.
Cool, I'm going to drop that room code in on the Jackbox stage here, and you guys can follow along over at twitch.tv/PAX3. Cool.
Everybody ready?
Looks like we got some people jumping in already.
So far, we've got Divisionton, Nonstop Nerd, Mega Thanks to, I'm saying these all right, Gamer Gout, that one's, thank you, Thyroid 5, and the rest here on Gilligan's Island. We have our 8 players. Once again, you can join the audience, where you'll get some chance to submit your own answers in the waiting periods, and you'll get a vote for your favorite.
We're off. We're in.
Oh yeah. Are you excited to play some Quiplash?
Oh yes. Oh, I'm not playing. So.
Oh no.
I'm excited to watch.
I'm Smitty, and I'll take the
what's your go-to quip?
My go-to. Do you have a go-to quip?
Oh yeah.
Want to be heard? Put in that
I have a go-to strategy in Quiplash, which is to use more words than necessary.
Like the quips that you choose. In Party Pack 7, you can now /3 choose your character that you play as.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, then I'm always going for the coffin.
Coffin's one of my favorites as well. Cactus is a close second. Cactus is pretty fun. It's a new one.
Okay.
And the poop one's also new, and people seem to like that one a lot.
That is our beloved audience, and I love them for it. Right now, if for some reason you've never played Quiplash before, welcome. Right now, all of our players have been sent 2 prompts for which they must write a hilarious answer for. Then we will see all those answers and vote for our favorites. In the audience, you get a chance to vote along with us and pick some of your favorites, and really build up somebody's ego, which is one of the nicest things you can do these days.
We all need a little ego boost. And we have 28 in the audience. If you're still waiting to join, you can join over at jackbox.tv and type in that room code. It's CEKN.
Now, I was interested, though, do you have a go-to quip? Do you have a go-to, like, if I have no idea what to write in this answer, I'm going to write something like this?
Yeah, I think people tend to default to, like, potty humor, typically.
What? No, it's not a...
But for me, it's just, like, the meta joke is kind of what I go for. Like, if the question is something like, the worst thing to add to a house, and then I'll just say, another house, something like that. That's kind of my default go-to.
Yeah, I said my go-to is to be too verbose, which is just, if I want to write an answer like a tuna fish sandwich, I will say like a delicious tuna fish sandwich, where I think more words are funnier.
Yeah, additional modifiers are always hilarious.
Yes. Right now we have 1 more person getting in. We have 37 in the audience. Thank you for growing along with us. And we're at time. If you run out of time, we're going to provide a quip for you, or you might have a blank. Let's see our reply.
Kicking things off, the weirdest thing you could tell your hairdresser. Give me
the weirdest thing you could tell your hairdresser. Give me the Center art.
Now vote.
Digits on your credit card. Now, Belia, you're younger than me. Is sound art something that I am not familiar with?
I am apparently too old for this reference as well.
Okay, well, if we have any Zoomers who would like to message us, please do. Right now, our audience is voting, and audience votes is up to 28, and... Wow! Oh, almost complete split. As you can see, the audience is the one who decides who wins, and who wins is identity theft. If you don't have any teeth, the Tooth Fairy will gladly take your blank. Grandpa's teeth, your kneecaps. Alright, both those made me laugh. Well done. And we see the audiences are voting. Once again, remember, you decided the last one, audience. Your vote is incredibly important, just like every election, but mostly this one. All right, wow, this one is getting more attention. And another split, once again decided by the audience. Our players are completely even so far. Bunch of like-minded individuals.
Businessman might say.
Business word, an important businessman might say, for business. Stock market, right, business is business.
Time.
Both those are true. Only one make me sad. Belia, how are your stocks doing?
Non-existent, actually. I don't really know what stocks are.
There are parts of vegetables, as I understand.
Yeah, that's about the extent of my knowledge when it comes to that.
And you buy them in a market. Another complete split, and the audience once again goes business is business. Audience, you have been instrumental in the victories of this round.
It's also my cat's name, Mr. Business.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Two words that will get a big laugh as a callback later in the game. Oh yeah, and Red Panda. First Panda appearance. Mark it. Hit the air horn.
8 minutes in, we already got our first panda.
Oh yeah, will become a classic callback though. I've seen the way this stream is going to... This stream, of course, is tightly scripted. I see where it's going to go. Oh yeah, you'll be talking about it tomorrow. And the winner? Oh, Panda takes it.
All hail Panda.
Panda, just unstoppable force, unless you out in the audience create a new beloved landmark.
The name Dr. Frankenstein.
The name Dr. Frankenstein wanted to give his monster, but decided against it. The name Frankenstein 2, Electric Boogaloo, or the Panda from yesterday.
9 minutes in.
Doubling down. This panda is going to take over her feed. Like the bamboo it feasts upon, it is a constant growing menace. All right, let's see if Panda takes
endangered from this stream.
Yeah. If you go solely by Twitch streams, pandas are doing great. Oh, but Frankenstein put up a fight. Ooh, by a single audience vote.
And next,
people, I love to see it. Very even match. It's not all Bible study. On Wednesdays, the local church group is known to write dirty limericks, play in a band called Hallelujah. Or is that how you spell Hallelujah?
I think that's how you spell Hallelujah. Isn't that a song? That's the song from Shrek.
Yes, that is what the word Hallelujah is most known for. Sorry, Handel. Yeah, I feel like that one's very straightforward and wholesome. Maybe it will win over the... No, it will not. All right.
Oh, no, the safety quip.
Oh, okay. Safety quip wins it. Wow.
Check this
Wait
out.
to see it.
Yeah, seriously.
Well, I guess if you're a writer at Jackbox, you love to see it.
Well, I'm a writer at Jackbox, and I did love to see it. My ego was that much higher. Best response to, I know who you are, but what am I? I sexually identify as a attack helicopter, and I think you are the monkey, right?
Ooh, bad take.
Bad take. But the monkey.
The monkey, though.
Yeah.
Monkey's
also,
a good pick.
A monkey, another animal, panda, it all went together.
There's a zoological conspiracy afoot.
We're known as the Jackbox Menagerie. Ooh, split. Glad to see that helicopter go down. I rarely say that.
Next up.
Thanks, audience.
Thank you, audience. A lighter, more romantic sequel to Crime and Punishment would be called...
I like this question.
Cream. Whips and Punishment. Whoa.
Choose your favorite.
Shrimp?
Cream? Once again, is that a young thing?
I don't know. The last one was a Kingdom Hearts reference.
Okay.
A game that I played very briefly.
Okay. Yeah, that's my dirty secret. For being a writer for a video game company, I don't play a ton of video games. Convince me otherwise, audience. Last thing I played was Spider-Man for PlayStation. Whips and Punishment, taking it. Rihanna fans, well done. All right, that's our first round. So now we're going to go second round. Second round will be worth more points. So really focus. Let's see who is currently in the lead, though. Dole out those points. Oh, Glomming Dusk. Well done.
Round 2.
Glomming, I can only assume, is a reference to Glom Gold from DuckTales, a reference I get because it was from the 80s and 90s. Okay, so once again, we have another writing round. During this section, they're receiving 2 new prompts, same as the last round, except the points are now worth more. As you can see, this beautiful design for Jackbox 3 with its claymation style is brand new to the game. Something else very brand new to this version of Quiplash is going to be our final round, which is very exciting. And and in the third one, there's usually a higher body count. So
I don't think we're supposed to advertise that part.
No, I'm just saying it's a trend. Let's see if we buck it.
I do like this twist on Quiplash where you have the 3 responses. It's really interesting how people respond to that, how they add 3 responses, whether it's like a continual sentence or if it's 3 separate things. So I'm curious to see how they're going to take it.
It's only been played a few times, and I've already been amazed by how many ways the players have taken that device. It is very fun the way you can play with the mechanics, and so far people have been super creative about it.
Definitely.
I just think you're all so talented, and I love each and every one of you. That's what I'm saying, audience.
Never change, audience.
I mean, although if you give a sad answer, it does disappoint me. I'm not mad, just disappointed. All right, got one more Gamer Gout, and we have 46 in the audience now. Once again, you can join the audience with the room code CEK9.
Okay, let's see what you've wrought.
And let's see the answers. Belia, would you like to read this time?
Going first is
I can't read, so...
Okay, I got it. A magazine you don't want to see in the waiting room of your doctor's office. Amateur surgery for dummies. Neurosurgery in 10 easy days. Ooh. Are you a dummy or do you have not many days? I think nobody is in need of a quicker lesson these days. I'd really rather find ways to fill my time. But let's see what the audience said. Are they dummies or are they easy? Let's go. Ooh, neurosurgery in 10 easy days. Ooh, but the audience went for amateur. Well done. Once again, audience, you saw how important your vote is.
The audience is always right.
A heartfelt dedication in a book that would make you immediately not want to read the book. In memory of Stephen Hildenberg or dedicated to Satan. One of those is the Master of Evil and the other is Satan. No, once again, we have a controversial answer once again. Let's try to keep things light. Satan's a good friend of mine. I prefer if he wasn't besmirched all over Twitch. Oof. Wow. Satan, popular with our audience. As it's sad, material life, everyone does fantastic. In new fairy tales, the handsome prince will be replaced by Thanos and cat girls of their own body type, of which I will not judge. I mean, I was going to go Thanos either way. There's no other answer out there. I'm a dyed-in-the-wool nerd, and I think he has some good ideas. I'm just saying.
I'm just gonna go for Busty Thanos.
That's it, unity. That's what we need these days. Perfectly balanced. Oh, Thanos would be unhappy with how unbalanced these answers are, and he takes it, although once again, audience goes the other way. Audience?
Next.
I know what you're thinking. Audience.
Use
The most underrated use for a tree. Chop it down, the awesome panda, slide down the mountain. Both of these seem like beat poetry I don't quite understand. Chop it down, the awesome panda. See, I feel like the panda squeezed in there. It wasn't a seamless integration of panda.
Yeah, they gotta save it from adversity, I think.
Yeah. But let's see how the audience felt about this point round. Oh, slide down the mountain. Well done. Mega Fan Sue. Well
right
done.
along. Print was
Along.
dying until
Print was
they put
dying
out
until they put out Blank magazine. Internet Cats magazine.
Alright,
The
vote for the
Jackbox
one you like
magazine.
best.
Your appeals to our vanity will get you everywhere. Vote for Jackbox. What would be your column in Jackbox magazine, Delia?
Ooh.
You get
How?
a feature every month. What are you writing about?
Yeah, like how about how to derail a Twitch stream in 3 easy steps?
Ooh. Yeah, let's give them ideas. Oh, not a lot of votes. We lost 2 of our votes, but then so the audience is going to take it with Internet Cats.
And
I understand
next is
you don't want to read my romance advice column.
Yeah, the only pandering we want to see is with actual pandas.
There you go. 2 good emojis to send when breaking up with someone. Clown, clown. Elephant, shrimp. Ooh, one is using emojis. Once again, that's a new feature, Jackbox.
That's a new thing, yeah.
With, Quick Flash 3, you can actually put emojis in it. Thank you for getting this prompt to demonstrate it. Thank you for doing double clowns. But elephant shrimp is very hilarious. I want to give you... I remember the first time a girl said elephant shrimp to me.
That was the last message I received from her.
Wow, the actual emojis though. Woof. Total whiplash.
Yeah, this is something I'm hoping that people are excited about. Is yeah, you can use
a special skill listed on this.
A special skill listed on Armagurder's resume. One of our players can beat Super Mario in 11 minutes. Nickelodeon's The Mighty Bee. See that reference I get? I watch cartoons. So yeah, have you ever speed around a video game?
I've definitely tried. I'm trying to get better at Celeste still.
Okay.
If you're familiar with that one. And then I was when I was younger, I was trying to speed run Cool Spot. You know Cool Spot?
Cool Spot, I'm familiar with.
Yeah, he's like the 7-Up like chip thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they made a video game out of him for some reason.
Yeah, they also had fruit snacks out of him. I don't know why he can't beat Super Mario in 11 minutes. One Quiplash.
What's the coolest
And what's the coolest answer to the question, how did you get that scar? I ordered a close shave. That's what I got. The way I'm about to give you a matching one. Both of those are very cool action lines.
I'm gonna have to steal one of those.
I'm going to try one in Schwarzenegger. The way I'm about to give you a matching one. It's alright.
Yeah, I have this like really big scar on my arm, so I don't know if you can see it on camera, but I'm gonna have to borrow one of these lines next time.
How did you get it?
I got hit by a car on my bike.
Well, that's actually pretty cool as is. I ordered a close shave, and that's what I got. Takes it and takes the audience vote. The way I'm about to give you a matching one. He's pretty good though. I like it.
Maybe next time.
Maybe next time. All right, that's round 2. That means we get to see our scores, and then we're going to go to the exciting, brand new final round for Quiplash 3. Get excited.
Come inside and behold.
So Quiplash 3 thematically has a thriplash. They're going to be asked a question that requires them to write 3 prompts. The question will either be listing 3 things, or ask for 3 words, or ask for 3 blanks, and they get to kind of build their joke to the punchline. Let's
and this
watch.
like clay intestine, as you think, contemplate being digested by this giant clay beast.
Yeah. Is that what you imagine? Is that we are inside the belly of a clay beast?
I think so. I think that,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the way it's pulsating, even, just, I don't know, something about it.
I'm not going to get that in my head. We're just eaten by one of the Clash of the Titan monsters. Ugh. So what was one of your favorite Jackbox games? We're playing a few games on the stream today. We're going back and forth between Jackbox 7 and some of the classic games. What are your...
I want to say, like, I like all of them, but yeah, Trivia Murder Party has
She gets
special...
to keep her job. She gets to keep her job.
Yeah, don't worry, everyone. I like all of them. But yeah, I think Trivia Murder Party is a really fun one. I think it's a popular one with a bunch of people. Same with TKO, but those are kind of the safe answers, I would say. My secret favorite one is Joke Boat, actually.
Oh, very good. I have a soft spot for Push the Button because I was one of the ones I work on from the ground up. And before this, like, big fan of Dropple, and also my secret one, Bidiots. I really like Bidiots.
Bidiots is really fun. Yeah, Push the Button I like a lot because I like that type of game a lot. The kind of like find out who the bad guy is.
Yeah. Well, let's find out who the winner is because the 3 things Batman insists on doing every day. Let's see those 3 answers from each of our respondents. Robbing Buggin, using too much cheese, and Omar losing. Cleaning the Batcave, maintenance in the Batmobile, keeping Robin under his wing. Oh, that's cute little fun.
Aw.
It's actually just a delightful day for Batman.
Yeah, that's just kind of sweet.
I feel like Batman could use a good day. He seemed very mad in his last trailer. Let's see if the audience went for sweet or really likes cheese.
Using too much cheese, like in what context, is my question.
As a weapon against crime.
Yeah, that makes sense. Kind of the Adam West style of like goofy, wacky ways of taking down bad guys. I can see it.
Exactly. Whoa, sweetness wins the day. Wow, the audience liked it too. I feel like we might have manipulated our heartfelt affection for that answer.
Commentators cursed.
The 3 worst jobs in hell. Dealing with new people, listening to complaints, putting up with the
police?
Barber, dentist, the guy who cleans the blood. I like that because it implies that the dentist and barber are the ones creating the blood. And that is a terrible haircut.
Oof.
Oof. Maybe it's police. Listening to complaints, dealing with new people. I mean, that's every office.
Oh, someone else in chat says, Bidiots is my favorite in all caps. So.
Thank you, random stranger. We are now connected. Even though we're far apart. Bam! Gamergow taking it. Putting the new people with some complaints. Paul. Maybe Paul. Nobody likes putting up with Paul. 3 keywords that would make most certainly pull up Gamergout on the first page results. Ooh. Jackbox. PAX. PAX Box 2020. Wait, the Scriptlash scripts. The first Scriptlash 3-player. Jackbox stream. PAX 3. They went for very little answers, and I appreciate them.
Yeah, I like the sound of PAX Box. I think we should try and rebrand.
PAX, Anderson, PAX.
PAX Box 2020. Maybe next year. Maybe next year we'll do PAX Box 2020.
Yeah. We'll completely team up.
I'm really sorry.
All the banners for the event will be created in Drawful. All the slogans will be created in Quiplash. Oof. We got weirdest Quiplash clip. First Quiplash 3-player Jackbox stream PAX 3 for the winner, Verbose. And I like this. Well done. 3 things you can say to immediately get everyone's attention.
This has anything to do with pandas.
Don't look this way. A really cool hat. He's dying. Everyone look out. Guys, it's a panda.
Panda, there it is. I called it.
Delia called it.
I knew it. I can't trust the audience at all.
The odds maker in Vegas are going crazy. Let's see if Panda wins today because a really cool hat would get my attention.
Yeah, I mean, how cool is really cool though?
I know. I got like a cowboy fedora in the next room.
Why is it in the next room and not on your head currently?
Because it wasn't in the poll. All right, number 1, really cool hat. Yes. I don't know. What should we make the audience do to get me to put on that hat? Audience, we'll listen to your suggestions. Right now, let's see who won the day. That's all 3 rounds, and at the end of it, our winner is Non-Stop Nerd.
Yeah.
Living up to their nom de plume. They are non-stop, they are a nerd, and they are our winner. Congrats.
Yeah, nobody stopped this nerd.
Nobody can stop that nerd. That is not false advertising. That is a nerd that is unstoppable. So once again, thank you for playing. We're going to be playing some more games, but what we just played was Quiplash 3 from Jackbox Party Pack 7, coming out October 15th. It is one of 5 games in the new Jackbox Party Pack. The other games being Talking Points, Champed Up, Blather Around, and The Devil in the Details. We'll be playing a couple of those, but I think, Millie, would you like to play a classic Jackbox game right now?
Yes, definitely.
Why don't we take it to the audience? What game would you like to play from Jackbox's extensive library? We'll give you a minute to give in some answers and see if anything pops up as being super popular.
Yeah, I'll be monitoring the Jackbox stage chat here in the Discord to see what you guys are interested in playing. And then also, if you guys want Pack 7, you can pre-order it right now, right this very second. You can go to our website, jackboxgames.com, or you can go to Steam and look up Jackbox Party Pack 7 and pre-order that. And if you're not really ready to pre-order just yet, then just wishlist us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, and if you visit shop.jackboxgames, you'll get 10% off the new pack ahead of the release. And then, if you want to learn anything else about any deals or anything else in the party pack, you can just go to jackboxgames.com.
We're getting a nice mix of games here. Let's see what it's
really.
Espionage is coming up a lot. Champed Up is coming up a lot too. Let's see. I'm seeing 2 for Trivia Murder Party. I've got some Fibbage going on. Fibbage, yeah.
Okay, we will definitely be playing Champed Up later today in the stream. It is one of the new party pack games. Right now we're looking at classic ones. Fibbage, Espionage, Trivia Murder Party. These are trivia games. That might be, or question games. Any of those leap out at you, Belia?
Yeah, I mean, I said already, I really like Trivia. Played Trivia 1 yesterday, so maybe we could do TMP 2.
Yeah, let's do TMP 2. If we did TMP yesterday, let's go TMP 2. Let's kill some of our audience members.
Yeah.
They're trying to answer questions.
Yeah.
I warned about body cam.
Don't say we don't care about you guys.
I'm just saying, we're all kind of stuck inside. We miss not going to haunted hotels. This is our chance to check in and, check out permanently.
Exactly.
So let's load up this Trivia Murder Party 2 in the Jackbox Party Pack 6. This is another favorite of mine. I'm very excited to be playing Trivia Murder Party come October online with some friends. It is a wonderful game coming up in the Halloween season, especially for socially distanced. We can still hang out.
And the code is in the chat now. In Jackbox Stage, you can find that code to get in on this game. We've got a full room already. I didn't even finish my sentence, guys.
Well, good news is, once again, the audience can play. As a matter of fact, the audience will be playing all together. I have seen many a time that the conglomerated audience wins, and you know what? I'm pulling for you.
I always root for the audience.
Yeah, so you can jump in as the audience and win as a group. But we do have currently 8 players who are going to try to win individually and survive Trivia Murder Party 2.
This is your wake-up call.
And our players are waking up to their game.
Welcome to Trivia Murder Party. Those free vacation coupons you received in the mail were a trick, luring you into a game with deadly consequences.
Haunted, I don't know. It's up to you. Could just be a normal murderer. It might not be just.
There's so much to do.
I got a conspiracy theory on Twitter yesterday about how the TMP killer might be Schmitty.
What is the traditional order of a triathlon?
I have to reread it because I didn't see all the details, but it was an interesting and somewhat compelling theory.
That means the audience.
Interesting. All right, what is the traditional order of a triathlon? Is it biking, swimming, running, swimming, biking, running, running, biking, swimming, biking, running, swimming?
Any order is all of my least favorite things to do.
My wife has done a triathlon.
Oh, cool.
Very athletic, as I am not. And so I've actually been to 2.
Nice. So you know the order.
Yes, let's say yes. Did I pay attention?
Who got the question right?
Swimming, biking, running is the winner that I definitely knew.
I feel like I would want to
The
go
rest
swimming
of you,
last because you're all
follow me.
sweaty and then you just kind of want to like take a dip. I don't know.
Like,
And here are your bags.
like the
Welcome to
swimming,
room
like the
105.
big thing is like stripping the wetsuit, and or like putting on the
It's
wetsuit would be
magic
very
time.
difficult.
True.
So,
Pick a
all right,
space
we're gonna play
inside the box
Skewers.
to hide.
So each of these players are going to find a
I wish
place
I had
to
a
hide within
magician's
the box,
assistant for
and then
this,
our
but
two
oh well.
living people are going to pick swords. So try and pick a spot that you don't think a sword is going to be aimed at.
Good luck.
Man, we got
Any
6
good
people.
magic trick needs some
lives on the
helpful
line.
volunteers.
And then Omar in the
Good
chat wants to know
news, I'm giving you a
CJ
sword.
and Bella. My name's Belia.
On
But
your
how are your
device,
days going?
choose a row or a
Like all of them?
column to
All of
run
them?
your
All of our
sword
days?
through.
All
I
of
guess
the
it's
days.
less magic and more
All of the
stabbing.
days?
Yeah. So if you had to take an average, like net, positive, negative.
I mean, actually good. And my first child was
Sword
born in
noise.
March, and so while everyone's been stuck inside him, he's stuck inside the baby, but he's pretty adorable. So he keeps my mood up pretty good. I'm sorry.
Who will win?
While we were
Who
talking,
will die? Maybe the audience.
it looks like
Hey,
everyone
audience,
survived.
good luck out there.
What?
If you're not ready now,
Is that true?
you can join the audience
Yeah.
whenever.
Wow.
It's on super low pressure.
Wait, I need to rewatch. It's crazy.
Belia, how are your days going?
Good.
Let's try
I
another
don't
one.
have a baby, and I see that as a positive. But
How many
everyone's going
roles
their
is
own
James
speed.
McAvoy credited for portraying in Split?
Yeah, you're right. Everyone did survive. That's crazy. Good job, everyone.
Wow, how many roles is James McAvoy credited for portraying in Split? Let's start counting.
This is where I would die.
There's the little boy. There's the woman. There's the man who's very clean. There's the fashion designer guy. There's the beast. I guess I shouldn't be helping this. I realize 5 is one of the answers. I just want to prove to people I've seen
Almost
Split.
out of time.
I don't know why. I have to prove to people I've seen Split.
Who picked this?
9 rolls. Oh, okay.
The
Once again,
rest of
5
you,
people's lives on the line.
it's
6
time.
last time. They all survived. Will all 5 survive this time? Belia, do you think so?
Bonjour.
Isn't there a minigame where you
to
have
the
to place
killing
bets
room.
on whether or not they'll survive? So
Yeah,
if
you-
I was
Okay,
playing
this
that,
one
I
is
would
more
say,
of an
is
experience.
that Delaney? I'm guessing Delaney's going down this round, just because it was
Okay.
the first name I saw.
Okay, while you were looking at that, you didn't see that this was gifts. One where
Pick a
nobody.
box and keep
Oh.
this
So
inside.
I'll take it.
Ah,
You can go ahead and
memories.
Venmo me the
They're the
cash you just
worst.
lost.
I do this every time.
And we need one more gift chosen.
Oh, it's Stod. City of Stod wants to know, Belia and CJ, what did you do?
I'm sorry, I lost that. What was that?
City of Stod
Mother's
wants to know,
weird.
what did you
I'm
contribute?
powerless when I think
7.
Mother's around.
Oh, Party Pack
Oh,
7.
Mother! I missed you so! I'm a
Oh, it
big
looked
boy
real fast.
now,
Mother's
Mother.
wig.
I'm
Pay
glad
attention
you're
to that.
playing
Very
my big
important.
boy game.
Our player is now wearing the mother's wig, and it will probably change their gameplay from now.
My parents always discouraged my
Pretty
desire
Some,
to
though,
become
I'm a
famous.
writer.
They
I
said
wrote
that's how
for
serial killers get caught.
every
They
game
never really
in
got
some
me,
way,
you know?
prompts, etc. But I was head editorial on Devils
Let's
and the
keep
Details.
moving. Which of these is a sweet
and
noodle
then
casserole?
I just helped market the game.
Which of these is a sweet noodle casserole? Kugel, niche, krepka, kishka. How'd I do? Somebody tell me how bad that was. And then Belia, just tell me I did great, no matter what they write.
Did great,
Because I
bud.
can't see the I can't see the chat, but Belia can. Why would you say this number 2?
Time running out.
Knish, right?
Niche, right?
Who picked
Block.
I don't
this?
know.
And the answer is Kugel, so that's all.
Oh no, Mother! I couldn't bear to send you to the killing floor.
And Kugel.
The
Which of
rest
these
of
is
you,
sweet noodle casserole? That means
come
we have
with me.
4 people playing for the survival this time. Belia, do you think somebody will die this time? We've lost no one so far.
Alright, I'm not falling for this again. No one's died.
All
Take as
right,
much
that
money
is
as you
Belia's instinct.
But
And in this
the
game,
most
they're going to take as much
or
money as
the
they
least
want.
money, and you'll
Take
be
the most or the
sorry.
least money, and you will be punished.
Have fun out there.
Ooh, this one's. I think someone has to die. Oh,
Yeah,
dang
someone
it.
has to die in this. You. I'm making a mint off of you, Belia. So
Yeah,
let's keep
seriously.
playing this.
This is why I don't place
excited
bets on
to see
sports
what everybody
either.
took.
Hmm.
The most
Oh,
handling
there's
three
Merson Leach
really
right
messed
there.
up.
There you go.
And they are dead. We lost 2 in our first game.
Zach's one of our mods.
Oh no, we lost a mod?
Yeah, we lost a mod.
Anarchy's gonna reign. No, it's not, because he's back as a
The end
ghost.
of your life isn't the end of
So
your
our mod is now
participation.
haunting you.
Keep playing,
Act
and you
appropriate.
just might steal someone else's life force and win the game.
Spooky.
And I'm terrified. I just
We're
could not be more
here.
scared.
When one player is left alive, we'll go to the final round.
'Tis the season.
Next question.
Seriously, almost.
According to his website,
According
which
to
is
his
my boy
website,
Bob
what does
Vila
Bob Vila
recommend I
recommend
use to get the blood out of the
I
lobby
use to
carpet?
get the blood out of the lobby carpet? Liquid dish soap, baking soda, carbonated water, or sweat and tears?
Ooh, yeah.
Bob Vila, I'm gonna make fun of your age again. Did you watch This Old House?
No. Nope.
Yeah. Back in my day, before we had HGTV, we had a single man in a plaid shirt fixing houses.
Almost out of time.
Yeah, no, I don't think I watched a lot of TV growing up, though.
Okay, well, okay.
This.
Liquid dish soap. I never would have guessed that.
Now you notice
I can't protect you forever,
5 people
Mother.
are for dead.
I want to show you something.
The mother was protected last round, but now she's in a little danger.
To be frank,
Or at
I
least the
added this
person
one at
that
the
believed
last minute.
Is the mother.
I'm giving each of you
Yeah.
a
Hey,
telephone,
speaking of age,
but I only have
Ooh,
2 phone numbers.
this one I'm good at. This
Dial
one I
one
know.
of these numbers on your rotary
if
phone
you do not
before
know,
anyone
our
else,
players
or
right
you
now
die.
on their devices have what looks like a rotary telephone. They must be the
this is
first
how
to dial
phones
these
used to
numbers
be.
on a rotary
And
phone.
don't get me started
If
on
you don't know
life
how to use a
before
rotary
answering
phone,
machines.
you are in danger.
Yep. So if you start like poking at it, or yeah, I'm not gonna give it
If
any
you try
warning.
to swipe it,
Yeah, like swipe to unlock it.
if you try to Tinder it,
If you tried texting your mom on it for help,
yeah, don't even try to eat it. Okay. Oh no. Mom died.
Having to do this, Mother.
I hate having to do this, Mother.
Your death doesn't mean that wig has to leave the game. There's a wheel on
But
your
the wig
controller
will be
right
moved
now,
on.
and you have a few seconds to bequeath it to another
Interesting.
player. But you gotta do it fast.
Sorry if my cat's screaming.
What it, all right, but now they're on the stream. What is the cat's name?
Oh, Mr. Business.
I see you
Yeah.
over there,
Oh, you
Mother.
said Mr. Business. That's
Yeah.
right. Mr. Business was foreshadowed in the first act, makes their appearance in the second act.
Yeah.
Let's try another one. What's lighter than air?
What's lighter than air?
Ooh.
Methane, oxygen, chlorine, carbon dioxide, or my heart and sperm.
Aw, that was kind of sweet.
Well, I'm only kind of sweet.
What is
Right.
lighter than air?
Mhm. You got this one? You know this one?
Oh, I have a guess. I have a guess at this one.
Okay. I mean, you're gonna have to tell us honestly if you got right or wrong.
Okay.
All right.
All right. I think I'm ready to admit if I was wrong.
Okay.
I was right.
All right. All right. I'll Venmo you all your cash back.
Whew.
There you go.
I can't tell you who's gonna live or die, but I know them pretty light.
I know not matters of life and death, but I know some chemicals. Who we got? Just one person? It's the
Pegs game.
Ooh.
The Pegs game. I like. This is like a pachinko, right? Is that what it's called?
And try to avoid the death
I thought it was
zones.
Plinko.
You know what?
Is it Pachinko?
We need some death zones.
I might be. You might be thinking the
Go
actual
ahead,
game,
everyone
and I might
else.
be thinking
Choose a
The
slot
Price
to
is
make
Right.
it no bueno.
Oh yeah. Because when I went to Japan, they have like entire pachinko places where people just go and like drop these like balls, and it's interesting.
Hurry along. If someone dies
But
in your death zone, you get
their
a prize.
fellow players are going to be lining the floor with death traps for our single
No
peg
help,
player.
huh?
Yeah. And Keyblade cannot see where those death traps are until now. Now they can.
There they are. Theoretically, one side looks fairly safe, but we'll see how gravity does.
It's like you don't know
That's
if
a
they're
safe
going
bet.
right
I like
or
where this is
left,
going.
But you know they're going down.
Yeah, this is good.
Oh!
Whoa!
Land in the slot. Or
Oh my gosh! I hope everybody was
good work
watching
with
that.
the death zones.
Wow.
Wow.
Well,
I mean, I think that's the most exciting moment in PAX so far, right?
yeah. I mean, for me it was.
Whoa. Man, what a bad break.
It's so weird having my mom play the game.
And then Stod says it
I wonder
is
if this ever happened
Pachinko.
to Pat
Pachinko is
Sajak.
specifically to TPIR.
The price is right.
Yeah, the price is right. Got it.
Let's keep moving.
Thank you, Stod, for keeping us honest.
I would use a unit called a bolt if I was measuring what?
I would use a unit called a bolt if I was measuring what? Gasoline, timber, fabrics, wind speed. This one I know.
Yeah, okay.
Actually, I might have written this one.
Well then, I hope you know it.
Here's a fun fact about being a Jackbox writer. Like, this game is 2 years old. I only vaguely recall which trivia questions I actually wrote because A, we rewrite a bunch, and B, it's not uncommon for us to go through and like edit or look over other people's answers to make sure you're not copying. So I have other people's questions up on my computer, and sometimes I didn't write them at some point. Fabrics. I know as a cosplayer.
You're on your own, mother. Come with me.
That's right. I was a little bit surprised you didn't do cosplay for this.
Follow as many rules
You know,
as you can before time runs out.
As you know, I was
Everyone
giving a
else is
little
playing
short
too.
notice on this
If any
to
of
put
them
together a
follow more
cosplay
rules than you,
That's
I
my
will
fault.
kill you.
I am wearing my blue velvet,
And it's
which on
already
my
done.
Twitter, I had
The
them
rules
vote
are
if
on
they won
your
my red
device
velvet or blue
now.
velvet jacket, and blue velvet won.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Oh, right now they're doing a series of math questions? No, they're following the rules. They're getting
not
sent a
look
variety
like
of
it,
rules
but
to their
this is
devices. So
totally
like,
different than the
press
math
this,
minigame.
press that. Whoever's doing the best, you see them get the correct. Whoever's most numbers wins.
The most
The point
obedient
is-
wins.
Yes.
Almost out of
The
rules
point
time.
is, the person who's up for grabs has to do better than all of the audience. And right now, we have a couple audience. I'm sorry, better than the
guess
other
you
players.
were
The other players are doing pretty good. Although speaking of the audience, in this round of scoring, let's see how
I
the
sure hope
audience
your
stands
affairs are in order,
competitively.
just in case.
Oh,
Fill out
yeah.
this wheel now.
Non-stop nerd got stopped, but they got to give the week.
Audience is doing pretty hot.
Audience is doing pretty hot. But
Earthly
that number puts
possession
them in
should
like
stay
what,
with the
fourth?
living, and you're still
No, puts them in
alive.
second, third. We got two 5,000. They're in 4,000. All right, audience, you're in third.
Let's
Let's see if
try
you make up
another
that
one.
gap.
What does the P and ESP stand
What does
for?
the P and ESP stand for? Poltergeist, perception, paranormal, paradox.
Ooh. What does the P and ESPN stand for?
Let's see. Let's go to my extensive sports knowledge.
File not found.
Entertainment, sport, persuasion network. Perception. Because we each perceive sports in our own way.
Naturally.
I mean, it is actually paradox. It is a sport paradox.
This.
Perception. Okay.
I accidentally gave it away. I'm
Ghost
sorry.
got it wrong. Way too easy.
It works in sports and in the psychic realm.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep moving.
All right, so Mother
When
got
you play
skipped.
polo on
Mother Wig
horseback,
protected you
and
that way.
we all do. What do
When
you
you play
use
polo
to
on
smack the
horseback,
ball?
what do you use to smack the ball? A paddle, a mallet, lacrosse, a bat.
I would just use the horse to kick it around.
Mm-hmm. You would train a horse to kick?
Yeah, yeah. Like a little horse soccer.
All right, I mean, you are Jackbox's official animal wrangler, so I'll leave it to you. It's marketing, animal wrangling, and fight choreography, right? That's your official
Running
title?
out.
Yeah, it's on all of my business. Large business card.
Who picked this?
And it is a mallet.
Everyone again?
You're pretty good. I
You
think
want me
only
to be
Ghost
total
got it
lesson?
wrong. So, ooh.
Time to get out the dice.
So we're just going to go ahead and
Don't
put
worry.
three
This
of
one's
the
real
survivors
straightforward.
into a dangerous high
The
rollers
player
game.
who rolls the highest
This is one.
will die.
Well, Belia, you and odds
But we've
aren't
got some
great,
help
so
to make this more
Out there.
this is a gambling game.
You have an
It means
extra
sure
die
death.
that you can give to whoever you want to make their odds worse.
So they'll be rolling a certain number. However, the audience can give dice to people they want to lose.
The point
And
is to
so it
gang
looks
up
like
on another
that
player.
Z
Have you
White
learned nothing from me?
will
Roll
lead
them.
to now. I cannot pronounce. The
player
heart-shaped
with the
one is the
highest
audience
total
favorite.
dies.
Or the
The least hated.
21? Yeah, 21
Ooh.
and 17.
Hey,
So
that's
we lost
nice for ya.
2. One survivor. Mother died again.
Yeah. Mother seems like
Man.
bad luck.
Yeah, the mother has died a lot in this game. It's like we're watching Bambi over and over.
Only one of you is still alive.
So that means we have one survivor right? We're going to the final round?
Yeah. One survivor left so far, CJ. They can overtake.
Making it here alive.
Wait, you're saying that every player is still in the game?
That's right. And they can come back to life somehow.
Things from the song,
so they'll get in categories such as things from the song My Favorite Things. They get to pick which is actually included in the category and which is a fake one we made up. Everyone they get right, we'll move them a space forward. Everyone they get wrong, we'll just...
Let's see the right answers.
The goal is to move all the way to that exit you see in the
for every correct answer.
Oh, in the chat, Zort1 says, I'm here to support CJ. He and I used to hang in college. Smiley face emoji.
Did you think
oh no, I don't remember Zort from college.
Well, it's a Discord handle, so.
I don't think, I assume everybody uses their real name on Discord.
Here's everyone's next question.
This man, there's a person clearly named a nonstop nerd at birth. Hey, name which of these 3 are one of the 12 apostles.
Ooh.
Time is almost up.
And now the audience is playing, so the audience gets, sorry, not the audience, the other players. So they get a third one that gives them a chance to catch up to the person in the lead. This is also the chance for the
Beatles songs.
Beatles songs. Love Shack. Behind Blue Eyes, Satisfaction.
Yeah, so Satisfaction, that answer is only available to everyone. Gives them a slight edge to try and survive this.
First place gets no satisfaction.
He says his name is Elmer, and that you'll remember.
Oh no. That's such a threat. No, I do remember Elmer. Elmer, thank you for playing. Thank you. It's been far too long. Big fan of your glue, not a fan of how you constantly pester Bugs Bunny. You might remember these jokes when we actually hung out, and they were very annoying then too.
Don't look back because there's a ghost right there.
Audience is catching up.
Uh-oh.
This is very, and there's a couple ghosts just one step behind our leader.
It's only darkness.
And 2 ghosts about to give into the darkness. Holmes, that rhyme. This is too small for me to read. It is much bigger on the devices, but the last 2 are Leaves of Grass by Walt Whitman and The Odyssey by Homer.
Time is almost up.
Do those 2 poems rhyme? And Because I Could Not Stop for Death by Emily Dickinson is the first one. And Because I Could Not Stop for Death is the only one that rhymes. Because I Could Not Stop for Death. He gladly stopped for me. The carrots contain model cells and immortality.
Leap years.
I believe that's it. Leap years, 2024, 1992, 2012. Which of those years is a leap year?
This one I know.
This one you know?
Oh yeah.
Well, I was alive for all these years, including 2024.
It always coincides with an election year, right? In the U.S. anyway.
That ghost can smell your life force.
Movies about time travel. Edge of Tomorrow, A Time to Kill, Nick of Time. Edge of Tomorrow, for some of you, might be known as Live, Die, Repeat. I know in foreign markets it didn't have that title, so I will translate for foreign audiences in this.
Now I want to make a movie called Nick of Time.
There is a movie called Nick of Time. It's a Johnny Depp, Christopher Walken movie, but it's not about time travel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're all movies, but not all of them about time travel.
Gotcha.
Queen songs, I Want It All, Under Pressure, Another One Bites the Dust. Oddly, this is the category I remember the most writing because I had to write so many for each answer. Also, here's a fun hack for you. My wrong answers usually follow a consistent theme. Such when I listed British Prime Ministers, all my wrong answers are actually actors who played the Doctor.
You killed your friend. Better get away fast.
Keep your eyes peeled.
Yeah. If you play enough, you might tomato varieties, grape, raisin, planetary.
Interesting.
You got this?
I think so.
Oh, I just realized the mother's in the lead. If the person wearing the mother wig gets to win, we get an interesting ending. However, catch up.
So to get past the barrier, they have to get every answer correct, right?
Every answer correct.
Not so fast.
So for first place, that means they have to get 2 right, but if you're not in first, if you get all 3 right, in the first place, if you move far enough, you can jump in.
And that includes the third answer
1 of the
choice
7
now,
shotguns. Thrill, Sacrament, Inner Soul. Chakra? Yeah, Chakra. Pretty sure about the pronunciation. Yeah, we got just one away. 2, but they missed one. However,
You have to get all the right answers to
Red
escape.
Herring, I can't see the name. I think they got all 3 right, and they're in.
That's
So
the
they
mother.
can
That's the
Ooh,
mother.
that means we might get an exciting ending here.
Oh boy.
And not just a hotel exploding, even more exciting.
Yeah, what could be more exciting than a hotel exploding?
Gamer Gout survives. Gamer Gout's our winner. And so we're going to watch these crits for just a second to see if we get over to the surprise ending, because they were wearing the mother's wig, right?
Correct, yes.
All right, so let's take a second here. Not
Yeah, we
this.
got-
Oh, what is this?
What's this? We've
Huh?
got some GGs in the chat, very
Hello
wholesome.
again, Mother.
Ooh.
Oh, hello again,
Congrats on
Mother.
beating my game.
Congrats
But
on
I'm
beating my
starting
game.
to suspect
Mother wakes from the
that
hospital.
Maybe you're not my
But I'm starting to
real
suspect
mother.
that you're not my real
And
mother.
that would
That
be
would
bad.
I should be doing the trivia murder
So
party
I have
voice.
one more
So I have
question
one more
for
question
you.
for you.
You once told me that you only
You once
cried
told me that
once
you
in
only
your
cried
life
once in your life in 1941 seeing a newly released Disney cartoon in the theater. What was that movie?
What was that movie, Mother?
So what Disney movie came out in 1941?
Come on, Mom.
Dumbo,
If
Sleeping
that
Beauty,
is your
Lady and the
real
Tramp, or
name.
101 Dalmatians? And Billy, which of these movies make you cry?
No,
Let's
it's
see
not
if
on
you're
here.
really my mom.
Like Fox and the Hound. Is that what it's?
Okay, let's go with. And the answer is
I guess I
Dumbo, the
was
one
just
that does
being
make me
paranoid,
cry
but you
because
definitely
Baby O'
passed
Mine
the
is a
mom
beautiful
test,
song.
So you get to live.
You definitely
Bye
that's
for
the mom
now,
test.
Mom.
Yeah, you got it. You win the mom. You won. Gamer Gout won the extra mother round. They are truly a survivor. Well done, Gamer Gout. I'm very impressed. I wish you were all of our mothers. Well, that was fun playing a classic game, but should we take another look at Jackbox Party Pack 7?
I think so. I might need 2 minutes to step away really quick to grab some more water, though. And I'll
Okay.
be right back. In the meantime,
I will vamp.
there you go! Yay! In the meantime, in the chat, yeah, it looks like we've already got some champed up requests. But if you guys have a particular interest in a game from Party Pack 7, let us know there. I'll be right back.
So, while Billy grabs water, we are going to talk about Jackbox Party Pack 7. We're going to bring it up. Jackbox Party Pack 7 comes out October 15th. That is a month away from today. It will include the games Quiplash 3, which we've already played, the third version of Quiplash, the one that really ties the trilogy together. It will also feature Talking Points, which is a presentation game, The Devil in the Details, which is a cooperative challenge game, Blather Round, which is a very fun herbal game of charades or something like it, and Champed Up, which is the drawing game for the pack. Right now, I see in the chat, Arbelia told me, that Champed Up is very popular. They played Champed Up yesterday. I desperately want to play Blather Round. Now, I understand yesterday, Champed Up super fun. We'll definitely play it today. Blather Round, though, I don't think we played yesterday, and would love to give the audience a look. So right now, Abelia's gone. In the chat, let us know if you want to play Champed Up right now, or if you want to do Blather Round right now. Wait, Blather Round's already being started. No, okay. We'll give the audience a chance to pick which one they would like to play. While you are writing in the chat, I want to remind everyone that you can pre-order the Jackbox Party Pack 7 right now. You can pre-order it on Steam. You could also visit shop.jackboxgames.com for 10% off the new pack ahead of release. You can go ahead to our website, jackboxgames.com, and they'll give you details about all the games in the Jackbox Party Pack 7, plus previous party packs and anything else you'd like to know. And if you're enjoying this, you can join us every day. We'll be at PAX 3 on Twitch every day through Friday playing games from 1 to 3:45. Belia is coming back, and I hope you have prepared for her numerous answers of which you want to do Champed Up right now or Blather Round right now. We're going to play both today. I'm just very interested to see which one everyone here is excited about playing right away. Once again, my name is CJ. I'm a writer for Jackbox Games. I'm hosting with Belia, who is one of our marketing experts. As we've also talked about, she is also our animal wrangler and fight choreographer. So feel free to ask her questions about either of those topics. How are you doing, Belia?
Hey, I'm back.
I asked them they say in the chat if they want to play Champed Up or Blather Round right now. We're going to play both today, but is there any voice of which one they want to play right now?
I'm seeing a lot of Champed Up.
All right.
Yeah, Champed Up, and one for Quiplash 3, which we already played.
We did already play Quiplash 3. As I said, we'll be playing every day here at PAX. There'll be plenty of chances to play Quiplash, but we're going to give a look at all the new games. If they're excited for Champed Up, I think we should play Champed Up, but I promise you, Blather Round is coming up.
I love Champed Up. I think it's great.
I love Blather Round and Champed Up. I can't choose.
I just like drawing games a lot. I think that they have a really special place in my heart.
Yeah, I think Champed Up's super fun. I just really like Blather Round because, you know, we play test so much, and Blather Round's one of my favorite ones just to kind of watch and guess along with. It is a very, like, enticing game.
Yeah,
right.
Definitely.
We're going to give out that room code, so we're going to have 8 players in Champed Up. Once again, this is a drawing competition game.
Yep,
We got that
and
room
that
code in?
is in the Jackbox stage chat now. So we got the audience, or the players filling up here. And if you don't make them, you can still participate as part of the audience.
Audience voting, once again, like Quiplash, is incredibly important. You will decide who wins, who loses, based on which competitors you like in these fights. So let's take a look at Champed Up, one of the new games in the Jackbox Party Pack 7, coming out in 1 month. You are 1 month away from playing this game, but you're going to see it right now. So in this, we have a little drawing arena. You'll be asked to come up with a competitor for some sort of category. Then you get to draw that competitor. As you can see here, our wonderful Jackbox artists have given you some demonstrations of some bizarre-looking competitors and events. And your competitor will go against another person's drawing in certain very bizarre categories.
In this first step,
So right now, our players will be receiving prompts on their phone. So they're going right here. The example is create the champion of cuteness. They get to draw who they believe would be the champion of cuteness, such as this ballerina kitten. And they will be going up. Oh, and they get a name, of course. Name, very important. They'll be going up against somebody else's champion of cuteness, and then the audience gets to decide who is the champion of that category. Right now, all of our players have those secret prompts, and they are drawing away.
I'm just going to note that we get this question a lot for... is there an eraser? No. You can undo the last line that you did, which is good as an eraser, I think.
Yeah. You'll also be getting a couple unique colors. Yeah, a unique color palette in this game, right?
Yeah.
It's very fun. It's really a lot of cool, unique images.
And if you're playing with a stylus and like an iPad, that's just cheating.
Yeah. I am famously bad at drawing games. I'm very bad at drawing, although I enjoy them all, and I think my abstractness only adds to the charm of my entries. Yeah, that's a good question. What Jackbox game are you the worst at? Like you enjoy, but you're very bad at it.
Patently stupid, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah. There's so many components to it, and I have a really tough time like assimilating all of the components into a cohesive narrative.
I'm really bad at drawing games. And once again, I love it, but my drawings are always terrible. And something else. I don't know. I ask any of my friends what I'm bad at. Ask Elmer. We went to college together. What am I bad at?
I also blather around to struggle. So I think there's a theme here. Just anything that's kind of like improvisational or kind of like it depends on you presenting something.
You mean talking points?
Or yeah, talking points. Sorry.
Yeah. Talking points, super fun. Like you don't have to be good at presenting for talking points because it gives you so many things to riff off of, and it's super fun to watch those people just try to make those images make sense. I look very forward to trying to get my parents to see my parents playing talking points.
And then yeah, it looks like Elmer says, "Yep, he is pretty bad."
Thanks. Just in general? Great. Thanks, Elmer. Any of my other college friends want to write in and roast me? We are live on Twitch at PAX right now, showing off Jackbox games and my many flaws.
Roast your college friends live on Twitch. It's
right. All right, we got 3 seconds away from seeing these champions. They are created.
The trainers are now moving on to creating a
Now,
challenger.
what is happening is that each of these players are being sent an image, such as Sailor Quackio, but they do not know what they are competing in with the champions. They don't know if it's champion cuteness, they don't know if it's a champion of being a great pet, for example. So they're just trying to draw a competitor based on the first image, what they think the category could be. So they're doing their second drawing.
Like the duck's pretty cute, so you might think, oh, maybe this is a...
Yeah.
Then turns out it's championship of being annoying. And then that is maybe not as annoying as that duck would be. So.
Now, geese are more annoying than ducks.
Yeah. Or gooses? I think is that the plural? Gooses? Canada gooses? I think it's gooses.
Okay. Geese versus gooses, right in, right now.
Yeah, what is it? Geese or goose? I like gooses because it's a to say for me.
Yeah, I understand, but language doesn't usually go by what you have more fun saying.
Additionally, English is not my first language, so I can just make stuff up and blame it on that.
That's true, yeah, you go crazy.
And we got one for geese. All right,
okay, one for geese. Oh, that's enough of a data point. Well, let's...
That's good enough for me.
That's it, well, somebody online said it was true.
Yeah, we're gonna play Untitled Goose's game next.
Okay, so there are, right now, if you just joined us, they are drawing competitors that we're about to see matched up in a variety of hilarious competitions.
Now, CJ, can people still join in the audience?
People can still join the audience. Right now, what do we got? 44 in the audience? And these audience votes are going to determine who the winners are. You get to choose who you think is more annoying. You get to choose who you think is cute. You get to choose if it's gooses or geese. It's geese. It is absolutely geese. We're at 50 seconds, so this is your last chance to take bets on... Oh, I can't read player names. Your sup, onion cookie, Jackbox, something.
Yeah, we have one of our Jackbox. So, sup to Yosup.
Oh, Yosup, what?
Yeah. One of our Jackbox. So that's our Jackbox Discord. So discord.pg/Jackbox games if you want to join that conversation.
Cool. Just want to give the while I have the chance to remember, I should have said this last time. If you haven't played a game, give someone else a chance so you can see these rooms fill up pretty good. I think we've done a pretty good job of making sure we get new people for each round of each game. If you have played, we love playing with you, and we want to play with as many people as possible. So let's see what these new players have given us for these rounds.
It's time for the main event. Our first
It's time for the main event.
enters the ring.
All right.
All right, we have Loudmouth Cindy. We'll be competing against Mighty Big Mouth. And they're competing for the champion of noise complaints.
This is a good matchup already.
This is right now. Should we say who we want? Should we sway the vote, or?
Ooh, I really like this mouth with the eyes on it.
Yeah. I appreciate Loudmouth Cindy having some sort of pom-pom, but I don't think it's very loud.
And we were both tied, so that's
wow.
It's the commentator's curse.
Yeah. Okay. But audience, you can see how important your vote is.
In this corner we've got.
So keep that in mind as we see. Wow. I think these are definitely not copywritten characters. These are unique. Champion of terrible roommates. Which of these two is the worst roommate?
Ooh, these are both pretty bad.
I know mine. I know mine based on smell.
Yeah, I think is probably gonna be my terrible choice.
I think wah is stinkier. Oh, but you win this round.
We stan you.
Why?
Thank you, audience.
Okay. Super Kitty, meow meow champ. Oh, I love Super Kitty. Scratchy the walking cat stand. Champion of popularity. Who is more popular? Super Kitty Meow Meow Champ, or Scratchy the Walking Cat Stand.
Ooh, someone fell for the trick.
I think I, no pun intended, spot an underdog in this round. Now, an interesting thing about Champed Up versus other voting games is you can kind of see the votes going in real time. If you look above them, you can see the numbers move one way or the other. So you can go with your heart's content and just vote on the one you like, or you can kind of play the numbers and see as it goes up and down if you want to give some love to somebody who might not be getting it, or making sure somebody actually varies. A star named Patrice, a sponge named Robert. Once again, completely unique characters, the champion of wholesome fun. These are pretty good.
Yeah, these are not copyright infringing characters.
These two original characters.
Very unique.
Very unique. Oof, and the votes are going very even. Audience, get in there, sway it, and ooh, 51-49. Just barely.
Whew.
Sign my baby.
That is pretty wholesome.
My baby's unsigned.
Armsy.
Legsy.
Oh. Is this the same artist?
Yeah, they look exactly. Well done. The champion of intimidation. Swole arms, swole legs. What's more intimidating? You decide. They look like Metamorpho from DC Comics. I'm a huge nerd.
I do love the flip. The intimidating flip.
It's very good.
Armsy takes it.
I don't know. I feel like I'm intimidated by those legs. If they don't skip leg day, they're not going to skip beating you up.
True.
Oh, Pikachu. Meow. What is this one? Champion of rejected Pokemon.
There you go.
So, which of these is a rejected Pokemon?
Again, no copyright infringement with these.
No copyright. Just the sprung whole forth from the imaginations of our players. I am impressed by their ability to replicate these completely original characters. Wow. Meow. Definitely rejected Pokemon. I would not want them in my starter.
Versus
Doo Sheep. Wait, am I saying that right? Or Gentle Fairy. Oh, I love them both.
They must be protected.
The champion of soothing. Let's all just enjoy their soothing presence for a moment in these
Yeah.
stressful times.
As they're engulfed in flames.
We're going to ignore that part and just enjoy the soothing. Gentle Fairy, though, running away with it.
Very soothing.
Ah, so soothing.
We bask in the glory.
I was basking.
Up next.
All right. Kool-Aid Man. There's not even, they spelled it exactly the same. He says, oh yeah, it's a pitcher of Kool-Aid.
Yeah, waiting on that lawsuit.
All right, get our lawyers. Couragey
Couragey.
And the champion of courage.
So it's just right in the name.
Yeah. And yeah, Kool-Aid Man doing very well.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, they won. They burst right. I mean, they're made of glass and they go through brick walls. It's pretty brave.
Just the bee's knees.
Here are the scores.
It is to be. All right, at the right time. Righteous Man in the lead. We're now going to the second round. Now, second round is going to play the same way as first round. However, the unique feature about Champed Up is you get to bench some of your past fighters and use them in future events. So you might want to bring back Kool-Aid Man or those completely original characters, such as a starfish named Patrice, and use them when you see the new category for what you're fighting for. It might be advantageous for you to go back and pick a different character. We might see that come up because our audience loves callbacks. Although you notice, and I hate the jinxes. Belly, we did not see a panda in that first round.
Ooh, why'd you do it? You just opened up that Pandora's box.
I opened up the Pandora's box.
All right, I'll see you guys. I'm gonna go log off now.
I gotta take a nap for all the work I went through for that pun. So.
Oh man, Pandora's box.
Yeah.
It's open.
We are professional comedy writers. Yeah.
Dang it. Yeah, I wonder if we will get to see any more pandas.
All right. I once again, I'm impressed they've shown restraint this much thus far. As long as we don't get 5 pandas in the final round, I'm fine. Especially, it's just all pandas all the time. What's that? Sounded like somebody just dropped me down a canyon for a moment. Am I okay? Am I alive?
Yeah, I think so. Alright, there's just under a minute left to create.
Alright, just got a minute left. If you're just joining us, we're playing Champed Up, one of the brand new games in the Jackbox Party Pack 7. This is our drawing game, specifically a drawing competition game. We're about to watch some pictures go head to head. See.
30 seconds. Just about.
See, my thing, I'm such a bad artist. I played this a few times in playtesting. It's all for me the name. I have to think of a cool, pun, clever name, and I feel like that's the only way I can stand out.
Yeah, the YouTube channel Drawfee did an early look at this game, and they're like professional, real artists, and they just did a fantastic job with it. But what really cinched it for me was their names.
Yes. I mean, when I'm playtesting, I have to go against our Jackbox artists who created the amazing designs for like Double Tinted Details and Champed Up. Some fantastic art in this party pack, like previous party packs. And I have to compete in drawing games against them while we're playtesting.
Yeah. But they compete against you in like writing-based games and things like that. It's only fair.
Yeah. Plus, we're all the best of friends.
Yeah.
So it's all very friendly. How is chat doing, Delia?
Let's check in on chat. Oh, we got your bud, your college friend here. Always the writer, never the artist, and then a winky face emoji.
Seems flirtatious. I don't know what that means.
He is married, sir.
Yeah.
And then in response to Pandora's box, we got a nope, bad pun.
Standing ovation. Is that what we got?
We got a slow clap. We got a slow clap.
Slow clap. I'll take it.
Yeah.
They're sending us money. Good.
Venmo me at.
Yeah. I assume we get our Venmos. We get to share our Venmos and SoundClouds at the end of this, right?
Oh, and someone wants to see my cat. Yeah, maybe my cat can make an appearance.
Mr. Business.
Mr. Business. He is very precious. He deserves to be a famous internet cat.
Does Mr. Business have skills?
He can play fetch.
Oh, that's very good. Actually, my wife and I's cat plays fetch too, with like little sparkly poof balls, or yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, our cat's name is Scully.
Oh, that's cute.
Named for the special agent.
Is he sneaky? Or she?
She is she, and she is a coward of a cat.
Oh no.
She is not. She's okay with the baby, but if the baby makes any sound, you can just see her like go sprinting from the room.
Let me just push this door open and see if.
Yeah.
Get a little camera.
See if we can get Mr. Business in here. Speaking of business, Jackbox Party Pack 7 is now available for pre-order. You can pre-order it from Steam, or you can go to shop.jackboxgames.com and get 10% off the pre-order price. It will be available October 15th and include the games Quiplash 3, Talking Points, Blather Round, Double in the Details, and Champed Up. Champed Up is what we're playing right now. Champed Up is what we're about to see the answers for in 5 seconds.
Can't wait.
Please move to the edge.
3 people need to submit.
Oh, we got one submit. All right. Let's see what these competitions bring.
Will include a surprise contest where players can tag out their characters.
So once again, as I was talking about the new feature, the special feature of this is you can tag out players, and you can put in new competitions with some of your past drawings. A brick wall. Bandage Man. He has a skateboard. Champion of stunts. Pretty good. There's 2 ways to take this.
We can see the skateboard. You know, you're not a terrible artist.
No. It's important that you know they have a skateboard.
Bandage Man takes it.
But here's the thing, these two competitors are now going to go up against a new emergency secret, the champion of frequent emergency room visits, as you can see. Oh, you would think Bandage Man would be a shoo-in for emergency rooms, but they substituted in Legsy, and Brick Wall substituted in, Meow?
Let's see if they'll regret it.
And let's see how that, ooh, Legsy takes it.
No regrets.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, very good. So you can see they submitted the stunt for the first category, and then a new surprise category came up, and they could have either stayed with it or substituted a new one. Gingerbread, the Milkinator, the champion of leftovers. These
In
are
that
very
way,
good.
this is exactly like real wrestling.
Yes. That you might want to tag in a partner,
Yeah. It's exactly the same.
and that you can talk a ton of smack to the people you're playing.
Yep.
The champion of food poisoning. Will they stay with these, or will they tag in a new one of their old players?
Ooh, the Milkinator. I would keep the Milkinator, I think.
Milkinator's good, but Wawa might be a better choice for food poisoning over a delicious gingerbread man.
He looks like he wants to food poison you.
Yeah, if he could poison your food, he would. Oh, and it pays off. Wow, wow, wow.
Not bad. He does
Well
look
done.
sneaky. You're right.
Thank you. I can smell him off the screen. War Lion. War Panda, there he is.
Oh, there's the
There
panda.
he is.
Not this guy again!
Fair. Fair. I was about to give you some crap, but that is the perfect category.
That is the
see
perfect
what-
category.
Well done.
This next contest could
Wow.
swing things.
Judiciously used. I respect. The champion of still living with their parents. War Lion or War Panda, where they tag in a past competitor.
Let's find out.
All right. War Panda staying. There's Pik Chow. Who lives with their parents?
I mean, the panda's an audience favorite. You'd be. Oh, but there's out.
But they substituted it out for Super Kitty Meow Meow Champ. Super Kitty Meow Meow Champ is an independent woman.
I would die for Super Kitty Meow Meow Champ.
Super Kitty Meow Meow Champ is very fun to say. I suggest you all say it at home to your empty apartments or with whatever group you're with.
Yeah, just say it. It's a fun word.
Just
It's a
say
fun
it.
word.
If we were, I want to assume the audience is chanting Super Kitty Meow Meow Champ. Super Kitty Meow Meow Champ. I assume you're all doing this. Super Kitty Meow Meow Champ. But right now, Virus the 19th Man versus Dr. Virus, being kind of a big deal.
Ooh, I like Dr. Virus.
Dr. Virus is cool. This could
Down to this next match.
Hmm?
The champion of not going
champion of not going to age well. Virus jokes at this point, it's currently not well.
Let's see.
Couragey the cool lad. Back in action.
Will he age well? Will Loudmouth Cindy? Ooh. These are both children. Which one's going to have a rougher adulthood? And you're giving it to Loudmouth Cindy.
Yeah, Couragey's gonna stay cool.
There's no I in team, kids. Only
Nice.
in
Those were
Artist
nice.
says- Yeah, very good artist in this round.
Nightmare Fuel.
Here are the next two fighters.
All right, next two fighters.
You will decide
Mexican Mac,
who is
Mr. Ringside.
champion of Macho.
Champion of Macho. Pretty good. Macho's fairly appropriate for these two. I love a Mexican wrestler.
What is Mexican Mac? Does he have like?
Yeah, I think that's Mac from Punch Out. Am I crazy?
Oh, with a hoodie on, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Champion of Anger Issues.
It's decision time.
Might be some tag outs here. I'm thinking, yep. Yeah, Uwe Sheep is a boiling cauldron.
Watch out for Uwu Sheep on a bad
You
day.
might say they're actually the black sheep of the family.
I would say that.
We're not going to beat Panda or his box. There's just...
too good.
Loudmouth takes it.
Team for the ages.
This is a sign. All right,
Moving on.
next two competitors. Captain Glitterbug versus Tiny.
I
Tiny's
love.
first. The champion of Glamour. Ooh, these two are good. This is a hard one. Tiny's your pick?
Yeah, I love Tiny. Are you kidding me? So cute.
Alright, let's see how they do in the next competition, though. Champion of owning exotic pets. Oh, yeah.
Here we go.
It's still Tiny.
It's still Tiny. Unless they want to tag out somebody. Ooh, we're going to let it stand?
Okay. We're letting it ride.
Either of these could own exotic pets.
I wouldn't be surprised either way.
Tiny takes it. I mean, Glitterbug is the Carol Baskin. Champed up.
Up next.
Gene.
Gene.
Not the champ you're looking for. Ooh. The champion of looking unsuspecting. Oh.
Gene does look very unsuspecting.
These are both very good. But it looks like not the champ you're looking for is taking it. Star Wars references usually do. Who is the champion of online gaming? GameKeeper for 2. He might take it. Jackbox Game or Armsy. Okay, it's instead going to be Scratchy, the Walking Castain, or Armsy. Neither of those seem like a shoo-in for this, so audience, it's up to you.
I like Scratchy a lot for some reason.
You're the only one.
Yeah.
Armsy's been a hard competitor.
Just beating up the competition with this very large.
Audience is also up to 55. Welcome. 56. Welcome. Sir, mix a table versus TJ. Champion of TJs.
Pretty straightforward here.
I mean,
that DJ looks cool as heck. Are you kidding me?
That TJ is such a good drawing.
Oh my god, they look so cool.
That is really good.
If there's a champion of being cool, DJ gets it.
It's actually the champion of smelling like Axe body spray.
Oh no, that's not DJ at all.
A star named Patrice might be, or Gentle. Ooh.
Definitely Gentle Fairy, absolutely.
Gentle Fairy is my favorite scent of Axe body spray. I have a Gentle Fairy Axe body wash. It's great.
This is what the middle school locker room smells like as well.
Mm-hmm. Oof,
Alright, Patrice.
Well done.
Lay off the cologne.
What how rot. Man, took that whole audience with?
Okay, folks.
Well, that's the end of our game, so let's see who the champion of Champed Up is.
Nice.
Wow. Raging Gable, 33,000. Well done.
Armsy definitely carried the team a bit there.
I see what you did there. Well done, everybody. Once again, that was a look at Champed Up, one of the new games in Jackbox Party Pack 7. It is a new drawing game. Go ahead and write in. Let us know what you think.
Yeah, GG's in the chat, everyone.
Yeah. Also, well done to all the players. That was a really great round. But now I think it's time to go back to a classic Jackbox game. And so we're going to once again go to the chat and see, or do we want to do Blather Round? I see they're queuing up Blather Round.
They are saying blather. I saw one word blather.
Okay.
Let's see.
No, we're gonna go back. I want to see Blather Round. Let's play it.
Let's do it. How are we gonna do this one?
Well, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have 6 players, and in Blather Round, yeah, these 6 players are gonna play, but the audience can once. Sorry, I was just looking at the settings that they're setting up. So we're gonna have 6 players play. This is one of the brand new games in the Jackbox Party Pack 7, coming out October 15th. This is one of my favorites to watch, so I'm going to enjoy this. We're going to have 6 players, and we're going to go ahead and give you that room code now.
Yeah, type this in the chat. This is going to the Jackbox page. There it is, and we have a full room. Wow, you guys are.
Wow. Okay.
I could have if I wanted to.
Wow. Okay. Well done. So we're gonna go ahead and play. 3, 2, 1. Let me take you through the game real fast. Audience, you can also join. you'll be helping pick out words. But right now in Blind the Realm, what's going to happen is each of you are going to pick, each of our players are going to pick a prompt. They'll have 3 prompts sent to them, one usually easier and then 2 harder ones they can choose. You get to choose something that's more familiar to you. Some of them may be everyday objects, some of them may be historical figures, some of them may be pop culture items. But it will either be a place, an item, or a person. Then it's kind of like charades, in that you have to get them to guess it, but instead of acting with your body, you're going to get random words sent to you. You're going to get a word list in front of you, and you're going to have to try and, kind of like fridge poetry, assemble descriptions of your clue. Audience will then submit guesses. We're going to get to see the guesses as they come up, which is one of the reasons I love this game. I love to see the wild guesses. And the person who is giving out the clue can use those guesses to say if it's close, if it's not close at all, kind of narrow things down. So right now our 6 players are each getting a clue, which is a person, place, or thing sent to their device. They've each chosen one, and they're starting to write their first sentence. Once again, they create their sentences by assembling words from 2 columns presented.
I am bad at this game. I'm just gonna be the first one to admit, because again, like, my parents are immigrants, so I didn't grow up around a lot of pop trivia or like movies, films, things like that. And so I some of these things I'm just like, I don't know what that is. I guessed it. So I'm really fast though.
That's the thing. This is, I mean, like charades, it's like when you play with people you kind of know what everybody knows. When you're playing with complete strangers, you get some wild random stuff to see whatever. It's also like, what do you think of when I say Terminator? It could be different than what they think of. So your clues can be all over the map.
True.
So this is a story, and it's a story about a terrible ancient evildoer.
Ancient?
Our 5 players can now submit answers. I have a guess.
Can we guess? I think we could just guess. We could just say things, right?
No, is that?
I mean, this is a conversational style game. Like, you want to help each other out and like get the right answer.
Well, they got the answer right away. It is
Oh my
the
God.
moment.
You guys are too good.
Life is, I mean, it is an ancient evil. That is correct.
Very good hit.
That time bonus was really well too, so good job. It's a story about a terrible ancient evildoer. So it gives you an idea of like how you assemble sentences. We're going to see another story here, and our first sentence is, it's a story about a plastic entity. All right, Billy, you got a guess?
About a plastic entity. I'm guessing. My mind goes to Toy Story, like Buzz. Yeah.
No, right away. Right. Oh, wait.
Damn.
They are. See, you said it can be tough, but these players are just nailing this game.
We're talking.
And now that they kind of see how it plays, maybe they'll pick some harder ones in the second round. But right now we have a categories thing. We've seen 2 stories. This is our first thing. This thing, it's a young surface.
The
Belia, you can obviously. What was that?
Flat Earth. The young flat Earth.
You are both a flat earther and a young Earth creationist.
You gotta mix it up.
You gotta mix them together. And it's on the back of a turtle. It's great. Sand. Sand is a young surface.
Mike Dosoft.
Mike Dosoft.
It requires the object. So a young surface that requires the object. Counter, good.
But why is it young? Young surface.
So like a new surface, or like for kids maybe, like a play mat, or.
Yeah, I'm thinking like tablet, like some kind of technology.
That's good. Lock's good too. Lock requires you have it. Lock requires key. iPad, game board. So right now the player is looking at all these options, and they can say if it's close or far away from the guesses they've received. So life is pain _ you're going to see like, is it close to? Is it the opposite of? Is it nothing like? It's bigger than pinball.
Good to know.
Talk about spherical.
If you contributed a guess that got
Okay.
used, you get points.
So the young surface requires the object. It's a ball. It's found in the same place as pinball.
Oh, so it's like an arcade thing, maybe.
Yeah, that's good.
Same
Now, the person who guessed pinball, because their answer was used, is also going to get points.
True. Yeah.
Ball, marble, arcade. 19 seconds left. 17 seconds left. I think you have time for one more hint.
only a few
Player's
seconds left.
object. Talk about spherical.
It is used for the group. So it is a group activity of some kind.
Oh no, 2 seconds.
Bowling's a good guess.
Well, no one got it right.
But the correct answer
Doesn't mean
is
it wasn't a rewarding experience.
ball pit.
Figured it out.
Oh.
Young surface, young people go in. Yep, yeah, it's very good. It requires the object. It's bigger than pinball. Talk about spherical. Found in the same place as pinball. It is great. These are great clues.
Yeah, those were good clues. I'm a bad guesser.
But the person once again who guessed, who made it guess the pinball because they used twice, we get points for that. So even though the answer wasn't gotten, people got points for that round.
Yeah, I guess it is bigger than a pinball.
It is. All right, this place is a yummy place.
Paris.
Paris, correct. Paris is a very yummy place, but it is not the correct answer.
Restaurant. McDonald's.
It is a restaurant, McDonald's. I think restaurants, food is a good place to go with these. Wendy's. Wow. It is a yummy place and somebody got Wendy's. Life is pain. Amazing.
That's like the opposite of Paris, I feel like.
Wendy's is the opposite of Paris.
That round.
What? Which fast food restaurant is the opposite of London?
Of London. Harold's.
Correct. It's a story about an upsetting, not wonderful specimen. All right.
An upsetting, not wonderful. I don't like this one already.
Well, it's a specimen. It's upsetting and it's not wonderful.
I hate it.
If it's a story that points me to, like horror, Frankenstein, monsters, those are all good guesses. Planet 51, Frankenstein, Jaws, Alien, these are great. And a happy, amazing madam.
Okay.
So yeah, upsetting, not wonderful specimen, but also a happy, amazing madam.
Looks like we're getting into like Disney territory with these two like opposites.
Yeah. Or any horror film that might have like a female lead.
Mm-hmm.
It's
nothing like Planet 51, which I don't know what Planet 51 is.
But it's nothing like that.
Okay, good. Bride of Frankenstein, very good guess. Those are the two. Here we go. Okay, so 50 seconds left. I have time for a few more answers. Or
there's a bit of a fudge factor where like if you the answer's still accepted ways. So don't worry too much about that.
Whoa, a shady, slender law of nature. Interesting.
Get your guesses in before this thing wraps up.
If anyone says I'm leaving.
I like somebody that just guessed. No. It's like a musical version of Beauty and the Beast. Wait. I
Maybe
know
I'm
what
on
it is.
the right track with Disney.
I think I know what it is.
Lorax is a good guess.
That's a good guess.
The Onceler is pretty slender.
The hero goes to the room.
Like Tommy Wiseau.
Yeah. All right, it's up. I'm gonna guess Little Shop of Horrors. Wicked.
Dang.
Ow. It's for an upsetting, not wonderful specimen. Yeah.
That is nothing like Planet 51.
It is nothing like Planet 51. They were correct. So we're 2 and 2. They got the first 2 right. They got the second 2 wrong. We got 2 more to come up. Let's see which side they land on. This is a person. They're a terrible figure.
We're off to a bad start.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Just history's greatest monsters. Or they could be fictional characters. They are the buffoonery.
The buffoonery.
All right, so maybe they're more of a buffoon than somebody evil.
He's so wacky. Conehead.
Very wacky.
You have a pronoun? That might help.
You gotta make some
Yeah.
guesses.
A wacky, terrible buffoon.
They're a wacky, terrible buffoon.
King Henry VIII.
They're more famous than Conehead. Okay, so it's not a deep cut.
Jester.
It is a well-known wacky, terrible buffoon, known for the moronic insanity. Weird Al. I know an artist who would hate you for saying Weird Al is terrible.
They're nothing like
Weird Al. Exactly.
Yeah, Weird Al's not a moron.
No.
The Three Stooges.
Total
They're
genius.
not terrible. Three Stooges. It would be an individual. You can't. A person is not groups.
Patrick Star.
Yeah, it has to be one person.
Mhm.
Patrick Star.
Patrick Star, but like, yeah, it could be a fictional person or a famous animal. It could be
And
Kermit
they
the
are the
Frog.
trouble cartoon.
And they are the Trouble cartoon.
If anyone guesses Panda, again, stream's turning off.
See it once again, light on Panda guesses.
Minions.
They're a cartoon character, probably.
The Joker.
So cartoon villains, buffoons. Gaston was a good guess.
Minions wouldn't work, but what's the bad guy from Minions? I've never seen it.
Gru?
Gru?
Gru, I believe. Looks like we have time for at least one more clue, maybe two.
Time's running out.
Getting close. Daffy Duck. Gru.
I think it's true.
Matt, they tried. 10, 9.
They're a cartoon version of Gaston? Wait, that's a good hint. But it's too late.
Johnny Bravo? I have no idea.
Goofy.
Wow, this person had some hard feelings about Goofy.
Isn't Gaston the cartoon version of Gaston?
Yeah, I just like Goofy. They're a terrible figure.
Yeah, Goofy is not a terrible figure, but
He's a terrible figure.
he is the buffoonery and wacky.
We did get a lot of points though because we got use of Conehead, we got use of, we got use of Gaston.
Points all around. Points all around.
Well done, everybody. We're going to second round. Once again, we had 2 super fast guesses and then some where we got so close. We're going to double our points so we kind of understands the game better. So as you look at those prompts, which ones do you think you can really write sentences about?
In the chat, they're saying no one is hunky like Goofy.
No one's hunky like Goofy. No one's chunky like Goofy. When he gets in a roller rink, no one's rinky. I got nothing.
That was great.
Thanks.
Tap a word to put it in your sentence. Tap it again to take it out.
Oh, Goofy is good.
Yeah.
All right, you got 30 seconds to craft
30
your...
seconds.
Jinx.
I'll stop talking. Yeah, right now they are crafting sentences. If you're just joining us, we are playing Blather Round, one of the brand new games in Jackbox Party Pack 7. It is like verbal trades. As you've seen us, Jackbox Party Pack 7, as you've seen us playing along with them, we are also desperately guessing. I love this game because I love trying to figure this out based on the clues that are given. Even if it is slightly maddening at times, it is the maddening that I love.
You're guessing a place.
We live in the badness.
We're all mad here. It's a place. It's a tiny, incredible, shiny community.
Nice. We're off to a good start. Tiny.
You might have noticed it if you're playing. There's 2 columns of words, but as you can see here, you can actually pick more than 2 words. You can see they picked tiny, incredible, shiny, and community. They picked 4 words. So if you're playing, that's a hint for you. Whoville.
Wow.
Right off. Well done. Life is Pain is killing it too.
Good hints. Yeah, nice use of all of those words there.
Audience is also doing really well too. Thank you, audience, for playing along and helping.
Beaming with pride, and I look gorgeous. The category is person.
All right, the category here is
I
person.
happen to be a person
Once
myself.
again, fictional, real person, living, dead. They're a fictional being. Narrows it down.
No real people here, thank you.
Thank you.
They are famous.
They are famous for the cinema. It is a famous cinema person. At this time, I recommend guessing anything because your guesses can be used closer, further. If you see some guesses, try to guess the opposite to see if that's more useful.
Yep, yeah, you don't get penalized for guessing too much or anything like that.
So fictional. You have no idea how fictional this fictional character is. But it's he, so we know it's male identifying. They are nothing like Sonic the Hedgehog. Get Sonic out of your mind.
Well, in that they're both fictional, I guess they're pretty similar.
No, Belia, for once in your life, get Sonic out of your mind. Nothing like that.
Mickey Mouse.
What about Mickey Mouse? I feel like that's kind of similar to
Yeah, I
Sonic.
feel like it's similar. See, Spider-Man's wisecracking, Bugs Bunny, but these are similar to Sonic. This character is nothing like Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, Iron Man is nothing like Sonic. That's true.
Snarky goes pretty fast.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Pretty similar.
Oh, we got time for another guess.
Patrick.
Patrick keeps making it in.
Time is running out. Submit more guesses.
They are in a movie about the skeleton.
Ooh, I'm
All right.
jealous of that sentence.
About
What movies have skeletons? Evil Dead.
Jason Bourne.
Pirates of the Caribbean. Christmas Carol. Indiana Jones.
Any Tim Burton film.
Any Tim Burton film. Oh, that's time.
Dang. Ding dang.
Captain Jack Sparrow.
Oh, yeah, that. Yep, you said Pirates of the Caribbean.
There are skeletons.
That is nothing like Sonic the Hedgehog.
That is nothing like Sonic the Hedgehog.
Category is story.
I guess they're trying to hint like not a cartoon.
Not a cartoon, yeah. This is a story. It's a story about a hard ensemble protagonist.
A hard ensemble protagonist.
Yep.
I want that to be in my biography.
Belia was a hard ensemble protagonist and a wonderful protagonist piece. So there's an ensemble that is hard.
To be clear, this is the good guy in the story.
Wow, a green reptile.
Oh, remember Rango?
Oh yeah, it's probably Rango.
Beauty and the Beast.
The hero hates the failure.
Same.
What a tasty
Oh, I can identify.
Godzilla.
Very relatable.
Jurassic Park.
It has the same vibe as Suicide Squad. Suicide Squad was a good guess. A movie about a team of combo characters.
Shazam.
Rango.
Shazam has a team of combo characters. Rango is guessed.
3 times. Okay, I'm really sorry about that one.
Eventually, there's an ordinary.
There's an ordinary ensemble amphibian.
Audience is getting warmer.
Amphibian. Okay, that's somewhere narrows it down a bit. What are some famous amphibians?
Would the Avenger count if you wrote Avengers? I don't know.
The Incredible Hulk.
I don't know how forgiving our mechanic is.
It's kind of similar to Godzilla.
Ooh, it's kind of similar to Godzilla though.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Is Godzilla an amphibian? Comes from water, then. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Godzilla can breathe underwater.
Yeah, Godzilla's an amphibian. There you go, everyone.
The movie wins.
Jurassic Park.
King Kong.
It's a lot like the Avenger. Somebody write Avengers. I just think that maybe it's not as forgiving with the there.
Ooh.
Ooh, let's see.
Oh.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh, that's good. That was actually really good. A story about a hard ensemble and a wonderful protagonist piece. Well, a green reptile. Pretty good.
It is a lot like the Avenger.
Yeah. That was really good. That was a really good one. Once again, we got some points because people are using guesses, so well done. It's an ancient concept. So this is very old, this thing.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Well, these were good hints, I would say.
Those are good hints.
Category is thing.
It has the construction. So an old construction of some kind?
Imaginary.
Well done on that sentence.
Da Vinci Code.
Chair. Bed.
Pyramid.
Origami.
These are some good guesses so far. We're relying on a broader stream to give these really good hints so that people can guess the right answers.
Yeah.
Books.
Talk about imaginary. Interesting.
Specific than paper.
What could be more specific than paper?
They civilized the potion, so it might be a fictional object.
Airplane.
Construction. Oof, these are good.
Maybe like an older book?
Alchemy.
Possible. That has potions in it? Or like a fictional book?
Like books.
It's nothing like books. Never mind. We're wrong.
Oh.
Go the other way.
Oh, monster.
Oh, monster. Monster.
Spell book.
This is all over the place.
Time is ticking.
It's not a spell book. It's not a book at all.
It's a monster. It's an old constructed.
Brochure. Science.
The board game
Board game version of Magic. It's a board game of some kind.
Okay.
An old board game.
Origami King. Frankenstein.
An old imaginary Jumanji?
Magic.
No, I think.
Quite simply,
It's an imaginary board game. Uses imagination. Dragon. Is it Dungeons and Dragons?
It is
It
Dungeons
is.
and Dragons.
I got it.
Dang.
All right, Belly will
The good
Venmo
news
me.
is success will never change you.
D&D.
Oh.
It's always D&D. Just D&D the whole way down.
Yeah. You D&D? Did you play?
Yeah, I'm actually DMing a campaign.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, I'm currently a Tiefling cleric in a campaign.
Nice. I'm a very grateful DM.
Yeah. It's a story about a good retro experience team. This is a story. It's another team. It's a good retro experience team. It is not Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Hey, come here. People want to meet you.
No.
Ready Player One.
And speaking of
Mario
good
Bros.
experience, here comes Mr. Business.
Let's see if
Super
I can-
Mario, Ready Player One, Super Mario Brothers.
This
Super
is
Brothers.
like
11.
Pixels. Mario
Hello.
Lamp.
Hello,
Luigi.
Mr. Business.
And a bland.
And a bland evildoer. Charlie's Angels. We got it.
Nice. Good
Well
work,
done.
everyone. That was quick.
As you can see, like, just guessing is great. Like, guess as much as possible. You either give ammunition to the person, but it's also you could hit it.
The incredible store because that was incredible. This is the last presentation. So
This is
make
the
it
last
count.
presentation. I think we can get it, everyone.
Time to
The
attend
category
the
is
tale.
story. Mr. Business, do you think we can do it?
The cat
business.
category.
It's
Uh,
debate vibrant beast.
all right, well done. It's a story about a bad, vibrant beast. Mr. Business.
It is Mr. Business. He is bad sometimes.
He's very vibrant. And a colorful, tall, terrible devil.
Rainbow fish.
Again,
Wanna
that's
see
Mr. Business. He's not very colorful though.
No, it's monochromatic.
The thing.
Frankenstein.
Frankenstein's a good guess.
The mummy.
The thing's a good guess. The mummy's been guessed already, if you're just joining us.
Cuphead.
Yeah, 2 Cupheads. Whoa, a merry mister. Ooh. It's a story about a bad, vibrant beast and a colorful, tall, terrible devil. Whoa, a merry mister. Interesting. It's nothing like Cuphead. So it's probably not a video game, or at least it's not.
Of course, it's nothing like Cuphead. Well, I guess.
Nothing is like Cuphead.
Yeah, I can see why you would say Cuphead.
Nightmare Before Christmas.
Nightmare Before Christmas is a good guess. I see Mary. Makes you think Santa Claus. The Grinch is a good guess.
Shrek.
The hero preys on the... Ew.
Uh-oh. The
Ew.
dog. What is that a reference to?
So I'm gonna guess like
Factory.
hero
Frank Winnie.
pursues the daughter. Or maybe it fights the daughter. Interesting.
Taken. The Taming of the Shrew. It's the same
Okay, it's the same kind of
horror
so it's a
movie.
horror movie.
Time is ticking. Hurry.
Or like a
hurry.
monster movie of some kind.
Mhm.
It is a movie.
Eventually, there's a
There's
useful. Oh, I know what it is.
Yeah? Don't
I
say
do know what
it.
it is. I'm not gonna say it. I know exactly what it is.
Write it down on a piece of paper to prove that you knew it.
I have no paper.
You got 3 seconds.
It's 2 letters, so I could write it fast.
Oh,
Is it it?
It is!
A story about a bad, vibrant beast and a colorful, tall, terrible devil. A merry mister. The hero preys on the daughter. Yeah.
You got it, bud.
Yeah.
Time for the moment of truth.
Well done. Let's see who the winner is, though, after 2 rounds.
Game is
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Winner is Knight Gray. So, well done.
You did it! That's my headphone cable.
No.
now
Ah,
it's
I
time
love
for
that
my
game.
dinner.
I love guessing
I'm
wildly at
finally
the
going to
game.
try Spider.
All
This
right.
is a great game.
Yeah. It's like, it just... There's a lot of games in Jackbox when we're all in a room together that is fun to just yell at. And like, I know you're supposed to be writing answers, but especially since, you know, we have 6 players, if you have like, if you know when you're at like a party and some people are playing a game and some people are just like standing around, I just feel like this is a great one for people just to look at the screen and shout out guesses.
Yeah. Hey, there's your name in the credits.
Oh, hello.
So many writers.
So many writers.
Cool. Where are we going next?
Yeah, where do you want to play classic? Jack,
yeah.
Let's switch to chat again and see what classic Jackbox game our chat wants to play.
Yeah, we have a little under an hour left, so I think we have time for like 1, maybe 2 games.
Yeah, depends what game, how long. So yeah, classic Jackbox games.
We've got some Survive the Internet in the chat.
Whoa.
Split the Room. Split the Room's one of my favorites.
Oh, fun. Split the Room was one. I first came on to write trivia for the last You Don't Know Jack, and so Split the Room was the first one I wrote prompts for. So it's got a special place in my heart.
Aw.
Yeah.
Split the Room again. One for bracketeering, one for espionage. Looks like we're launching a game here. Let's see what we got. Cool.
Let's split the room. We can just split the room.
Let's split the room.
Let us split the room, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone.
And then also, just really quick before we start, I just want to say, if you were in the last game, or if you've been in a bunch of games today, maybe set this one out and let other people play. Not maybe, just please do. It's really nice if other people can play the game as well and kind of see their names. And yeah. We will shut off the game if you keep jumping in there.
Whoa, yeah, we will. If we see the exact same people, especially. Belia, I taught you the term. Can you vamp for a minute while I get a new glass of water? My voice is just starting to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have my earbuds in. I'll be able to hear everything you say.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm just going to keep scolding the chat multiple times. Games, not cool. Let other people have fun too. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to scold you this whole time. Let's see what the chat has to say, though. They're looking for the code. I will be dropping the code as soon as CJ comes back into the Jackbox stage stream. And this game has a lot of audience participation. So even if you don't make it into the game, you are able to play along as members of the audience, split the room in that way. Thanks for Kitty. They're good. Yeah, no problem. He's very loud and screams sometimes, but he's great otherwise. And then, just so you guys know, Split the Room, this is not one of our newer titles. This is from Jackbox 7. This is from Jackbox Party Pack 5. And that game is available now, but Jackbox Party Pack 7 will be available in 1 month, October 15th. You can wishlist that now or pre-order it. If you pre-order it today, you do get a 10% discount on your order. Very exciting business there.
Join the party.
And then looks like on the screen here we also have, maybe I can point to all of our social media right here. So you can follow us there on Twitter, on Twitch, on Instagram, and on Facebook. If you feel so inclined, we do post some pretty funny jokes there. Sometimes CJ writes for us to get those jokes out there.
I'm back. Thank you. I heard you plug me. But you forgot, in our social channels, we do have a brand new TikTok channel, of which myself and the other writers, particularly Liz Anderson, have just been making stupid videos.
Join the party.
I didn't forget. I was trying to avoid...
No. I have bought way too many costumes for it to go to ignored.
Yeah, we do have a TikTok now. That's true.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to put the code in the chat. It is going in now. If you guys want to join, remember to sit this one out if you've played a bunch of games today. You can still join the audience, though.
This one out, you can actually come and play throughout the week here at the Jackbox PAX. We'll be here every day, 1 to 3:45 through Friday, for the PAX online conference. We got our players. Now we go fill up the audience. Once again, audience, this is Split the Room. It is very important for you to join us to help split up the room.
Do not be startled. I am here to guide you as we explore
Divide
the
us.
processes of your
Yeah, this is part of Jackbox Party Pack 5. Once again, you'll be getting a prompt where you get to fill in the blank. The goal is to turn the prompt into the most difficult hypothetical question possible to split the room. Ideally, you want 50% of people to say one answer, you want the other 50% to say another. So make it the most difficult one where you think people will fall on either side.
Complete the scenario that was sent to your device.
Our players are filling the prompts now. Questions will be like, you have to choose between eating hot coals or blank. If you say a delicious Wendy's burger, it's probably going to get most people on one side, so try to get something as equally bad as hot coals, etc.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a vegetarian, so I feel like that would be a conflict for me.
I understand. Yeah, like only Burger King has like Impossible Burgers at this point, fast food wise.
Yeah. Before that, even they had the veggie burgers. They've always pretty good. Pretty good about that. Saved me on many a road trip.
I mean, like with Wendy's, you can get fries and Frosty though.
Yeah, that's you get the salty, hot, and the cold, sweet. It's a winning combination.
I'm just gonna keep hyping fast food chains until one of them agrees to sponsor this.
Yeah, I am pretty annoyed with tacos.
Get ready for.
I got rid of the potato.
Yeah. Congratulations. So this prompt. The kid you've been tutoring for the last 3 years is graduating college with honors. Teary-eyed, she asks you to attend the ceremony. Unfortunately, whenever you hear an air horn, you involuntarily laugh hysterically. Do you show up? So graduation, probably has lots of air horns. That means you'll be laughing hysterically number of times. Would you go? Yes or no?
Ooh.
Let us see how this prompt splits the room.
Did you have a lot of air horns at your graduation?
No, I remember it just becoming a thing when I graduated because I'm 110 years old. So, yeah, it was like the old funnel you see. You know, yeah, that was.
It's a repurposed dunce hat.
Yeah. Wow.
Yes, they do show up.
Wow.
The longer it takes the room to answer,
So that wasn't a
the more
split.
bonus points you get.
Better luck next time. Gives you an idea of the standards.
And the long voting time giving you bonus points works out better if you're in person and not streaming. But yeah, essentially, if people have for long periods of time, you get points for causing kind of this like them to think a little bit harder.
A luxury hotel chain gives you a strange offer. You can get a 75% discount at any one of their locations, but your room will always be next door to someone who is having loud whoopee. We would do the classic Family Feud answer. Do you sign up for it? So next door, very loud coitus. Yes or no?
75% discount though.
It's a good discount. I want to know how they knew ahead of time. That would be a problem to offer the discount.
Yeah, maybe they just warn everyone, like, just so you know.
Just so you know.
Deal.
Greg's here.
This is a free country. We can't get them to like quiet down or anything.
All right. So we're going to see if this one. Now you said that people aren't deliberating, but maybe people just taking a long time, weighing the options in their head, doing the math. 75%. How loud? These are the questions they're asking.
This is 75% louder than your typical.
Yeah.
Super split.
This was a perfect split. 50-50. Well done.
Nice.
Well done. We've now seen the two extremes of no split and perfect split.
Feast your eyes on who moves the mover. You're moving.
Once again, I'm seeing the panda.
Yeah, you're moving. There's a device that can digitally vaporize and then reconstitute all your belongings in the new house. However, your furniture will reappear smelling faintly like Cheeto dust. Do you use it?
Ooh.
This one I love. No hassle of moving. Happens instantly. Forever though, your furniture smells a little like Cheeto dust.
Forever? Like this is you can't just air it out?
Smelling faintly like Cheeto. I don't know. I feel like it's reorganized the atoms of your furniture to forever smell. Like it doesn't feel like something that can be brushed off.
Yeah. Maybe you can air it out. It'll just take like 20 years.
Yeah. Not sustainable.
I don't know. That's a good split. That's
a good split. It's so good. I like that one.
Yeah, I don't know what I would have said to that. I hate moving, so maybe I would just do it.
Yeah.
And now, you are what you wear.
You are what you wear.
You're under a Halloween spell that causes you to
You're
be
under
stuck
a
in your
Halloween
costume
spell
for
that
48
causes you to be
hours.
stuck in your
You're dressed
costume
as
for 48
this.
hours. You're dressed
You're
as
scheduled to give a speech tomorrow to a group of
You're scheduled to
war
give a
veterans.
speech tomorrow to a group of war veterans. Do you still do it?
Especially.
This is a good one.
I mean,
I feel, as a man who is currently wearing like a blue velvet jacket, I feel I can make that look work for most situations.
you gotta have the huge hat though, right?
I guess it's the entire. I don't think you can remove articles of it if you're stuck in the costume.
Yeah, it's gotta be the big feather. the cane.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get too stereotypical here, of course, but I feel like the platform shoes will help you talk because you'll a little bit higher over the podium.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not trying to be offensive towards pimps, but
yes,
that's just what I have. Just like nice 1970s style. Like,
yeah, I just think generic 1970s clothes. I think it looks good.
They all do it. You guys are crazy.
Because our audience is full of pimps. I use that as the colloquial term of just great people.
Audience is pimps too.
Pop-up text. With your new data plan, you'll never pay for phone use or data for the rest of your life. If you agree to allow ads for someone better than you who you hate to follow every text you send. Do you sign the contract?
Someone.
All right. Billy, who's somebody better than you that you hate?
I was just thinking about that. Gwyneth Paltrow.
Okay. It is very like big of people to admit that I hate this person, and yet I also admit they are better than me.
Yeah, I don't hate her. I envy her life, that she can do what she wants.
Yeah, my good friend Tyler Davis. He's a great man. He's better than me in everything. But just because we do all the same things, sketch comedy, podcasts, etc., and he's just more successful each time. If I had to see his handsome face every ad, it'd be tough.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Not bad.
Okay. It's a good split. A lot of no's. A lot of people would not look at people they hate that are better than them.
This guy was in the last game or one of the previous games, I'm pretty sure.
You buy a computer and discover there's a human mind trapped inside. That mind belongs to Chris Pratt. Your consciousness is taking up the entire CPU and you need the computer for school. Do you delete them?
Oh my god! What is my question?
Wait. Now, is this his only mind or is this a copy of Chris Pratt's mind?
Just get a new computer. That's not an option. It's not an option to get a new computer. Do it.
Yeah. You need it for school. Hey, I couldn't delete a consciousness, no. I can't say that I have homework. I need to delete this human being.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no. Chris Pratt seems like a good guy.
Seems fine. I like Chris Pratt. I like all the Chris's.
Chad is saying, yep, I would totally delete Chris Pratt. No shame.
All right. Wow, okay, split evenly.
Split. Nice.
Well done. Well done. Good split.
Here's one I like to call.
And so we go on.
Container.
Message in a container.
While walking on the beach, you find a message.
While walking on the beach, you find a message in a bottle. The letter is addressed to you, and it only includes one short line. Salvation. Do you try to find this person? Whoa.
I'm getting vibes.
So it's like it's addressed to me like Dear CJ, and it just says salvation.
Yeah.
Do I try to find? Ooh.
That sounds a little culty.
Yeah. See, I'm such a fan of riddles. Like, I feel like that was an attempt to lure me into a trap.
Mm-hmm.
Like somebody who knows me well enough that I will put my own safety at risk to try and solve this. So I'm gonna say no.
I'm gonna say yeah. I'm going for it.
You going for it?
I'm going for it.
All right, everybody. You figured out how to capture millions.
Yeah. There's a white van with salvation.
Yeah, I gotta see where this goes. Split up, more no's than yeses. But you got Billy on your side. And in your van.
Binge Pipe presents Channel Roulette.
Channel Roulette.
In front of you sits a TV with 5
In front of
channels.
you
4 of
sits a
them are
TV
travel
with
channels.
5 channels.
The 5th
4
channel
of
is
them
devoted
are
to
travel channels.
this.
The 5th channel is
Once
devoted
you turn
to
it on, you will be
Watch the
instantly
Grim
transported
Adventures
to a
of Billy
fully
and
paid
Mandy.
weekend vacation to the
Once you
location
turn
that
on the
appears
TV,
on
you'll be
screen.
instantly
When you
transported to
turn
a
it
fully
on,
paid weekend vacation to the location that appears on screen. Do you turn it on? Okay, so you have a 1 in 5 chance of getting Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. The other 4 will just be random travel channels, destinations. You'll be transported there the second you turn on. Do you do it?
So you have a 1 in 5 chance of getting a vacation.
Well, you have a 4 in 5 chance.
4 in 5,
getting 1 in 5 chance of going to the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, where I believe children befriend the Grim Reaper.
Right. Yeah, I remember
It's a
the
little gothic.
I like
gothic.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that dangerous. I'll do it.
Yeah. The Grim Reaper was pretty useless, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Unless my biology like can't stand being animated or something.
Yeah.
Oh my god. And
This
that's that.
scenario is called
And I believe that's
Right In, Right
oh,
Off.
one more. Right in, right off.
In a presidential election, your
In a presidential election, your name has been entered on a shocking number of write-in ballots. You end up winning, narrowly defeating Barack Obama. Do you take the oath?
Ooh.
So either you or Barack Obama will be president. Do you do it? No.
Yeah. I'm gonna say yeah. I'm gonna say,
really?
yeah.
I would not wish that job on my worst enemy.
Yeah, I'm doing it just because I don't know. It seems like a pretty easy job. that anyone
Really? All right. I mean, I could see like wanting to give Obama a break. Like he did his time. Let him stay retired.
Ooh, nice split.
Good split. Well done.
Nice.
And now that was our first round, so now we're going to see who's in the lead.
There's a hyper-realistic cat paw. And the beans.
Wow, very close.
We've reached the decisive dimension.
Now this is going to be the final round where we're going to present you with one option. You just have to present an option that is equal terribly or equally good, depending on what the prompt is.
Remember, you want to make it as hard of a choice as
To mention one reason I
possible.
love
Correctly
this
prompt a certain player's decision,
game
you'll
is
earn
the
some
like
bonus
Twilight Zone
points.
aesthetic,
Let's
and the
begin.
original Twilight Zone is my favorite TV show.
Yeah.
I mean, there's other stuff. There's Outer Limits and
Option that
others,
you think
but
only some people would choose.
Yeah, I
this
think
is like just. Okay, good.
I've watched like all of the original Twilight Zone. So when I played this game for the playing at park forever.
This is a true story. My birthday is January 1st, New Year's Day, which is when the Twilight Zone marathon is. So it was like a tradition in my household for me to watch Twilight Zone all day on my birthday.
That's great. Aw.
So it is like, yeah, my favorite TV show.
That's a very specific birthday tradition.
Well, they aired a marathon just for me.
I guess that is the one thing I want to do after
Yeah.
watch some Twilight. Or Twilight Zone. Twilight, not Twilight.
Not Twilight. It's a different day.
That's save that one for March.
Yeah, exactly. That's a March watch right there. That's a St. Patrick's Day watch right there if I've ever seen one. If you're just joining us, we're playing Jackbox games, and we're winding down. But we are playing a game from Jackbox Party Pack 5 to preview Jackbox Party Pack 7, which comes out in 1 month. Speaking of things that happen on certain dates, on October 15th, middle of October, we're going to release Jackbox Party Pack 7. We've looked at 3 of those games today. Quiplash 3, Champed Up, and Blather Around 3, very different games too. And right now we're playing some classic Jackbox games. We'll be playing games here at PAX Online
Time's running out.
for the next 3 days. Join us, won't you? 1 to 3:45 every day.
Yeah, normally we would be in Seattle at PAX, kind of there with Jackbox games for everyone.
You get to create one new law. You can either forbid calling pets children.
All right, you've been elected to the highest court in the land. As part of the initiation, you get to create one new law. You can either forbid calling pets children or fur babies. So I'm going to guess is you can neither no longer call pets children or you can no longer call them fur babies. Which one do you remove?
Yeah, I might be a crazy cat lady, but so I'm within the law.
I think woof, children, take it.
Calling pets children, yeah.
Fur baby has an air of irony to it, whereas I feel like people very authentically sometimes think of their pets as children, and that's a little worrisome. What
Like
act do you?
stickers that they put on the cards.
What act do you choose to make illegal? Calling pets children or small talk on elevators?
I miss this talk on elevators now, though.
Yeah, it's true. What I wouldn't give for a how's the weather. Ooh, yeah. Even split. Although we lost some votes. Which act do you choose to make illegal? Calling pets children? Or maybe... Is that...
Mommy?
Is that something I don't know? Mommy?
I don't know what that is.
I don't either. So... Either... It's gotta be something. I'm looking this one up. I cannot be in the dark any longer.
Mommy. I mean, that's like Spanish for like mommy.
You didn't see that coming.
But I don't know if that's what I mean. Let's see, chat. What do you guys mean by that? I
Hey.
thought it said Miami.
Okay, so it's like a slang term. It's like catcalling, it looks like. So.
Yeah, you could use it that way.
Yeah, you're about to make a section on a magical. You're about to make a selection on a magical jukebox. The bartender warns you that the lyrics of the song will predict the events of your life over the next week. You can play "It's Raining Men" or "The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald." Which of these events do you want to happen over the next week?
I mean, if it's raining men, they just like, you know.
Yeah. Do you want to be drowning in men or just drowning?
Well, I mean, they wouldn't be okay? It's like a lot of legs and.
Yeah. It's rough. I mean, it's how you interpret it, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
The wreck of the Fitzgerald doesn't have a lot of interpretation. That boat got wrecked. Welcome to the jungle.
Kind of have a Jumanji moment.
Yeah, but I believe the first lyrics of that song is, "Do you know where you are? You're in the jungle, baby. You're going to die."
Oh no! Thank you. All right.
But even now.
Yeah. Good job, Keyblade. Even though I think you've played before today. I've got my eye on everyone now.
Yeah. Little Girls from Annie?
I don't know that song. Or
I'm also worried. So let's not comment on it. Let's just quietly let it pass by. Yeah, I got a little. It says from Annie.
Annie. Okay. A musical I don't remember.
Moving
cool.
For all I know, though, it could be a very popular K-pop song that I do not know.
Yeah.
Desperate for cash, you sign up to be a guinea pig. There are 2 experiments to choose from. You can either test the effects of an all-asparagus diet for a week, or which experiment do you partake in? All-asparagus diet, or Save Fredburger by the Big Devils? Once again, a reference I don't get.
Is Fred the kid from YouTube?
I assume there are more.
Yeah. Fred Burger is a cute little light green elephant. The Cartoon Network cartoon, The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
Oh, okay. Well, then we're fine. I think we're fine.
Yep.
Oh.
All asparagus diet. Or
an all asparagus
diet.
Would you prefer to eat tons and tons of asparagus or tons and tons of grapefruit?
I'm going for asparagus.
I go for asparagus too. I like savory over sweet.
Yeah. Same.
Plus, I assume I can still get the hollandaise sauce and just
Yeah.
kill my cholesterol.
That's exactly where my head went too. Just
Yeah.
butter.
Just butter it up and we're fine.
Yeah. You can't put butter on grapefruit.
All asparagus diet, become a literal guinea pig for a week.
I would do that.
You
Sounds
want
fun.
to eat a lot of vegetables or transmogrified into a small rodent.
Hmm.
I don't know. Who's in charge of me?
Yeah, that's a good question too.
Is like an 8-year-old in charge of feeding me? Is there a risk of starving?
Or is it a very nice scientist who's testing
Maybe
the nicest ways to treat guinea pigs?
Yeah. Or our audience want to be a guinea pig. All right, that is our final round. So let's see who won.
Beans.
Whoa, audience did really well.
Nice.
And did audience win? Let's take a look. Audience wins.
Ta-da! Good job,
Well
audience.
done.
Most
like. Well done.
That's so cute.
Yeah. This is how we shoot our Jackbox animations. A little behind the scenes look. I also like that this is one of the rare games where it tells you who got the most dislikes. If you look in the corner. All right.
Loser.
We are being told, we are being signaled that we have time for one more game. Mike Builder is flying by my window in his hot air balloon, in his top hat and monocle, and is giving me the thumbs up for one more game.
Thanks.
Yeah. The world's most eccentric, rich person, Mike Builder. All right. So one more game. Throw it to chat. We got time for one more. I think we would like, Espionage or Bracketeering. These are pretty good, fast-paced games.
Let's see. I'm getting a Drawful, Flash 2, 3, TKO, Fibbage.
Oh, we got a couple Fibbage could be good. We could do Fibbage real fast.
I would do a nice Fibbage. Maybe Fibbage 3.
Yeah, let's do Fibbage 3. Speaking in honor of Quiplash 3 coming out, let's go to Fibbage 3, one of our trilogies of games.
Trilogies?
Oh yeah, sorry, it is trilogy. Yes.
And this is from the Jackbox Party Pack 4. So we just played through. Today we've played through 4, 5, 6, and 7, right? Did we play 6? Yeah.
We definitely played 6 because we played the Criminal Party 2.
Yeah, so now we'll have played 4 through 7. Wow.
Wow.
All in a day's work, CJ.
We did it. They said we couldn't be done. They laughed at us.
They did. They mocked us.
They made fun of our poor, shabby clothes.
I did wear balloons in honor of Jackbox Party Pack 7, which is balloon theme.
Oh yeah,
so.
I love the balloon theme on Jackbox Party Pack 7.
Dude.
Okay, so we're getting ready to play Fibbage 3. A fun, unique, quirky kind of trivia game where you can make up lies in place of the truth and try to make your lies more convincing than the real answer. We're going to go ahead and send you that code in a minute. Once again, if you have played, this is our last game, so please make sure you give someone else a chance to play. Or you'll break our heart. Just, yeah, Belly and I raised you better than that.
You anymore.
No.
Okay, code incoming in the chat. There you go.
All right, code is coming in, so we're going to see these players pop up.
Wow.
Do you love new names? Yeah, these are pretty new names. Yeah, looks good. Audience, you can go in. Audience, I love when you play Fibbage 3 because you give points to lies that might not get points. So I just love to see how convincing it is with a wider spread. How many people can they fool?
I just love lying.
Yeah, I know, Belia. We saw your resume.
They can get in the audience at any time.
I don't think you are an animal trainer / fight warrior for it all.
Players, and they also get to guess the truth.
Drats! Foiled again.
Mm-hmm.
Round
one. You'll get 500 points for
Once again,
everyone you
another
fool,
game with a beautiful
and
aesthetic.
You'll net 1,000 for finding the truth. All right, choose a category.
Dork Idea Play, you get to choose what our category is going to be. Vanity Plates.
The record for the most money spent
on vanity license plates is currently held by a man from Abu Dhabi who in 2008 spent about 14 million so he could say blank on his vanity license plate. What did he write?
If you can't think of something,
write your answers now. Once again, there is a correct answer. There is a true answer. But our players are going to submit fake answers that they think can fool people into thinking is the real answer.
Yep. So you're not looking for funniest answer. You're trying to trick them, to deceive them.
Although usually the real answer is kind of wacky or weird. So it's not so much funny, but maybe offbeat or interesting.
Unexpected.
Yeah.
Man from Abu Dhabi. 2008. Interesting.
And is where Garfield would like to send Nermal, given their brothers.
I drive a really small, and so I checked to see if the license was available. In the state of Illinois, they charge like $78 or something for the vanity plates. So it wasn't worth the joke.
All right. Fun guy, too wealthy, 69 forever. 1, bored, playa. Shrek is love, Shrek is life. 2, cool for school, McDonald's, or rich. Which of these is the real answer? I'm guessing it is not Shrek is love, Shrek is life. I'm sorry to call you out like that.
There's character limit here.
There's just, like, as you drive by, people will be desperately trying to read your plate.
I mean, any of these is kind of ridiculous. Like, if any of these is true.
I have one that I like. I won't say until everybody's chosen their answer.
They have.
No, people are still choosing answers. We got time. Audience is still choosing.
Oh, audience. True.
I like one. I think one is very clever.
What?
Rich fooled 17% of the audience, 2 of our players. Lisbo, you got the lie.
Fools.
Leia. They're gonna play.
That's
That's
the
the audience lie. Too wealthy.
Good trick.
McDonald's. Percent of the audience.
Ooh.
Sample Eva. 6%.
Too many numbers.
Too cool for school. Nice. Wait. And their initials are TK?
Hey! You're right, CJ.
That seems like something somebody egotistical would do. They just want the number 1.
Mm-hmm. $14 million, though?
Yeah. It's amazing what some people would rather have than money.
Yeah, it is.
All right. So, you kind of get the idea of the game. You've seen what the answers look like. So, let's go to our next category.
Category is...
Russian? The old Russian saying that's equivalent to business before pleasure is when you have done the job, you may take a blank boldly.
Be nice.
I know what you're all thinking. Let's try to think of something whack here.
Keep it classy, PAX.
PAX? Yeah. Let's show PAX how wonderful we can be, so that we can have Jackpot PAX next year.
Yeah, exactly. So that they invite us back again.
Yeah. Okay, we have one more answer to come in. All right.
Okay, look for the truth and pick it.
You may take a hit boldly, pizza break boldly, big whiff boldly. You may take a sit boldly. You may take a pee boldly. You may take a soup boldly. You may take a drink boldly. You may take a stand boldly. You may take a walk boldly. You may take a chicken leg boldly.
Everyone was nice. Thank you.
This is good. So when you have done the job,
break.
Which of these you take boldly? You like pizza break?
I wish I got a
big. I like big whiff.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. It's a funny word, whiff.
Whiff.
Okay, let's take a look.
You may take a stand boldly, and 9% of the audience. It is Mezzy's. You may take a sit boldly. Ooh. Oh, onion cookie, you fooled 3 of your fellow players. Well done, you deceptive devil. Take a drink boldly, and 1/4 of the audience. Dark idea play. Well done. Take a chicken leg boldly, got 4% of the audience. Beat a roll. Big whiff, this is my guess. Oh, audience, you fooled me. Audience, here I was talking down to you, and you're smarter than me. Huh? Oh.
Too good to be true.
Oh. Man, what is it?
Take a soup boldly? Okay.
No.
We've run through all of them.
The correct answer is take a walk boldly.
The most benign.
Wow.
Nothing like a good
It was the most benign. I mean, you know, you did a good job. You may boldly take a walk.
Yeah, I was going to anyway, but thank you.
No, you've earned it. Take that walk.
Okay, pick a
All right, Onion Cookie 3, you get to choose our category for us. What kind of lie are we telling?
And time's up.
Bad gifts.
All right, here it is. Wedding presents don't have to be conventional.
Being in 2017, engaged couples can now register for gifts at blank. So this is this place you're probably familiar with, now doing wedding registries.
Interesting. So I'm guessing it's not something like Bed Bath & Beyond. Probably something.
They'd already have it. It'd be something. Yeah. I'm trying to think of the weirdest place my wife and I registered. I can't really think of anything.
I was gonna say like NASA, like just NASA.
You can just buy a rocket for a new, or like
Oh,
a
like
star.
a star, yeah.
All right, that's a good answer. If you don't have one, right, NASA?
This is how we're gonna fund our space program for now.
I think you and I can give Elon Musk a run for his money.
I think so.
The Home Shopping Network, McDonald's, PAX, Paying, The Worst, Games, Domino's, Walmart, Pepperidge Farms, GameStop, Spencer's, The Hard Rock Cafe. Some very fun ones here.
Register for gifts at Paying, The Worst.
I don't want to know which one you think is right. No, you're getting married. Which of these do you register at?
Whoa, I'm getting married? Okay,
Congrats.
yeah, I like the idea. Well,
Give me a sham wedding just to get the gifts. Which one do you want?
I want Spencer's. That's gonna be wacky.
Spencer's? Yeah, that'd be some good stuff that your friends buy you.
Whoopee cushions, I imagine. Edible whoopee cushions.
See, I said the same thing with Home Shopping Network. That way, just a lot of impulse buys.
Mm-hmm.
McDonald's? Incorrect. Dirk Plays Live. GameStop. Are there GameStop still? Should I not?
They're slowly fading. They're slowly fading.
Not. Walmart. Walmart seemed like a really sensible answer.
Mm-hmm.
Ventures.
It's a good
Which
one.
one I think is right. There's a lot of good ones.
Ooh, audience.
Once again, I fell for the audience again. Audience has got me.
8% of the audience really love.
Listen, you can't register at PAX, but I will DJ your wedding. Domino's, audience 8%.
What?
The truth.
Pizza party.
You can register at Domino's. Yeah,
Wow.
do they like cater, or is it just like a year of pizza for the happy couple?
No idea. I hope it's just like coupons, so you just get pizza.
Domino's, sponsor us. We'll talk about you.
Now for round two,
All right.
where the stakes
Round
are
2.
doubled.
Points are doubled.
Give me a category.
Too much money.
Oh, that's my problem.
Yeah.
Let's see how
Always
this
lording
strikes
your
you.
riches over us.
During the 2016-2017 NHL
During the
season,
2016-2017 NHL season, the Arizona Coyotes made a plea to their fans to stop blank. Fans, please stop. What did the Coyotes beg their fans stop?
NHL, that's hockey.
Yeah.
I know stuff about sports.
You sure do. Two things about you. You are rich and you love sports.
So, NHL, the Arizona blank.
Yeah.
What could draw the ire of the NHL of the Arizona Coyotes? They're so mild-mannered normally.
Hurry up. Use a suggestion if you can't think of anything.
Looks like everyone's entered their lies.
All right, let's see which one is correct. We have stop, please stop howling at the moon, buying tickets, howling, marking territory, praying, dancing the aisle, stalking them, doing the wave, making the fight too much.
I hate when they make the fight too much.
Stop making the fight.
You can make
All
the
right.
fight, just not too much.
I have no idea who wrote these answers. I feel like we have a smaller group of believable answers here.
Mm-hmm.
than the previous round. Last round, a lot of those were up for grabs. Here, I think I can see 3 of these being real.
Time's running out. Get your votes in.
Get your votes in. We got 2 people.
And what did people pick?
All right. Is it Dancing in the Aisles? Played by 1 player.
Good
Audience,
job.
you got him. Praying? There's like, how do you police
Need it.
Howling at the Moon. 8%. 9. But we have howling also. So let's see if it's less specific. Non-targeted howling.
Good thing they weren't marking their territory.
Stalking them. 8%. Buying tickets. That one is funny.
I like that one.
You get the comedy points there. Howling.
No dice.
Ooh, that's a good fool. I probably would have voted for that.
Mm. Yeah, the coyotes, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. Making the fight too much.
The audience also thinks that's funny.
It is not making the fight too much. Doing the wave.
Oh.
Wow.
Because we wouldn't want to ruin hockey's classy
Who'd have thunk?
Who had a sports team demand their audience stop doing the wave? Just distracting, or was there like danger?
Yeah, danger. No more waving. Waving? No.
Yeah. When you do the wave, listen, first you do the wave, that leads to making the fight, you know? The slippery slope.
It's too dangerous, too risky. We can't be liable.
And the question is, have a little throw.
Karen category. Consider patronizing Serendipity 3 in New York, where you can buy a $1,000 blank.
All right, type in your lies.
I actually know what Serendipity 3 is.
What is it?
I can't tell you because I'm
Totally fair.
going to keep it quiet.
Guess what it is? Definitely Gwyneth Paltrow, where
You
they
know?
sell scented candles and like goop, whatever that is.
To tease it, I've been there, and your guess of Gwyneth Paltrow is not crazy based on the reason I knew what it was.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, my mortal enemy, Gwyneth Paltrow, though. Seems like
Yeah,
she would own a Serendipity 3 in New York. I hope she's not watching this.
She probably is.
I'm
Gwyneth
so
Paltrow is a big Jackbox fan.
All right, find the truth.
All right. Consider we can buy a $1,000 Twinkie, hat, box of high-end toothpicks, sandwich, dog food bowl, golden PlayStation 5, deck of cards, ice cream sundae, and milkshake.
Yeah, all of these except for one of them are really good. I'm not.
All of these, except for one of them, are really good, and that person should be ashamed of themselves. We won't say which one. They know.
Yeah.
Da, da, da. All right, so audience, players are in, so audience, make sure you get your vote in. Audience have been doing a good job fooling people this round, too. This game. It's a dog food bowl. That is the audience lie. Once again, they fooled someone. Sandwich. 5% of the audience. Golden PlayStation 5. 5% of the audience. Really good spreads these rounds. A lot of good lies. Box of high-end toothpicks. 24% of the audience. But it's Menzies eye. I could imagine that like it's made of a really fancy wood.
Mm-hmm.
Like redwood toothpicks or something.
Like an
Milkshake.
extinct tree side for this.
Yeah. Hat.
Just hat.
Just hat.
It's a normal hat, just $1,000.
Yeah, it's a good hat though. Like it's adjustable. Twinkie, 5%.
Ooh.
Ooh. And
No
finally,
way.
ice cream sundae.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a dessert place. Featured in the romantic comedy Serendipity.
I'm kidding.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
I learned something today. Thank you.
It's also in the romantic comedy One Fine Day.
Oh wow, this is kind of a store then.
Yeah, there's a, you know, and I can't tell you what it is. There is a third romantic comedy that features it, and I cannot remember what it is. If you in the chat know, write in.
In 2017, the Russian
In
hacker
2017, the Russian hacker group Turla got pretty inventive. They tried to avoid detection by hiding their malware instructions in... Woof, relevant. Here we are at PAX, malware, Russian hackers, 2017.
But where did they hide their malware instructions?
Where would anyone hide their malware instructions? Where do you hide your malware instructions? Really?
I used to work in IT, so I have a few ideas of where they would hide their instructions. And it's, in a folder labeled homework, and, no one would go in there. Because it sounds boring. Don't hide it in a folder labeled malware instructions.
No. Well, hold on, I gotta change some things. Shift some files around. All right, one more player. Get in.
Okay, which one is the truth?
All right, did they hide their malware instructions in a pizza box, tweets about apples, bubblegum wrappers, terms of service, RPG 66, the terms and conditions, pictures, solitary game, Britney Spears' Instagram?
No one ever reads the TOS. No one reads.
Those are interesting answers. Yeah, we got 2 variations of that too.
Because it's true. I mean, I just scroll down, click agree. Scroll and agree.
Yeah, it is interesting if it's like within code or if there's like a physical place they wrote it and sent it to each other. I don't know.
I like the pizza box theory.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see what the audience and our players liked.
Terms
and
conditions.
Conditions.
Fooled ya.
Good lie. Terms of service. Oh, wow. I really thought one of those was right. Oh, this opens things up. Solitaire game. What do I think it is now? I really thought it's one of those. Bubblegum
I think
wrappers.
I know.
You think you know what it is? All right.
One. I'm pretty sure.
Listen, you know your malware like I know my romantic comedies. Britney Spears Instagram?
Oh! Close.
You were wrong? All right.
It's close. Same idea. Britney Spears. Huh.
Yeah.
Leave Britney alone.
Britney Spears is our cover agent.
Oops. Taking up the scores
again. Yeah. This is our final fibbage round. So, this is our final round. This is our final answer of our final game. But once again, you can play. Got 5 minutes. In July of 2017, the Newberry Library in Chicago put out an unusual call for help. They needed people to blank some blank. Keep it clean, PAX. I mean, keep it kind of clean.
Yeah,
Use your judgment.
Well, we got 5 minutes left.
We'll always love you. Yes, this is our final game. Once again, we are at PAX for the rest of the week. We are playing Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 1 to 3:45. We'll be showing off new games in the Jackbox Party Pack 7, which comes out October 15th. Once again, you can pre-order the Jackbox Party Pack 7 on Steam or go to shop.jackboxgames.com for 10% off the new pack.
Woo!
Oh yeah, and the 5 games in Jackbox Party Pack 7, Quiplash 3, Talking Points, Champed Up, Blather Around, and Devils in Details. Today we saw Quiplash 3, Talking Points. Sorry, we saw Quiplash 3, Champed Up, and Blather Around.
Yeah, and I feel like when we do pre-order the game today, Party Pack 7's open for pre-order, and if you can't buy it now, wishlist us on Steam.
And if you like what we do, you can follow us on Twitter, Instagram.
And TikTok now.
And TikTok now. They needed some people to rewind some VHS tapes, tell some scary stories, translate some magic spells, sort some books, marry some puppets, research some recipes for gold, dust some fingerprints, scoop some ice cream, eat some books. These are all fun. Wonderful job, everybody.
I would have written read some books. I feel like every library needs people to come over and read.
Please.
Bored.
There's so many books. Will anybody read them?
Interesting. This is a Chicago question, which I'm based in Chicago. I don't know if you are, CJ.
Yeah, I am based in Chicago. Jackbox office is based in Chicago. Place. So were you part of this group that did this when they asked for volunteers? I was. I did this.
Oh yeah.
Rewind some VHS tips. Almost 50% of the audience, but it's a lie. Look at the player made a huge give on there. Dust some fingerprints. Only 4% of the audience, and it is also a lie.
This is getting interesting.
Eat some books. Sorry, books went uneaten. Sort some books. I mean, a fairly simple answer, but could have been right. And it did fool some people. Marry some puppets, very fun. But incorrect. Good lie on that one. Scoop some ice cream, sure. Ice cream social at the library, I'd go.
Too messy.
Research some recipes for gold.
For gold? Just for gold?
It's just AU. Translate some magic spells. A lot of players, it's the truth.
Wow, that's definitely something I would have done too. Newberry, what?
Yeah, I was there. We got it. Why I placed a curse on everyone who's played today. Just kidding. I would never curse you. I thank you so much for playing with us today. But our winner for this round is Dorkadia Play. Well done. We've had many winners. Belly and I are very proud of you. As your new parents.
Yeah. Let's adopt them.
Yeah, but unfortunately it's time to push them out of the nest so they can grow up. Super fun playing with you. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for watching the preview of the Jackbox Party Pack 7. Comes out October 15th. Thank you for playing classic Jackbox games. I had a lot of fun. Did you have fun?
Yeah, I had a ton of fun.
Yeah? You seem like you're lying or fibbing.
I had so much fun. I'll be back again tomorrow.
Whoa! All right, I believe you now. You get my vote. Thank you so much for playing with us. I hope everybody enjoys the rest of PAX. If you're not here for the rest of the Jackbox games, I hope you enjoy all the other events. Hope to see you at other online conferences throughout the year, and we'll see you in the Jackbox servers.
Bye!
Hello everyone, this is Kevin from Treasure Coast Games, here to give you a quick introduction to our game, Hamster Scramble.
Hamster Scramble is a brand new fusion between two familiar genres, a platformer and a match 3 puzzle game. It's separated into two distinct sections, the puzzle boards up above and the platforming stage below. In most puzzle games, you just have the game board and throw pieces at it from a static location. In Hamster Scramble, however, you have full control over a character in the stage below. It is also here that the hamsters will scramble. The hamsters enter from the top of the stage via pipes running up the sides of the area, and loop back up when they reach the bottom. In order to make matches on the puzzle board, players will have to chase down and catch the hamsters. Each hamster has a color, and when caught, becomes a ball of the same color carried by the player. The player can then aim and throw the ball at the board to try and make matches. Making matches sends orbs at the opponent's board, filling up a meter that adds a line when full, pushing the opponent's board downward. If a player's board hits the center line, they lose. The platforming and puzzles themselves are rather straightforward, so I'll skip to the fun part, swapping. In Hamster Scramble, making matches isn't the only way to attack your opponent. Players also have the ability to swap into their opponent's side of the stage for a limited time. While there, you can harass your opponent and disrupt their game plan by throwing balls at their board, stealing their hamsters for yourself, or straight up finishing them off. Players can defend themselves from an invading opponent by attacking them, which will knock their hamsters out of their hands and stun them for a short time. Finding the right times and positions to swap is key to getting the most out of it. Each stage in Hamster Scramble has its own unique look, platform layout, and mechanics, such as slippery ice platforms and bubbles that catch hamsters and carry them upward. Players will have to adjust their strategies depending on which stage they are playing in. In our demo here at PAX Online, up to 4 players can enjoy local and online multiplayer in 4 of the game's stages. There's also the Hamster Village to explore, and a taste of the game's single-player content as well. So please come try out the game, and have a great time at PAX Online!
Hi, I'm KA, Community Manager at Milky Tea, an indie game development studio based in Liverpool, UK. I'm here to introduce you to our most recent game, Hyper Brawl Tournament. The universe's greatest heroes have been summoned to compete in a showdown for the ages to find the next protector of the universe. Smash, brawl, and score your way to victory in relentless, high adrenaline PvP arena battles for 1 to 4 players. What does all that mean? Let's take a look. Before each match, players must choose their perfect loadout from 12 unique heroes across 3 different hero types, as well as 8 unique weapons that all allow for different tactics and styles of play. Every match plays out in a best of 3, with each round lasting 90 seconds. Your objective is to outscore your opponent, and if there's no clear winner when the time is up, the match goes into sudden death, while the first goal wins. You've got a number of tools to help secure your victory, but it's all about how you use them. Your most basic move is your throw. This is fused with an ability called Hypercurve that gives you complete control over the ball, allowing you to change its course mid-air. You can also pass the ball directly to your player or AI teammate, which allows you to quickly move the ball from one flank to the other. You're also able to perform a dive, which is ideal for intercepting the ball. Next up is combat. Beyond being able to knock out opponents by throwing the ball at full force, you're also able to both punch and kick. The punch allows you to attack in place, which is handy for trying to steal the ball at its current location. The kick, however, allows you to travel across the arena as you dish out the damage. Hyper Brawl is an arena-based sports brawler that you can play either alone or with friends. For new players, we've got 3 different training modes. The Trials teach you the core mechanics, the Advanced Trials test your skills and everything you've learned, and Free Play lets you practice without constraints. In Arcade mode, you can jump into heart-pounding local multiplayer matches for 1 to 4 players. On top of that, the party system allows you to invite your friends into private matches that let you take your rivalries online. If you want to play alone, the single player campaign lets you build your own team to compete in league and cup tournaments to become the greatest team in the universe. If you're looking for a real challenge and want to show off your skills, you can take on the world in the online Blitz mode, where you face off against friends and strangers alike, build your win streak, and brawl to top the worldwide leaderboards. Hypercurve is one of the game's core mechanics, and it lets you control the ball mid-air. Using this ability, every match becomes considerably less predictable and allows you to score a goal from pretty much anywhere in the arena, especially if your opponent didn't see it coming. The Hypercurve can be used anytime you throw the ball and allows you to control the ball's trajectory around obstacles and players alike. Think of it like a superpower that keeps your opponent on their toes. The more power you add to your throw, the less control you'll have over the Hypercurve itself, so you must carefully consider how and when to use it. At times where the match may not be going your way, you can channel the Hyperforce, which gives your heroes superhuman power and the ability to launch their rivals out of the arena to help ensure a last-minute comeback. To acquire this ability, your heroes need to take damage, either from being attacked by an opponent, hit by a weapon, or knocked out by the ball. Once a hero has taken sufficient damage, they're able to activate the Hyperforce at a time of their choosing. If you would like to learn more, head on over to hyperbrawl.com or check out our social media channels. We'll be sharing additional Hyperbrawl deep dives in the weeks to come, leading up to our launch this fall on Steam, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch. See you in the arena.
Hi, I'm Joel from Generosity. Generosity is a charity marathon that happens biannually. We call it a guerrilla charity marathon because we pop up, we run from a physical space for 48 hours to 96 hours, and then we pack it all down and we disappear with 100% of all money raised going directly to the charity that we're supporting. With a variety of streamers, content creators, YouTubers, musicians, dancers, it's got everything. A typical Generosity is a physical event that we take over a location and for 48 hours plus, We have all these content creators, streamers, musicians, dancers coming through the door and doing different segments in this little studio that we built. This Generosity is going to be a little bit different.
Hi everyone. Hi PAX, how's it going? So welcome to our panel. This is We're Here, We're Queer, Now What? So this is going to be an LGBTQ focused panel about working in the industry, working on games with queer content, and just talking a little bit about, you know, our personal experiences as developers within this space. So I'm really excited. We have a really fantastic panel lined up for you today, and yeah, we're going to talk about, you know, our games, but also our day-to-day sort of, you know, experiences, and I think it'll be really great. So to kick off introductions, hello, my name is Cheska. I am a game designer and developer currently based in Wisconsin. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm currently employed at Fulbright as a designer, just recently started there. I'm really excited. And I also work on independent games, mostly multiplayer content or narrative-focused games. And the last thing that I'll mention is I also teach Introduction to Game Development for Marginalized Genders through an organization called Code Coven. So please check us out. We're entirely remote and online, and I'm really passionate about, you know, helping others get into games and start making their own games. Yeah, so passing it off to the panel, let's go through and we'll do some quick introductions.
Sure. I'll get started. My name is Anna Valens. I'm a games journalist, mostly focusing on covering indie, adult, and queer games, usually the intersection of all those. I'm also an adult game developer myself, and I'm a sex worker as well that has a pretty big client base of like geeky fandom, gamer queers. So yeah, I sit at a very interesting intersection there. And my pronouns are she, her.
Oh, I'll go next. Hi, everyone. It's nice to meet you all. And I'm very happy to be invited here to our digital panel. My name is Carbanoid. I'm also known as Dreadful Damsel. I'm currently employed by Team Nimbus, an indie game company, and we're working right now on our first production called Cloud Meadow. First production, and it is completely queer inclusive, so it's very exciting. I'm also non-binary. I use they, them pronouns. Oh, I'm also, hold on. We're talking about other things. I'm also, I work on, I've been working in the entertainment industry or the adult entertainment industry specifically for a very long time. I also work as a adult entertainer. Dancing, camming, all those things, and working in adult gaming, adult queer gaming, and adult entertainment really very heavily intersect and inform each other. I have, like Anna said, I have a lot of fans who cross over from both my erotic artwork and into my adult modeling. So a lot of nerds who like to be horny.
Big mood.
Heck yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much. Who's ready to go next?
I'll go. Hi, I'm Danny DeLaunders. I'm the head developer of the popular visual novel called Validate, Struggling Singles in Your Area. I go by they, she. I'm a non-binary woman. I'm currently chilling. Validate's pretty much my main priority.
Nice.
And it's great. It's queer. It's people of color. It's awesome. We have an Italian. He's kind of cool. But other than that,
representation.
Representation. We gotta have that white representation, y'all. But other than that, yeah, Stan Validate. Stan Yolanda. She's the best character in Validate.
Congrats on the Kickstarter, by the way.
Thank
That's
you.
so cool.
Hello, sorry, I was muted. Hello, my name is Veronica Nicotine Ripley. I'm a content creator on Twitch.tv. I'm one of those Twitch streamers you may have heard about. I do a lot of roleplay content, so I focus mainly on tabletop RPG and Grand Theft Auto roleplay at the moment. I also do some variety content occasionally, and I'm extremely trans. And I like to say she, her. So
Awesome. Thanks so much, everyone. Yeah, I am so excited for this panel. For myself, at least, this is my first time getting to really like sit down and meet and chat with many of you, and I'm really excited to learn from y'all and hear about your experiences. So I think just to kick us off. Yeah, I think we mentioned some of the current projects that we're working on, but just for a bit of context, I was wondering if we could also just mention, oh my god, big cat, so cute.
Oh my god.
What is your cat's name?
Topic.
That's first question, yeah.
This is Mephistopheles.
Oh my gosh,
We just call him Mephisto.
That's adorable.
I want to make a dark deal so bad.
Yeah. Oh my god, what a cutie. But yeah, I'm hoping that we can mention what are some of the queer games that folks can go check out to find your work. Just kind of what we've been up to recently. So I can kick it off and then we can go around again. So some of the recent things that I've published in my independent work that are queer games. So I recently launched a game called Starcrossed, which is a 2-player, it's a cooperative action arcade game about magical girls in space. So you get to pair up the different characters for this more 2-player intimate gameplay and save the galaxy, and there's lots of sparkles, and it's very queer, and yeah, so that was one of my first sort of large-scale independent launches, and it really helped me actually get involved in sort of the queer game space, which was really exciting for me. And then more recently, I launched a game called We Should Talk, which is a short-form narrative game about the nuance of communication. So it explores conversation, the difficulty of conversation and being understood correctly, and so that game came out recently as well. So those are the things that I'm really interested in exploring, is intimacy between characters, but also intimacy between players as they engage with digital spaces. So those are some of my interests in game making. What other games have folks been working on recently that people can check out?
I really wanted to jump in real quickly and just say that I played We Should Talk, I believe it was at the Game Devs of Color Expo last year in New York, and I loved it. It was so good.
Thank you.
And especially, it also made me better understand the way I communicated with my partner at the time, and also other people in general, and the ways in which it was helpful in some ways and not so much others. So it's a really fantastic game that really does explore issues of gender and sexuality really well.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Yeah, we really look to, even just couples therapy and figuring out the power that, swapping out simple words say starting a sentence with you versus starting a sentence with I versus saying we completely changes how that thing is understood. So yeah, I'm really happy that came across. So thank you.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely. I definitely felt that. As for what I've been working on recently, in terms of my reporting, I love reporting about queer adult games. I actually did report on Cloud Meadow a little while ago, before I even knew that Dreadful was working on it. It was
I did see that.
I was like, oh my god, what? This awesome person I follow also does this game I love. That's crazy, bonkers. But last year I published my first long-form adult game, which is called Blood Pact, and it's built by and for trans women, more specifically trans lesbians, and it's basically, without giving away too much of the story, because it's a plot that you do want to enjoy as it comes to you, no pun intended. It's about this lonely trans girl that accidentally makes a blood pact with this really hot dominant succubus trans girl, and they start a coven together, and they have a lot of sex, and based on true story, it happened.
Yeah, I was that's so relatable.
I know, right? I had to change the names around, but no, in all seriousness though, Nicotine helped me with it. She did the voice acting, which came out phenomenal. And that was a project that was really near and dear to me, expressing queer trans lesbian desire in a way that was really centered around how we feel about other trans women. And I'm working on 2 other erotica kinetic interactive fiction projects right now. One is about a trans girl getting a blowjob from another trans girl during a nuclear bomb going off. And another is about like this girl that is like in love with her best friend and then turns into like a giantess and like things happen. So, you know, like all nonfiction, of course. But yeah, I've definitely been busy working late nights, turning all of those interesting fantasies into interesting realities.
Awesome, thank you.
I guess I can go next. I've been working on Validate. Validate is my first game. It's kind of insane to tell people that because they don't believe me. Validate's yeah, it's my first game.
Why don't they know? What makes it that they don't believe you?
I mean, Validate is just like super duper big, and people are just like, "No way, this is your first game." And I'm just kind of like. Like,
yeah, I think the success that it has found has been phenomenal. It's been really great to see like the community rally behind it. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, our Kickstarter ended about 2 weeks ago from Monday. It's been really great. It's really taught me a lot about people in the industry, like the industry in general, and how for a very long time people have wanted games just like Validate, like games with people of color, games with queer people of color. And how there's been a need for it for like almost like a decade, and it just has not come. And then I decided that I wanted to make a game with my friend one day, and it just became what it is now. So that's what I've been working on. I'm the head developer. I oversee everything. I'm also the head writer. So I write on Validate. I'm writing Malik and Yolanda, two of my favorite characters in the game. Yolanda's the best character in the game, so y'all just have to
not
look
biased
up.
at all.
Not biased, but she's the best. You can ask anyone. So that's pretty much what I've been working on. Stan Validates, validategame.com, all that stuff.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, I'll go next. So currently I'm working for Team Nimbus, which is an indie gaming company, on the farming, fighting, breeding dungeon crawler Cloud Meadow. It's all of those things I just listed. There's so many cute, fun things and bubbly art. I am specifically an artist. I am an animator, and I might end up doing some coding at some point. Who knows? I mean that's in my history as well, so I wouldn't be surprised. It is an adult game, so since I got on board, I've mostly been animating sex scenes. A lot of just anything, pretty much like whatever pairings, whatever genders you can think of, lots of different body types, and different ways of, expressing your sexuality. Are you dominant, are you submissive, are you top or your bottom, etc. The team takes the time to make sure that the different things are all getting covered. It's all in paperwork. It's none of the inclusivities happen by accident. It's all paid attention to, and it's a lot of fun. I'd have to say, in all of the work in animation I've done over the last 12 years, has definitely been the most fun and the most rewarding as well.
Awesome.
I feel like in character animation, it's a very high in demand skill, but it's not very well compensated because nobody really believes that it's worth more. And with indie gaming companies, they're taking less time spending money on feeding into corporate and spending money on the artists who are working on making the game a reality, the artists and other creators. So it's been rewarding, not just in bringing diversity that has intention behind it into the industry, as well as paying enough to keep a roof over my head, unlike some other very popular companies I've worked for in the past. And it's my first step into gaming, because I'm personally not a gamer myself. My passion lies in television, animation. Unfortunately, working on the things that you're super passionate about can sometimes make you like hate it. So I went into something that would be a really good use of my skills, but wasn't something that I like pour my heart and soul into in my personal life as well. And that kind of separation makes doing the work a lot easier. So being able to approach gaming, coming from a different background, even though I have overlapping skills, was really, really refreshing. And working for an indie company, unlike other studio settings I've been in before, they take a lot more effort into making the work environment safe and accommodating for everybody. Except when you work for another studio that gets commissioned by multi-billion-dollar companies, they don't care about your feelings. They just want their product. So being able to work in gaming and in independent gaming that is rewarding kind of also allows me to manage my personal life. I am able to pursue a lot of other things, like I'm also a sex worker, and I am able to pursue personal artwork. I don't just animate, I also paint, I also build things, I do lots of different types of design outside. So working in gaming is like just provided me with a lot of opportunities that I did not have when working in adjacent industries.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
My experience so far has been pretty awesome.
Awesome. Yeah, and I think that is absolutely a point that I want to come back to, because I find that a lot of folks who are working in, on queer games, and they themselves are queer, they put a lot of themselves and their own experiences into their work, and it becomes very tied to like identity. So I want to come back and revisit this, but let's finish quickly.
I don't have any. I just play the games that the smarter people like create.
Well, talk to us. Well, then we can adjust it a little bit. Why don't you talk to us about...
So very
what are you
occasionally.
playing?
Well, so very occasionally I'll do I'll appear in other people's games, like Anna Valens, Blood Pact, or Hard Coded. I don't know if you've ever heard of Hard Coded.
Yes.
Amazing.
Fantastic. I appear as an Easter egg in Hard Coded. There's that really I don't really like work on games necessarily. I'm not opposed to the idea, but I've just never found the time. I just do a lot of roleplay content. Occasionally my roleplay content veers into the very, very queer. Like every single one of my characters is queer in some way. So.
And I think to kick us off, I'd love to revisit this point about, separation of your personal life from, your day-to-day work. And as I said, I just find that many of the games that I make that are queer, I'm working with small teams that are putting a lot of their own experiences and and just like their thoughts into this game. So it becomes inherently a bit personal and tied to their, not work life. And I'm wondering if this is an experience that you all are having as well, and how you sort of navigate that.
Absolutely. For me, like, there's a lot about myself that's really vulnerable in my work, and then kind of put myself into it, whether that's writing about writing about sex work, or writing about sex with other trans women, whether it's writing about things like the journey into coming into my queerness. Those are all really personal like themes that I talk about in my work, because I feel like it's super important to put it out there and show people the messiness of these identities and how difficult it can be. If you're a queer trans woman who wants to do sex work, that's a lot of internalized shame that you have to deal with. And for me, learning, I think two things. One, like having really strong boundaries and putting them down and saying, this is who I am, this is what I'm going to put out there, and this is what I'm not going to put out there. Like, I had a very messy coming out with my family. I don't really talk about my family and my work for that reason. I don't feel like I want to do that, and that's a boundary I've stood up for in my life. And also, meanwhile, with sex work, you know, kind of similarly, I'm very, very open about doing sex work. I'm partly out of principle. I feel like it's super important for me politically to be really open about it, because I think it helps destigmatize it. And for me, being able to navigate that and talk about it, but also decide, like, okay, but parts of my sex work and my adult work are not entering my main account on Twitter, or I'm going to talk about a lot of parts about my sex working life, or about my queer identity in my games, but these specific things, that's a no-go. So being able to really do that and say, like, these are my boundaries and sticking to them, while it can be a privilege in its own right, like, being able to do that has helped me a real lot, and that's absolutely been vital.
Yeah. No, yeah, I definitely have had, like, similar experiences where I definitely find that my relationship to the queer content that I'm producing, and this is sort of, I've actually discovered this kind of through our interviews and actually talking with you, Anna, but thinking about how the way that I represent queerness in my games, or how I navigate that as a topic, is very closely related to how I experience my own queerness. And personally for me, I find that my queerness is often very invisible. I'm a bisexual woman in a relationship with a man, and that's not often a part of my identity that is very visible to others. And I have found that as a result of that, when I make queer content in my games, I often don't feel comfortable approaching those sort of topics more head on or more bluntly. It's usually just something that is interwoven into my characters or my narrative or my world building as something that is commonplace and is accepted because that's how I view my own identity, but it's not something that is like prominently visible in my work often. So that's something I've been navigating and thinking about a lot recently.
Absolutely. I can definitely relate to that. A lot of similar experiences there for me too.
Yeah. Invalidate, so the whole game, like, everyone in the game is gay, like, and is queer. Like, that is kind of just, like, the whole point. Like, even if they come off as a straight person, by the end of their journey, they will understand more about themselves and be queer. That is not a spoiler. That is sort of the spoiler, but whatever.
Queers make queer games.
Yeah. Like, everyone...
I don't expect any different from you.
Yeah, like, everyone on the team is queer. Everyone on the team is a person of color because, the industry is very, 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 very white. And I wanted to emphasize that, like, making games with people of color should be made by people of color. But especially myself as the head developer, I'm a Black woman. I am very marginalized in the gaming community. People do not like me. And that's fine, because I don't give a shit. Like, if you don't like me, oh well. Like, I'm still alive, and I'm still kicking it, and I'm still having this awesome-ass game.
Hell yeah.
But I am also like a non-binary woman. I am bisexual with a preference towards men, which kind of sucks. But, like, writing those kind of stories, writing those stories with people of color is just something that's never done ever. And I feel like with Validate, I'm really given the opportunity to write these stories, especially, like, since I am Yolanda's writer. Yolanda is Black, and she's French, Black, and Korean. She's biracial. And, like, there's just so many stories that are just not written about, like, so many marginalized people who very much exist. And Yolanda's whole story is basically how she wants to stand up for herself as a woman, as a Black woman. She doesn't want to be stepped over. She doesn't want to be someone's mammy. She just wants to be herself. And Malik's story, who I'm also writing, is that he is a Ghanaian American, and I'm Nigerian American. Same, all West Africa is kind of the same. So I wanted to personalize Malik a little bit and how he feels disconnected to his own culture, which is how I felt growing up, and like how like he never really meshed with his parents that much, and how he never really got a chance to really explore his sexuality and his gender, because when you're born to immigrant parents, you really don't get that opportunity to do so. So I really wanted, like, my queerness and, like, everyone's queerness on the team, like, all of the writers are queer and people of color. Like, we are all, every character that we write is somewhat personal to us, and, like, we are putting our own stories into these characters. That's not saying it's a self-insert. we have stories that are just never told, and I'm very, very grateful that I'm given the opportunity to tell my story, and I'm giving others the opportunities to also tell their stories, because we hope that Validate coming out introduces a whole new wave of stories created by people of color for people of color. So basically, I recruited people of color who like I knew in my circle, like all of the artists are people of color, like all the writers, programmers, musicians, like we're all people of color. I really try to emphasize that we are people of color because a lot of gaming companies try to get away with calling themselves diverse while having 10 white people and then one person of color. Like it's not diversity. That's just a token person, and even if you don't intend it, that's how it looks.
It's always the situation with POC people in creative boards. It was the same thing my entire life, every single studio I worked for, and even in my education. I was always the only black person in the room, or if I wasn't the only black person, I was the darkest person in the room. You stick out. Everyone knows that you're there, but they also know that you're different, so they don't know how to interact with you as if you don't speak English.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't have this job if I didn't speak English, so I don't know.
It's bullshit. Like, I genuinely do think it's bullshit, and I this is why I prefer to work for myself and not for others, because the environment, like the workplace environment I've created for Validate is so welcoming and so safe. I've heard so many horror stories of people being like, oh, I worked in this company and they treated me like this and they said racist jokes and they thought they can get away with it and just like this. Like, I never want anyone I work for or anyone who works in games to feel like that, because the industry already sucks as much as it does when it comes to racism, it comes to transphobia, homophobia, all that BS. I don't want anyone to feel like that, especially going forward as we continue to make queer games. And that's why I created my team. I love my team very much. Everyone on the team is awesome. Shout out to the head devs. Shout out to everyone on the team. And also, shout out to our fans, because we would not be here without y'all. Like, it's insane that we went from a $16,000 goal and we made $47,000 out of it. And, like, people really, really, really want Validate and really wanted to succeed. And, like, low-key, that's a lot of pressure, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it.
Speaking, since you mentioned about people telling you that they've had bad experiences in studios because of racism and stuff like that, it goes all the way to the top, and it happens enough to where they will feel comfortable enough saying things where their employees can hear, and employees who can hear happened to include me one day when I knew that I had to leave this studio. But I hadn't really like made any serious strides towards doing that. And then one day when I was just moving around about the studio, I passed by a meeting room where it was full of a bunch of the developers, all white men, talking about how they forced so much. And the guy who was talking, he was my like project manager of the show that I was working on. So this man, I heard out of his own mouth, he said, you can't just make shows about little white boys anymore these days. You always got to put on some kind of diversity, at least. And then I kind of didn't really catch the rest because it was just so upsetting that I didn't want to get caught listening and then, spill my guts. But it was that exact moment where it's like, okay, I know from now on that I'm never going to do a pitch again for the rest of my life. Like, because all the people who want your ideas and want to make money off of your ideas, old white dudes who don't care about the message that you have to send.
Being able to find other queer people is such an overlooked and completely necessary, like foundationally necessary need for so many young, even questioning queer people. Like,
absolutely.
Being able to find someone and look to someone and say, oh, it's gonna be okay because they're doing it, is like a game changer. It can absolutely make the difference between whether or not somebody comes out, years earlier. A few years ago I founded Transmission Gaming, which is a Discord server. It's the largest Discord server for trans gamers. So it's I founded it because I was playing Overwatch at the time, how many years ago, and we couldn't find any, like, every time I would go on voice, people would get like really weirded out, or like they wouldn't want to play with me, or they'd get mean. So I was like, well, maybe I should just find other trans people to play with, because they're not gonna care. So I did, and I started Transmission Gaming, and now it's ballooned into thousands of members, and there's a Twitch team component to it too now. So we raise money for charity, and
that's awesome.
Being able to have that, to have a basically a roster of people that can act as not just ambassadors for coming out, but also as role models, is vital for the queer community, for the trans community.
Yeah.
And it's super overlooked.
I feel like being a role model plays a lot into the reason why all of us here push so hard to do the work that we do in gaming. Because I don't know about the rest of you, but it took someone else who was already queer telling me, hey, I noticed queer things about you, maybe you should look into that. Like, you have to be told by other queer people, because no one else is going to do it. Our queerness as people, and we don't see it in entertainment unless it's to make fun of us, or at least that's how the entertainment that I grew up with in the 90s. So like I definitely, like, when I used to not work in gaming, one thing that I loved to do in all the cartoons I worked on was put gay couples wherever I could in crowd scenes. Or when I was doing the acting between two characters that was kind of flirty, I would really push it. Like, there would be scenes where, like, oh, I'd love to work on that, but somebody else got it. It was very clearly animated by a straight person. But if I animated, it would have looked a lot more gay. So even when I was in a situation where, queerness isn't at the forefront, I always try to put it in, because some kid is gonna, like, see a gay thing I put on TV, and it's gonna awaken something in them. And and now that I'm working in queer entertainment, I can do that. I feel I can do that a lot more meaningfully.
I think that's such a good point. Just about visibility and representation, right?
I too operate on subversion. so many of my characters, I mainly do roleplay content, and I do a lot of characters, right? And almost all the time when I'm live, if I'm live for 9 hours, at least 8 of them are going to be me in character. So if somebody's scrolling through Twitch and sees my content, they're most likely going to see me in character doing a thing, and so they won't necessarily know who I am or what I look like or anything about me. And so if they're exposed to this character who is very queer or puppeted, I guess, by a queer person, they're still being exposed to it, even though it might not be as in the forefront of the show.
Existing, being queer, but just like letting your queerness be a part of your existence.
Exactly.
It's so nice, isn't it? Like,
amen. Yeah. It's like, this is who I am. It's not just like a couple hours a day to decide, time to be gay as shit right now. Okay. I mean, sometimes
sometimes I do that too.
And to that point, that's why I think that, like, our work is super important. Like, as queer people, we are creating media for queer people. Like, it is very, 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 very obvious and very easy to tell when queer couples in media are written by straight people, and people don't realize like how common that is. Like, as a queer person of color, like I'm just like, whenever I see like a black queer woman in media, I'm just like, so which white straight woman wrote this? Because it wasn't someone with this skin color. So like, let me know. Like, our work is just super important. Like, for anyone who's listening to this, like, if you are queer, make work, make media. Like, just do it. Like, no one's gonna stop you but yourself. Just do it.
Amen. What I say, when gay people, queer people make something, make it gay. Just do it. Like, you don't have to be like, oh, somebody might not like this because they're stupid. Just put them in. It's okay. It's okay. It's not illegal. No one's going to die. Well, I hope. I really hope. But like,
fingers crossed.
It's not illegal. Just do it. It's okay. Please.
Yeah. And I think
just make
something,
the character gay. It's okay.
Yeah, I think like something that was really big for me also was you know, conversations about making like messy queer content and like having just like showing really authentic experiences. And yeah, because I for a very long time did feel that like I maybe was not, you know, as queer as I should be to be making queer content that really represented me. And I think just like that someone just talking about like, yeah, like make messy representation because that's going to be like authentic to your experience and that's going to inspire someone else. But I do want to talk a little bit about I guess like positive representation, since we're talking a little bit about, you know, media that we've interacted with. And I know one of the questions that we wanted to talk about was, are there any specifically like queer games, queer characters, or queer creators that really inspired you to get started working in this space?
For me, there was quite a number. I actually got very lucky because I came into the work that I do in games right in the middle of kind of these two moments of more of a sexual awareness in games and more of awareness that you can be openly queer. Before I get into that, though, I did want to just go back really quickly to a point. We're talking a little bit about, you know, the ability to see yourself in the room in games, right? And how often, you know, people that look like myself, at least in terms of race, are the people that get to dictate who is allowed in and not allowed into the room. I cannot count how many queer panels I've been to where there was 0 black people that were on the panel, or like maybe at most they had like 1 person. And it was very clearly just like not considered. Everyone that was leading the panel was white. They didn't talk about race at all, like those kind of things. And like, it's so... It's not just irresponsible and racist, but like if you're a white person, you care about those issues, like you should be going out of your way to make room for that. I've been thinking a lot about that too, because especially both over the past year, but also since I worked on Blood Pact, which does have, you know, its main character is a Chicana trans woman, and you know, Nicotine and I worked together on that. I specifically contracted her to voice it because I wanted a Chicana trans woman to voice it. There's something wrong if the only people talking about queerness are queer. There's something wrong if the only people that care about queer people in the industry are queer. Like, you should also, whether you're straight, you know, whether you're part of another privileged identity, you should be able to actively see what can I do in order to help the people around me that are oppressed. And so for me, I definitely saw that a lot in people that were writing about sexuality and writing about games before me. You know, Bonnie Ruberg obviously is a really good example of someone who doesn't just talk about queerness, but is like, hey, like we talk about like the term down low in gay culture. That's appropriated from like black gay men. Like, why would you do that? And so we're going to talk about this in queer games, that like this game represents like that kind of aspect of you know, being on the DL, being on the down low, but like that in and of itself is a loaded concept that has been appropriated to a certain extent. You know, seeing people do that, or people, Ludus Interruptus by Merritt K, it was like a huge inspiration to me. It taught me like, oh, I can write about sex like in games and people want to read this? Like, Jesus, this is awesome. Being able to see that, which also had an intersectional lens. It was about like, hey, like, you know, the idea that like sex is just like pressing a button for 20 seconds until you nut is like super heteronormative, and like gay people internalize that. Like being able to see someone say that and seeing people explore both their oppressed identities but also acknowledge, you know, go through that ego death is like super fucking important.
Oh, I had a point about that. We're talking about lesbians?
Oh no. God, yes.
I was just
yes.
I was thinking about I was just thinking about girls. I wanted to mention that being an artist in adult gaming, in being allowed to be myself and not having to tone down being a hard femme queer who's really horny all the time and just wants to, you know, and work in adult gaming, so that's a very useful thing to have. But it allows me to kind of not just express kind of being gay, but it also it gives me a chance to translate my experiences into my artwork, like my personal experiences. And we were talking about inspirations actually. When one of the girls who inspired me to push for being more purposefully queer in my artwork was an artist named who goes by Acai Barbie. She does a lot of black lesbian artwork. She is a bisexual woman who's primarily attracted to women, and she does a lot of horny black lesbian art, and everyone loved it. I was like, wait, can I do that too? I'm a black lesbian. Can I do that? And now we're here.
Yes.
I feel like a lot of I feel like her work and her commitment to showing black queer love influenced how I the way that I artistically portray my own adult entertainment. Like, you see this purple room with the flashes and light and colors. She used a lot of purple, and I was like, oh, purple's like the only good color. So now I like everything here's purple. Just today got something different, slightly. But yeah, seeing other queer women in adult entertainment showed me that I could do that too. And the reason why I want to be so visible, not just as like people know that I'm queer, but I also want to put my face to my artwork, is that I want other black queer femmes to see me and be like, I can do that, because that's a thing that I just keep going through, learning about my sexuality and learning about my gender. Is like, I can do that. And you see somebody else doing it, and you see somebody like you doing it, then you feel like you can do it too. So
I love that. I want to say really quickly too how much I think we don't talk enough how much we can learn from each other in that way too. What really inspired me to write really unapologetically about like being attracted to other trans women, and this kind of concept I call like trans sapphic desire, actually goes all the way back to when I first read The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison, because that was inspired by Black is Beautiful, right? Like this idea that like it's not about like you should try to look like white or light skin, like being black is beautiful. And that was something that stuck with me a lot. And then I started to think about that in terms of being trans. Like, you know, what does this mean for me? Well, being trans is beautiful, right? Like, I'm thinking about this a lot because there's so many ways, like, both that we can be distinctly different in terms of our identities and yet learn so much from each other. And that's why sharing these stories is so important, and listening to each other. Because, like, I don't have to share all of your identities to still understand how important that is.
Yeah, and I absolutely wanted to echo that that point about, you know, putting your face to your work and like being very visible, like intentionally. I think a lot of my experience working on queer content, and the reason that I wanted to do that in a much more visible way in my more recent, I guess, like years in my career, is because I was interacting with a lot of queer spaces online, like just like fandom for me, like growing up, like not interacting with specifically queer games, but finding queer communities that were creating queer content around those games and those fandoms, was a really big thing for me. But then I found that, you know, those discussions and those spaces weren't translating into like my local communities. And when I started making games, not seeing that sort of representation or experience visible, or not even having like discussions about queerness in games. So that was sort of at a point, that was the point for me where I felt like, you know, we're obviously talking about these things online, and I'm able to find these communities, but within my immediate space, there's no one who is visibly, you know, working on queer content who I am able to really like interface with. So I really wanted to start being that person, and reach out and find people, you know, who were doing the same thing, and thought that that was a really important thing to do.
Yeah, I feel like it takes a lot of bravery to be so visible, the more marginalized you are. But I don't know, at least for me, the less time I spend trying to be accepted into non-queer spaces, the easier time I have just being myself.
But like as a Black woman, like it is very hard to be accepted in many queer spaces because many queer spaces are very, very white. And it's just like, it's gotten to the point where I'm just like, you know what? And also, like, I've dealt with so much racism in queer spaces where I'm just kind of like, every white queer person I meet, I'm kind of side-eyeing and like asking my friends, like, is this person cool? Like, am I allowed to interact with them? Because like, I'm just so tired of the BS and the bullshit of being like microaggressed and people being like, oh, hey girl, like using like a black sense and AAVE. Like, I don't want to deal with that ever again. And that's why the queer spaces that I am in and the queer people who inspire me are often people of color who I can call my friends, people of color who understand what I go through, people who share my experiences, and like they understand like why we are the way we are and like how we're queer and how difficult it is to be queer as people of color, because I don't know about y'all, but people just do not take us seriously. Especially, and like when we are in games, they're just like, why are you guys in here? Like, oh, you guys are forcing this agenda against your community. Like, that's just not how it is. Like, we exist and we shouldn't have to explain why we exist, if that makes any sense.
I'm kind of at a point, I guess, where I just say what I'm doing and I dare somebody to question me. How many little Black girls decided not to do a thing because they were told that's not for little Black girls? I want to be that inspiration. Also, I love children. Kids are so nice. If you're Black and you want to do the thing, just do it.
Just do it.
It's not illegal.
Just do it.
They make it seem like it's illegal, but it isn't. You can do it. I did it, and like, I just did it because I could. You just do the thing, please.
I would love to hear from Veronica, actually, because I'm really curious about how do you find your audience and how do you tell your community that this is an inherently queer space?
Sure. Well, like I said, I operate on Subversion. I mostly come at this broad, very mostly heteronormative community of Twitch streamers. Or Twitch viewers. I mean, nobody looks at Twitch and is like, wow, what a diverse group of viewers. Until you can take a closer look, because while it's true that sure the vast majority of Twitch users might not be queer in some way, there's a huge section of it that is queer and that does need some kind of entertainment, you know. And when I was getting started on Twitch, I desperately wanted to find other queer creators, and back then it was easy. There was communities. They called them Twitch communities, and you could tag your stream with whatever you wanted. And I found a bunch of trans and queer content creators, and that was really how I got my start there. But now it's a little bit more difficult. Twitch doesn't have that feature anymore, and it's impossible to use Twitch's search functions to do that. And so I really have to rely on word of mouth and just connecting with people that way. Other content creators too have we've all got this 6 degrees of separation with each other, so we all know each other kind of in some way or another in the queer community on Twitch. It's not that big. So yeah, a lot of my viewers will introduce me to people or my Discord communities. Transmission Gaming, for one, is huge for that, since it's a roster of just trans, Twitch streamers. So introducing my viewers to queer content has to be done with a lot of like forethought, because this Twitch community isn't necessarily inherently queer. I only inhabit a lot of those qualities myself. So when I introduce queer content to these viewers, it's not necessarily done so in a very broad way. It's usually step by step, or I'll mention something offhand, and then I'll a few hours later I'll bring something back up, and then it's all like in character and role play context. But it ends up being that eventually new viewers who found me through the last couple days or the last few hours will start to realize, like, oh, are you queer? Are you trans? Are you who are you?
What have I walked into?
Where am I?
Yeah.
My thinking is that, like, the people who know that I'm queer are gonna come to show up because I'm queer, but the people who are just stopping by might stay because I'm queer, or they might stay because of the content that includes that kind of representation.
I love that.
So,
yeah, and I think it's such a shame that like, yeah, you had this specific, you know, tool that the platform was providing to create community and help people, you know, find each other, and having that not exist anymore, specifically on Twitch. I think that's
it's a really common thing with tech companies, especially those in the Bay Area and San Francisco, to pay lip service to queer interests. You know, everyone wants to appear that they're supportive when they don't really want to put in any kind of effort to make that accessible, to make their tools accessible. Queer people have literally always, for all time, have had to organize and find each other with alternative channels, right? We've never been just handed the means that everybody else has to find each other.
Absolutely.
And so this is just the technological next step, where we're still not given the tools that we need to find each other, but we're still going to find each other anyway.
Yeah.
Because we need to.
Absolutely.
So I have no doubt in my mind that we're still going to be able to find each other, and it's going to happen with or without Twitch's help.
Yeah, it's very true.
Absolutely.
Validate's whole fan base is mostly people of color and queer people of color. Like I said earlier, Validate's been something that people wanted for years. I am very fortunate to somehow build a fan base of a lot of people in like we started in February. It's August, in like 5 months or 6 months. I can't do math. You know, queers can't do math. Come on now. So it's
I
really
can drive
interesting.
And cook, I can't do math.
Honestly, and I'm just gonna be frankly honest, I created Validate for Black women, and Black non-binary people, and just like, you know, just Black people in general. Not saying that everyone else can't enjoy it, but like when I created Validate and when I put 5 Black people on the face of our cover art, I did it for a reason. Like I wanted people to know that this is an open and welcoming space for Black Indigenous people of color. Like it's for us. And I think that that's what a lot of people are afraid of nowadays, like when making games. And I feel like people should not fear making games for like a small audience. Like when people create games and create media in general, like webcomics, video games, stories, porn, like anything, they always create it for a white audience. And I want people to not do that, because shout out to white people, but also y'all have enough media. Like y'all, like the entire Netflix is made for you. Like all of Netflix originals are
Like, made for there's- you. You can't look anywhere in any corner without finding something for you already. So
I have been crying. I've been begging for a Black woman in gaming, in a game for like years. Like Overwatch will not do it for me.
Overwatch. Oh my God! Don't.
I know. I love
You
Overwatch.
know, I know.
Since 2016, but they won't do it. They refuse. And like,
and
and
then
Apex came.
They're like, oh, Overwatch 2, we might have. Here's the thing. There's a character.
Marketing, yeah.
Scraps. We're gonna throw you some scraps.
Yeah, like, and also when these Black women are created, it's usually by white people. Like, I don't want to see that.
like,
I'm so tired.
And it's based off of their one Black friend that they only know the code switched version of. They don't know how they act around their family. They only know how their one Black friend acts around other white people. You can tell.
Create media for you. Growing up, I've always wanted a big ass game like an Uncharted with a Black woman. And before anyone says anything, I know Nadine is Black, but she's a side character. Also,
don't talk to me about side characters. I'm not a side character. I'm not a side character.
We're not side characters. Like, people of color are not side
Do I
characters.
look like the side character?
We're not your mammies. We're not your stereotypes. We're not your token friends. We're not your slur passes. We are none of that. We are people. We are people creating games. We are people who exist, who are queer, who have feelings, and we are not just racism. And I need people to like firmly understand that when you're creating media, do not create it as the person of color's whole focus is racism. Racism is a big part of our lives, and it dictates how we go about things, but it's not our entire lives. Remember in June when all of that happened and how everyone promised to care about Black creatives? and then they
I milked
lied.
that for every penny and for as
yeah.
long as I could because I knew it would be over.
Yes,
a
like
month and a half.
I made a
month
lot
and
of
a half,
money
like,
that
people
month.
were blowing up my PayPal because they felt bad.
Yeah.
Like,
and
y'all
I was
felt
like,
bad
I know
about
this is
breaking
gonna be
them?
over.
And then-
Squeeze it for as much as it's worth.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Like,
I didn't even
be
I
a
wasn't
better
even disappointed
ally.
because I knew.
Like, your allyship does not just end in June. It is not just in June when it's June 15th, and it's not just in February when it's Black History Month. Your allyship is year-round, 24/7, no matter what. If you are looking away when you see one of your friends being discriminated against, you are no better than the person that is discriminating them. And to my last point, like, if anyone watching this who wants to create games, who wants to create medias, and you're a person of color, you're queer, just do it. Just do it. Like, just do it. Like, do not let anyone say you cannot do anything. And like I said this earlier, like, my Validate makes $47,000 out of their $16,000 goal. Like, I never expected to do that. Never aim low. Always aim high. Always aim to the point where these cishet white men think they can do. And I hope I see a lot more queer games made by people of color, because I'm about to change this industry. Like, even if these white men hate me, I'm gonna do it anyways.
We're in a new age. We're in an age of technology. Everyone is connected. And since we can have more visibility outside of our little communities, our little cities, I'm going to spend all that time being as loud as possible.
And I think there's such this like misconception, right, in the industry set by these like marketing dude bros that like representation doesn't sell and therefore doesn't deserve to be made. And I think like each and every one of us, right, is living proof that that is not the case, and these audiences exist and they want this content and they want it to be made by people like them in an authentic way. And I think that's just like, I don't know, it's so fucking important. But I think
I don't
like,
care about cisheads not consuming my content. Like, they can.
It's not for
if they
you.
want.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can, but like we made it for other kids.
Yeah.
Check out the Cloud Meadow Patreon. Cloud Meadow on Patreon.
Yes.
Just Google
Absolutely.
it. It's great. It's doing great. You know, we're working hard. Yeah, and it's only in beta. Like,
yeah,
we plan on selling
congratulations.
the most. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
really
fantastic.
excited for it. Like, I like this game myself. It's very beautiful. It's very artistic. It's not just like yeah, it's just check it out. It's really pretty.
I actually wanted to say, like, I think as like a closing thing, I would really love if each of us could, just like give a shout out to like another queer team or another queer game that, you know, is really awesome and people should check out. So yeah, please tell us about Love Shore and how fantastic it is.
Oh my god, shout out to Love Shore, shout out to Sun, especially because without Sun, I would not be here. Like, they've taught me everything I know, and I am 100% in debt to them. Like, it's just, when the coronavirus is over, everyone is getting dinner bought. Like, it's just like, please, I'm tired of COVID. Like, please find a cure for the coronavirus. But it's just like, shout out to them. Their game's amazing. Their art is amazing. I just, it's so crazy because when I was doing research for Validate, Love Shore was one of our biggest inspirations, and now that I'm friends with the people who made it, it's so crazy. Like, the industry is so small, but everyone is really friendly, and I'm really grateful that everyone I've met has just been super nice.
Love Shore is great. Sun is great. Really amazing people. Unfortunately, not played it yet, but I'm really excited to. A Summer's End, which is by a team, these two queer Asian developers. They are from Canada, but the story itself is based in Hong Kong during the 1980s, about these two queer women living in Hong Kong, you know, really during the economic boom of the era. They're working professionals, or one's a working professional, one's kind of like your, like, kind of fast and loose, like, cool, like, dyke. And it's just about that story of being in love with, like, another woman that's just like you during the 1980s in Hong Kong. And I want to echo, this industry has a lot of amazing queer developers doing awesome shit. And that game is really cool, and everyone should check it out, because God knows it has not gotten enough press coverage for a very obvious reason, the fact it's about queer women of color.
Yeah, I'd like to shout out every single other content creator on the Transmission Gaming team, Twitch team. They're all phenomenal examples of role models, and I don't know, if you are a gaming company or you want to show your game off to Twitch, if it involves queer stuff, check out Transmission Gaming, because I'm willing to bet that any one of those people would be thrilled to get the chance to rep queer stuff.
Awesome. Yeah, and I think if you're also into visual novels, a game that came out, I guess it was like 2 or 3 years ago now, that I really enjoyed was Butterfly Soup.
Oh, yes, yes.
What an amazing game.
Yeah, and I just found that when I talk about, like, you know, messy and authentic and just really like genuine and funny and like human games, that game, I was living in like a studio apartment with my partner at the time when I was playing it, and like he had to like leave the apartment for a bit because I was just laughing out loud so hard and just like having very like loud emotional reactions to these characters and their stories and their interactions. It's just like, it's so good.
Queer women of color into baseball. It's like, sign me up. I'm
It's
in.
just I love it. So I would highly recommend that. Yeah, to wrap up, this has been a fantastic conversation, and I'm really grateful each and every one of you, has taken the time to be here and share your experiences. And really quickly, I was hoping we could go around, and if you want to plug any places that we can find you and your work, so that folks can, come out and support the awesome things that you're doing.
I'll start. So on Twitter, you can find me at acvalens, ACVALENS. And if you want to try the erotica game that I created, that I mentioned a little while ago about, horny trans girls and the succubus and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, go to bloodpact, one word, .neocities, neocities.org, and that'll give you all the information you need to know. You can play the premium version, which is like a starting $15 on a sliding scale, but because a bunch of queers are incredibly broke, we have a free version out too, which also has voice acting from the lovely Nicotine, who joined us tonight, and is very good. It made me blush a lot when I first heard it. I still blush it when I hear it.
Oh my God.
Her voice is phenomenal. And yeah, please check that out, and also check out her work too, which I'm sure she'll show you where to find it.
Hi, I'm Nicotine. I play a lot of games on Twitch.tv. That's Nikatine. I do a lot of roleplay content, mostly Grand Theft Auto, and tabletop roleplay content. You can find it every weekday at twitch.tv/Nikatine. That's Nicotine. And Nicotine Prime on Twitter. Oh, yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
You can find me at DANULMAO on Twitter. I talk a lot of shit. I love men. More importantly, Kiru from Yakuza 0 right now. He's very sexy to me. I'm sorry, women. I still love y'all. But you can also find...
I love it.
You can also...
I've been I'm living for your Twitter content recently.
I just talk too much. It's great. But you can also support Validate, Stan Validate. I'm probably gonna make those into stickers so everyone can just put them everywhere.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
ValidateGame.com, and then Validate Game on Twitter. Validate Game pretty much everywhere. We're really active on Twitter. We just finished a Kickstarter, so thank you for everyone who donated, who backed. We love you so much. Our game comes out next year, so look out for that. Keep a lookout. Please buy my game. Thank you.
You can find me on Twitter. My art Twitter is Carbonoid Draws. That's CARBONOID Draws. And you can also find my adult entertainment, modeling, sex work, whatever, Twitter is at dreadful_damsel if you think I'm cute. Right now my work is primarily behind the scenes because we are in production. But the good thing about spending so much time in production is that when you get the final product, you get so much stuff.
I'm really excited. And also I'm Cheska. I'm a game designer and developer. So you can find me on Twitter. I'm at Chesky. It's CESCHIII. And that has links to all of the projects that I've recently launched and, I'm currently working on. So if you'd like to play a cooperative game about, magical girls in space, saving the universe, and being very sparkly and queer, you can check out, we're at Play Starcrossed on Twitter, and you can find Starcrossed on I think pretty much every major storefront. So we're also on Switch if you are looking for more Switch games. And We Should Talk is also on Twitter. We are @_We Should Talk. And you can also find us on Switch, PS4, Xbox One, Steam, itch, all the places. And I'd also like to plug Code Coven quickly. So as I said, we're an online organization. We teach game development and coding to people of marginalized genders. So if you're looking to get started with making games, or you've been making games for a while and would like to find a community that will support your work, you can find us on Twitter. We are @code_coven, or you can find us at codecoven.co. So please come make games with me. I wanted to say again, super huge thank you to everyone for participating. It's been really great to meet all of you and get to know you. Any other, closing thoughts before we wrap up?
Well, thanks so much for having me.
Yeah,
thank
you.
Our pleasure. Love chatting with you.
Yeah.
This is my first PAX ever. I've been trying to go to PAX all my life, but the first PAX is when I'm talking. That's game changing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally.
Absolutely.
No pun intended, right?
Yeah.
Seriously, though. Yeah.
I'm so excited to see, just people, listening to this panel, and please come find us online. Please make Queer as Hell games. That's all I've got. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
This is 22 Racing Series. It's a future physics racer where you can drive at 1,000 plus kilometers per hour. We're using all simulated physics to create downforce that sticks you onto the track. It's a new genre of real-time strategy racing where you compete for sectors to get resources they can either spend on boost, use to upgrade your car mid-race, or use as on-track abilities that can help your team and hamper your opponents. It's a racing game where the outcome of a race is determined more by strategy and adaptation rather than just muscle memory and repetition. Where falling behind on lap 1 doesn't mean a sure loss. Where there's more than one way to play and more than one way to win. We've taken it to game shows over the last 5 years, getting feedback from thousands of players. We captured some first impressions from PAX Oz to give you an idea.
Nuts!
Yeah?
Yeah, it's out of control.
That looks amazing!
A lot more in depth than I thought it would be to start, so yeah, really fun. This was absolutely amazing. I really enjoyed the speed of my heart.
When you're going around that circle at 1,000 k's just spinning, it's nuts. It's nuts, but it's really fun, really fun.
It's really competitive, it's quick, it's fast-paced, everything I love, yeah.
You can find out more over at 22racingseries.com. Check out our socials. And you can get directly into the game right now over at pavilionhub.com, where we have some special access PAX Online events running where you can win prize money.
Choose your swap at Momoko! Yukimiko! Terabyte! Queen Polly! Amelie! Era Millennia! Versus mode! Story mode! We challenge you to a swap-at showdown!
Hey, Dr. Ken Dutton Register here from Excite Science in Brisbane, Australia. Excite Science is a creative studio explaining complex science in fun ways. And at this stage, we're really focusing on cancer education, from cancer-themed escape rooms to virtual reality to AR-driven art galleries. And the project that I'm talking about today is Malignancy VR. As a cancer researcher of over 10 years, I know firsthand, talking to the general community, that there's a lot of misunderstanding and core fundamental knowledge gaps of what cancer is. And this isn't surprising because cancer is incredibly complex. But are there new technologies or new ways, new communication strategies that we can be using to engage in a broader audience to teach them about cancer? And more importantly, reach those audiences that aren't even thinking about cancer or aren't really even engaged with science in general. A good colleague of mine, Dr. Elke Hacker from the Queensland University of Technology, really wanted to explore whether virtual reality could be the answer. So to explore this idea, we partnered up with Real Serious Games. And for Malignancy VR, we wanted this as a sort of first step to show some of the challenges with modern day cancer treatments and how not all the time can they be successful. So after we decided we wanted to talk about different cancer therapies, we began talking about the different game mechanics. And this is where we came up with the different treatment guns, focusing on chemotherapy, targeted therapy, and immunotherapy. Our plans for Malignancy VR is to expand it into a multi-level game. And we're going to be doing this in conjunction with members of the community. So if this sounds of something of interest to you, head over to malignancyvr.com and sign up to be in touch. Furthermore, we want to take that game and then test it in a randomized clinical trial.
5, 3.
Hello there, and welcome PAX Online to Star Wars X-Wing Miniatures presented by Fantasy Flight Games. And over the course of the next hour, we are going to introduce you to Star Wars. We're going to talk with some of the people responsible for its creation. We'll play a demo game, and we'll answer a few questions from the audience online. If you do not know what Star Wars X-Wing is, you are absolutely in the right place. This panel is for you. And so we are presenting you with a trailer for our game, so you know a little bit more about it before we come back.
Report in. Red 10 standing by. Red 7 standing by. Red 3 standing by. Red 6 standing by.
And we're back. I am joined for this panel by two of the people who are responsible for the continued evolution of Star Wars X-Wing. Standing here in the flight suit is Gavin Duffy, and to my right is Max Brooke. Gents, thanks for joining us first of all. And let's start out with an introduction. So if the people at home have X-Wing, I'd love to hear how you guys would explain it to somebody who's a noob or a rookie. Max?
Definitely, yeah. So rookie pilot flight school. It's a cinematic game. You have these plastic ships. You have templates by which you control them and dials, and it essentially is this guessing game where you're fighting a Star Wars dogfight, and you're trying to outfox your opponent, guess their moves before they can make them, and maneuver into position to get the perfect shot while trying not to get shot yourself.
Mm-hmm. It's also kind of a Star Wars all-star type favorite characters in any faction, and play them together on the table and make whatever exciting battle you would have liked to see, or reenact your favorite ones from any sort of media.
So you're telling me it's a real Star Wars with your friends?
Yeah.
Exactly.
You get to live it.
Star Wars with your friends. Where did the game start out?
You get to live it.
What's the origin story for X-Wing?
Yeah, so the origin story for X-Wing goes back...
For X-Wing?
Yeah, so the origin story for X-Wing goes back a long way, actually, to right around the time I started at Fantasy Flight. It was in development when I first got here, and I remember playing one of the earlier beta versions of it before it was even announced.
A long time ago?
Yeah, a long time ago. It was inspired by a lot of things. The main inspirations were, it was very much, I know that Jay and Corey, who really, really loved the X-Wing versus TIE Fighter, that was really, dear to their hearts, and that was something they wanted to capture. But also the Rogue Squadron novels, those, and sort of a lot of that Star Wars, sort of the cornerstone of it at the time, because this was, almost 9 years ago at this point that it was like in earliest development. And so, it was before we got this amazing content push of Star Wars we've been enjoying for the last couple of years. Mm-hmm. Now that amazing content push of Star Wars has been really great for X-Wing too, because it's meant that, what started building off of this foundation then got to grow along with the franchise. So, Rebels came out, we got to add all those amazing characters, and it's like, oh, we get the U-Wing now, that's really cool. So it's been a really, well-timed thing that we get inside the franchise that way.
That's awesome. Kevin?
Oh, well, like Max said, we just built a really solid base around basically what you can see on the table here. Fighters, and as we've gotten this big Star Wars renaissance over the last couple of years, we've really gotten to grow alongside it and favorite characters to the game, and we love seeing a brand new ship on screen, and we just get back to the office and we're like, oh, did you see that? It can do this, and it can flip backwards, and we just love to add new things, keep it going.
Definitely. Well, and a big part of that has been the second edition, which is, so the game is in its second edition now. After about 5 years, we realized we needed to really revitalize the game and sort of, like, give it a, like an update and, take all the things that we'd learned in those first 5 years. And that was where, Alex and Frank, the developers who worked on it before me and still, consult and give me guidance, show up as Force Ghosts to give me some guidance. What they had really learned got crystallized into that, and so it's had a lot of improvements to become more intuitive, more user friendly, just generally like the things we couldn't do the first time because we didn't have 5 years of experience with it under our belts, and so refinement.
Yeah, you guys have spoken a lot about the fact that there is a process in describing about how you're making a version of a Star Wars that you can actually play on a tabletop. Can you speak to behind that a little bit? How do you go about taking Star Wars as you see, the examples that you mentioned, reading or playing a video game, and then put that in a tactile way on a tabletop for someone?
Definitely. Tactile element, because that's his specialty. In terms of the mechanics, it's all about capturing the personalities of the characters. Like when you're flying Luke to feel like Luke Skywalker. And so something's been carried over to a second edition ability is, Luke is very much this character who can, like take risks and go all out. Because he's got this, so he's got an ability that helps him do that. And so we help weave this story through the mechanics of the game. But I think it actually starts even before that, really. Like, as soon as you open the package.
Yeah, so the center point, the focal point of our game are the miniatures themselves, which we take a great pride in the detail that we really put into it. We have a really talented sculpting team in-house that works very closely with direct references to get every little bit as close as we can. And then we have the internal art team that I work with to get the paint to look as real as we can and as recognizable. So you see, oh, there's Luke Skywalker right in the box when I pick it up for the core set. And then you can, get another Red Squadron T-65 right next to him. And we really focus on bringing that immersive element to the table for you, or to your desktop if you just want to have a nice U-wing or something next to next to your...
And not really push in your time, working on the game, where you've really pushed the storytelling through that too.
Yeah, so there's only so many depictions of starship in space that you can get. There's not a lot of elements in the stars to orient your ship, and kind of it goes alongside that Renaissance we were talking about earlier. We get all these really exciting scenes that we see. We see the Ghost in Rebels like plowing through a blockade, so we can get that exact scene and depict it in a more realistic manner, and then you have that crystallized right there on your card, so you kind of visualize that and you're trying to invoke that as you're playing.
Can I ask you about that? Because both of you have mentioned immersion, and there are lots of different ways for people to immerse themselves in different games. We talked about video games a second ago, we talked about books. While those can be immersive, as we were saying, X-Wing is one of the ways, or one of the best ways in my opinion, that you can actually feel and touch what you're doing as you're moving it across. And for you to actually take that warm Star Wars feeling with you while you're playing the game, these have to look accurate. They have to look like Star Wars. Can you speak a little bit more to the process of how you get it right?
How we get it right? Well, like I said, we get some direct assets from the company, from Lucasfilms, so we try and keep that fidelity. We have a lot of internal review to look over those things.
We have our well-worn copies of the Blu-rays and such, going back frame by frame.
Pretty much every reference you could ever dream of, because there's just so much Star Wars content, even on our team. Like, I am fairly well-versed in the current comic canon. We have people that read all the novels. We have people that are experts basically at certain eras of the trilogies, and so we all kind of pool together and We have, every visual dictionary there is to just try and get it all right for you.
So as you're conferring with Lucasfilm, checking a lot of different reference, some of which people haven't seen, I'm assuming, if it's coming from Lucasfilm. In the design process for this game over the years, has anything surprised you as you've been designing or looking at finer details?
Oh yeah, there's all sorts of things. I mean, just what all the Arabesh on things actually means. There's some
that's always fun to
great little
decipher
things in
things.
there. We've got our Arabesh decoder sheet that's posted, I think, on your desk now.
Right under my computer.
We go
so I can read
to.
it.
There's always all sorts of great little tidbits in there, like
a recent one that comes to mind for me is your surprise at the Thai Brood.
And how big it is?
Just the sheer scale of it, because you see it chasing the Millennium Falcon, right, through asteroids, and really all you have, all you have to compare it to are these giant rocks that are flying around. So when we actually got the model from its source and then compared it on the table to all our different ships that we had, it was way bigger than we expected it to be.
I thought it was like a TIE fighter plus, like, I don't know, maybe 10%, and it's like, oh no, this is very big.
It's a brute. So you're talking scale. So the miniatures also take into account the scale of the ships?
Yes, so they're not, so they're depending on the miniatures, so pretty much everything that is in the like small to like large category, so basically everything up to the Millennium Falcon and the Ghost and stuff like that, is pretty darn near in scale with each other. There are some ships where the scales aren't always 100% consistent in the source materials, and so we've gone with whatever Lucasfilm feels is the best number for that. But they're all pretty darn close. For our huge ships, they're a little bit out of scale, but they're in a like organized way. They're scaled down a little bit, just so that they're not so big that you can't actually play the game with them.
So even the larger ships that aren't necessarily in scale as far as in the Star Wars galaxy are still in scale to the game, so that you're still balancing that authenticity here.
Yeah. It might be hard to fit a real Tantive on the table next to an X-Wing.
But look,
yes,
one
here they are. Yes, yes, the Tantive. So yeah, well, I think the full scale of this would be a bit bigger. It's not that much bigger, but it was needed to be scaled down a little bit to be viable. But it's pretty close, and it looks about right.
Yeah, a lot of times we'll use the cockpit area of a ship to compare and make sure that things are in scale to each other. And actually kind of the opposite of what Max was saying with our huge ships, with the advent of our Clone Wars era factions, those are actually scaled up just a little bit compared to our regular scaling, because all the ships are so small. Like you don't have to fit a human in the Vulture droid. It's got to be fast. It's got to go. The Eta 2 is a great example. Like if we produced it at scale, it would be, tiny.
Yeah, well, and those guys are all in scale with each other too.
They're in scale to each other.
So within an era and sort of size class, pretty much everything tends to be in scale with itself, and like other similar things. We didn't want the Eta 2 and the Vulture to look wrong together on the table, right? Like the important thing is like, the X-wing and the TIE fighter need to look good. But it's not necessarily critically important that the like X-wing and the Vulture droid are like exactly perfect to each other. If that would make the Vulture droid so tiny you couldn't really do anything with it.
Yeah. So you guys have been through the authenticity as far as the look and the feel of the game. But the game itself is really what's going to keep somebody coming back or hold their interest after they've played 1 or 2 rounds. How do you go about designing a game that is that intricate, but also easier to pick up for the first time?
Yeah, well, it's funny you said pick up. It's the dials. So the dials that X-Wing uses, which I realize are now too tiny on this camera to see, but they contain a number of maneuvers, and each ship has a set of maneuvers that is essentially unique. I think there are a few ships that have the same maneuver set, but basically every ship has its own unique maneuver set. And these determine how fast it can go, they determine what angles it can turn to, etc. And so through this dial, we can control sort of like how it feels to fly the ship. And that's where you really get that immersion and also the like uniqueness of the different ships. So like the TIE fighter is, like one of the most nimble ships in the game. It's really good at going fast. It's really good at, it's pretty good at turning around. It's pretty good at, like staying ahead of enemies. It's actually struggles to go slowly a little bit. Meanwhile, the X-Wing is like very solid. very steady. It's not, a Y-wing. It's got some good maneuverability to it. It's not, a tank. It's nimble, but it's not as nimble as, say, an A-wing or a TIE fighter or a TIE interceptor or something like that. And so the dials give us a lot of control over that, and a lot of control over the way the ship feels to play.
And so the dials for every ship are different.
Yeah.
So even if you're picking this game up for the first time, it's not up to you to figure out how that ship is going to behave. It's literally built into the game mechanic that you're using to play the game.
Exactly. Now you'll have to choose your move from the dial, and the core, the core interaction of the game is each player picks up their dials, looks at them, thinks about their moves. You assign your dials all secretly, then you put them down, and then you start, going back and forth revealing them. And so, depending on how, fast the pilot is, faster pilots reveal later, so they get to react with more information. So Darth Vader's going to go after just about anyone else, except the sort of like the quickest pilots on the stick. And so he'll usually get to sort of pick his position and be like, oh, well, I want to be over on the left side of this person. But you still had to commit to that maneuver first, and then you have smaller repositional abilities that'll let you move a little bit.
So even in the character traits that are translated to the dials, you're still balancing the game out so that it's fun. You're not going to play against Darth Vader and he's going to absolutely decimate you right off the start, right out of the game.
Well, it's not right off the start.
No, not right off the
he's
start.
Darth Vader.
Well, the good news is there's a point scale. So our app, and there's a dynamic point scale. So in first edition, one of our big lessons was that it was very hard to have this game go on and on and on for years without having the ability to refresh the points periodically and say, you know what, we thought Darth Vader was going to be worth 35 when the game came out, but actually it turns out he's worth more like 30 because, that's just sort of where the efficiencies are. And so in second edition, we have an app that manages all the points. We also have big PDFs on our website if you prefer to use a sort of more traditional means. And you can check, how much things cost. And twice a year, roughly, we go through and we just say, hey, does Darth Vader seem good? Is he getting enough table time? Do people like to play him? Does it seem like he's maybe too expensive or too cheap? Let's, adjust his points a little bit.
So you're actively following along with the way that people are playing the game, and you're making adjustments to even make the game after you've purchased it even more enjoyable than it may have been when you first picked it up.
Exactly. And that lets us compensate for little things. Sometimes a combination will arise that's not super fun to play against, and so after a few months we'll be like, okay, you've had your fun with this thing. It's time to make that a little weaker now.
Mm-hmm. Or something's not strong
enough. Or something's not strong enough, exactly. One of the challenges in first edition X-Wing was that the X-Wing wasn't all that strong, and after a few waves, because there were just more ships and more options, and it became hard to keep it good at the price it was at. And in second edition, one of our goals is well, let's make sure this thing is, it's the name of the game, let's keep this thing relevant.
Yeah. You have spoken about how different characters have different abilities that can enhance, or in some cases probably detract, from their piloting of the ship, which is really just the player deciding who in Star Wars they want to put inside of their ship and how they want to field them in the battle. Would you guys be able to give us a little bit more information about how you take a Star Wars character and then interpret them for their card and the ship's abilities?
Definitely. So, the first thing we do when we get a new ship, when we see a new ship appear on screen, is we're like, all right, who flies it? How many people fly it? Mm-hmm. Do we know any of these characters? Are they new people?
What's their
personality? Because we only have a little bit of space to get that personality across. Mm-hmm. And we want to make sure that we really get it. So we have a few levers we can pull, fortunately. We can give them a special ability, which pretty much every named pilot has. A generic pilot might not, but any character with a name will always have an ability. And then we also have an initiative, which is how fast they are. The higher your initiative, the faster you are. That means you move later and you shoot first. So we've got a couple levers we can pull that way, and those are pretty helpful. But translating, a character's whole personality into an ability is really tricky sometimes. If you have a character like Luke Skywalker, Luke Skywalker undergoes such a journey throughout the original series and then through the sequel trilogy. So we've got this, Luke at different points is very much a different person. So we sort of pick a snapshot and we say, okay, this is going to be Luke at the Battle of Yavin. That's what we're really focused on creating here. So maybe he doesn't have as much force as he would have if this was Luke during, The Last Jedi, when he's mastered his abilities and is much more, aware of what he can do. And so we take
and his X-Wing is in an ocean.
Exactly, and his X-Wing is underwater. Exactly, yeah, you have to start with his X-Wing underwater. Mm-hmm. So that's nice, and we have these subtitles for the characters that we can use to relate that. So we have, Luke Skywalker Red 5, but we could, later do another Luke Skywalker with a different subtitle.
Good example of that is Anakin Skywalker.
Yes, Anakin Skywalker has a ton of different appearances. We've got everything from Anakin at the Battle of Naboo to Anakin at the Battle of Coruscant. Exactly, and so it covers a large swath of this character's life, and he has a better initiative and better ability and all these things because he's
to recognize that growth.
In one case, he's a child prodigy, but still a child, and in the other case, he's
he's learned there's
almost
more tricks
a Jedi
than
master. Yeah, he's learned there's more tricks than spinning. Exactly.
So even embedded within the gameplay, even if you're not coming up with a backstory for the battle that you and your friends are playing, you still have story built into the game so that it again reflects the authentic kind of Star Wars experience. Do you find it hard to watch new Star Wars content without working in the back of your head?
I have to go into it thinking that I'm going to watch it for fun first.
Does that work, though?
No. we have a coworker that watches things a minimum of 3 times, I believe. He said the first time he watches it for fun, the second time he watches it to really keep track of what everyone's doing, and the third time he watches everything in the background. But he does it back to back to back. So when The Mandalorian was coming out, he's like, yeah, I got up at 3 in the morning when it dropped today and came in. And
See, I really love my work, so it's easy for me.
Wait, are you the coworker?
No, I'm not that coworker. I'm not. I just watch it with the mechanics in mind from the start. And as soon as I'm watching that battle in Rogue One, I'm like, oh, could we do a thing where you're fighting at a shield gate? That would be really cool. I'm just gonna take down some notes on this old receipt or whatever. Shield gate battle, So I just don't turn it off and don't try.
I imagine movie tickets from the past 5 years with a ton of tiny writing on them.
Yeah, exactly.
Popcorn bags that are torn inside out.
Are there any X-Wing miniatures that you are particularly proud of?
I would have to say I'm pretty proud of the LAAT, the LAAT gunship. One from just a sculpting standpoint, it's a great example of our team's growth and ability and the paint that we managed to get on there. But also from the cards that we managed to include. Max and I worked really hard with our art director, Preston, to kind of give a couple Easter eggs in this product, which I don't think has hit shelves yet, so I don't know if people have their hands on it.
I think we've spoiled most of these cards, though.
So if you were to look closely, all of the ship cards correspond to one of the crew cards that are included, and I wanted to do that as a very thematic thing because these are the vehicles that bring people everywhere in the Clone Wars. They are probably in almost every episode. So it's we have Hawk from the 501st flying in, landing on Umbara in his ship card, and then we have Fives who is jumping out of the ship on Umbara, getting ready to fight. And we have Hound who is coming in low over Mon Cala as all the scuba troopers are diving out the back, and then we have Kit Fisto's crew card who's standing there calling them all to jump out.
There's a lot of really neat interconnected visual storytelling that you've been doing in the art in particular. So that's been a really fun thing that you've added to the team in the last couple of years that I always enjoy seeing.
Yeah, it's just a little bit more of that immersion that we want to kind of weave into the game.
And you're retroactively even making the storytelling that you see on screen stronger because you're reinforcing, like you said, essentially the character of the ship that you've translated into miniature form too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For me, I'd say it's the T-65 X-Wing for a couple of reasons.
Classic.
When I first started working on first edition, one of the jobs I had to do was figure out how to make some cards that would make the T-65 stronger. And so being able to just launch second edition with the idea hey, let's make the T-65 solid and viable from the start and keep it there has been really satisfying. But second of all, we went to the sculpting team and we said, there's no way we could do folding S foils, right? And I think it was Bexley said, I think I could do it. And I was like, okay, well, if you think you can, it would be cool. And so it was this whole discussion. And then, our sculpting team came back with this incredibly well put together little thing. And the S foils do indeed, open and close and stay that way. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You mentioned a second ago that this was part of the second edition, and that part of the second edition was, as you mentioned before, going back to get it more right than it already was. Are there any other examples that you can think of along the same lines as the X-Wing performance of the T-65? Any times essentially that you haven't gotten it as right as you want to and that you have gone back? What does that process look like?
Well, the big one we always get hit with is some cool new video game or movie or what have you comes out after we've made a ship. And
when would that ever happen?
When would that ever happen?
There's certainly no big Star Wars video games on the horizon. No.
And has an amazing new character in it. And so we hope to be able to put those characters in somewhere. Second edition was great for that because, Battlefront had just come out, and we just learned about Iden Versio and her whole team, and so we were able to be like, okay, well, we couldn't have Inferno Squad in first. We wouldn't have been able to have them in first edition. We're going to put Iden Versio in the second edition core set because she's one of the most iconic TIE Fighter pilots now, and so being able to have her there was really cool. And it's like, oh, she's actually at a bunch of these battles. So I think that's the biggest thing we get hit with is just somebody else doing Star Wars stuff makes up something really cool, and we're like, oh. How do we get this into the game? When's our opportunity? So second edition was great for that because we got to do a bunch of those at once. But we're always looking for opportunities to do that. If we do a repaint pack with a couple new ships or a reinforcement pack that just has cards and new upgrades and stuff.
And we've experienced that on the opposite side before where we had a niche that we needed to fill. We wanted a huge ship for Imperials to be on the table to help balance things out. So we got the go-ahead to go and work on this thing, the
Imperial Raider. I love when you put the Imperial ship on the table that the Rebels fell off.
My true intentions. And then this showed up in Battlefront afterwards. So, we're maybe not working together with all of these teams, but we're all in this together. And we like sharing things back and forth and seeing things pop up. And
you're all still creating things that feed off of each other, and it's interchangeable.
Yep.
Ships, in this case, are definitely something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you to both of you, especially you, Gavin, who will be, unfortunately, parting now, so we can bring Sherry in, because we're actually going to play a game of X-Wing as moderated/run by Mr. Max Brooks. However, if you want to sit off to the side and comment on what you're seeing, you're more than welcome to.
I love to heckle. Thank you.
I need to grab one thing while we're here, too.
Bear with us just a second. Sherry's coming on. She'll be playing for the Rebels because I would never do anything like that, and I will be playing for the Empire.
I resent that.
And then also, while we're waiting for Max to come back, I am going to call out the game mat. These are all for sale, also by Fantasy Flight Games. Why I'm going to call out this specific game mat is because we agreed that it was going to be a space one, but Mr. Ryan Thompson was really big on Bespin and incidentally running this whole setup, subbed this out for something else. So this is a much prettier mat than everyone was going to originally get. With that, Max, take us through a game, please.
Yeah, so let's get started. So everybody, turn your dials over so that you can see the maneuvers on them. So normally there'd be a phase where you go back and forth and you set up your ships and you sort of jockey for position that way. But we're just going to jump right into the action and get going.
Let's do it.
So here's how the turn goes. Every turn you're going to have a planning phase. In the planning phase, you plan your maneuver. Make it sensible. So you pick one of the maneuvers on your ship's dial, and that's the maneuver your ship's going to do this turn. Then there's the system phase. The system phase is essentially where you operate your ships like special hardware. Neither of you actually have any abilities that matter in the system phase, so don't worry about it. But it's good for dropping bombs and stuff like that. But since neither of you have any bombers, we won't need it. After that, it's the activation phase. So during that phase, you reveal your dials in ascending order of initiative. So initiative is that orange number in the top left corner of your ship cards. So you'll see that the Black Squadron Aces are initiative 3. Luke Skywalker is initiative 5. And then Wedge Antilles and Darth Vader are initiative 6. Oh, this should be over here because you are the first player. So as Wedge and Vader are tied, the first player's ship will move first and shoot first. So, oh yes, we can scoot this over if that would be better. So Vader will move second and shoot second, which is sort of a trade-off. But moving second is nice because it makes it easier to dodge.
Well, you guys did say Darth Vader wouldn't overwhelm you at first.
Exactly. Exactly. After you execute your maneuver, So you execute your maneuvers using these templates. So we'll pull those out as needed and share those as needed. You get to perform an action. So on the right side of your ship card, you see you've got an action bar. Usually, most of the time, the action you want to take is focus. Focus gives you one of these tokens, and it lets you change focus results on the dice, the eyeballs, into a more useful result. There are other actions we can take. We'll get into that. But for now, just know that there's focus, there's barrel roll, which lets you spin to the side, and there is target lock. And then the one other interesting thing here is Darth Vader has a linked action, but I'll explain that later. So after that, you shoot. You take red attack dice, roll them. The defender takes green defense dice and rolls them. You see who gets shot down. Usually most ships don't get shot down in a single volley. It takes more like 2 volleys, but if an X-Wing gets a TIE fighter right in its sights, it might take it out in one shot. If Darth Vader gets someone in his sights, he might blow them up. It's unlikely, but like everything with statistics, it will happen to you occasionally. After that, there's an end phase. Everything sort of cleans up. Your green tokens go away, so your focus only lasts for the round. And you go back to planning. So the maneuver templates you're going to use are these guys. Not these specific ones, but these templates. So you can see the 1 straight is like 1 base length. The 2 straight is 2 base lengths, and so forth. There are also banks, which are like a 45-degree turn that take you forward.
And these all correspond to the actions on the
yes,
dial. So okay.
Exactly. They all correspond to those. And turns, which are a 90-degree turn at speeds 1, 2, and 3. And then there are straight maneuvers at 4 and 5 that just zoom on ahead. And then there's a little loop-de-loop, which is the choreographed turn. And the choreographed turn is a straight maneuver. You go to the end. And then you turn around. There's also the Talon roll on the X-Wings, and I think on Vader style, where you do a turn, and at the end, you turn another 90 degrees. Yeah, so go ahead and get started with planning your maneuvers.
Right. Which we do by taking the dial,
yes,
turning it, and then putting it face down,
yes,
so that cheaters can't see what I'm doing.
Exactly. So spin the dial so that the maneuver you want is oriented under the little triangle at the top, and then place it face down so your opponent can't see it. And you place the dials. You can place them next to the ships if you want, even. Let's swap the positions of these guys so that number 1 and number 2 are under there. I messed that up at the beginning.
You can just blame Ryan.
Yeah, that's true. I could blame Ryan. It wasn't his fault, though. Ah, yes, and then the range ruler is for shooting, so you can't shoot each other. You probably won't be able to shoot each other right away. So you sort of got this range 3 barrier. If you're shooting each other close in at range 1, you get to roll extra dice. You're shooting each other at a long distance, range 3, the defender gets to roll extra dice. So you want to get in close and shoot, not let them shoot back.
So again, exemplifying exactly what you and Gavin were saying, all of the trappings of the game are designed to make it easy to pick up, like you were talking about. So you're making decisions, but as far as where you're going, it's all predetermined. 1 by the dial, and 2 by the corresponding directions.
Yeah. The other things to keep in mind, so all of your ships have 90-degree front arcs, so they got this little arc in front of them that they can shoot in, but otherwise they can't shoot. So if something is over here, it can't shoot it. And of course, there's some asteroids and debris on the field. We'll get into what happens if you fly onto those, but for now, try not to. Those are bad.
That one's going to hit Cloud City.
Eventually. It's in a decaying orbit. It'll be there for another.
You could hit it first and save Cloud City.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
All right, so we go in ascending initiative order. So you get to reveal either of your 2 TIE fighters and flip over the dial and execute your maneuver.
So just to be clear, ascending initiative order is lowest number to highest number. Okay.
Yes.
And so either of the 2 ties, it doesn't matter what I...
You get to pick the order.
Let's do this one then.
All right. What maneuver did you pick?
I picked a 3 that's banking slightly
3
right.
bank. All right.
Thank you.
So go ahead and align those to the front guides.
Look, there are 2 guides at the top.
And the center will also line up with the center. Move that to the end. And there you go. Now you get to do an action.
Oh.
I would recommend a barrel roll so that you don't fly into that debris. So you can barrel roll either to the right or to the left. What do you think?
I'm going to barrel to the right.
All right, so you line that up to the middle, and then move this guy over here, and then you can choose to go here, here, or here.
I like what you just did, so I'll keep it there.
Perfect. All right, then. And the other TIE fighter.
Also banking, but this one's left.
Oh,
3. Same, yeah.
Same template.
And now that I'm looking at the debris here, I'm wondering why there seems to be more on this side than that side, but that's okay.
That'll actually be advantageous to you as the battle goes on, though, because you're moving that way, so...
and then I can execute a maneuver, you said, right?
Yes, an action. Yes.
An action, excuse me. So a barrel roll.
Yeah, there you go. You'll get around that way. So this is another thing, too, where you want to start thinking about your next turn as well.
Mm-hmm.
And since you're not going to get shot this turn, almost certainly, you can sort of comfortably take those barrel rolls and not worry about having to defend. Mm-hmm. There are actions you can take that boost your defense, like focus or evade. Mm-hmm. All right, next is Luke.
All right.
And then Wedge.
Both going straight.
All right, 3 straight.
Mm-hmm.
And what is Luke's action?
Oh, right. I think I'll focus.
All right.
And then Wedge will also focus.
That makes sense. Focus is always a good action to take if you don't know what to do. Honestly, I think it's the right call in this situation, because you don't want to rush the engagement.
I'm assuming that...
And then next is Lord Vader.
He's going to go forward 5.
Ooh. All right, well, there might be shooting this turn.
You're just aiming straight for the debris.
You know,
in all air.
That's how it is, apparently. And so no, I do want to ask for a second. So we are basically taking actions that you're recommending, but can you stop for just a second and explain what actions are available to us and how we know that?
Definitely. So the actions are along the right side of your card. So you've got this bar here. Mm-hmm. So the eyeball is focus, so that gives you a focus token. Mm-hmm. The squiggly line with the dot is evade. That gives you an evade token. Evade is purely defensive, but it guarantees a defense result, whereas focus alters your focus results to good results. So you can still roll blanks with a focus, whereas evade is guaranteed. Mm-hmm. And then finally, you've got barrel roll in the TIE Fighters, which, as discussed. Vader has 2 other options that are interesting. So Vader has target lock. So if something is close enough to you, you can target lock it. It's within range 3. I'm going to eyeball that you can't quite reach for the target lock. You take this little token and place it on another ship. So Vader's got the number 8, so you place the 8 on that other ship, and then Vader has a lock on it. And the target lock can be used to reroll attack dice. So it's very strong. Vader's ship also has a ship ability, so not only can we give the pilot ability, we can also give the chassis an ability. Mm-hmm. So the TIE Advanced X1 has the chassis ability that gives it a boost when it has a target lock. So getting target lock is very nice for Vader. The other interesting thing Vader has, though, is Vader has a linked action. So Vader can do a focus into a barrel roll. However, the barrel roll is red, so he has to take a stress token to do it. However, Darth Vader also has an ability that further complicates your choices. Actually, it makes your choices very complicated. Darth Vader can do all those actions in one turn if he wants to, because Darth Vader can spend one of his force charges, those purple points next to him, and that lets him do another action after he does an action. Now, he can't do the same action twice in one turn. That's just a general rule. But what he can do is he can focus, and then target lock, and then if he wants to spend a second force charge, he could even also do a barrel roll. And he doesn't have to do them in that order either. So for instance, if you wanted to, you could have Vader barrel roll and then focus to try to avoid that and then do that. Or barrel roll, try to get enough distance to maybe be able to do a target lock.
Mm-hmm. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm looking forward to shooting somebody.
Alrighty. So you can put him at the sort of forwardmost position on that. So if you align his back to the, you align his back to the back.
Okay.
Yeah, and then if you want a target lock, I think it's just out. All right. So you're not quite close enough to target lock, but you can you can do that. And that's your action. We know now that nobody's close enough to shoot anybody, so we don't have to worry about it. But soon. All right. So back to dials. Everybody, pick up your dials. We pull the green tokens off the table, and we're ready. So X-Wing always has a bit of an interesting dynamic at the start of the game, where you've got a bit of that like calm before the storm as you're approaching, and then things really get hairy once you get into the scrum.
Trying to figure out what you're going to do.
Which is a fun part of the game. I'm doing the same thing.
That's the head game. And as you get into the game, there are like more advanced options too. So we kept it simple for this demo. But for instance, there are force power upgrades, and one of those that Vader could have paid points to equip is a force power upgrade that lets him see the dial of an enemy ship.
Oh. So in that case, just because I think that's hilarious, Sherry would make her choice, put it down, and then I would be able to play this and just pick it up and look at it.
Yes. You do it during, actually it would be something that happens in the...
Gavin's laughing off screen.
Sherry, he's headed for the rocks.
Yeah.
Just point that way.
Alright, I think I...
Alright. Again, we begin with the TIE Fighters. And the nice part about having two guys at the same initiative is they can go in whatever order you want. So it doesn't matter too much because they're far apart, but if they were right near each other, right, what do we need here?
A slight
authority bank. Ooh, nice. That's some precision rocket surgery in there.
Thank you. And since I'm not going to crash into anything, if I'm remembering correctly, I can select a focus token?
You certainly can.
Thank you. Next TIE Fighter. Same thing, different direction.
Oh, very nice.
And I'll take another focus token, please.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Of course.
Sherry.
Alright. Let's see what I chose. Okay, 2 straight.
Oh, nice. This is a good safe option. So you did a blue maneuver. If you had any stress, these little red tokens that you can get from doing red maneuvers or red actions, you'd get to get rid of it. You don't, so you don't need to, but always a nice option.
So then also, even though you're following the same sequence of events as you're playing, everything that's included in the card, plus whatever is on the field, so to speak, and the situations that your opponent is coming into contact in, absolutely mean that this is never going to be the same game twice.
It is, there are certainly, you'll start to feel like patterns. It's sort of like chess or something like that. You'll start to see patterns. You'll start to be like, oh, they're sort of doing this style of opening or that style of opening. But each game does end up pretty unique in the way it plays out. The dice also just add a lot of variance too. One of the reasons it rarely feels kind of like chess in that same, where you get into those same sort of like predictable patterns, is just that, anytime you feel that happening, your dice decide to either go really hot or really cold. What action would you like to have Luke do?
So am I able to target lock from where I am?
You certainly are. So you could target lock either Vader or this TIE Fighter.
I think I'll go for the TIE Fighter.
Alrighty, so go ahead and put your lock out on that TIE Fighter.
Alright, which one is that?
That's that one.
Just on the TIE Fighter?
Right here.
On.
Because
Perfect.
You own it now.
Alright, and Wedge.
Alright, Wedge is going to go to the left.
Nice, okay. Creating the kill box. Vader's going to have to avoid that.
Yeah.
And what's Wedge going to do?
And I think he's also going to target lock.
Nice, alright. So I think Wedge has only got, Wedge has to target lock Vader.
That's totally fine with me.
Alright.
He's clearly not running away like he did at Yavin.
And how about Darth Vader?
Let's see what he does. He's going to go forward 1 and bank just slightly.
Alright. And the nice part about Darth Vader moving last here is that you've got options. So, for instance, you might look at that and say, oh, I don't know if I'm going to have Luke and Arc, but...
Oh, I do.
But you can take as many. You can basically take as many actions as you want, as long as you're willing to pay force points for it.
As I believe we have a limited amount of time, I just want to try and shoot something before this is over. So
maximum aggro. All right. Then I recommend focus and target lock.
All right, then let's do that.
Spend one of those force points.
And the force points are which ones?
The purple.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, flip it over.
Oh,
you'll get it
that.
back.
It's done.
Yeah, you'll get it back at the end of the turn.
And then this is Mr. Luke Skywalker?
Yes, indeed. All right. And shooting time. Vader shoots first. So, we check range. Vader's got range 2 to Luke, as we can see here. It's not quite range 1. It's very close, but it's not quite range 1. So, I believe your ship ability does something with this.
Advanced targeting computer. While you perform a primary attack against a defender you have locked, roll 1 additional attack die and change 1. What's the filled in?
That's a hit.
Okay, change 1 hit result to a
critical hit result.
Oh.
All right.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll your 3 dice. Ooh, very nice. All right, so you got a crit
hit
and a focus. So you can spend your focus or 1 force point to change that to a hit. I recommend spending the force point. You're going to get those back over time.
Can that ever become a critical hit, or is it?
Actually,
did I just?
It does
myself?
now due to Vader's ability, or due to the advanced targeting computer. You get to roll your defense dice now. So you're range 2, so you get 2 defense dice. Not because of the range, actually, but because of your agility.
Oh, okay.
I'm desperately trying not to talk smack right now.
All right. Well, it was a pretty good roll. You got 1 evade, so that cancels 1 of the crits.
Okay.
Just 1.
The other one goes through, so you lose a shield.
Oh, crap.
That flips over to that side.
Okay.
And so now we're seeing the effect of the actions of the game on the opponent.
Exactly. All right, so now Wedge gets to shoot.
Awesome. All right, so he's got...
Yeah, so check that range. I think it's going to be 2. Looks like 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no bonuses or penalties.
All right.
3 red dice.
He rolls 1 fewer defense die? So
Yes, he's going to get to roll 1 fewer defense die. Wedge is very mean.
Awesome.
Okay, that's a really good roll. So that's a hit, and a crit. You could spend your target lock to re-roll, but I wouldn't.
I would not do that, no.
Why wouldn't you do that?
So Darth Vader gets only 2 defense dice, because this is Wedge.
Oh no!
Okay.
I can't even translate that specifically, but I know that that is not a good thing.
So those 2 blank results mean that those are going through. So you lose shields first.
Okay.
And you cancel hits first. So we've got hit, crit, crit. So this is good. We're going to get to show off a game mechanic here. So you lose 1 shield to a hit.
Yay.
1 shield to a crit. And then you get dealt 1 face-up card from the damage deck.
And so...
And that goes on to Darth Vader. So flip that up and read what it says.
Loose stabilizer. After you execute a non-straight maneuver, suffer 1... It's a filled in, so I believe that's just a hit. Hit damage and repair this card.
Okay. Repair means you flip it over. So that means you only stick around, or after you do the effect on it, essentially. Okay. Or you can take an action to get rid of it.
And I would signify that I have an action available to me by the focus.
No, when you get an action on your turn, you'll be able to do that. And then there's a little critical hit token in the box that I forgot to bring over that we could put out to help remember.
Can I pause for just a second? And then I want to put this here because we were talking about character building through both the pilots and the ships themselves.
Yeah.
So this would be, because Sherry chose what she chose and I'm getting messed up right now, my ship has suffered damage.
Yes.
And the damage that it's suffering is totally something that's in the Star Wars galaxy. So again, that character building here is where the fun doesn't necessarily begin, but continue on with the game.
Yes, yes. Fun is beginning for someone, but it might be Sherry.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not me.
I'm having a great time.
All right. So next to shoot is Luke.
All right.
So you're in an interesting situation here. You can either
really?
double down on Vader, or you can go after that TIE fighter you locked.
No, I'm gonna go with for Vader.
No one wants any comments from anyone who's outside of the scope of this.
Alrighty, so you check range to Vader. I'm pretty sure it's going to be 2.
So because I have him target locked, I can.
You can still shoot Vader. You just can't spend your target lock. So you're giving up the target lock. I mean, the target lock sticks around, but you're not going to be able to use it. But I think you should take the shot at Vader.
All right, so it's 2. You know I would choose that.
I do know you would choose that.
Okay. So that's a decent roll, but you can use the Force. Because you're Luke, you can afford to be a little reckless about it. This is reckless, young hotshot Luke. So go ahead and spend one of those Force charges to turn one of those focuses into a hit.
Oh.
All right. Now, Darth Vader, you get your full defense dice this time, unfortunately.
You said unfortunately?
He did.
I said fortunately. I said fortunately.
I wasn't going to.
Yay, Sherry! That's perfect.
Oof. Okay, so I think that's the end of Darth Vader.
Already?
Well,
he's gonna spin out into space and then return in the next
Yeah, so you get dealt 2 more damage cards, which equals your haul of 3.
Oh, man.
So that is the end of Darth Vader.
So Luke Skywalker turned to the dark side.
Yeah.
All right. So
I didn't do it out of hatred.
No, that's okay. I'm just proud that you did it. So at this point, we've reached the point in the game where the game's story is played out and Darth Vader is gone. What happens to the ship? Do you remove it?
So you remove the ship, put it on its ship card, and if you're playing in a tournament game, that'll contribute to Sherry's score. A lot of times in a tournament game, sort of like, soccer doesn't end with one team completely wiped out. It just ends when the time ends. In a lot of tournament games, it just goes to time, and then you'll tally up. So you're behind now, but this actually isn't an unwinnable situation. And so, if you were able to take out Wedge, you would probably win on score, because wedges, I think, they're pretty close. We have to check. I think she'd win, but it'd be close. And so, there's similar things like that. And so, at this point, you're going to want to try to play carefully to keep your pieces in play, or play really aggressively to try to take something out.
Awesome.
Not really, but whatever.
I thought it was a lot. Those are like my dice.
The Force was strong with Sherry.
Yeah.
Again, Gavin, no one wants to hear what I do think it's hilarious that right after you said that your dice will run really well and then all of a sudden they're cold, that's exactly what happened to me.
Yeah.
I'm not going to blame you, but...
So there's still one more shot here. You've got a shot at Luke.
Oh, you can try.
I don't need the pity.
So you're going to get to throw 3 dice at Luke. You've got a focus token, and you can afford to spend it.
You said 3 and you gave me 2.
Sorry, 2. It was 2.
Okay.
It was 2. If you're at range 1, it'd be 3. Okay. You can spend that focus token safely, because there's no more shooting. So if you spend the focus, you get to change that focus to a hit. And then Luke has to defend against that.
A hit, not a critical hit.
Not a critical hit.
Okay.
Okay.
And then you get to roll... are we range 3 here? I think it's just in range... Yeah, it's range 2. Okay. So just 2 defense dice, but... Before that happens, what does Luke's ability say?
Oh, after you become the defender before dice are rolled, you may recover 1 force token?
Yes.
So before my dice are rolled, not before his dice are rolled.
Yeah, it was actually should have been before his dice were rolled.
Okay.
I screwed up the timing a little bit.
Wow, you start winning and you get cocky and calling out the person who literally makes the game.
She's right, though, is the thing. All right, so you have choices here. You can spend a force charge. You will get that back at the end of the round. You want to do it?
Yeah.
Do it.
So evade both of them?
So Luke evades.
Yay.
All right, and then we go back to Dials. I don't know how we were doing on time, but...
I think we have about 10 minutes left. 7 minutes left, so maybe I can do something before...
Yeah, you can definitely do something. The game can spin fast. I once had a game where Luke, due to a bad run-in with an asteroid, Luke went from full health to dead in 1 turn. So it can happen.
Like father, like son.
Nobody asked you, Gavin.
Really, man? I only made fun of you once when the patch fell off.
And the patch fell off twice.
So I just get this one?
Yes, that comes back. Vader would recover his force charges were he...
Yes, we know. Vader is off of the field.
Still with us.
Did the target locks go away?
Target locks do not go away. They stick around.
That sucks.
Although Vader's...
Yeah, Vader's doesn't go
away. You probably
away.
can't still watch. man, what am I gonna do?
Win.
Thank you. That's my goal.
Ryan.
Do it for some
She approves my videos. I'm sorry.
Alright, I'm
Thank
not
you.
really sure what this maneuver is gonna do, but I'm gonna do it anyway. See what happens.
All right.
I may regret it.
TIE Fighters first.
Yay, that's working out so well.
Ooh, choreographed maneuver. I like it.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, 180 degrees at the end. Perfect.
Because if that's not what was going to happen, boy, did I make a mistake.
And you do get a stress, so you don't get an action, but you're in a really good position.
Okay. And so, can you translate what stress is going to mean for a ship in the game?
Yeah, so stress is a red token, which means it sticks around turn to turn, and it's bad. But it's generated by a lot of the like cool things you want to do. It's pushing your ship to its limit, and sort of like pushing your ship to its limit and even a little beyond, so that it is like very much like you need to take a maneuver to cool off afterward. Maybe you're running the engines too hot. Maybe you're like doing some dangerous maneuver where if you're fighting in an atmosphere, maybe you're doing some dangerous maneuver where you're braking using like gravity or something, or using wind resistance to help you do a turn. So it's all your like hotshot tricks.
Gotcha.
All right.
With my action.
Yes.
Yeah.
Focus.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so I would like to use R2D2.
Oh,
How
yes.
can I do that?
What is this?
Okay.
Let's explain how you use R2D2.
Yeah. Okay. So R2D2, the only upgrade card we have out here actually. So after you reveal your maneuver, so you reveal your maneuver, and it is a 3 Talon roll. You can take a disarm token to recover 1 shield. So this shield comes back. R2 repairs it.
Okay.
This gets spent. You should have 3 of those, but I don't think we're gonna get through all of them. And you get a disarm token, which I'm gonna step aside and grab.
This is a great time to point out that Sherry was selected for this stream because she rarely plays Star Wars X-Wing, and
But I've won every time.
Well, that trend may continue. That trend may continue. Okay, so now you're going to do this 3 Talon roll. So go ahead and move to the end of that.
All right. I'll
But
probably
then
regret this.
you're going to turn 90 degrees.
Okay.
So the good news actually is you wouldn't have fit
This
if
way?
you hadn't done a Talon roll. Yeah. You wouldn't have fit if you hadn't done a Talon roll, but because you did a Talon roll, you actually managed to sneak in there. But you have a disarm token, so you can't fire your guns.
Oh, that's what that means.
Oh, no.
All right.
And you get a stress, additionally, because you did a wild spin-around maneuver.
That's fine.
And because we both have a stress token, our ships are not going to be able to fire at each other. Is that right?
You're going to be able to fire.
Yes.
That's
really what I was asking.
The disarm token prevents you from firing, but the stress doesn't impact it.
Okay.
And how about Wedge?
All right. Wedge is going to do that.
All right, for Koigran.
So I go. And then completely around?
Yes, 180. And that goes there. Oh, no problem. All right, so now we go to shooting. Wedge is first. I think Wedge has a shot here. It's not a great shot, but it is a shot, and Wedge's shots are always good shots.
Well, my rolls are pretty good, so.
That's true. Your rolls are pretty good.
I probably just jinxed myself.
25 minutes ago, you weren't saying anything. And now.
All right, so we've got 1 hit. So it would normally be 4 dice because you're at range 3, but it's Wedge, so it's only 3 because he takes 1 away. But it is 3 dice against 1 hit. There we go.
There we go. Where did we go just now?
So you got the evade you needed, and you're good.
Excellent.
All right. Next is going to be Luke, but he can't fire. After that, we're on to the TIE Fighters.
All right. Thank you. We are at 1 minute. I am very desperate to try and do something on this game, but I do want to take this opportunity to thank you for joining us for PAX Online. And if you are interested in playing X-Wing and want to see more from us, you can go to xwing.com. No other website, just xwing.com. It'll lead you straight to the game, and it has all the information you need to purchase the game and a lot of resources to help you play the game better and explore the game. Again, thanks for watching, and have a great night or day, depending on where you are around the world.
Remember, Justin, I saved you by ending the stream. You didn't lose on camera.
Yes, I did. we can do 2 more turns, right? I just want to shoot somebody.
Oh yeah, definitely. Shoot him up. Shoot him up.
So, 2 focus.
Oof.
It doesn't matter.
Actually, what the fuck? Wait, we are done, right?
No. 30 seconds.
You're done.
Well, okay. What do those mean for our round here?
Okay, so that's a pair of focus results. So unfortunately, you need a focus token to be able to take advantage of those. So your attack does not hit. Sherry's defense dice were 2 evades, so had your attack hit, it still would have missed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's try, though.
I think that's emblematic of how the dice have been this game. Justin, I really feel your pain. My dice are always very cold.
Wow. So we would be going back to...
You've got another TIE Fighter shot, actually.
Okay,
and this one has focus.
That's okay. I'm still going to roll the dice.
All right, so you get 2 dice this time because it's range 3. Nice. All right, so you only technically shoot 2 dice, but we're gonna randomly remove this one.
I can't do it that way.
Well, we'll remove. It doesn't matter because you've got the focus result.
Okay.
So you're gonna have 2 hits either way.
Okay.
Because you don't need to spend that focus on defense.
Okay.
So you get to spend the focus. You get 2 hits. Wedge is gonna get 3 dice here to defend.
That's the other one.
Because it's range 3. Okay,
Yeah,
that's a hit on Wedge. So mark a shield off.
Okay.
Ooh. He got hit one time and still has his shields up.
Starts with shields.
It does.
All right, and then
PAX has been very nice to let us go overtime, so this has been streaming the whole time.
Are you still streaming?
And then we go back to dials.
Of course, he wasn't going to tell
I
us.
will keep. I wish I had known like 5 minutes ago when I said things I should not have said.
We should end it out though.
Yeah, we're good to go. We've already closed again. At this point, you could just go to justinloseshorribly@xwing.com. I will plug once again both fantasyflightgames.com or xwing.com, which is really your resource for finding out more about the game. Once more, thank you for laughing at me this evening. Please don't tell too many people what happened here tonight, and we look forward to seeing you on another live stream. Thanks again, PAX.
We announced Broken Roads at PAX Australia in 2019, and we're excited now that almost a year later, we're able to bring you an update on what we've been doing here at PAX Online. Broken Roads is a narrative-driven RPG, bringing exploration, strategic turn-based combat, and meaningful philosophical choices to an all-new Australian post-apocalyptic setting. We've spent a lot of time recreating areas of Western Australia as accurately as possible. Buildings, towns, landmarks, and many of the game's various locations are all authentic. and we're really happy to bring Post-Apoc back to Australia, all in the beautiful hand-painted style that the art team have produced. One area of the game we focused on extensively is the moral compass, our unique take on alignment and morality. We wanted to make a move away from the light side, dark side binary, that good and evil split you see so often in video games, and come up with a system that far better captures the nuance and complexity of the moral quandaries one could face in a desolated world. We wanted something that incentivized and rewarded consistent character role-playing without restricting players, and the moral compass is the result. Together with 4 origin stories, a classless character building system, and a wide range of skills and talents on offer, Broken Roads presents a unique blend of traditional, old-school role-playing with some truly original mechanics. The game is in development for PC, PS4, Switch and Xbox, and is due for launch in late 2021. Community and media reaction so far has been overwhelmingly positive, and we can't wait for you to experience the content-rich, densely crafted world we're creating. From all of us at Drop Bear Bites, thanks for taking the time to check out Broken Roads.
Evelyn is statistically a human paladin, and she is Oath of the Ancients. Characteristically, people have called her a Southern Belle, but of course she's not from the South as you would recognize it. She's from a small town outside Waterdeep that has an accent that sounds a little bit like an American Southern accent. But she is endlessly optimistic, which is a power of hers, but also a flaw. And she's extremely strong, even though she's very, very small. So it's been really fun to play with her soft side, as well as her strength, and her femininity, as well as her violence, and her endless optimism, as well as her deep realism that she maybe sometimes hides or fights or is now discovering. But in Idle Champions, she serves really well as a great tank and plays very well with a lot of the other characters in her universe as well. Evelyn's loyal steed is named Morning Glory, and in the game, just once, Morning Glory was transformed into a Pegasus for various reasons, so Evelyn's ultimate is to fly in on a Pegasus and wreak beautiful havoc. The process of helping to put Evelyn in Idle Champions was so much fun. Being kind of the creative reference for something like that and watching it come to life, even to the point of, I specifically remember they showed me an animated version of Evelyn, and I was like, I don't think her boots' wings should move like that. I think they should move like in this rhythm, and making even changes like that. It was so cool that they were so interested in making the character so like what I thought, and then seeing her in the game, even when I walk by the Idle Champions booth now and they have it on the screen, I'll be like, oh, that's me. I helped with that. And that's something that I don't know if I ever thought I'd be able to do. So it's been really, really fun having her in the game, and having people play her and enjoy her in the game and teach me how they're using her in the game has been awesome. It's been funny because I am in all video games. I'm a lore junkie. I like to do things because they're cool for the story. And so there's a difference between people who are like, oh, I've min-maxed exactly the numbers that Evelyn's best for, or the people who are like, oh, I like to put Evelyn next to these people because I like even playing with these characters. And actually what's cool is in Idle Champions, a lot of those things are the same. So it's really neat that I like having all of Evelyn's friend characters around her, and that's usually a good thing for the game too.
Genesis Noir is an adventure game set before, during, and after the Big Bang. A cosmic gunshot aimed at the heart of a god rockets the universe into existence and must be undone. Explore the expanding universe to discover clues on how you might destroy the Big Bang and prevent this tragedy. You'll stumble through seedy speakeasies, transform energy into matter, create far-out jazz duets, Discover what's inside a gas giant. Track animals through primeval woods.
Hello everyone, welcome to our Future of Online Games panel here at PAX Online 2020. I'm Margaret Crone and I'm joined by a whole slew of amazing people. Online games have been with us for more than 2 decades. Now, as we enter a new era in gaming, there are new trends forming around playing in the future. These lovely faces around me are all experts in building heavy RPGs and online worlds, and what they all have in common is that they are all working on projects coming out in the 2020s. So let's talk about the future of online games. So first and foremost, let's go around and let everyone introduce themselves. We'll start with John over there.
Sure. Hi, I'm John Smedley. I run the Amazon Games Studio in San Diego, although right now, what that means is I run a team of people that are scattered all over the place, and it's likely to stay that way. We're having a good time making a fun game that I can't wait to talk about.
We don't even need to bring COVID into this. It's been crazy. That's one of the reasons why, obviously, we're doing PAX Online, which is, very interesting. Steven?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, you just went to pick your drink up.
That's why. That's okay. My name is Steven Sharif. I'm the creative director on Ashes of Creation, also the founder of Intrepid Studios. We are also based in San Diego, enjoying these working from home times.
And Chris?
Yeah, Chris Perkins. I'm the creative director on Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, and super excited to be here, sitting with a lot of people I respect very much. It's very exciting times, and looking forward to talking about this today with you guys.
J-Todd.
And hi,
I
J-Todd
don't know why
Pullman.
I said it like that.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm the creative director of Crowfall and the co-founder of Artcraft with Gordon Walton.
Perfect. So my first question for you all is, obviously online games have been with us since the internet in the 1990s. Many of us remember that. Can you share some of your experiences with online games and why you entered the field as a career choice? Let's go around in the same order. People want to pop in.
Well, for me, it was pretty simple. I started playing online games. I played a game called Cyberstrike, fell in love with it, and just simply never wanted to make other kinds of games. When first game I made was Tannerus, and that was it was a big jump for us. But we then followed on with EverQuest, and I'm just hooked. There's just nothing else I want to do. Anytime you can bring passionate people together to play together, I think it's a huge win. So to me, this is a love affair with online gaming.
Yeah, my first online game was the original Neverwinter on AOL back in 1992. And I was 7 years old at the time and really had no idea the implications of playing with people across the world and getting to meet, different cultures and different ideas and different personalities. And as I kind of grew up and, working in a different industry, that was always my outlet from a social experience standpoint. And I found it just really compelling to be able to interact with people, share in the failures and successes and kind of online competition that was around it. And, about 5 years ago when I started Intrepid, I just fell into here this industry that I now love after 5 years of developing Ashes, and just kind of really creating dynamic experiences, I think, for people to kind of overcome and create new friends that they get to experience for lifelong friendships, really. That was my drive for creating Ashes and Intrepid.
And Chris?
I think I'm next. I can't talk about working on video games personally without going back all the way to the console games. All the years spent in front of the television with the Super Nintendo, the Sega, playing the Legends of Zelda and the Metroids, and just being so unbelievably immersed in those games to where it would make its way out into the imagination when I would get with friends and we'd play, or what I'd find myself doodling during the day at school. And I think when EverQuest launched, that was my first online game experience, and the way that all of that had built up in me met this online persistent world where there seemed to be no boundaries and no limits. And here I am doing what I'm doing in the backyard, but actually with other people now. That blew my mind. And I think that continuing to chase that sense of how far can you take that? How far can you take that sense of adventure and discovery and immersion and almost becoming one with your character fascinates me. So it's a lot of what drives, Pantheon. It's a lot of what drives, I know, all of us as we love making these things. So it's exciting.
Cool. I guess I'm last. So my first experience with online gaming was actually in college. Randomly, my college roommate and I started we started playing a MUD, and then we started working on a MUD. It was a Daiku MUD, which is, you can draw a direct line from Daiku MUD to EverQuest, actually, in terms of the kind of DNA, right? It was clearly inspired. It was just pre-graphics. And we spent years together working on trying to make the coolest Daiku MUD, and this was literally free to play. Like, there was no way to pay for these kind of games. You did it because, and there was no money in it for us. We just did it because we love it. We put thousands of hours into working on those original Daiku MUD style games. And when we both graduated, we started a company and then sold that company and decided that we were young and dumb enough to think that the right answer was to take all that money and put it into a game, because that seemed like a great idea at the time. And that game was Shadowbane, and Shadowbane came out right after EverQuest. Actually, it was one of those earliest games. Interestingly enough, that roommate is still working with me. He's the CTO at Artcraft, Joseph Hall.
Awesome.
So we've been making these kind of games together literally as long as these games have been around, which is pretty cool.
It's been crazy for me, like, hearing all your guys' stories, because I think every single one of them, I know exactly what you're talking about, because we've all, like, it's such a small world, right? Like, even though there's so many worlds and they're so expansive, like, we all kind of, like, know each other from all these different companies and stuff. It's been very interesting.
Yeah, Stephen, I do have to say that I recognize your path, because it was my path. Is you came from out of the industry, you'd never made a game before, you had some money from a previous venture and thought, and it's like an independent filmmaker coming and going, I think I'll make a film, but I'm not going to start with a small film. I'm going to make Titanic right out of the gate. I'm going to make the largest blockbuster I can possibly imagine. So God bless you. I think it's fantastic, and I've been exactly where you are now, because that's where Shadowbane came from. None of us had ever made a game before, other than we were players. We loved it. We had a passion, and we took a shot.
It was very serendipitous for me, actually, to be in San Diego deciding to start the studio, because this is such a hotbed for MMO specific experience developers,
sure.
right?
Absolutely.
And
yeah.
it was a great thing to be able to attract them from their previous franchises that they had worked on.
You can thank John for that, for sure.
Exactly, absolutely.
I came from John Lands as well. I worked for John for like 8 years.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Austin's the same way. I mean, Austin is that's another thing I should give some credit to, is that if Joseph and I had not both landed in Austin, I doubt we would have been able to start Wolfpack. But then we became part of that scene. And so now, Wizard 101 was our biggest game. We've done the same thing. There's been, hundreds of people that have gone through that studio and gone off to start other things as well. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's definitely cool, and like I said, we're with experts here. There's people who have made some amazing games or been experiencing them. So what I'd like to talk about next is, of course, what the driving force is, and the difference between playing like games solo versus playing them online with others, and then of course like how that leaps forward into MMO space whenever you have thousands of players together, right? And obviously you guys can kind of like just talk about that. We don't have to go in an order or anything. We just talk casually.
I think the real interesting thing that kind of sets apart the dynamic of an MMO.
Who wants to go first? Oh, do I lose you? It looks like I lost you all.
I think you lost us.
Oh no, J Todd, are you here? Did we lose him?
The joys of Zoom meeting.
It's okay. We can continue.
I don't know all of you, but this is like an every.
The cameras might get a little
hour
weird for a moment, but we'll be back. So go ahead, Stephen.
Well,
you were saying.
as I was saying, I think the really interesting dynamic that kind of sets apart the MMORPG experience from more solo-oriented games is that there's an unpredictability with how the community at large is going to act in the game, how alliances are going to be forged or enemies are going to be created.
Your mic got a little quieter, just so you know.
Sorry about that. I think that's really compelling. Anytime you have a human level emotion that's a part of that interaction in the game, it creates, I think, a little bit more emotional investment really in the outcome of things. And that's I think, a really interesting dynamic to MMOs at large.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And I think that the friendship and the bonds of communities are just much stronger in MMORPGs in particular, but you're seeing it in all kinds of other games now too that are people are calling MMOs, and I think they rightly probably are. But what I will say is, MMORPGs have a unique ability to last a very, very long time. I mean, we're seeing, EQ, my God, it launched back in 99, and it's pretty amazing that these games can have these kind of lifespans. But what I think really sets us apart is that those communities can stay together for such an amazingly long time. It really brings me a lot of joy to see that people are still playing EverQuest, all the time, and that's a good feeling.
I think that it points to something really powerful, just even about the design of that game too. When there are things that EverQuest did that now 20 years later we can look back and say that really stood the test of time because it tapped into something more primal and more human than I think we really even understood. And I think there's a lot of room for different types of games we see a lot of different types of games in the current MMO market. Games that are more, match-based or game mode-based, and less of those like real high adventure, real, deep investment, deep reward, social contract building type games. And, Pantheon obviously is a very much kind of drawing a lot of inspiration from those earliest era games. And I think, the more of that we see, imbued into these fantasy games, so I think all the games we're working on here represent that. I think we're going to see a lot more of that staying power because it just taps into something so deep. Being able to connect with people, form memories, overcome challenges. It is just the fundamental kind of fiber of what we're doing. So, yeah.
And Todd, to bring you in, we're discussing the diverging difference between playing games solo versus playing them with others, and then of course MMOs where you have like thousands of players playing together, and what the differences and what drives those different types of gameplay.
Yeah, sorry, I completely lost internet there for a second. So
No,
if
it's okay.
if I cut out again, then I apologize.
The deal with me.
So
I started making a 4-person scene, so if it happens again, maybe we'll be good.
For me, that's always been the magic really of these games, right? Is once you have the idea that other people are buying in around you, actual people are buying into the same universe that you are, it effectively breathes life into that universe and makes it feel magical. Like it brings a level of immersion that you just simply can't get. And that's not to say single player games aren't amazing. I mean, they are absolutely astounding nowadays, but that particular piece to me has always been a little bit of magic that I can't find otherwise. And that's what's always brought me back to online games.
And
I think to touch I think to touch a little bit even more on that point is, the great thing about MMORPGs specifically as a genre is you don't have to be pigeonholed into the high social, massively multiplayer aspect of it. Good MMORPGs provide that kind of outlet for players if they want to go solo a little bit. They can do that for a period of time, and then they can get reintroduced into the community, back into the social environment. And it also represents kind of a replacement of the typical AI that solo games have. You now have an actually unpredictable, nature of the community that gets to influence your gameplay a little bit, and that's cool.
Yeah, it's also the thing that makes these games so hard and challenging to build, right? That chaos is it's what is firing the engine of making it amazing, but it's also raw chaos. Like you are trying to defensively design around a hive mind that is trying to figure out how to break it and make it theirs. And so it makes it a very intriguing challenge that also makes it very addictive as a game maker, right? Like to some degree, we're all playing these games, but these guys up here, we're playing a slightly different game, which is the can I build it game, and that has its own level of interest and addiction to it as well.
And I think that kind of works perfectly into my next question here, which is, online games have changed a lot over just, the last decade within itself. But of course, you're all making different strides in this new era, and of course, with your studios creating new products. Can you talk a little bit about your titles and also what you're bringing to the playing field coming into the future, right? Obviously, some of you can't talk about too much, but what you can talk about. And I guess maybe let's go around the opposite way. We'll start with J-Todd and go around to Chris and Stephen and then John.
Oh, sure. So Crowfall is a very different type of game by definition. So my last company that I worked for had found a tremendous amount of success with effectively the WoW theme park model of games. What our particular interesting swing at the market was that we decided to go after things that skewed larger in age bracket, right? So we went, for the kind of what Nintendo does incredibly well, which is the 8 to 88, right? We wanted to have grandparents and kids able to play together and experience the social world. And that has its own interesting set of unique challenges with security and chat and things like that. So, so leaving out of that, I wanted to go try something kind of crazy and different. And way back on the beginning of the evolutionary tree of these kind of games, before there was WoW, none of us had an idea of what would work and what wouldn't, because we didn't know. Nobody had tried anything. So we tried a bunch of crazy ideas out. Like Ashlyn's Call had a fealty system where you could get other players to swear fealty to you, and then as they were killing monsters, it was like a multi-level marketing scheme for experience points, and you would get you could just gain levels by having other people out farming. Weird stuff like that, right? That really, when WoW came out, I mean, usually if you look at a genre like RTS or FPS or whatever, or MOBA, is at some point somebody finds the amazing, perfect combination of elements, and then everybody else basically riffs on that. They all kind of take that exact same pattern and make minor tweaks to it. And in every other genre, that's worked great, right? You have amazing people pop up and they make a new FPS, and it's not really that different with the last FPS, but it's slightly different in theme or art or whatever, and it does really well. We all tried that in WoW and it didn't work. So WoW came out and found this perfect combination of all these elements. And then everybody tried to make exactly the same with a slight tweak, and none of them were even close to what WoW was. So they just didn't work. So what I thought was interesting, and when Gordon and I started this company, what we thought would be interesting would be to go back to pre-WoW and look at earlier branches off the evolutionary tree that had promise, but basically died on the altar of not WoW. Because it's not WoW, it's clearly not the way you make billions of dollars. So let's just stop investing in it, right? So that's what we went back to, is those early days of MMOs. And so what's interesting? So for us, the idea was, why don't we build a giant simulator that's completely dynamic and hand the reins of the world over to the players and let the players kind of shape the world to do whatever they want. That's that chaos I was talking about earlier. It's terrifying because as a designer, WoW was all about, it's a theme park. You are on rails. You maybe give the player the appearance that the world is changing, but it's not changing. You want to exactly map them beat by beat by beat, so you can try and figure out how to monetize them and retain them and convert them as good as possible. And when you hand that control over to the players, it's a whole different ball game. You don't know what their experience is going to be 7 minutes into your game, because you're not in control of the world. So that's been it's been a crazy, interesting experiment, but it has all the pain associated with that too. So anyway, but that's where Crowfall came from, is the idea that we wanted to go and try something unique and different and breathe some experimentation back into the space.
Chris, what are you bringing to the future of MMOs, or online games in general, right?
Yeah. Well, I want to go back to what Jay Todd said at the end of the question before this, and he brought it up again too, which is just the kind of chaos that happens the more you lean into player agency, the more you lean into that sense of freedom. And in some ways, I think you could look at a lot of the games that have come out post DQ, post WoW even, and almost kind of tag them based on the degree to which they did that, because it just doesn't happen often. There's a lot of very rigid design, or what we would refer to as being very heavily curated. Your level 1 to level 50 is kind of predetermined, or at least there are, a couple of predetermined paths. And so one of the things that really has resonated with me is that sense of true immersion that comes from legitimate discovery, because you're not being led around. You're not being told from the moment you log into the game, you should probably do this, you should probably do that. There's kind of a hand-holding idea that has come about, where there is a difference between orienting a player, so here's how you do things, versus hand-holding, which is ensuring their success in doing those things. And I think one of the keys in creating kind of that first generation sense of tension is that it's fine to orient your players, but what happens when you lean into that player agency and then you put them in a world where there's more than they can imagine to discover. And the things that they do and the decisions that they make have weight, but you're not putting a safety net under their feet. But then you're putting them in there with a lot of other players where this natural desire to reach out and ask for help and seek others to adventure with. We go back to back when EverQuest came out, for example, which I would reference a lot because it's just a huge inspiration to me personally. But back then, video games were still on the edge of being almost taboo. Like you didn't know if you wanted to even mention that you played video games, depending on the conversation. And it all was drawing from that heavy D&D pen and paper experience. And what's so amazing about Dungeons and Dragons, that even as we're seeing it kind of grow in popularity again, is you want to talk about a tapping into the human imagination. The human imagination is powerful. And when you can sit in a room for hours and hours and hours with nothing, no screen, and just conversation and be totally immersed and engrossed in this experience, I think it's a testimony to how much there is to tap into imagination wise. And so when you bring that into the context of an MMO, and with Pantheon specifically, the three keywords for us are immersion, which immersion can mean a lot of different things to different people, but you could also think of that as a high sense of adventure. When was the last time when we logged into a game and we felt like we're going to go on an adventure? Or is it more of, a match-based thing, or a game mode-based thing, or kind of a compartmentalized-based experience? We want Pantheon to be a holistic adventure-based game where there's a sense of real discovery too, because that's a big part of adventure. You want to actually find things, you want to discover things, and not because a mini-map is telling you it's there, or because you have a quest that's telling you it's there, but because you're genuinely interested in what you're looking for. The other key is challenge. We really do believe that gamers like being challenged. There's a sense of overcoming an obstacle, especially when you're able to do it with others, that is very significant. And that bleeds into the third one, which is the community aspect, that social contracting that happens when you're in a high adventure-based game that's very challenging. There is a natural desire to want to not only just to group with other players, but the kind of information brokering that happens when real discovery is a thing, when it's not just in everyone's quest log, but it's like you've genuinely found something based on your own experience that you can share with others. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny, Chris, you're talking a little bit about, Dungeons and Dragons and the pen and paper campaigns. Ashes of Creation actually comes from an old campaign that I created in Pathfinder for some groups that I used to play with a long time ago. And, I think for me, really what Ashes of Creation is aspiring to do is kind of not necessarily to reinvent the wheel of what MMORPGs are, but kind of blend the world building aspects of another series and another game style I love, which turn-based strategy. I love the Civilization series from Sid Meier's, and the aspect of building empires that's kind of integrated into my original campaign that I built Ashes of Creation around, which was the Kingmaker expansion for Pathfinder. Essentially letting the players kind of dictate the course of not just the world building component, but also the narrative and how it affects their environment and their community. We've kind of moved away from this idea from a game philosophy standpoint with MMORPGs over the last decade of risk versus reward. It's kind of turned into this, everybody gets a participation trophy, and there's not, any real sense of failure that's possible. And when you remove the possibility of failure, you also remove the feeling of achievement when you actually succeed. And that can kind of desensitize the player base when they're participating in these, new sandbox type MMORPGs where there's really not a lot of curated content behind the door. And because of that, there's not really significance to the choices that you make. And I think that it's become kind of an excuse, to move away from that theme park element. But we kind of take a different approach with Ashes where, each door must have specific curated content content, and that creates a very a large content production roadmap for the project itself. But it also makes those choices feel meaningful when you see actual consequence and changes occur around the world. So the node system kind of helps to facilitate that, but really kind of getting back to that sense of risk versus reward, the ability for players to actually make bad choices. That can sometimes be fearful for large studios to undertake a project with that type of philosophy, and they're not willing to take that risk because that's not the way, as J. Todd said, WoW did it, or it's not the way that Final Fantasy does it, right? And when you have those large projects that are kind of setting the trend of what to do, everybody just kind of falls into place with that. And I really admire, everybody else on this panel who are kind of trying to trend set themselves and take risks themselves in a different direction, perhaps, because the industry needs more of that. The genre needs more of that. In order to be innovative, you have to take risks. And it's really cool to see that. And that's part of really Ashes of Creation's, mission statement is, we're not redefining the wheel of what an MMORPG is traditionally, but we're introducing elements that have a philosophy that deviate from what the course has been over the past 20 years.
So, I mentioned before, I work at Amazon, and one of the best parts about working at Amazon is the risk is sort of an inherent part of our DNA here. And being in a company that is willing to take risks and frankly willing to accept failures and willing to keep trying at something until we get it right. It's really awesome to work at a company that has that kind of that mentality that all of us want, the Blizzard mentality. We'll release it when it's done. Well, I mean, you're just seeing that now with New World. That's with not the game I'm working on, but it's nice to do that. So one of the best parts about this place is Jeff Bezos wants us to take serious risks and do seriously crazy things. There was this famous quote that he has that he wants us to make games that are computationally ridiculous. Well, okay, that's what we're doing. I can't describe the specifics of the game I'm on just yet. We've been working on it for a good while now, and what I can say about it is I'm kind of chasing a theme that started with EverQuest Next. I'm a big believer that these games need to basically get to the point where you're simulating almost a real world. And what we are trying to do is tie that to a narrative that I think is going to be pretty rad for people. They're going to see something new. We're doing something just completely new and out there. I can't wait to show it. I wish I could say a lot more about it, but what I can say is it's loosely related to the Monet behind me. That's about all I can say at this point. Sorry. Really, actually not trying to tease. I would love to talk about it. And actually, with some of you on this panel,
kind of got castle vibes.
Is that like a tower? Yeah, what is that? Yeah. Now we have to inspect it.
We have a DM. Can we inspect the room?
Users do that. Yeah. It's not. This is a Monet painting.
We're gonna zoom in on like the Monet painting.
I'd like to roll a perception check. And
yeah. I was gonna say
the investigation check would be more appropriate.
Oh, okay.
What I would say is the thing that we're chasing more than anything is a dynamic world. With EverQuest Next, it was probably too ambitious, if I'm being honest. But just because it's too ambitious doesn't mean you shouldn't try to do it anyways. Just finally had a company that actually has the wherewithal to pull it off. So
yeah, trying to do that without the money is a lot more painful, John.
By the way, I did, and
yeah, for sure.
Okay, with that, I kind of want to move into this next topic, which I think you all have touched on at one point or another in some of these other questions that we've talked about, which is, forming a community around games is super important, especially when it comes to MMOs and creating lively online games. So what experience have you had with both like toxic and also supportive communities over the years, and like maybe shine down some wisdom to the folks who maybe, haven't experienced that as much, or, like what you think is the future of online games in regards to that? We'll go the opposite way. We'll start with John.
Sure. The community is the best part of MMO gaming, and it's also the part that can be tough to deal with sometimes, because you make decisions that impact people and they get very, agitated about it sometimes. And I think kind of the biggest lesson that I took away from the many MMOs I've worked on is that once you launch a game, it's not yours anymore. And we need to remember that. And it's, I've learned that lesson the hard way a few times. But I will also say that learning that the hard way also gives you some ability to look back and go, oh, let's not do that again. I've really thoroughly enjoyed every second I've had the opportunity to talk to our community. We used to have these fan festivals every year. And I got to tell you, the awesomeness of running a place for 15 years and literally going to SOE's Fan Fest and seeing people that were started playing when they were young became parents themselves, and then their kids are playing with them. There is nothing
started
more
working for
awesome.
that company that I went to the fanfare event for.
It's such a great feeling. And to me, the community is really why we do this, and it's a lot of fun. And yeah, sure, sometimes it can be, a little bit chaotic, and you can end up with some people that don't like a decision that you make. But by and large, keeping games running for 15, 20 years is not an easy thing. And, I think a lot of the people on this panel have done that, and it's hard, but it's so rewarding.
Yeah, maybe we kind of alter that question a little bit, with that, which is kind of, how do you foresee it changing in the future, or where do you see community growth happening?
Well, that's an interesting, there's an interesting part of that. Here is a common theme every single one of us and all the people watching have heard. Hey, have you played such and such a game? Oh God, I wish I had the time to play that. Guess what? You do. You're making a choice. Like you're watching TV or Netflix versus that. The truth is, a lot of us played these MMO experiences that were very time intensive, but it's not because the games themselves necessarily were, although EverQuest clearly was, but it's also because it was a new thing. It's new, it's exciting, and everybody wanted to play it forever. Then, battle royales came out. Then the MOBAs came out. Then the battle royales. What we're seeing is a blossoming of online communities into these smaller communities based on the types of games people want to play. I love that.
Yeah, I think the community really is where, as a developer, you live or you die. And the reality is there's nothing more motivating than seeing the excitement, than seeing the satisfaction, of the players that you're literally spending your life building something for. I mean, it is for that community. And it can be a little bit of a double-edged sword because as John was saying, not everybody's going to agree with your decisions. And, at the end of the day, that's okay. There's a lot of different philosophies when it comes to game design, when it comes to different genres. As John was describing, there's a metamorphosis in the community constantly of different demographics that are interested in different types of games. And, that isn't just per genre basis, it's also within genres as well. I think all of us here kind of reflect different, focuses where our, games are going and the focuses that they have, and that's going to attract different people. I think really what it comes down to, and probably the future of community development and cultivating, the following and the player base that these games have, comes down to just kind of transparency and discussion with people. Traditionally in the past, it hasn't really gone that route, but I think over the past decade or so, with the more widely used commercial engines that are available now and the advent of indie studios becoming, more prevalent, there's this type of interaction between the community and the developers that wasn't traditionally seen early on in the gaming industry. It was more so kind of secretive. You didn't want your competitors to know your ideas and what you were doing, and you kind of release everything about the game when you're ready to market it and release it. And now it's really more of a hand-holding type of experience where you walk the players on some developments, where you walk the players through what you're doing and you get that, early feedback. And that does require trust on behalf of both the developer to trust the player in essentially understanding game development, which not a lot of players do, and that's okay. Hopefully they'll learn something along the way, right? But also on behalf of the players, trusting that the developers know where the end goal is going to end up, and the early iterations they're seeing are not the final product, right? That's obviously very important, and sometimes that trust can get whittled away at when some projects don't necessarily do the right thing. But at the end of the day, understanding that us as developers, we're spending 14, 16, 18 hours a day sometimes because we want to satisfy and make our players, our community proud. That is really our goal as gamers. I think I am my community, and that's the way you can be most successful, not just understanding your audience, but being your audience. That helps to kind of motivate you to make sure you perform in a way that's going to respect their desires, that's going to respect their direction, and deliver eventually a product that makes them proud and you proud too.
Yeah, I always hear players say things like, oh, the developers don't care. Believe me, we wouldn't spend all our waking days and hours making something if we didn't care. We do. We care so much. So I just wanted to put that out there.
And to be clear, just to make sure there's an understanding in separating the developers from the executives. I mean, there's a different dynamic there, right? The people who go into game development, depending on the company, absolutely. But the people who go into game development that are building these games, they usually do it because they're passionate about games. It's
most of the execs are too. I mean, I'm a small company guy, but from my experience, even working with the big companies, the execs can make more money in another industry with a lot less pain and aggravation, frankly.
Absolutely.
If you don't, what I've seen is people who come into the game space just because they think it might be kind of neat. They leave. They're like, why would I put up with this crap? I'm going to go back to medical software or whatever the hell else they could do.
They don't stay for very long, or they're not.
No,
very
they just don't. It takes a certain kind of crazy, and you either love it or you don't. And the problem is, if you do love it, there's nothing else you can do. You're kind of screwed.
But I have worked
stuck.
at some companies where there's people who are in those positions who are not gamers at all.
That is true. That is true. And the larger the organization, eventually,
more likely
the more likely it's going to be. The smaller the organization, though, the more the pain there is too. So I guarantee you, those people are gamers. It is not a quick buck.
Absolutely.
And of course, Chris, I don't know if you wanted to add something on to the topic about community.
It's a big conversation. I mean, I couldn't agree more with the fact that, number one, I think we're going to start seeing game development demystify a little bit with all the crowdfunded projects that are out there. I mean, several of ours on the panel here, are to some degree. So how game development works, the twists and turns it can take, the challenges, the length of time, all these things I think are slowly demystifying a little bit. The other cool thing about that, I think, Stephen, you mentioned it with the availability of game engines, and I think we're going to see a lot more prosumers, which is what I would consider myself to be, someone who originally was a consumer of these things, who is now in a position to be developing them. And I think that is really exciting, because what that's going to mean is you're going to start seeing many more games that aren't following that, kind of primary path that you see kind of, like WoW we've talked about before, but you're going to see a lot more games from these very, very specific, passionate places, a lot more risk taking, a lot more innovation. And I think we're really kind of at the beginning of a very exciting kind of turn here. And the last thing I'll say is, my goodness, like, we do this for our communities. There is never a more exciting time, and I don't think anyone would argue, when players come in. When they come in and they play, when they test, when you see players running around in the game, it makes it all worth it. Every late night, every 24-hour day spent working, like, it is so worth it because of the players. So please know that we, at least speaking for everyone on this panel, we would all say to our communities, we love you, we need you, we support you as you support us, and we wouldn't be doing this without you.
Yeah, I mean, all of us on this panel play games regularly. So like, I'm in half a dozen different communities of games that I'm extremely passionate about, to different degrees of my, sort of what I'm playing at the moment. And I love being a part of game communities. And sometimes, again, there's people I disagree with in the community, but the fact that people are this passionate about it, they don't get this passionate about tax software or medical imaging. It's.
Hey, I've seen some people get pretty passionate about that stuff. Just saying.
Oh, I'm sure there are, but like,
you got to be in the right community for that, though.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize the amount. Like, this is an industry that requires a lot of hours out of people, and it. I'm not saying I love that, by the way. That's that we're certainly really against crunch in our shop, but it still, you put in so many hours after the day is done, and it's because we're passionate about it.
It's the passion for sure.
It's the fine line of trying to, like, when you work with the thing that you love doing, it's like, when does work stop? And so I can totally understand that perspective.
Yeah, it's not necessarily that you're chained to your desk. It's that you're kind of sitting at dinner and you're looking off, and your wife will look at you and go, "Will you please stop?" Because she knows exactly what you're thinking about, right? She doesn't know the particular system or bug that you're thinking about.
How many times I've gotten in trouble for being on the phone on Slack and not turning it off.
Yeah. Actually, so real quick before we move on, I'd like to pick up on a thread of something Chris said, because I thought it was really interesting, and that's the kind of the way in which community is now no longer passively observing the development of these games, but actively participating in the development of these games. And there's a couple things that are play there. One is they're more connected, I think, than they've ever been before, right? Because it's not just one community. You've got this giant pool of gamers. And as John said, they're interconnected, and I'm part of 6 communities, and I'm also cross-section over here. And I've watched this one streamer, so technically I'm a part of that community. Yeah. And if he's now playing Sea of Thieves, then evidently I'm now part of that community. Like, it's all interconnected and mixed, right? It's all cross-sliced. But the other thing in addition to that is the tools and the technology that's become available now to kind of democratize, right, game making. You've seen the best games, the most unexpected successes have started as mods, right, recently, because of Minecraft, and because, you know, League of Legends came from this. Battle Royale came from this, which led to Fortnite, which like all of the, and I think of it as a genetic algorithm, right? As you got this massive pool of gamers out there who all have ideas, and now suddenly they have enough tools that are becoming more and more available that they're trying to act on those ideas. And then if you have 100,000 of them do that, every now and then one of them is a true gem that beats the hell out of anything that the professionals have made, right, or come up with in the last 20 years, because we can't compete with a genetic algorithm. And so those things float up, and those great ideas, then you see a lot of the larger companies go, hey, that's a really good idea. So then they'll take it and they'll add what we are really good at, which is the layer of polish and the art and the content and things like that, and all the support systems, the operations underneath it. But I find that really fascinating. It's the mirror has been turned around now to where the community is actually feeding itself in a large way. I find
like
that
you're reading my
fascinating.
mind, J-Tad, because guess what my next question is? My next question is literally about, how has the development in games changed over the years? And do you find it easier or harder to build out products because of those technology changes? And I think, like you kind of touched on that a little bit. Does anyone else have anything else they want to add on that front?
Oh, it's changed so much. Like it is awesome. After I left SOE, I started an independent company and got to use Unity and did work in it myself. One of the problems, if you're at a company for a long time, you can get kind of, tunnel vision about like things like tech and what other people are doing. Wow, that these engines, we're using Unreal 4, and holy cow, like our lives are so much easier now. There's so many things we can just buy if we want to. Do we really need to write the 50th chat system that we've written? Probably not, those sorts of things. So I totally agree about the democratization. I also think, we as an industry are bringing our players into the fold on the development, because it turns out it's pretty damn fun to watch an artist draw some stuff, to a part of the community. Maybe not the whole community, but I love that. It's so much fun now, especially with Twitch and the ability to stream development stuff. It's just awesome.
Yeah, I think this is true really of any technology. As it continues forward in its lifespan, it becomes more widely available, and through that access, that democratization of it, you see greater innovation, because more people have an opportunity to lend their voice, to lend their ideas to developing something, and that goes hand in hand with including the community as a part of that process. I mean, when I first started Intrepid, and before even the first line of code was written for Ashes of Creation, I had the Epic team down to kind of evaluate using Unreal Engine 4, and boy, have they been a great asset to us in helping us understand and utilize their engine, which I think is a great thing, because those commercial engines, whether it be Unity or Unreal Engine 4 or perhaps Lumberyard, there is an opportunity there where you have a dedicated engine team that is focusing on making your life as a developer easier, whether it be through out-of-the-box tools that are available to you, or assistance in communicating with what can be done on the source code side to change things to fit your specific project. So I think just as we move forward as an industry, industry, and those commercial engines become even better over time, and with the introduction of the community as a part of the process, you're going to really see pretty interesting things start to happen, where a lot of the innovation and the capabilities and the successes come away from the AAA, large corporations, and start, as they have been over this past decade, spawning off really successful ideas and projects from the community and the indie developers.
I also think that's especially true of the multi-platform aspect of our business now. Our game, for example, is going to be, PC, PS5s, Xbox X, and mobile. And cross-play, that's a huge change. Right now, it's a bit painful, just the hoops you got to jump through, but it's such a great thing. And the tech is enabling this. It makes it ridiculously easier, maybe not easy, but easier. So
let's
I
move
love
into
it.
that topic, because I actually have that on my list of questions here, which is, is there a time where you think everyone will be playing MMOs across consoles? So on your phone, and maybe simultaneously on your phone,
So this may surprise you. This recent data that I saw, and it's a pretty good source. 50 million console MMO players, and that blew me away. And it's mind blowing, and to see the level that the multi-platform aspect is growing, and mobiles are almost as big.
Anyone else?
I think there's definitely going to be a avenue, specifically, I guess, if you're referring to MMORPGs or MMOs being cross-platform and on consoles and mobile. I think there's absolutely that avenue is growing over time, especially. But I think there's always going to be a PC-specific MMORPG market that really doesn't translate well to cross-platform. There might be iterations that could translate well, but the depth that usually accommodates the kind of systems in MMORPGs are very difficult, in my opinion, to translate over successfully to consoles and or mobile platforms. But there is, that growing market, obviously, of introducing MMO elements into different projects across those consoles and mobile. And I think that's going to continue to grow going forward.
And Chris,
I would agree with that. I think there's just a level of complexity that is just very difficult to replicate without making some pretty significant reductions or having some negative impacts on your game that you've been building for PC. So we don't have plans for that, obviously. But as has been mentioned, I think there are a lot of really cool ways to introduce companion type experiences. I mean, I think most of us would agree we love being able to be in a game on our characters, interacting with things. If we could do that from our phone, I mean, yes, we'd be spending even more time on our phones, but to be able to kind of have some level of access into looking at your inventory or reading up on your factions or the different kind of enemies or entities you've encountered along your journey and reading a little bit about them, that's personalized to your experience, not just a wiki, but what have I done in the game? I think there's a lot of cool opportunities with that. And going back to the engine and the tools conversation, it's getting easier and easier to do things like that as well.
One thing I'll caution you on, though, and I'd probably disagree a little bit with Steven on this. I actually think the days of PC exclusive MMOs are probably numbered for a simple reason. The hitting the worldwide market is major. I'm not saying that there won't be any, of course there will be, but I think the big games are going to be going multi-platform now. And the idea of companion products, that's an age thing. And it took me a while to realize that. So one of the biggest games on mobile is Black Desert Online. Have any of you?
I played it.
It's a friggin' eye chart. It's well made. It's just I'm 51. It's not for me. That's what I mean.
Oh, I see.
It's at some point, as new technology is introduced, we need to make sure we're keeping younger. We're making a big deal out of trying to hire a younger team to make sure that we're up on those mobile trends, because I really think that's a huge market, even if it's not one I personally play.
It is. The challenge that we found. So originally you had some very clear challenges that you just couldn't get over, right? One being legally, no. The platform holders just no, you can't bring those players into our walled garden. So the fact that that's now breached, right? That they're allowing it. It's not like that's an easy thing. You still have to have, I think, pretty solid relationships to be able to get some of those companies to allow you to do that kind of stuff, right? Then the next layer then is technology, right? Getting the technology to the point where you can do it, which is not an easy process, right? If you start talking about mobile, you got a configuration management nightmare with all the different Android devices and things like that are out there. And, trying to say, hey, I'm going to make this screamer of a PC play with this person who's got an iPad that's 5 years old, and they're going to have a good experience together. I don't want to trivialize that as a challenge. It's a big challenge. Even once you get past those, though, the problem that I've got when I look at this is that the player expectation and behaviors are simply not the same. They're just not. My level of immersion when I'm sitting at my PC versus when I'm sitting at Starbucks waiting on them to yell Todd, and the moment they do, I've forgotten about whatever the hell's in my hand because I'm getting my coffee. Those are just different player behaviors. And so making a one-size-fits-all experience that you think is going to the same exact experience across all these devices, I've yet to find it. I haven't found it yet. So Black Desert's a great example. They just didn't do that, right? They said, you know what? We've got Black Desert Online on PC. We can take the assets and we can take the story and we can take the content and we can remake a new, what would that look like if we readapted it to player behavior on this device? Because it's a different player with a different type of behavior. And that worked out pretty well for them. Right? Just saying, I'm going to simply take it and port it. I mean, an argument can be made, right? I mean, Minecraft and Fortnite have been incredibly successful, though we've internally had the debate of, yeah, but were they successful because they did the crossplay, or were they already so successful on the one device that it was enough to drag players on the other device into that experience and say, I'm willing to go with not as good of an experience on this device because I want to be part of the Fortnite, the wave of Fortnite. This is, by the way, this is a debate I had yesterday internally, so I'm not trying to come down like I'm the guy on the mountain. I am not the guy on the mountain who has the answers.
I just know that
we're
have to
we're
wrap things up
actively
because,
debating when we're designing a system. Do we try and come up with something that's going to be okay on both, and therefore it's just okay on both, or do we?
I have to apologize, folks.
Yeah, we have to wrap up the
choice. I have to bail. Yep. This was an awesome panel. Please keep talking. I can't wait to rest.
Thank you, John.
Thanks,
later, John.
See you later.
all right. Yeah, I was trying to wrap it up because
So anyway, that you have stumbled right into the heart of what, as a developer, because it's not enough that we're trying to predict what people want today.
Yeah, and I think
it takes too long.
I think
we're always predicting what they want in years.
You touched on a good point, J. Todd. When you're designing the systems, and you have to keep in mind that, are you designing something that's going to be mediocre but work on both platforms, right? Or are you going to go all in on a specific design that's facilitated for PC or for mobile or for console, right? That's a very important decision. And you don't want to sacrifice the quality really of your core gameplay ideas in order to facilitate a broader audience. And I think another important aspect is that demographics specifically, these are unique demographics of players that exist on these separate platforms.
Absolutely.
And the PC gamer population doesn't care, at least with regards to MMORPGs, and a vast majority of them don't care whether or not they can play it on their phone or on console. They want to have it playable on the PC because that's their platform of choice. Does that mean that you can't create something separate, something that's a companion, something that's a different game in Black Desert's example, for those other platforms, and utilize the same assets and IP and universe? Of course you can do that. But that's, I think, in my opinion, really the future, at least for MMORPGs specifically. Obviously, there are different genres that lend to a better capability of being cross-platform.
Yeah, it's game specific for sure.
Yes.
Some games are going to be more suited for that than others, just right out of the box, just because of the nature of the game.
I mean, even like Destiny 2. Destiny 2 is a great example where their resistance, their reluctance, Bungie, to allow like direct crossplay between PC and console, just because of the skill difference between a controller and a keyboard. I think coming off of that fresh conversation you just had, where I'd never really heard it put that way before, and I agree. I think that's a great example. You're in the coffee shop, you're trying to get in a group, you're in the middle of this big PvP siege or whatever it is. Like, it's just very different when you're honed in at your seat, in front of your computer, versus when you're trying to get on a bus or something like that. I mean, I think that's a great argument for why it may still be a while before we see that being the consistent norm. Totally.
Yeah, that said, I do have a lot of faith in that genetic algorithm of people out there with ideas. I mean, people constantly amaze me by coming up with stuff that I'm like, God, I would never have thought of that, and I wish I had. That's the refrain of my life. They'll probably put that on my tombstone. I wish I'd thought of that, but I certainly did not.
They say like, the big thing is you always look back at the things you didn't do. So, you know, try. If you have something you want to do, go get it. And obviously we could be here all day. We could talk about like so many things in regards to online games or just gaming in general. And obviously we have a plethora of knowledge from all of these wonderful folks, John included, even though he's not here at this moment. But
he's bad. He's gone now. We can talk bad about him.
Yeah. So I do want to kind of like wrap this up because we obviously only have an hour. So is there anything else that you all would like to kind of like make sure that you get out there, especially when it comes to thinking about the future of online games? And I will go around and kind of let everyone have their last final say, and then we'll wrap things up. So start things off. We'll go with Chris, actually, because you know what, Chris, you have not gotten to start something.
Sure, happy to. I mean, I think the thing I most want to say in this moment is how much I have enjoyed this, but also a lot of that is because I just love that we're all doing this. You know, that we all have projects we're working on that we're excited about, and being able to connect with, you know, the other people behind those projects is really significant. We talk about it internally all the time that, you know, we are just as much hopeful. Well, I wouldn't say just as much, but we want our own success, and we are also very much excited for the success of the other projects in the genre, because just like we were talking about earlier, there is so much room for specific, against the grain, innovative, risk-taking game making. And to know that you guys are out there doing that, pouring into that, is something that, you know, I love, and I'm just super excited about. So I think all the games that are represented here are very significant touch points on the horizon for, you know, really continuing to push that wave forward. And can't wait to see what happens with all these projects. So it's an honor to be here.
Steven?
Yeah, I mirror that sentiment 100%. You know, oftentimes I, as a player, have experienced this kind of tribalism that exists within the MMO community, and you know, it really is antithetical to what it means to be united as a genre and rise together. You know, I love so much what Chris, you guys over at Visionary Realms are doing with Pantheon, and what, you know, Artcraft is doing with Crowfall, and it really, you know, it's beneficial to all of us when we can have an atmosphere where ideas that are unique and risk-taking can come out and, you know, take the support of the community or, you know, the fellow players. So, you know, I definitely mirror that sentiment. I think the most important thing for me from a thought standpoint is the aspect of including community, which you know, has been something that's now been recently coming to light more in these projects. That's so important because it's difficult to be a player and excited about something and know nothing about it and have no opportunity to discuss it and not be a part of a community until it's about to launch. I love that you guys took the path of you know, including the community as part of the development process, because it's really cool to see a project go from bare bones to alpha to beta and eventually launch, and just watch that history along the entire way. And I really think it's cool that the, you know, communities in general have become more part of that process, and just reiterating that there is a significant amount of trust and relationship that has to be built between the developer and their community, and being understanding that it is a process. It is a very crazy process that takes a lot of work, and the people who are working on it are in it because they're passionate about gaming. They're passionate about providing something that's going to make them proud and the players proud. So having community along the way, that would be my, you know, final kind of thoughts, is just having them along the way and getting engaged if you're not already in these projects, and coming in and voicing your experiences, your ideas, letting the developers kind of digest that is so beneficial to the process.
Yeah, so I'll just point out something I think is interesting, which is right that the panel is titled "The Future of Online Gaming," and all three of the people here that made it that made it to the end, who didn't have to get pulled away to another meeting, none of us would be doing these projects literally if our community had not given us the support in the beginning to be able to do it. Mm-hmm. Like if it wasn't for the crowd-funded games on the horizon, there would not be a lot of activity. So I want to put a huge thank you out there to the communities for literally having faith in this genre and this art form and supporting it. Because I know it's very easy to be the person who's in the background, like, I'm not giving any money early on to any projects. I'll just wait at the end. And of course, yeah, that's the logical thing to do. But if everyone was that logical, there would be none of these games. None of these games would exist right now. So I want to put a thank out to the people who made the illogical, passionate, and I believe correct decision to pick one of them. It doesn't have to be ours. I love these kind of games, and I want to see experimentation, and I want to see them be made. And if our game or your game or whoever's game isn't the one that is the perfect one for you, they may come up with an idea that somebody else, though, plays that game or sees that game, and it sparks an idea in their head to try the thing that is perfect for you. So I just want to put a thank you to the community, because literally, I know with us, we would not be here if not for our community, because, we wanted to do something experimental and crazy with Crowfall. And if we had gone to I'm not going to say we couldn't have gotten money from a publisher, because with Gordon and I's background, we probably could have, but the game that we will ship would not have been the same game. There's no way we would have made it through the gauntlet of risk and trust us, and we're just going to try and do it, and all the craziness, and have come out the other end without at some point being forced back into the normal lane. So I want to say thank you. I certainly know I can say it on behalf of us. I'm presumably saying it for you guys as well.
Hear, hear.
Absolutely.
So thank you all, of course, all of you who are watching. We really appreciate you listening to us talk about all of the things that we're passionate about, and of course, the future of online games. And thank you to PAX for allowing us to have this panel here. And we hope that you enjoy the rest of your PAX Online, and we'll see you on the internet, because
All right.
we're all there. So come check us out. Again, thank you, John. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, J. Todd, for joining me. And we'll see you.
All right. See you in game.
Bye, everybody. Take care.
See you later.
Hi, and welcome to our developer introduction for Guile and Glory Firstborn, a turn-based tactical RPG where the battlefield is your only weapon. Here at Elston Studios, we set out to create a strategic experience that focuses on tactical unit placement and clever use of the environment. In Guile and Glory, your foes cannot be harmed by normal weapons. Instead, your heroes use their abilities to push, pull, and maneuver foes into deadly hazards around the battlefield. Not everything you face will fall so easily. From undead sorcerers to mighty dragons, we've dotted the drowned lands with fearsome bosses to challenge even the greatest of heroes. Though your foes will be powerful, you will have plenty of tools to balance the odds. As you play, your heroes will amass the blessings of ancient deities, each providing new sets of skills and abilities. Mix and match these boons of divinity to create your own unique playstyle as you challenge the legions of the Firstborn. From the team at Elston Studios, thank you so much for your attention, and may your adventures in the Drowned Lands be glorious.
And the battles they fought in will not be forgotten. Once more, the Firstborn are bound. And with guile and glory, I will tell their story. May the three be forever renowned.
In Boyfriend Dungeon, you spend a summer in Verona Beach, California, fighting monsters for money. Except the swords you find in the dungeon can also transform into beautiful men, women, and non-binary people you can befriend or date. You try to get as far as you can in the dungeon each time, but dying's okay, because you can level up too. You need to get stronger to go further. To do that, you'll need a closer relationship with your weapon. You spend the game alternating between fighting in the dungeon and hanging out with your weapons around town. I personally get bored if there's only fighting, but also I get restless if there's too much reading, so we wanted to make a mix of the two. Here, I'm dating Sunder the Talwar, and when we spend enough time together, we'll discover new abilities we can use in combat. Each weapon has a different set of upgrades to find, with choices to make along the way. Different weapons have different preferences for where they want to go on dates, how they want to flirt, and what kinds of gifts they want to receive. They might give you a gift too. There's a variety of different kinds of people/weapons to date in Boyfriend Dungeon, so it's up to you who you want to wield and level up your love. But watch out, there's someone out there kidnapping weapons. We're getting closer to finishing Boyfriend Dungeon now, and we hope people will love it as much as we do. If that sounds like your kind of game, wishlist Boyfriend Dungeon on Steam now.
Jim Darkmagic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting crowd-thrilling spells that Jim can do. One of the things about Idle Champions is that all the characters have unique equipment, and so it was really important to go through Jim and think about what the unique things are, right? So he's got his wand holster and his twin wands. He's got his skull brooch, the cloak. So all the little pieces of Jim that that you like are in there, and then now they've got stats and little stories and stuff. With Idle Champions, it was interesting because the characters in Idle Champions are designed to work together in teams. So, you know, Rosie has a buff for all younger women who are in the party, right? There's these little things that help the rest of the group. And I wanted them to make sure that they understood that Jim did not help anyone else. So his abilities had to be things that would make him better, maybe even at the cost of the party. I made sure that Jim's ultimate would be completely useless, but incredibly flashy. I think it does a tiny bit of damage. It's mostly just sparks and showers of fire. It's fun to pretend to have that confidence.
The new and improved Jim Dark Magic, played by Mike Krahulik.
Like the last show at West where I came out in that costume, like I was so nervous, you know, to come out in a wig and everything and makeup and like a leather pants. But Jim has confidence, right? Like he would be able to do that. And so it's fun to pretend to be someone who has that, who can do that.
Hi, I'm Gareth Damian Martin, the solo developer behind In Other Waters. In Other Waters is a narrative exploration game that casts you as the AI assistant to a xenobiologist as they explore and study an alien ocean. Played through a unique interface that offers a distinct perspective on the water world of Gliese 667cc, In Other Waters paints the picture of a unique and complex ecology through an immersive array of signals, descriptions, and sounds. As well as offering a compelling mystery as you help Ellery Vass track missing scientist Dr. Minei Nomura and uncover the complex history of this planet, In Other Waters also rewards free exploration and scientific study. With detailed taxonomy entries complete with biological sketches to be unlocked for each creature. Imagined as an alternative to the militaristic and colonial focus of most science fiction, In Other Waters is a game about humanity's relationship to the ecologies that surround us, and our insatiable curiosity about the natural world. In a time of climate crisis and ecological destruction, can we imagine a different future, or are we doomed to repeat the mistakes of our species' past? Find out in this unique and beautiful dive into another world. Available now on PC, Mac, and Nintendo Switch.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Mark Adams with the Queensland University of Technology in Brisbane, and our labs are based at the Translational Research Institute on the Princess Alexandra Hospital campus. And my primary research focus is on lung cancer. We're also looking to extend some of the findings that we've made in lung cancer to other solid malignancies, such as colorectal cancer and certain types of breast cancer. So I've been extremely privileged and fortunate to receive funding from Cure Cancer. And this funding was focused on my work to improve the sensitivity of lung cancers to chemotherapy. And that's a lot of what our work is in doing, is finding ways to exploit some of the molecules that might be upregulated in disease or dysfunctional. And if we can target these molecules and combine these targeted agents with chemotherapy, this might be a strategy to improve the effectiveness of chemotherapy and to save a lot of the toxicities that are associated with chemotherapy and improve the health outcomes for our cancer patients. Of course, as an early career researcher, it's extremely challenging to attract funding to drive our research. We don't have immense track records. So this is where funding agencies such as Cure Cancer step in. They really do focus on supporting the early to mid-career researchers to enable us to answer, to try and answer some of the research questions that we have, ultimately with the ultimate view of trying to improve the health outcomes for our cancer patients.
Hi, welcome to PAX 2020. I'm Ella from Ella Loves Board Games and the Dice Tower. In this panel, our distinguished guests will be discussing the topic, the model minority myth in the gaming industry. We will be starting, of course, with introductions. Can you please introduce yourself and maybe briefly talk about your roles in the industry and what projects you worked on or are working on right now?
Sure. My name is Banana Chan, she, her, they, them. I am the owner and co-founder of a small box board game publishing company called Game in a Curry. We also publish RPGs. One of them is Jiangshi Blend the Banquet Hall, which just ended on Kickstarter. And I also do a lot of writing and designing on the side. So I also co-design Jiangshi Blend the Banquet Hall, but I also write stuff for other companies like Renegade.
I'm Cleo Yensu Davis, they, them, and I'm a game designer and writer. So, and I touch on a lot of different spheres. So I contribute to tabletop RPGs. I write LARPs, such as The Long Drive Back from Busan. And I also write interactive fiction. I have a game called The Fog Knows Your Name, which is published by Choice of Games. And then with Game in a Curry, we recently finished a Kickstarter for Battle of the Boy Bands, which is a card game.
I'm Ella. I'm a content creator on Ella Loves Board Games and the Dice Tower. I don't design. I wanted to clap for everybody because I'm really a fan of everybody here.
Hi, I'm Gian. I am a game designer and writer. I've created a lot of work through collaboration over the last year. I've collaborated with Bully Pulpit Games, Jason Morningstar. I have an island for Agon, which is the new John Harper and Sean Nittner game coming out. I will be writing a scenario for Jiangshi. And also I just launched a game on Kickstarter called Wait For Me that did pretty well, which is a game about time traveling through your own personal history, and it's currently running as we record this, but by the time it comes out, it will have wrapped up its first run.
Hi everyone, my name is Victoria Kanya, and I am the co-founder of an indie publishing company called Cat Quartet Games. I run it with my partner, Alex Uboldi, and also my sister, Valerie Kanya. And we launched our first game on Kickstarter earlier this year. It raised $100,000. It's called Gladius, where you play as spectators who are betting on and rigging the gladiatorial games. And we also have another game coming up in the next year or so called Red Cliffs, where you play a strategist plotting to win the pivotal battle of China's Warring States period. And when what I do during the daytime is I'm also a producer at Wizards of the Coast.
Our amazing panelists will now be maybe discussing what our topic is. So, but we need to ask the question, what do we mean when we talk about the model minority myth, and what are its historical origins?
I can speak to that a little bit, or at least not just off. For people who are wholly unfamiliar with the term model minority, it was a term that was first coined both academically, but importantly in the mainstream public eye through publications like Time Magazine and other digests that the general public would be reading, to mean that Asians, and particularly light-skinned East Asians, were a minority group that seemed different than other minority groups in the sense that they were high achievers professionally, academically, and this was a story and a narrative that was circulated really widely, and it's one of those stereotypes that seems positive, but it has created its own set of intense hurdles, as well as functioned as a wedge to drive against intra-POC solidarity. And it was a term that actually was somewhat deliberately generated at a time when intra-POC solidarity was very, very strong. You know, I live in Oakland in California. This is the city that's the origin of the Black Panthers. There's a lot of really amazing solidarity across movements with the Black Panthers and Pan-Asian movements in the 70s. And that basically splintered, and the model minority was a big part of that.
Yeah, and I can talk a little bit about some of the themes you see historically with the origins, which is that at some point you have the Chinese Exclusion Act, and you have Japanese internment camps, and there's this weird shift that happens where Asians are depicted as kind of as savages, and like they're working class, and that's all they're good for is as laborers. And then as time passes, then you kind of get into the model minority myth, which depicts Asians as, look at how hardworking they are, and how often like non-threatening and docile, and how compliant. And compliance is like a big part of the myth in this whole kind of idea of being a model minority. It has a lot to do with not talking back, not taking a stand against racism that you face, and kind of being like well behaved in that way, that you're not going to push back, that you're just going to take it and accept it, and like that's as if that's a good trait, as if that is something that's positive. And it's interesting to see how it evolved over time, because it is a very stark contrast from how Asians are originally depicted to later on, especially like in the 80s and onward.
I think going off of what you were saying, Cleo, too, it's sort of like a destructive myth, because it does erase a lot of the history that America had, specifically in terms of their relationship with Asians who were living here for the longest time, because it erases our history essentially, and forgets about like all the oppression that Asians had to face previously, and sort of like has this new facade of, oh, we've always accepted like Asians in, America or Canada, when that was not, that wasn't always the case.
And linking to that, in Australia, there's always a talk about assimilation, like you're a good, minority if you assimilate, you forget about your culture. So everything is linked to that. Yeah. I guess that's how regular people talk about it. Like this person is better because they've assimilated. They know how to talk like Aussie. They know how to, they eat Aussie. They don't bring their culture. Their house doesn't smell because they don't cook their meals the way that they've done. So in that sense, in layman's terms, that's what it means. Yeah.
So I feel like we're probably ready to move on to our next discussion topic that's very much connected to this, which is kind of, I think, when we talk about the model minority myth, a lot of times the response that we get is, oh, what's so bad about being a part of a group that's seen as being so successful? Isn't that a positive thing? Doesn't it actually give you a leg up, both in the world in general, and then also, sometimes specifically the question is about like in the gaming industry, isn't that helpful actually?
Yeah, so one of the things that I learned about the model minority myth actually is that with a lot of these racial stereotypes, there are things that are good about them, so that way the people who belong to that stereotype can sort of cling to them and like them, but it also hides the fact that there are a lot of dangerous things about it. So with a model minority myth, there are technically a lot of good things about it, right? Like you think, okay, well, being smart, that's a good thing. Math and science, those are good things. Being wealthy, those are good things. But on the other hand, it's it's masking the fact that along with the model minority myth, you are also being seen as a forever foreigner. You are falling into a reductive stereotype. If you want to do something other than math or science, it can be very hard to break away from that mold. So, for example, when I was growing up, I grew up in a very big Asian American community in Las Vegas. And what was interesting is that the model minority myth exists, but I'm Filipino American, and being Filipino is very different than being other types of Asians, like being Chinese American or Korean American or Japanese American, because many of my family members actually didn't go to college. Many of my family members are actually not that wealthy. A lot of them are actually lower income and have struggled with their time here in the States. But when I was growing up and when I was in school, I was grouped in with other Asian Americans, and people were constantly expecting me to fit this mold and constantly expecting me to be perfect. And that was very stressful because on one hand, I wanted to be a part of this group because the other Asians in my school, they sort of grabbed onto the stereotype and tried to find pride in it. They try to find pride in jokes that people would make about us, like, oh, you really like rice and you really like studying. And they would say stuff like, well, we're nerds, but in the future, we're going to be your bosses someday. But on the other hand, it was very difficult because people would look at us and only see us and make assumptions about us, and we couldn't be any deeper than that.
Yeah, I guess because they see you as a monolith, so it erases like individuality in that sense. So because you're seen as somebody who's like, he has to be smart, has to be good at math. So any kind of like there's a level of expected achievement, and if you don't reach that, you're seen as something, or they see you as somebody who doesn't meet the expectations. Therefore, you lack effort, or you're deficient. You're not a good Asian. So, and then you take that in. So, because, for example, me, I'm a teacher, but I teach maths, but actually I'm an arts person. But because I was pushed into that direction because of what jobs I could take in the industry. So, and that's not that I don't enjoy maths. You can also enjoy two things at the same time, but because you're put in that mold, they think that you can't do anything else except that.
Yeah, it also, the positives of the model minority are kind of poisonous, actually, I think, especially as like an Asian woman, because there are so many intertwining expectations that have to do with not only academic performance, but I can't remember which of you said it before, but also like compliance and docility, which definitely play into the sort of sexist expectations of what Asian women are like in various contexts. And for me, with my sort of innate personality traits, like that's definitely something that I ran into kind of across a spectrum of social and personal interactions. I'm loud, and as a kid I was pretty rebellious, and something that I was told a lot by my family was like, you have to be good. And it wasn't just like you have to be a good kid, but it was sort of like you have to be good, the subtext being like in the eyes of white society, in the eyes of this aspirational racial and socioeconomic class that we were trying to like rise to. But one of the things that I learned more as I did more like academic research on the model minority myth is that it creates a double standard in the very institutions that you're trying to aspire to. So for example, like the SATs, right? In the US, SATs are a huge standardized test that high school kids take, and the score plays a big part in, what colleges you can apply to, or you might be considered a strong candidate for. And where I grew up, there was a stereotype of like, oh, you're Asian, so you'll do fine on the SATs. But I had to study a lot, and I did really, really well as a result of working very hard. But because my score was paired with like my Asian name, it wasn't seen as good, even though it was literally just a number. It was like, oh, but like, why didn't you do better? And so there are these ways in which the model minority creates this feeling of like, you have to work twice as good to get half as much, right? And that was something that I grew up hearing a lot too, of just like prepare yourself for this expectation in your life of you are going to have to work much harder than your white non-minority peers, and you're not going to get as much.
And I think with like many other stereotypes, it's sort of like, it definitely boxes you in. So crossing over with like, you know, other marginalized identities, like a lot of the time when people talk about, you know, people of color specifically, they don't talk about, you know, people of color also being queer. It's like there's always just this like this box that you're put into, and it's like there's no room for, you know, exploration, or there's no room for like discussion, like this is what you are, this is what you're going to be like. And also like, you know, going back to, a little bit to like the whole monolithic idea of like what all Asians are like there's no sort of there's no like nuance on like, you know, what different cultures within Asia are like either. Like everyone's just sort of painted the same way, or at least within the eyes of like the minority myth.
I guess in my experience also, I pushed back against it. Like when I was new here, I tried not to go to Filipino community parties. There are a lot. There's always something on a Sunday. And so I guess I didn't want to be with my community just because the pressure on myself also to assimilate. Like I want to be part of the culture. I want to not be seen as just this. So therefore I don't want to be with my community. So that's also like a bad experience for me, and I've had to relearn that also.
Go back a little bit to what something Banana said, just because today, the day that we're recording this, happens to be the 75th anniversary of Korean independence from Japan. And that thing that you were saying about like the ways that model minority myths, as all racial stereotypes do, blur lines and experiences, like that is definitely a thing that I grew up with of like, you know, when I was a kid in elementary school, there really were not a lot of Asian kids at that school. So it was like me and I think maybe 2 other kids, and one of them was Japanese American. And it was assumed that our families like grew up knowing each other, or like we knew each other somehow. And also
we all know each other.
Yeah, of course. We all, there's like a great Asian Illuminati, you know, there's, but like this assumption, I remember in a weird way hurt my parents more than it hurt me, because like they grew up in a generation that was still like very much in touch with the effects and the impact and the harm of Japanese imperialism. And to sort of be, I remember they had a tense conversation with my poor 2nd grade teachers one day when we had like an international day, and the Asian culture they focused on, they said Asian culture, but it was all Japanese culture. And like my parents rarely approached my teachers about anything, but they were like, this is really not acceptable. And they kind of broke it down. But you know, the necessity to even have that conversation, and I'm sure they like weighed pros and cons of like, do we talk to the teacher? Do we want to be seen as someone rocking the boat? Like that's a constant negotiation that I remember having to navigate when I was older, and my parents having to navigate for me when I was younger. And I think that that definitely happens as a result of that like monolith effect.
So, what are some ways in which you've encountered problems rooted in the model minority myth in games or within the gaming industry?
So a little bit about like the monolith thing. I don't know how many of you encounter like a white creator approaching you and being like, hey, I want to make a thing about X culture that you're not a part of, but can you tell me about this culture? Like for me, I get a lot of people asking me about Japanese culture, and I'm just like, I don't know anything about Japanese culture. I feel like a lot of the time we're expected to know everything about every single Asian country for some strange reason. So I don't know if anyone else has had that experience as well.
I don't want to be specific, but in my experience, as Gina was talking about, you have to work harder just because there's a higher expectation of you. Also, as I have the same experience, you have to know about everything that is Asian, and people approach you like, do you want to represent this in a panel, this, and like, I'm Filipino, I would have no idea about that experience at all. It's very different, as Victoria was saying. Yeah, I grew up poor. You know, they want you to talk about specific things, and I just have no experience of that. Very different experience, especially because I'm Australian, Filipino, and then because most of my audience is American, that's a different hurdle also. Like the Asian American experience is very different from somebody who's growing up like second generation, third generation, very, very different. Somebody growing up in Australia. So every Asian experience is unique. So it's not as if I can talk to everything that is Asian.
Related to what Ella said, so I remember, well, to center this around gaming. So there, and in case anyone hasn't noticed, there are definitely trends where many games are made with Japanese themes. And then maybe after that, it's followed by Chinese themes. And even if it wasn't just in games, I think it's like very clearly reflected in everything else, like in the type of food that's popular and the countries that people visit. There is a hierarchy. Asia is a very, very large continent, and there is a hierarchy. And growing up Filipino, I remember that people at my school would actually say that Filipinos are the Mexicans of Asia, which that is super offensive on many levels. And I think that Ali Wong actually has in one of her Netflix comedy specials, she has a joke where she's like, she's half jungle Asian and then half, I can't remember what the other one, like fancy Asian.
Asian.
Yeah, exactly. Because she's Vietnamese and she's Chinese, I believe. So the way that this has affected me in the gaming industry and in life in general is I am constantly a letdown to people, I feel. Well, one, because people don't know that I'm Filipino. They don't know that I'm Asian at all. And so when they meet me, I'm not what they expect. I don't look the way that they expect me to. And I want to be able to relate to those other people about those things. I'm also a letdown because I don't have any of the qualities that are desired in the model minority myth or in many Asian cultures. Like kind of like what Gian was saying, I'm loud, I'm bold, am individualistic, I go against the grain. My job, my family has no idea what I do really. Like I remember one time when I went to college and I studied communication because I wanted to do marketing or advertising or something. My family thought that I was going to be like a news anchor or something like that. So in the gaming industry, I feel like my existence is constantly misunderstood. It's like I am Asian because I am Asian American, but whenever people see me, they don't want to let me be Asian. They don't want to accept that this is who I am, and they also don't value my culture the same way that they value other Asian cultures.
Like it's interesting because I feel like I've experienced a whiplash that in some ways started with for very different reasons, what you're talking about, like that lack of visibility or like a lack of acknowledgement, and then suddenly a hyper visibility. So like when I was a kid, I grew up in Durham, which is a town in North Carolina. It's really lovely. I have very fond memories of my childhood. I also do remember a standard question that was posed to me by many people being, oh, that's an interesting name. Are you Chinese? And then when I'd say no, they'd be like, oh, are you Japanese? And I'd say no. And they'd be like, what else is there? And they would say it meaning no harm whatsoever, but it was definitely kind of like a formative experience of, oh, I guess being Korean's like a weird Asian thing. Like people just don't know about Korea. They don't know about Korean history. The Korean War has affected global economics and politics for decades, and yet it's not taught in most American school systems. And then as I got older, the Korean wave hit the internet in the early 2000s, and suddenly Korean pop culture was everywhere, K-dramas were everywhere, and it was like a weird switch got flipped, and suddenly people were asking me for recommendations for K-dramas and Korean restaurants and asking if I would go with them to eat, and I was like, I don't watch K-dramas, and it was like really off-putting actually, because I was like, I don't want to be a representative. And while I understand that these inquiries are coming from a place of curiosity and interest, it felt really fetishizing. It felt really tokenizing, and like I was only being seen because I have Korean heritage. I also would be asked questions by people who want to teach English as a second language in Korea, which is a whole very political thing. People have strong opinions about it. I personally find ESL pretty, I don't like it as an industry in Korea. And, you know, one of the interesting things about it, right, is if I wanted to teach English in Korea, I would have a really hard time finding a job. But if I were white, it would be a shoo-in, regardless of how well I speak Korean or how well I speak English, for that matter.
Yes.
Right? Because it's about the cachet and what you're selling. And so,
because
like,
white is the standard. They're the only ones who can speak correct English. Yeah.
And so like people would ask me if I knew of like good hagwons. Hagwons are private schools that teach English after regular school ends. And I have no idea, and the people asking would have no idea how upsetting that like a question that could be to field. And the effect is that in games, it makes me really hesitant to engage with talking about being Korean with people at all, right? Like, especially people who aren't Asian American, and to some degree, especially people who aren't also Korean American. Like, I just don't really talk about it. And if it's brought up at the table, I deflect, or I just don't participate in the conversation because I'm afraid of getting angry at people I care about. So yeah, that's definitely been an effect. It's been an effect of like a vacuum that I create around myself and the topic.
Kind of connected. Well, there's a couple of things that are just like going through my mind right now. One is that there's been a push for inclusivity, but that the way that's manifested has been very different based on like different companies, different groups, you know, different communities. And often there's this feeling like, okay, we have a quota of how many POC we need. We don't actually see you as, you know, talented or skilled designers whose work we admire. You are like a number, you're an asset for us based on your ethnicity. And specifically with Asians, a lot of the time it feels like we are seen as POC light in that because of the idea of like, well, the problems we're facing are coupled with the, you know, the so-called positive parts of the stereotype of the, you know, the model minority stereotype. And so there's this idea, I think often that, okay, if we need to put one POC on our roster, and let's make it an Asian, and because, you know, an Asian isn't going to push back as much against like problematic content, they're going to go along with things. This is just like how they generally are. And maybe people aren't even aware that this is like something that's ingrained in them, something that's been really internalized. They're not maybe having these thoughts in a loud way, but it is somewhere in the back of their mind. So when you don't meet that expectation of, oh, I see problematic content, I'm going to be very gentle in how I, you know, maybe point it out, or maybe not point it out at all, or, you know, say sorry when I point it out. If that's the expectation and you're brought onto a project and you're like, actually, this, and this are really not okay, sometimes the people who are, you know, who you report to can be very surprised that you would be that outspoken, because there's this idea of that you're going to be, again, docile, compliant. And then, of course, this works, again, to put more of a divide between Asians and other people of color, because it's, again, the idea like, oh, we're going to be the ones that just like go along with anything that, you know,
and we're competing for, and we're competing for the same spot. Do you feel there's more backlash because of that? Now that you've said that because you're seen as very docile, that when you're not, there's more backlash. Have you experienced that in any way?
Yeah, because I think it's like, it has to do with the idea of like, are you going to be well behaved? And when you speak out, suddenly you're seen as, no, you're not well behaved. You're not actually. And then for me also specifically, and I'm multiracial. So sometimes what I'm met with at that point is, oh, you're not really all that Asian, you're more white, aren't you? Like there's this further divide there that they're trying to kind of like separate me from my Korean heritage. And again, I don't think it's something that people really realize when they're necessarily doing it. They don't know the why behind it. But it is just something interesting to see, especially during these pushes for inclusivity and diversity on you know, various projects and in various companies, just how different people handle it and approach it.
Yeah, going off of what Cleo said, I've definitely witnessed many instances where Asians are used as POC light for diversity quotas, where they'll always include an Asian person. Usually it's like a Chinese or Japanese person. And they'll be like, great, we did it. We have done diversity. We have hit the quota. And in addition to that, I think that we can see in the gaming industry, in terms of the people who work in the gaming industry and also the characters represented in the games, they use Asians as an excuse to show other types of POCs, like, hey, look, we do have diversity. Look, these Asians are able to get into the game industry, or they'll say stuff like, look, we do have games about other cultures, but we are really not talking about the breadth of POCs that there are. Like, just because you have some Asians doesn't mean you have all Asians, and that also doesn't mean that you have all people of color represented. Like, most of the time when people are doing their diversity checks in games, they'll just be like, okay, we'll have white people and then we'll have like non-white people or POCs, and they're all put together in the same bucket. And because of that, sometimes I feel really bad, because I'm glad that there are many Asian people working in the games industry, but what I'm not seeing Black colleagues, I'm not seeing like Latinx colleagues, and sometimes I feel like our existence is being used to cover up the fact that there are lots of other people who don't have the privilege that we have to be in the gaming industry.
Right. I remember this one example, because I was talking about like, there should be more representation and not everybody is doing well. And that they give me as an example, like, aren't you doing well? Doesn't it mean that actually there is equality in the industry, that you can just make a YouTube channel and you'll be okay and look at your success? But I don't represent everybody. So just because some people are successful doesn't mean that, that there's suddenly we've cured inequality and racism, like, because you're treated well. Like, that doesn't work that way.
And I think sometimes, like, also when we're talking about backlash, it's like, I don't know what goes on in the minds of like the people that say, certain things, but like, it feels like for me sometimes when I say something or like I speak up, it feels like they're feeling betrayed almost, that like we've said something or like something is being said at all. Because I mean, it does feel like half the time they're expecting us to give like a sticker of approval for like, oh yeah, right, you've done great, you've done a good job for,
you've solved it.
Yeah, you've solved racism, when in actuality, like that, like, us being on board, or like, me being on board on a project, it's just like, well, thanks for having me on, but there are all these other people that should be on here as well.
Yeah. And I'm doing a job. I'm not solving racism. Like, I'm doing my job as a person. My job is not to solve racism for you. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. I think that really speaks to like the ways in which all racial stereotypes, but especially ones that are really insidious, the way that model minority myth stereotypes tend to be, they're about expectations. It's about the expectations of the people who hold that stereotype. And if someone holds that expectation and then brings you on to a project expecting certain things like compliance, not rocking the boat, you're going to be great at math, like whatever, and then you're not, there's a resentment that's there, right? Like, there's the surprise, the feeling of betrayal that Banana talked about, and then this resentment of like, but the whole reason that I thought you were fit for the job was because of these things that they don't say, right? They're like really internalized. Maybe they don't even realize they're holding those feelings or beliefs themselves. But the resentment comes out as like a tangible thing that impacts the interaction afterwards, right? And I think that's actually an interesting segue. So how has your experience with the model minority myth impacted your design process and choices?
Maybe it's not about design, like, because I'm in content creation, I'm always wary of, am I being the check mark? So in the back of my head, I'm like, not that I don't want to be used, but I want to be mindful of why I'm being hired. Like, are you hiring me because I'm good, or are you hiring me because I'm a demographic that you want to check? So that has always been, which is not a good thing to be on your mind. Like, you're already, like, I'm not 100% secure about my talents anyway. And then on top of that, I'm like, are they hiring me because I'm good, or I fit the bill? Or so then you're looking at, oh, am I talented? Am I good enough? So that's also a thing that's in your head that is not very good for your mental health.
I actually draw a personal line around writing about like games that have to do with Korean heritage or Korean culture, and that I don't. And this is actually a very deliberate, conscious choice that I make. It's not that I haven't written them. I actually have on my laptop like a folder of games that really heavily draw from like Korean folklore or mythology, or my experiences being Korean American, or you know, the increasing amount of like Korean history that I'm learning about as an adult. Those games are for me, and I don't plan on publishing them. I might share them with some friends, but they're not going to, you know, hit the shelves, or I'm not going to shop them around. And the reason why is because I feel very fiercely protective of my heritage and of being Asian American and Korean American. Like, my diasporic identity is such a core part of myself that it doesn't feel, this is a loaded word, but it doesn't feel safe to really put it out there as a subject for a game. And I realized, even in small ways, right? Like, there's a game jam going on right now on itch.io called Folklore Jam, and it specifies that you can only write games that draw from folklore from a culture that you belong to, which I think is kind of cool. I think it like encourages people to look at their heritage, especially like because whiteness is its own monolith that also erases experiences and identities and specific regionalisms. And so it's a great impetus, I think, to look into things. And Korean folklore and mythology is amazing. And I'm going to write that game, but I'm not going to publish it, right? Like, it's for me.
Do you feel that it will be picked apart? That's why you don't want it to be in the spotlight?
You know, I really mean this with no bad feeling behind it, but no matter what, in my feeling, in my personal experience, no matter what, if someone who is not Korean, and particularly if someone who is white and not Korean, and then particularly if someone who is a white American and not Korean, engages with Korean heritage, there's just always going to be a point at which they fuck up. And it's not a big deal. It's not malicious necessarily, but it hurts. And the thought of that happening with something that I've created is really hard for me. And I would just prefer not to open that door. It doesn't mean I'll never work on a project about it. Like, for example, with Zhang Shi, like, that's going to be the first time I write a scenario that's explicitly about, you know, any kind of racial heritage. But it is going to be about being Korean American in a white industry, and that's going to be the first time I write anything in that way. It's like a little, it makes me a little nervous because it's so precious to me, because I want to protect it. And as with any creative work, once it's out there for the public, it's for the public, right? And I think that's actually why I draw it closer to me.
For me, like, I got really sick of seeing a lot of Chinese games made by white people that were not necessarily the best in terms of representation. And so that's one of the reasons why I wanted to make a game about my own, just like my own identity and culture. But like, you know, we still, like, neither Sanfon Lim or I are from restaurant families, and that's why we had to like hire on a consultant, who's one of my friends from elementary school who did come from a restaurant family. And so, like, you know, there's like a whole lot of stuff that, you know, that went into the project, but it's still like, we still did get a little bit of pushback in terms of how it wasn't, you know, a perfect product. And it's not a perfect product, like, obviously it's not going to be. But I think that like one of the issues that we faced in terms of putting this thing out there that's so like personal is that it's not the same as other and speaking from like specifically a Chinese American experience, it's not going to be the same as like every other Chinese experience. Like I think that people, when they look at the game or looked at the Kickstarter, they expected it to fit within their experience like perfectly. And so I think that's like another harmful thing where it's like, you know, and I'm not going to say that like all communities do this, but like sometimes within marginalized communities, there is this tendency to sort of like not want to sort of like feel like your experience is your own experience, and no other people from that community has like, you know, a different experience from you. So I think like that's one of the issues that we faced when we were making this game. And I get that it's like from a place of hurt as well. Like it's from a place of fear, and it's from a place of hurt when like people come back to us and they like give us pushback with things. But at the same time, it's sort of just like harmful that, you know, we are trying to create something that sort of is trying to dismantle all the stuff that we've seen in games that use our themes. So yeah, it's a scary experience.
Do you feel because there are not a lot of games that your game was the example? So that's why I'm like because there are not a lot of games with that theme, that when Asian people see it like, oh, this is my one game, it has to be perfect. Is that, do you think also where the pushback comes from?
I think so. And that's sort of like how movies sort of, when, for example, Crazy Rich Asians came out, obviously it wasn't perfect, but it was like an all Asian cast. And there were like, you know, problems with the movie, but it opened doors for other movies like Always Be My Maybe, or
To All the Boys.
To All the Boys,
To
I
All the
love
Boys.
it.
Yeah,
The half
exactly.
of it.
The half
Yes.
of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Like,
haven't
there's-
watched the half of it. Okay.
Yeah, and like if it weren't for them, like, you know, trying to try something new or like do something different, then like I feel like all these other movies wouldn't have been made. So like the intention for this, I'm not trying to say that like, you know, this is going to open doors for everyone, but I feel like the intention for this was to sort of create a space, hopefully create a space for like, you know, other creators of color to be like, hey, like we can make our own games about our own cultures and like not get crap for it.
So when I was first designing games, I wasn't really thinking about what I was designing necessarily, or what was causing me to design these particular types of games. At first I was just like, I need to make a game, I need to publish it, I need to bring it into the games industry. And as I started showing it around, this was for Gladius, I started realizing how important and powerful it was. And I think the first moment that I really realized it was when Alex and I got this email to be interviewed by this art history professor and board game designer named Dr. Seth McCormick. And he sent us this quote, which was just like the craziest thing. He said, "Thank you for providing further evidence of how diversifying representation in games can broaden players' perspectives on history. I find that the majority of board games set in ancient Rome adopt a very limited perspective by focusing on war or politics or both, reinforcing the traditional view that history is a story of great men, i.e. rulers and generals. It occurs to me that Gladius, by emphasizing the importance of spectacle in ancient Roman society, the players are not the gladiators in the arena, but the spectators placing the bets, shifts the attention to the agency of the masses as the people whose consent actually matter the most in securing the stability and longevity of the Roman Empire." So Gladius isn't a game about Filipino culture or any other Asian culture. It's a game about ancient Rome. But one of the things that Alex and I really cared about doing with this game was making sure that we actually represented the diversity in ancient Rome, which was a really huge reason why ancient Rome was such a vast and powerful empire. You know, like Rome was not just like, hey, we're here in Italy and we're all pale white dudes and it's Julius Caesar up in here. It wasn't just that. Like Rome was an empire that was up in North Africa. It was all across Europe. And we wanted to show that in the diversity of the characters. And when we were designing each character, I think we have like 46 unique illustrations and there are 5 main characters in the game. we were very cognizant of the fact of how we were representing Asian characters in our game. So, for example, on the box, there is an Asian woman, specifically a dark-skinned Asian woman, because you don't often see that in games. And she is also a senator, and in ancient Rome, you know, senators were all men. So this is not historically accurate, but we felt that it was important to show that there can be many types of characters in different roles. I think it's similar to Hamilton the musical, where they talk about how it's the story of America's past told by America today. Related to this, we're also working on another game called Red Cliffs, which is about the Chinese battle of the Red Cliffs. So one of the challenges that my co-designer Alex has had is that it is a game about Chinese culture, and he's multiracial, and his name is Alex Uboldi. And if you look at his name, and maybe if you look at his picture, you probably wouldn't know that he's Chinese. And we've actually had to discuss, like, hey, should we include your middle name, Sun Yi, so people know that you're Chinese? Are we going to get backlash against this because they're going to think like, hey, Chinese people didn't work on this game? And that was not something that we have expected to do. Sometimes being a marginalized person, and particularly being Asian American, kind of like what Cleo said, you come into situations where you feel like you are not Asian enough, which is surprising.
For us, when we were doing consulting work for Zhengshe, we had Mendez on, James Mendez Hodes on as a cultural consultant, and people were mad that he helped us write the section that was how to play a Chinese character, without realizing that, you know, it wasn't just him writing it. It was also me and Sen. Like, we're the core writers, but then, like, you know, we invite like all these other people to work with us, and people, like, we did get a little backlash over it, which was strange, just because, like, neither Sen or I, we're not like cultural consultants, we're not sensitivity consultants, we're just writers, and we're going to write things that maybe some people aren't going to digest properly. And that's why we have like Mendez on to like help translate all the stuff that, you know, that can make our words digestible. So I think that, you know, and this goes into like the question of marketing the game. How has your experience with the model minority myth impacted the way that you market and talk about your games?
I think I was talking about this with you, Banana, before we got started here, but because we all do, like, I think all of us have done some talking on panels. Like, I've done several panels that are specifically about incorporating Asian themes and settings and whatnot. And some of the questions that we get, like during Q&A, will be, and this has happened during like many different panels, also some things that are just kind of like online discussion and not panels. But one thing that we get, and it's like, it always comes from a white person, is this kind of like, they're trying to have like a gotcha moment where it's, well, okay, but what about Asian themes and this other marginalization thing, as if being an Asian means that that's all that you are. Like, this is, you're a one-dimensional person, like it's only this one thing, not keeping in mind that like you can be Asian and queer, you can be Asian and like and gender fluid, you can be, you know, Asian and disabled. And so you get these questions that are like, it's like they're maybe only just realizing for the first time that you can have these intersections, and they assume that you and your work are not going to address those intersections at all. But, you know, I've written an adventure setting for kids on bikes called No Such Place as Koreatown, and I think there is, because maybe in part because Crazy Rich Asians was successful to the level it was, that people think that when you're writing about Asian themes at all, it's going to be maybe like very glamorous, or like, because I have written also K-pop game, so there is this idea that there is glamour associated with that, and so certain social status. But No Such Place as Koreatown is very much inspired by Annandale, Virginia, which is kind of like our Koreatown there. And, you know, that isn't just like wealthy Asians and glamour and stuff. It's like this immigrant community that really struggle. I mean, it thrived starting, I think, my childhood was in the 90s. So I was, you know, growing up there partially in the 90s. And it did really well. It had these booming businesses, but there was so much pushback from the white community that lived there against this like immigrant community. And they were like, well, we can be so much more than just Koreatown. Why do people keep labeling us as Koreatown? And it's weird to have to try to make a point whenever marketing or talking about like my games that it's not just about being Asian. Like if it is like talking about Asian culture at all, like it's this plus this, and to really try to emphasize that, because I know people are going to try to reduce it to this is a game about what it's like to be Asian, like blanket Asian, monolithic Asian, and to have to use very strong language that really burns the other themes into people's minds. Like I have a LARP called The Truth About Eternity, which is about a potential future of ancestor worship where ancestors live in these digital tombs and they're digitized. And there's all these ethical concerns about it because also like there's capitalism messes everything up as usual. And I have to be cognizant of the fact that there are going to be people playing these games who aren't Asian and are going to have like these ingrained ideas of what it means to be Asian, and often it'll have something to do with like how honorable we are as a people, and you know, things along those lines. And so, and this kind of feeds into the last question as well, because I'm very aware of how I instruct people to potentially play a Korean character if they're not Korean. And so for in The Truth About Eternity, I don't have any bowing because that's like a very nuanced thing. And it's something that gets parodied a lot. And like usually, you know, I've had many instances in my life when like somebody has bowed at me who isn't Asian, and it's not been like a sign of respect. It's been like a mocking gesture. And so you have to, when you're talking about like, why did you make these choices? Because people will ask you this when you're marketing your game and you're talking about your games. You have to be able to explain it in a way that also kind of, you feel at least you have to explain it in a way that like doesn't hurt their feelings or doesn't make them feel like, oh, I don't trust you. Because like maybe I don't necessarily trust all players out there in the world, every potential player who could possibly end up playing this game. But I feel like it's just so much more explaining that has to be done for every choice, every design choice you make.
That pressure to not hurt people's feelings and the ways that it ties into marketing is something that I find very apparent, because as well as the ways in which like you can't, it's really challenging. It's not that you can't, but it's very challenging to bring in all these nuances into marketing a game, because so much marketing is done on social media. And social media in format, algorithm, and pretty much every technical and social aspect you can think of really squashes nuance, and it encourages blunt binary presentations of issues. And it also means like if someone says something on social media where like I might personally take issue with it, I 99.999% of the time like step away instead, right? So like you know, for example, I think personally that everyone really is just trying their best to be their best person, and so when people try to relate to me by mentioning a time that they were a tourist in Korea, or a time that they taught ESL, or a time, you know, whatever. One time I think someone said like they like emotionally identify as Korean, and this person is not Korean, and I like was in Korea at the time for like a very intense like family visit, and I remember looking at that tweet and like putting the phone down and going for like a walk without it. And like all of these interactions, they stack up cumulatively, right? And the way that they tie into marketing for me is like in the same way that I'm like, okay, I'm drawing a line around my work, and that like I've decided that this whole arena of topics that's like that's very explicit is going to be personal to me. However, I refuse to not bring in my experiences as an Asian American when they are relevant. So for example, with Wait For Me, which is a game that is very personal, and also Kevin and I, my co-designer, worked really hard to try to make it as to not put in anything that that was universalizing experiences that cannot be universalized. We put in a lot of text in the game about like, please adapt this as needed. We know that not everyone has the same life experience. Not everyone went to school. Some people who are playing the game are like teenagers, so they're just straight up not going to have the life experiences that are talked about in these prompts that are about like, you're about to get married, you're about to have a kid. Some people have had those experiences and they're really fraught. So like, we put in a lot of text to talk about how this game is like a template that you can like put your life on top of, which meant that when I was marketing the game and talking about the game, I talked about my life experiences, including things about growing up Korean American, not necessarily having the experiences that are outlined in certain prompts, and also with the 2-player path, talking about certain apprehensions when Kevin and I were playtesting it, and he had to write from the perspective of my grandma, a Korean woman, which Kevin is not, like, you know, I had some apprehensions about how that might go. And I think that to gloss over those experiences would be disingenuous and not hold my personal integrity. How to wrap that into marketing is so hard because, like, you don't want to put people on the defensive. You want them to be interested and curious and positive about your game and your work and kind of you as a person. But that means like I personally often have to make deliberate choices to not engage things that if a friend said it, I would definitely be engaging, right? If someone was in front of me in person over dinner and they said that thing, I would be like, I'm not sure why you said that, like, but that's not cool, right? And it's a hard choice to make, but I feel like that is a consistent marketing choice that a lot of racial minorities in America and Canada and other Western countries make pretty consistently. And I don't know if that's your experience, but that's been my observation, certainly.
Like, how do you feel about when people run with your project as a diversity project? Like, instead of talking about the project itself, they're like, look at this, you know, Asian making this game. Like, let's help them have this project funded because we have to help Asians. How do you feel about that? Because I see that because in social media, because it is very binary, that's what happens with projects. Like, oh, look at this. This is a Black person making a game, talking about the game or the project itself and its uniqueness. So how do you feel about that?
I think it's like a double-edged sword, right? It's like you want the exposure, you want to make your game, if it's on a, you know, crowdsourcing platform, like, you know, in one way you need the exposure, you need, like, you know, all the boosting that you can get, but at the same time it does feel so reductive, and it does feel like, you know, like, why are we even talking about the project if you haven't even seen like the Kickstarter, or if you haven't even seen the website, or if you haven't even seen the game, if it's already available? Like, it, like, for all you know, this game could be about, like, you know, kicking puppies or something like that. Like, and you would have no idea. I feel like people just like make blanket statements about, like, you know, a project without actually getting to know it, or like blanket statements about like a person without getting to know their work. And I think that's when we run into the issue of like it does touch a little bit about like on like tokenism, and like sometimes I feel like it also relates to how sometimes people on the internet, they like having that savior moment of like, I backed this game, or like I, you know, posted about this thing, I did a good thing, I pat myself on the back and I walk off, and like, you know, that's the end of, you know, the work trademark that I'm going to do for the day or the week or the year.
Yeah, I mean, like, I feel like every creator can relate to this feeling of it feels really weird and not always positive to realize that someone is supporting a project of yours that they haven't read and don't understand. It almost, for me, do I prefer it? I don't know. Sometimes I prefer when someone is just overtly critical, because at least then I know they've read it and they like have gone through the experience of being like, this is this person and this is their work. And if and you know, honestly, if the criticism is nuanced, then I really like engaging with that. How frequently that happens is a different question, but there is something, it's almost like a weird like extension of that model minority, right? It should be positive that people are just sort of upholding you and your work, but like if they haven't read it, then you almost feel like an avatar of yourself, like a hologram that's being projected out onto the world, and like, that's what people are supporting, but they're not looking at you as a whole person with your diversity of experience and your specificity of experience. And it's a little insulting sometimes. When I was younger, I took that kind of thing really personally. Not as much now, but like the base feeling is still there. And I think that we were talking about really touches on that.
Yeah, it's weird experiencing this because, like I mentioned, when I was growing up, I grew up in a very diverse community, Las Vegas. There were like a lot of Asian people, and there were lots of other types of people in the community as well. And then I went to college at NYU, very diverse there too. And then even the first job that I had was super diverse there as well. And then going into the games industry, where the majority of people are like white men, and then you're just like looking around, you're like, hello, please, is there anyone like me around here? Are you around? Do you exist? And then also experiencing how sometimes people will come seek me out because they need me. Sometimes it feels like, okay, do you really want to support me, or are you trying to use me so that way you look good? And it's not a good feeling to think about why people are supporting your work. And there's also the issue of sometimes people will wonder why I'm able to achieve certain things, or why I'm able to get certain work, or why I'm able to be in certain jobs. And sometimes, like, somebody straight up has said to me before, like, oh, well, my panel wasn't accepted because, I'm just a white guy, I'm not like you. And I'm like, that is rude. That is disrespectful. Don't say that to me. And what I do to combat this is people can support me for whatever reason. That's okay, because at the end of the day, I know that I'm great. I know that my game's great. And if you're supporting me, that's a good thing at the end of the day. People have different levels of maturity in terms of how woke they are, and supporting games from marginalized creators, that's a step up on the maturity scale. And as long as they're making movements, I'm really happy with that, because if they're able to play my game, maybe they'll play some of my colleagues' games. If they play my game, maybe it'll be really powerful. Like I remember when I was demoing at PAX Unplugged a few years ago, I remember most of the people that we demo to are dudes, right? And they'll notice, they'll be like, wait a minute, like every single gladiator that we've gotten is like a woman. This is very unexpected. I'm happy to have anybody buy the game, because just by playing the game, it could change them, even if they don't know what they're buying initially.
So related to that, what is one piece of advice that you want to give to industry professionals or gamers to combat the harm done by the model minority myth?
I mean, I think if the question is geared toward talking to other people, other designers or creators, or people who work in production and who might be affected personally and like directly by model minority myths, I think, this is a piece of advice I give to my students about just moving forward through hurtful experiences, which is like, at the end of the day, all you have is your integrity. And you need to be able to look at your actions and look at an interaction and be like, maybe I didn't act as gracefully as I wanted to. Maybe that person was a jerk, whatever. But if I act in the way that I feel like lives out my values, then that is the best that I can do. And to just always hold to that, whatever that looks like, because it's going to look different for different people. But ultimately, I feel like sometimes another edge of discussions around how to combat stereotypes and how to combat these ideas is like, what are you personally doing as a marginalized creator to fight against it? And it's like, honestly existing and thriving, right? Selling my games, excelling in the field in spite of all of these things. Like, that is an act that goes against it too. Games is such a social field, right? Like, so many people who work with each other are also friends or friends of friends. And so I think, like, again, all those social dynamics hold as well. And you really like define what integrity means for you in this context, and then like hold to it and like have that as your anchor. Don't let external things be your anchor. Awards, whatever, that can't be what drives you. It has to be like the stuff that's at your core about this kind of work.
I agree with that. And also, like, there might be moments in time where you feel like you're not enough, like Victoria, what you were saying earlier, like not feeling Asian enough, like I definitely felt that when we were going through Zhengshe, like dealing with feedback and like not necessarily always the most constructive feedback was like stuff that we had received. And so like having those feelings of, you know, am I enough? Am I Asian enough? Like that will pop up if you're writing about stuff that's based around your own culture, your own identity, your own experiences. And at the end of the day, I think that, you know, you are like, obviously you are enough, and you are like, if you're an Asian creator, you're obviously Asian first. And then you're creating a thing. Like, I think shifting the focus more onto like what you want to do, and like what Gian was saying, like, you know, trying to work with integrity and not think so much about like, you know, like realizing that your experience is important and who you are is important versus like, you know, all this other stuff that might not mean a lot.
Seek to educate yourself and learn about other people, learn about other cultures, even if you're a marginalized person. So for example, yes, I'm Asian American, but because of a lot of the media I consumed, which was like anime and stuff like that, there was this idea I had about what modern Japanese culture is like. But then I learned from reading Japanese news and watching a reality show called Terrace House, I learned like, wow, okay, Japanese youth, they are really different than what I thought based off of what I am told in, you know, history books, what I'm told in American media. This is completely different. And then in addition to that, I would say always be curious and always ask questions. So if you're a consumer of board games or of role-playing games, if there's something that is questionable to you, if there's something that makes you uncomfortable, if there's something that seems like it's stereotypical or reductive or offensive in any way, it's really helpful if you could be an ally and go question that, especially if that work is a prototype, even if that work is a Kickstarter game, even if that work is something that is published. Like being an ally, making it seem like it's something important is extremely helpful, because as a marginalized person, something that I know about myself and something that I know about many other people is that sometimes we feel alone. Sometimes we experience certain things and we feel like, are we the only one who cares about this? Am I the only one who's sad about this? And if you're in a place where you have privilege, use your privilege to help other people. And I think that's a great way to combat the harm done by the model minority myth.
So thank you so much for joining us on our panel, and hopefully you learned something today or can share some of your stories with us, hopefully during PAX 2020. Thank you so much.
Kung Fu Kickball is a team-based fighting sports game where the best ball kicker wins. You gotta punch, kick, and headbutt your way across the field to smash the ball into your opponent's bell and rack up points. Hi there, my name is Jonah Wallerstein. I'm the designer and main developer for the game. I really wanted to make something that would be fun to play with friends, but also has the depth to be taken seriously at a competitive level. But a lot of getting skilled at Kung Fu Kickball is really understanding the jump. It takes some getting used to, but when you do get that perfect moment of hitting the ball out of the air at just the right angle so it bounces off the wall and into the bell, it feels great. So please look forward to Kung Fu Kickball coming out soon for Steam, Xbox One, PS4, and Switch.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rafael Bocamazzo, better known as Dr. B. I'm the clinical director of Take This, the first mental health nonprofit to serve the game community. Make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at TakeThis.org. Well, our mission is to educate people on mental health topics, and that's what we're here to do today. We're going to talk about burnout, especially in creative professions. Now, we hear the term burnout all the time, but what is it? We hear about people working too hard, and it leads to burnout, so they're exhausted, right? Well, burnout is more than that. If burnout was just about
I feel inferior to the amount of followers I have compared to these guys. These are all pretty big.
But the whole idea is from 1,000 to 1,000,000, right?
Yeah, I know. I'm kidding.
So you got to start somewhere to get there. They all were at the same place you were. So I guess let me kick off this panel. My name is Timothy Tello. I'm the COO of Pocket Full of Quarters. I've been in the video game industry now for about 10 years. Worked on indie development studios, from business development studios, licensing work, games like Narcos, created my own games. Now I am one of the co-founders of Pocket Full of Quarters, an online esports platform and the first ever legal cryptocurrency in the world. We're very heavily creator and influencer focused, and I've spent the last 6 years working with influencers and creating some of the first ever influencer gaming apps in the world. So welcome to 1,000 to 1,000,000 followers. Let me introduce you to these guys. Up in my left corner, you'll see Abdallah. If you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, tell the guys what games you're playing, how many followers you have, and what platforms you're on.
Yeah, absolutely. My name's Abdallah. I do daily Nintendo content. I'm one of the Nintendo brand ambassadors. So whenever Nintendo gets a brand new game that comes out, I'm usually one of the first people to promote it via live streams, via tips and tricks tutorials, everything like that. You'll find me playing pretty much every Nintendo game that comes out. Looking forward to replaying through the Pikmin series. I went through and replayed through all of the Paper Mario series. Other than that, I enjoy Mario Kart Tour and Animal Crossing. So yeah, as far as follower numbers, we've got about 800,000 subscribers on YouTube. Channel reaches, a couple million every month as far as unique users. But of course, you can't get everyone to click on that subscribe button. So
click the subscribe button. That's what he's telling you. Do it. All right. Awesome. All right. So Stevie D on my right, Stevie D, tell the guys a little bit about you, where your platforms are, what you do.
Okay, yeah. So obviously I'm Stevie D. I stream on Twitch. I started a few years ago, and I kind of got into Twitch when it was Fortnite was growing, and it was oversaturated. And obviously, a lot of people know that started at that time. It was very, very difficult to stand out. And I was sitting on quite low viewers, compared to what I am now, for a long time, and I was just sort of like a level I didn't seem to grow much. And what I found is I needed to find something that stood out and play to my strengths. So what I was good at is good at organizing things and coming up with smart ideas. So I started hosting tournaments in a way that gave me an edge. And that's what I started doing beginning of this year. And I developed like a bit of a coding that allowed me to produce like a graphical leaderboard. And I think that's what really brought some interactivity into my streams, because people were really like, they like to see their name on that big screen and like cool graphics, like they're in like a top level Fortnite tournament. And then from there I started growing. One of the tricks I was using was I was like using all the other platforms like Instagram, Twitter, and really trying to bring in new audiences from all different platforms. So I'd highly recommend using all them. So at the beginning of the year, I think I was on like 2,500 followers, something like that. And then I just had I don't know whether the pandemic maybe did boost like the amount of viewers I had or what, I don't know. But like, from like March, April, I grew quite a lot. And now I'm on like nearly 13,000. I've managed to go to 20,000 in the Mayhem, which is what's used for the competitive side of tournaments. And yeah, so that's where I'm at the minute. And
Nice.
I still play Fortnite.
Nice. So down on my bottom left, we have Atomic. Atomic, why don't you tell them a little bit about yourself, what you do, where you stream?
All right, so I'm Atomic. I actually stream on Twitch, and I have 45,000 followers on there. And I'm also on YouTube as well at 89,000 subscribers. And the main thing that I'm doing with my channel is I'm playing Fortnite on the Nintendo Switch and sort of just looking to continue to branch into other Nintendo Switch games as time goes on. Rogue Company just entered the beta, so I'm looking to play that on the Switch as well. It's just a unique audience, and I feel like there's a lot of people out there that are on the Nintendo Switch, and it's an underrated platform. So that's what I'm doing.
Nice. All right, Jesse Cox, bottom right. Why don't you tell them a little bit about yourself, how many followers you have, where can I find you?
Hey, everybody. Excited to be here. Wow, I have been doing all this stuff for 10 years now. I know.
You're an OG.
Yeah, back in the day. YouTube channel, 971,000 subscribers. Twitch, 200-something thousand followers. I've just been doing it a long time. It's one of those things where, you do it long enough, numbers add up eventually. So it really, I'm not out here like, I'm very good at this. I've just been doing it a very long time. And I now have moved into making games. I am the executive producer on Monster Prom, and I'm making a few other games coming down the pipeline.
That's dope. Man, that's cool. Yeah. So, 10 years. That's like original content creators. 10 years.
Way back when, before you could make money doing it.
Yeah,
Before
way
they gave you
before.
money. Yeah.
I have a couple friends that are back from like the old YouTube days, way back, where they're like invited to the White House because it was like the new cool thing. And they're a top 50 guy invited to the White House, and I talked to a few of them, but they basically just grinded. There was no money
That's what it's
in
about. Yeah, it's just about doing it nonstop and just like you don't quit. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Are you quite excited to being so close to that 1 million mark? Is that like a milestone you've been looking forward to? Is it? Or...
I mean, it was. See, I made a terrible mistake years ago. So I entered one of those like kind of a contest thing where it was like, all right, if you subscribe and then you do this and this, you'll enter to win this. It was like me and a bunch of other channels. Terrible choice on my part. At the time, I got like 200,000 subscribers instantly overnight. Ever since then, this was 4 years ago. Ever since then, I've slowly just broken even every month in subscribers because all those people who subscribed for the contest are unsubscribing. And then I've been stuck at 970-some thousand subscribers for, I think, 3 years.
So
it sucks.
So what you're talking about is one of those buy-in giveaways that you're talking about?
Yes, yeah.
I would highly advise anyone that is looking to be a content creator, stay as far away as possible.
Don't do that.
Cheating is
Terrible
not the
life
way.
choice.
If you
Yeah.
cheat it, you're gonna break the algorithm. It's going to hurt you, and you're gonna grow slower. It's not a good thing.
It was for like a Switch contest. I was like, yeah, all right, this seems like fun. I'll do it. And yeah, terrible choice. There is no like get rich quick scheme when it comes to numbers on the internet. Don't
Yeah.
do it. It's a trap.
Yeah. So I guess one of my big questions I would have for you guys is if we could go around the table, the first thing that pops into your mind is if you could give yourself advice when you first started, what would be the first thing that you guys would tell yourself? So let's start with you, Abdallah. What if you could tell yourself anything going back to when you started, what would you say?
I would say investing in the proper equipment. That's the biggest thing for me. I remember I still keep all my old YouTube videos on there. So if you ever go to my channel, you can see like from 2012. It's just like I would have like a little point and shoot camera, pointing at like a Nintendo 3DS, and it was just bad quality. My microphone was garbage and my camera was garbage, but now, it's been a lot better. So I would tell myself that invest into quality, graphics cards, quality mics, all that stuff in order to get started. It's a really steep thing to say to someone just starting out with it, right? Because like you don't have all these extra funds aside to pick up a $700 camera or like a $200 microphone, right? You don't have those things, but like the difference is like night and day. And if you really want to start gaining attraction and followers, having that very nice, high quality product is really number one.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think quality is far superior than content these days. It used to be content was king. Put out as much as you can, but now the quality, like people want to see like 4K videos. It's crazy how much this stuff is getting in depth. Stevie D, one thing you could say to yourself when you started.
I'd probably say try not to follow the trends too much and try and focus on more what would make you stand out and play to my strengths more. Identify your strengths as early as possible and then try and what's the word, like use
Be you, I guess. Play to your strengths, be you. Be original.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. What do you think, Atomic? What would you say to yourself?
For me, I think the biggest thing would be to like, don't be afraid to switch things up and like don't hold on to things too long. Back when I first started, I was playing a game called Clash Royale. It did really well in the beginning, but they were doing really slow with their updates as the game went on, and I sort of held on to that for a little bit too long. And I could have made the jump and the switch to Fortnite a lot earlier, which would have been like huge. So just make sure like if something's not working out, start looking into other things and start slowly expanding until you find the next wave.
Nice. Well, Jesse, what about you? What would you say?
I'm going to do like the old man version of this and say it's a job, not your life, is what I would say to my younger self. And that I think a lot of time we get caught up in the fact that like you can do it at home, you can just walk from a bedroom or in the same bedroom to your computer desk and just do a thing, and it seems like it's 24 hours a day whenever you want, but sometimes it's fine to just walk away for a few days and be like, I'm good. I'm gonna take a break, because you can burn out real easy and not realize that you've burnt out until it's too late.
Yeah, I've seen a few people, especially streamers, have had like some crazy like breakdowns, like anxiety breakdowns. There's a lot of tension in the air when you're trying to keep up with what you think your followers want you to do and what you need to do as a person and a human being in life. It definitely there's a fine line there that you need to separate yourself from.
Well, there's the pressure that you feel about how the whole idea of streaming is like, if I do it every day and I do it enough that I will grow. And you feel like, the whole subscriber thing is like, I need to do this content for you or else you're not going to come back next month. Right. And so you feel obligated and you keep doing it and doing it and doing it. And it wears you down. And sometimes you just have to be like, yo, I need to focus on me for a minute.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with you being close to 1 billion, you started 10 years ago at the dawn of YouTube. Did you really think you'd be where you are today? When you started out, did you think that was even possible? Or was it just something fun for you to do?
It was just something fun to do. At the time, we were doing old World of Warcraft videos, trying to get them on a web page trying to all outdo each other and get them on a web page. And then, you know, we all moved on from that. But at the time, it was just trying to get recognition and like outdo other people. It wasn't even about making money. And then out of the blue, someone was like, dude, you can make money doing this. And we were like, all right. So that's what that was weird. It's strange that it happened that way.
What about you, Abdallah? Did you think you'd be closing in close to 1 million?
Let's see. I always wanted to. I honestly always wanted to. It started off as a hobby for me, honestly. I was working retail full times, you know, 50-hour work weeks, and I just on my days off, I recorded like little Nintendo videos here and there. I saw that people were doing it way back like 7 years ago, and they had careers going, and I said that, you know, I loved, you know, making videos. I loved teaching people how to do things, and I love playing video games. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go into this. So yeah, I did that on and off for a good like 6 years, and then I just finally jumped the gun and did it full time. And I keep on going with it, you know, because like getting to 1 million is really. I was really hoping that with you know, with quarantine times, you know, the silver lining of quarantine, outside from the world, you know, completely shutting down, is the fact that our careers here have inadvertently been boosted, since a lot of people are at home, you know, watching YouTube. So there is a little silver lining to the current political state of the entire world right now. So I was really hoping that just hunker down, grind it out, and hopefully hit 1 million by the end of 2020. So
that was awesome, man. So it was always the goal. There was never anything in front of that. It was I'm getting to 1 million.
Correct. That was always the goal. And like I know my wife was a big doubter at the beginning. She's like, why are you even like wasting your time playing video games in the basement, making YouTube videos? And I'm like, look, I'm gonna pay the bills with this one day. You watch. And then, you know, when it just came to a point where, you know, the monetary gains was right around the same money that I would make working for someone else in retail 50 hours a week, I mean, it was a no-brainer to just jump in and go all in with that. And then I've never looked back since. So
that reminded me of my mom always telling me, you're never going to make any money playing video games.
Right.
Oh, man. If you could look at me now, Mom. All right. Well, you know, I think 1 million, you know, Atomic, you're hovering around 100, you know. Stevie D, you're growing pretty rapidly. Where do you guys see yourself in 5 years? Do you see yourself doing what you're doing now? Or do you think you're, you know, is there an evolution to what you guys are as creators?
For me personally, I think that I've got like a lot of evolving to do, like 100%. I do see Fortnite being like as a great game and being on Nintendo Switch, but like with all the talk of like new consoles coming out and potentially a new Nintendo Switch coming out, I definitely could see myself evolving my content. And I would say for like a 5-year goal, I'm honestly shooting for like a million subs on YouTube across or in 5 years. And as far as Twitch goes, I would say the number that I've always wanted to hit on Twitch would be like 1,000, like be able to get on stream at any point in time and like hit 1,000 viewers. So there's a lot of grinding behind it. I'm also working like on a second channel. I know the mobile gaming industry is growing rapidly as well. So I'm working on mobile games and we'll see where that channel goes too. But definitely just got to keep putting in the work every day and putting out a plan, and it should work out okay.
Nice. What about anyone else? What do you guys think? Where do you see yourself in 5 years from now?
I don't know, to be honest. I think similar to what Forsyth was saying. Like I feel like I've got to adapt to changes. As the industry changes, I've got to try and change with it and learn.
Yeah. So, like in my opinion, you know, I think growing a channel, and I think Jesse, you're a very good example from what you said, how your channel grew. Collaboration's the biggest thing, and I don't see that much with streamers as much as I do with YouTubers. You think there's a reason why people don't collaborate more on stream?
I've heard a lot of streamers say like both parties will be kind of nervous about the whole thing. They feel afraid to reach out to another streamer because they feel like the other streamer will think that they're just trying to leech off their viewers or, you know, try to gain something from them. So a lot of the times, like, people will be friends, but they don't want to reach out and play with each other. I think honestly, another big thing is you have to read your chat a lot, especially like when you're a smaller to mid-sized streamer. And playing with other people means that you're focusing on talking, hanging out with them, and you're not paying as much attention to the chat. So then the people who used to watch your stream when you were smaller, they're like, okay, so this guy is ignoring me now, so I'm just gonna go ahead and leave. So then also stunts your growth. So it's kind of tough sometimes.
Okay. So it's
Yeah,
not
that's an
traditional.
interesting take. Yeah, allow me to chime in on that one. Like, collaborations are a little harder because, you know, everyone's kind of out for themselves, regardless of if they'll admit it or not.
Sure.
So exactly like we mentioned earlier, the whole leeching thing, like that's a big thing too. So I've done my fair share of collabs, but like I set forth some expectations of saying, hey, you know what, this is going to be like a win-win. Like, I want to promote your channel in every way possible, links in the description, talk about it at the beginning, talk about it at the end, call to actions, info cards, social media posts that show all of your socials. And I expect that in return, you know, having some sort of, you know, agreement at the beginning, like, hey, this is what I want you to do by the end of this. Almost like a business transaction. Like
I think it's 100% a business transaction.
Yeah, as curt as that sounds, but like at the end of the day, that's what it is. Because if you don't do that at the beginning, then you're not going to get the exact same thing that you put effort towards your collaboration. At least that's what happened in my experiences with certain collaborations.
I mean, it sounds like you're saying this needs to be symbiotic, right? You get what you get.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But like, you know, I look at like TikTok, I look at Instagram, I look at going way back to Vine. You know, all those people have grown so rapidly and becoming the biggest creators. Like, make no mistake, those guys are in the 19, 20, 30 million. You know, you look at people like Lele Pons, you look at people like, you know, the reason they're so big is because they had like a group of friends that were constantly collaborating together and sharing their followers. So now they're basically multiplying their growth because they're constantly, you know, getting what they were growing on the side of them with their friends. They were also growing and they were sharing that. And so it grew so rapidly. And Jesse, when you were talking about how you and your friends were just trying to one up each other, kind of sounded very similar to like how those guys grew so quickly. You had kind of a similar connection without even trying to do so.
Yeah. I think, at least for my growth, I'm very happy to admit that most of my growth has been through collaborative efforts in the past and working with people who've been bigger than me on and had bigger channels. And I think that the majority of people, as they grow, I think doing it by yourself is a rarity. I think if you can grow by yourself and it's your like own efforts, that's amazing. But most people that I know blow up because they're working with someone else, even on Twitch, right? They're like streamer houses and they're different things. I think that a lot of that works together, or stream teams.
Yeah, FaZe Clan's a good example. They grew so quickly because they collaborated all the time.
Yeah, and I think that every time I meet someone where they're just like, yeah, no, I just did it myself, I'm like, wow, that's really impressive. Because that's, you know, it means that you have like, I don't know, there's something special about you that you like, I don't even need nobody. I can do my own thing.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't, most people I'd be like, don't try to do that. That's not the way to go. Like, work with other people, create communities, have things where people want to see the two of you play together. There is the downside that if you play alone, they're gonna be like, why aren't you playing with your friends? And then, you know, I don't know, but
I think you're right, like, because I feel like I've kind of restricted my growth a bit because I haven't been doing any of that. But then when I do like read and research, I do sort of read that the collab is one of the best ways of growing, because you, like you say, you're multiplying, you know, because you're both sharing each other's communities. Whereas when you're doing your own, you're just relying on you know, growing yourself on your social platforms, etc. So yeah, that's definitely something I need to talk to myself and really think about using collabs a lot more.
Yeah. You know, I had some kids come up to me and ask me, like, how do you grow, you know, your social media channel? Like, how do you get a big Instagram? And I was like, look, if I were you guys, I would get like 10 of my closest friends, be doing crazy stuff, like don't burn anything down, but like, you know, go and have fun, enjoy life, be original. But each one of you guys post, and each one of you guys tag each other constantly. And what's going to happen is, like, maybe one of you grows 5 and one of you grows 7 and one of you grows 8 every single day. the power of compounding, it's just like, like banking, right? The power of compounding is you're going to keep sharing each other, and their 5 is now your 3, and their 7 is now your 4, and you're going to grow 10, and they're going to grow 6. And so it's going to happen much, much quicker. And so, in my opinion, collaborations, and I speak to my esports team all the time, collab, please collab, join together, do a tournament, do something. Like, the more you guys collab, the faster you're going to grow.
I do think Abdullah had a point with the whole, the business side of it, because I'm sure many of you as well, like it, if you like, I trust quite easily, because I like to pride myself in being someone that can be trusted. So I've trusted many people in the past and got burnt, and then it puts you off collabing with people because you're just like, I don't want to get burnt again.
No,
So
I get it.
You kind of, I think he had a good point. You do really want to outline the sort of expectations of each other and agree that you agree with them expectations, so neither of you get burnt.
Sure. And I also think, when you get to like Jesse and Abdallah's level, right, there are more milkers than there are people looking to genuinely work with you and collaborate with you, and it's symbiotic. More people like, he has 800,000 followers. How do I get myself attached to that? And that, I think that's what he's talking about. Yeah. I think he I bet, his inbox is full of people saying, hey, would you shout me out? Hey, will you do this?
Even I get that. So yeah, I believe that.
It's I'll speak to that, because I mean, that's kind of how I am. Like I've collaborated in my tenure here with maybe 4 people entirely. And some of them were really good ones, and some of them I got burnt just like you did. And it sucks, because like now, once I've built up my personal brand that's recognized by Nintendo as an actual brand, and like you have to be careful of who you're picking and choosing to collaborate with.
And
right?
Nintendo's not easy. They're the hardest company to get with, I promise you.
Oh, absolutely. But like I'm picking and choosing. It's like, is it even worth it to risk my brand that I built up for 7 years for a simple collab that this person is potentially offering? And then I don't know what they're going to do in the future, whether it be throw some political remarks, religious remarks, et cetera, on their social channels. And then it comes back to bite me because I was the one that decided to collaborate with them.
Yeah.
I'm not shooting down collaborations altogether. I'm just saying you have to be very particular about which collaborations you choose and make sure it aligns up with your brand that you want to be out there. And like I said earlier, like I do it with a heavy load on my shoulder, because I've been burnt in previous collabs where I would do everything for the other person but not get the exact same thing back. So it's a tough one. It's a tough one.
So I think it's also, we should point out, money, this is your business. This is right. This is what you do for a living. Jesse, this is what you do. Atomic, I'm sure you're getting close to being able to do this full time. Stevie, you're trying to get there. I think there's a big difference in when you hit that, you're in the hundreds of thousands of followers, millions of followers. This is a company, it's moving forward as a business, and you have to be very careful where you align yourself. Now, I think what I'm really kind of getting at is people that are trying to get that I think that first 1,000 is the hardest 1,000 you will ever get when you're growing an account. And I think collaborating with your friends and growing that way is the fastest way to get to that first 1,000. And then maybe even 10,000. But once you kind of hit that 10,000 roll and you start snowballing, things start moving a little quicker. And so I think, I understand where you're coming from, and collaborating at your level, like, you're way up there. How do we get people to use, I guess what my opinion on collaborating is,
Yeah, it's a tough one. Honestly, it's about content. It's the content you make. How are you going to essentially stand out of all the millions of Fortnite streamers? How are you going to stand out, right? That's really what it boils down to. Cool, you can partner up with someone with a whole bunch of big followings, but if you're just watching this panel right now, like, okay, where are you going to find that person? Like, okay, maybe you don't have 6 or 7 friends that you can just go around here collaborating with, right? Like, how are you going to do that? It's hard. It's easier said than done. So you have to find something that no one else is doing. And that's the challenge that's up to you, right? Yeah. I'm not going to spell it out, but just be yourself. That's the only thing that I can kind of say to that.
Yeah. So I guess that leads into one of these questions. You know, how do you balance yourself with what you want for your channel and your content, and how do you guys, you know, and what your followers want you guys to do? You know, if you're trying to create content that's, you know, one X and they're wanting Y, you know, Stevie, you say you run tournaments. What if they're wanting to do something completely different than that, just play with you on live stream or whatever? You know, how do you guys react to your community and guide them to really follow what you want? Is it, you know, can you guys talk a little bit about that?
For me personally, I say it's got to be like a pretty decent split, because at the end of the day, like without the viewers, you're not going to be where you are. So usually what I do is, you know, like I said, I play Fortnite. One of the things that viewers like to do is to play with the streamer, whether it's in like Zone Wars or in customs. So I'll like lay out a schedule. I'll be like, all right, so for Saturdays and Sundays, we'll have customs where I play with you guys. And like at the beginning of streams, we'll start out the stream for an hour. We'll do Zone Wars where I play with you guys. And then after we do that, everyone's happy. Everybody knows that's going to go down. Then when I move into like whatever content that I want to do, whether it's like playing scrims or playing arena, then they'll be okay with it. And then they'll be happy like throughout the entire thing. So I think you just have to sort of balance it. You can't completely ignore them, but at the same time, you can't like always do what they want. Otherwise you're going to lose your mind, like trying to do this thing.
Kind of hit it on the head there.
Yeah, not much we can add to that. He's got that spot on.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I mean, it's more along the lines of like, but at the same time, you can't just allow them to dictate what you want to do as a streamer. And I think Stevie was talking about earlier, like you can't just follow the trends, right? Like you got to find a way of doing what you want. And at the end of the day, what your ultimate goal is you want your viewers to come here for you and not just the game you're playing, right? So that's it. I want to say it's an 80-20 split, right? At the beginning, like people will say, oh, here's Fortnite. Great. Like I like the game. I like seeing these people get these kills and these victory royales or whatever. But like you want to convert those 80% people to the 20% that are here for your personality. And then once you've effectively done that by doing something different, you know, sharing anecdotal stories, you know, just opening up to your chat or just everyone on board, then you can pretty much take those 20% and then just like stray off a little bit and start doing things that you want to do. And you're not going to get the most results, of course, because that's what variety content is. Like if you do variety content, you shoot yourself in the foot, because, you know, if you came on board as Mr. Fortnite streamer or Mr. Clash Royale, and then out of nowhere you're playing Fortnite, like that, I'm gonna unsubscribe. Like, where's Clash Royale? So it's getting those 20% that are there for you to follow you through whatever new ventures you were on board with.
Yeah, like 100%. I actually like that was my story, because I initially played Fortnite on I was playing Clash Royale, and then I hard switched because the game died, and I started playing Fortnite on the Xbox. Right. And I grinded that for like a year, and it took me like a year to gain. I think it was like 1,500 subscribers. So then I stepped back, and then that's where I decided to make a brand new channel and then play Fortnite on the Switch because nobody was doing it. And that's where my unique blow up started, and then it really helped me out through like overall last year. So it's like yeah, 100%.
The whole thing's kind of like a catch-22 in a weird way, that because everything's run by algorithms now, the idea of being different and trying new things and playing new games and doing stuff, it's one of those, like, if you were to stream the most popular game right now, if you aren't one of the top streamers, you're not no one's going to scroll down far enough to see you. But if you decide I'm going to go stream some other game that no one's playing, well, no one's going to go look for that game, so no one is seeing you play that game. And so it's very difficult to break in. And the only thing that I can suggest to anyone who's like, what do I do? How do I grow? Is we've said it here, I think, just to find, you know, what you are good at and what sort of relates to your audience, things that, but I think there's a shamelessness to it, but I think the hustle is an important part of all this as well. Like getting your name out there, like constantly. I'm definitely not going to say that way back when, 10 years ago, when I started, I would post on forums and then get my friends to bump up that post. And then I would then create new screen names and bump up that post. I'm not saying that's what I did. But if I did that,
is real.
Yeah, like, you know, if you are playing a game go to the Reddit section for that game. If you are like, do whatever you need to do. Like, this is the thing that's happening. You have to get your name out there because no one's going to do it for you.
Yeah.
And no one's going to just find you randomly. And if they do, that is a fluke. And so advertising is a huge part of this. And I think a lot of people don't remember or think about that. Like, getting your name out there is big.
Well, like you say about advertising, one of my secrets, I was actually investing some of my funds in advertising on Instagram because I was doing tournaments, and that I got quite a lot of success from that. If I marketed it right, if I got the post right, and I got this, it's about the content of the post and then the timing of the post. And when I blew up the most was when Fortnite were teasing the return of the game mode trios, and it become this massively anticipated game mode that everyone got really excited about. So there was this big hype surrounding the whole trios coming back into the game, and I could recognize that hype. So as soon as they released it on that very day, I started doing a tournament, a 1K tournament, and it just, everyone came flying in, and like it was crazy. Like that, like I'd never, like it was quite good because it gave me a taste of the viewers I could get. It was like, it was overinflated because I nearly reached I think it was like 1,000 live viewers. I was like so close to it, but like I don't get anywhere near that now. But I just basically saw an opportunity and I jumped on it, and I got a big growth spurt from that.
But that's the key, though, is recognizing those opportunities and those moments. And it even comes down to planning, right? I have a schedule here on my computer over here that's literally just like the games that are coming out next week, and can I get a thing out on the day this thing drops? And that'll be overinflated, right? The views will be overinflated because algorithmically I'll be in with all of those videos that are played that day, but people are looking for those videos. So there's a higher chance they're going to find your content. And then it falls off drastically. So there is a little bit of that game to it of like, I need to get something out on the day of. That's also one of the most stressful things in the world. And I hate about this line of work, but it's how it works. It's what we do.
Have any of you guys done the Facebook hack or know what the Facebook hack is?
Mm-mm.
So one of the things that's happening now, what you could do is you can go join groups of Facebook people, content that you want to be similar to. So like find a Fortnite Facebook group, whatever, join the group. And what happens is you can immediately create a new group. And once you're joined to a group, could have thousands of members, you can individually click on each person and invite them to your new group. And you can direct market to them. And you can move them around. And people are doing this to grow Instagrams, like 100,000 follow Instagrams, like literally within a month. It's crazy.
But is that like people that stick around and interact with you, or is it just
I have
numbers?
no idea. I've literally seen people just pump them full and just drop them. Like, it's crazy.
That's how you end up like me then.
Well,
You're like, oh, cool, I'll never grow anymore.
Well, I think you have to still continuously you got to find like-minded groups, right? Like Fortnite or whatever you're playing, and try to get them to move over. Then you have to keep them involved. But what they're doing is you can invite them one by one, and people are going to join. And then you can put ads, you can post your stream times, whatever, into it. It's like direct marketing to the people that you guys are looking to reach out to, basically. And as long as you keep them fed, you can grow that channel doing that. I just wanted to see if you guys had heard about it. I know people that are doing it, but yeah. Maybe one of y'all will try and let me know.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Sure.
Stevie D, you try, and then you let me know. Okay, so to date, you guys have all been streaming, you've all been doing your YouTube stuff. What is your most memorable moment to date? Let's go around the horn, I guess. Abdallah, you want to go first?
Oh, yeah. I guess last year was pretty good. Working my YouTube channel, as content, family friendly, positive, Nintendo gaming stuff. I was observed at PAX Arena Of course, at another one of the PAXs back when we used to go to conventions for Stream Stars. For Stream Stars, where I won a tournament, and just how I conducted myself during one of the tournaments, we won it. It was just a lot of energy and stuff like that. Outside of everything that I've done for Nintendo, one of their tournament directors recruited me on board to be on part of the Mario Maker 2 Invitational at E3 last year, which was it was crazy. There was only 4 people that were invited out of the entire world to go up on stage and play the new Super Mario Maker game blind, and then end up like competing in this tournament. So it was honestly like one of the biggest epitomes of anything that's happened, right? Like,
Did
here
you
we
win
go.
that tournament?
I did end up winning it. Spoilers,
Yeah.
in case you didn't see it. It was amazing. The competition was so good. Everyone that competed were like really, really high esteemed people in the Mario Maker community and Nintendo community. But it was great. It was validation. It was everything that I kind of worked on throughout my tenure with Nintendo, and it was just outstanding. It was
That's
a big
awesome.
peak. Yeah.
Are you basically like the best Nintendo arcade guy on the planet? Is that what you're telling me?
Nintendo arcade guy? I don't know.
So like basically like all old school Nintendo games, is that like are you the best?
I'm pretty good at a lot of games, but like I'm not a master of any, right? Like you give me a controller of like any of the classic N64 games, like I'll play them, right? Like there's a little bit of aptitude involved, right? And everyone on this channel has a little bit of aptitude in whatever field they're kind of in, be it Fortnite, Clash, anything. Like, so I feel that there's a little bit of aptitude involved for sure.
DVD, up to date. What is your most memorable moment?
Tough question. I mean, yeah, I don't want to sound like it's all about numbers because it's not. But I think like when I touched on earlier about when I just had this massive growth spurt and I had 900 viewers in my stream, that was obviously a very memorable thing because like I know realistically my channel's not at that level. So to get a taste of being at that level, if you know what I mean, was I don't know, it's just quite memorable, I guess.
It's like getting to peek into heaven a little bit, kind of seeing.
Yeah,
what
I guess
the
so.
world's
Yeah,
like.
I don't know. I guess so. Yeah, and just like so many people just talking and stuff. I mean, it was a bit ridiculous because I couldn't read a comment. Like I'm a slow reader anyway, and the chat was like that, and I'm just like I couldn't do anything. But yeah, I guess that's what stands out because that's the first sort of big moment I can remember. So
That's cool. What about you, Atomic?
For me, easily, back in 2018 when I had first started off on Clash Royale and I was picking up a lot of traction, towards the end of the year when they had the World Championship, they actually invited me out and they flew us all to London. And I got to like hang out with all the biggest Clash Royale YouTubers like Chief Pat, Molt, Nick at Night. They were all there and we were able to like watch from like the YouTuber stand, watch all the professional Clash Royale players go at it. And, you know, it was just one of those things where it was like, you know, I'm finally starting to do something with this whole YouTube thing, and it sort of just like showed me what was possible. So since then, it was just one of my biggest memories, 100% in this industry.
That's dope. Yeah, that's really cool. Jesse, what's your most memorable moment?
Man, I'm blessed to have many great memorable moments. I've been doing this a long time, but traveling back in time, one of the very first things I ever played on YouTube was Witcher 2 way back in the day. And I became very good friends with the people at CD Projekt, and they like flew me out to Poland and we did like a whole thing. And all these years later, I'm still very good friends with them. I am a troll in Witcher 3. You can murder me. It's great. And more importantly, in Cyberpunk, I'm literally in the game. Not like a character, me. I have a quest, and you can find me, and it's the coolest thing in the world. And I played a version of the game. I played my quest, and it was the wildest thing I've ever done, and I laughed so hard. So, like, feeling real good about that.
That one's super up there. To be in your own game, like that's dope.
I can't. Yeah, I'm so excited that. Look, you can definitely fail it. So if you play Cyberpunk, keep me alive, please. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's awesome. Yeah. I'm not in any games yet. I'd love to be in one. I'd probably be someone that you'd like have to like hit with a bat or something. Like, okay, well, wrapping this up, I want to talk about one last thing. We talked about what was the first thing you would say to yourself. What is it that you want to say? Each of you guys grab like 30 seconds to talk to the people watching. What is it that you want to say to them about how to grow their career, how to start, whatever you want to tell them. Abdullah, let's start with you. What do you want to say to them?
Yeah, it's very hard and intimidating at first, for sure. Like getting, like you said earlier, the 1,000 subscribers, even hitting that mark is so hard. There's going to be times where you're going to stream to a dead audience or a dead chat. No one's there, right? There's going to be times like that, but you just got to keep on going with the grind, invest in good equipment, make sure that you know what you're trying to do that sets you apart from everyone else. And then ultimately, it's just stay true to yourself on what you really enjoy. It doesn't hurt to follow a couple trends here and there because that's how people get their breakaway hits. So a lot of you guys can attest to that. Like, hey, if you start you're doing something on day one, like we talked about earlier, that'll definitely project yourself a little bit farther versus trying to compete with things that are already happening. So do a little bit of research on that, find out what you're passionate about, and just hit the grind. That's really what it is.
That basically summed up this whole call.
Pretty much.
That was right on it. Stevie D, what do you want to tell the people?
Yeah, I'd say always believe in yourself because only you understand your ideas and direction. And what you find is not everyone's going to understand that. So you're going to have people around you that are going to doubt you. So always believe in your own goals and what you can achieve and try not to let people take that away from you.
That's right on too. Tommy, what do you think?
For me, I guess the biggest thing would be to remain consistent. A lot of times in this industry, it's gonna take a long time. You're not always gonna blow up. I know it happens here and there, but for the most part, you have to be really consistent in what you do, and just play the long game. You can't expect it to come easy at all. And just make a plan. Make a plan. Make sure you know what you're doing every single day. You can't just go around shooting aimlessly. If you have goals and you have plans and you try your best to hit those, then it'll make it a lot easier for you long term.
Yep. All right, Jesse, what do you want to say to him?
Don't judge your success based on others' success.
That's a good one.
That's the biggest key I can give you after doing this for so long. Is I've seen people fly by me in numbers, and it's like I've been able to do this for 10 years. That's success. So everything is relative, and don't judge based on how other people are doing. Just focus on yourself and keep chugging along.
Well, I think if I were to say one thing, one of the biggest issues I see people have is they just don't know when to get started. You just got to go. If you're waiting for the right time, you're never going to find that time. If you want to be a creator, be a creator. Today's the day you start. Manifest what you want, believe in what you're trying to achieve, and anything's possible. Just keep grinding. All right, guys. I appreciate each and every one of you guys being on here. Thank you. I hope to see you guys all soon. Good night.
Take it easy.
Good night.
Yeah, thanks.
See ya.
Yeah, it's good to meet you all as well.
Yeah, wonderful to meet you too.
Absolutely. Pleasure's mine.
Okay.
All right.
Are
Later,
we
guys.
good?
We're good. I'm turning it off right now. 1, 2,
All right.
3.
Lethal Lawns is a competitive lawn mowing party game by Aussie devs, Kaiju Stomp. Set in everyday suburban yards, players mow grass for pocket money or can mow each other to steal their opponent's cold hard cash. Battle it out with your mates in teams or free-for-all across different maps and game modes. Supporting bots, custom game settings, online multiplayer and Steam Remote Play, Lethal Lawns is a great game to throw into your Friday night rotation. It's jam-packed for $5 on Steam, so check it out and get mowing.
This is Dreamscaper, an action RPG roguelite coming to Steam Early Access this summer. Dreamscaper takes action RPG combat and combines it with the endless replayability of a roguelike. Every slumber is a different dungeon in an ever-changing world with a multitude of unique events and challenges. Play as Cassidy, dive into her subconscious, take on the surreal nightmares she wrestles with to dispel the darkness. Master a rich, expansive combat system that rewards skilled play. Use careful positioning, exact timing, and quick reflexes to defeat foes with an abundance of combat options. Make your defense offensive. Use quick reactions to dodge and parry enemy blows to create opportunities. Each weapon class in Dreamscaper is unique, allowing for a myriad of ways to approach combat. Rend the earth below your nightmares, fire off a finger gun, or whip a yo-yo into their faces. Make your nightmare your source of strength. Use lucid powers to bend the dreamscape around you. Manipulate the elements to set enemies ablaze, or freeze others in place. When your nightmares overwhelm you, even control time itself to give you the edge you need. Explore ever-changing dreamscapes and discover lost memories, surreal scenery, and a multitude of unique events. Uncover Cassidy's past as you venture through her memories. Use your wits to solve challenging puzzles, growing your strength. Wander through your dreams, finding resources and gear to build the playstyle that complements you. Special modifiers and rare keepsakes add depth and variety, allowing you to create unique character builds that encourage strong synergies. Wake from your nightmare to tackle a new day. Travel across the city of Red Haven and live Cassidy's waking life. Forge friendships and empower Cassidy with hopes and memories to dispel the darkness of her nightmares. Use resources found in your dream as inspiration to craft gifts for the people close to Cassidy. Make new friends and improve your relationship with them to unlock story vignettes and new powers in your dreams. The more you invest in them, the more they'll support you in return. Face off with nightmarish entities that represent some of Cassidy's most negative emotions. Challenging boss fights with representations of fear, isolation, loss, negativity, and more will test your mastery of the dreamscape. You'll need to draw on all your strength to handle ever-changing combinations of powerful enemies. Spell slingers, spectral swordsmen, mysterious wanderers, and hulking bruisers will bar your path. Vanquish those deadly foes to clear the dark miasma surrounding Cassidy. We can't wait to make Dreamscaper even better with your feedback and support over the coming months. Prepare to fall into dreams when Dreamscaper launches on Steam Early Access this summer.
Hi, I'm Liam Baker, here at PAX West 2018, thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He would always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would let me try, Dad, let me try, and then I just let Liam do it because that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was nothing to do, and it was really boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
My name is Ata, I'm 26 years old, and I come from Turkey. In 2013, things became problematic in Turkey. First, there was the largest protest the country had ever seen, and then a corruption scandal. After that, dozens of terror attacks, and then, in 2016, a coup. So this political instability affected me and all my friends and everybody we knew. We wanted to look at this issue because it affected us so much. We wanted to deep dive on why this is happening. And it's not an issue that is related to a certain country when you look at the broader picture. Throughout time, these events happen. Why do they happen? That is why we created this entertainment product that is a story about politics, but lets the player take a pivotal role in it.
The year is 1954, and you are the newly elected president of Swordland. Embark on the personal journey of Anton Rain. Will your decisions repair the country, or lead it to further ruin? Discover the alternative reality of Suzerain, with different countries, cultures, religions, dotted with more than 40 characters with different goals and ambitions. Execute your own political vision as president of a country. Will you heed the calls for reform and change the constitution of Swordland? Or will you embark on a more security-focused path to ensure stability in your country? Shape the future of your family by making key life decisions about your son, your wife, and your daughter. Try to tackle key subjects like the economy and the ongoing recession, or welfare and the inequality within. There are a slew of societal challenges and issues that face Swordland. Will you be bold and go against the structure to make the changes necessary? Or will you maintain the current order to benefit yourself? Internal subjects are not the only thing to worry about. There's a massive global rivalry happening between United Contana in the east and Arcasia in the west. How will you position Swordland in between these two vying superpowers as they threaten to rip the world apart? Many of the decisions you will make in this game will change your endings, and how Anton's life will continue or end. The question is, how will you lead Swordland? What kind of changes will you make? What type of a leader will you be?
Lethal Lawns is a competitive lawn mowing party game by Aussie devs, Kaiju Stomp. Set in everyday suburban yards, players mow grass for pocket money or can mow each other to steal their opponent's cold hard cash. Battle it out with your mates in teams or free-for-all across different maps and game modes. Supporting bots, custom game settings, online multiplayer and Steam Remote Play, Lethal Lawns is a great game to throw into your Friday night rotation. It's jam-packed for $5 on Steam, so check it out and get mowing.
This is Dreamscaper, an action RPG roguelite coming to Steam Early Access this summer. Dreamscaper takes action RPG combat and combines it with the endless replayability of a roguelike. Every slumber is a different dungeon in an ever-changing world with a multitude of unique events and challenges. Play as Cassidy, dive into her subconscious, take on the surreal nightmares she wrestles with to dispel the darkness. Master a rich, expansive combat system that rewards skilled play. Use careful positioning, exact timing, and quick reflexes to defeat foes with an abundance of combat options. Make your defense offensive. Use quick reactions to dodge and parry enemy blows to create opportunities. Each weapon class in Dreamscaper is unique, allowing for a myriad of ways to approach combat. Rend the earth below your nightmares, fire off a finger gun, or whip a yo-yo into their faces. Make your nightmare your source of strength. Use lucid powers to bend the dreamscape around you. Manipulate the elements to set enemies ablaze, or freeze others in place. When your nightmares overwhelm you, even control time itself to give you the edge you need. Explore ever-changing dreamscapes and discover lost memories, surreal scenery, and a multitude of unique events. Uncover Cassidy's past as you venture through her memories. Use your wits to solve challenging puzzles, growing your strength. Plunder through your dreams, finding resources and gear to build the playstyle that complements you. Special modifiers and rare keepsakes add depth and variety, allowing you to create unique character builds that encourage strong synergies. Wake from your nightmare to tackle a new day. Travel across the city of Red Haven and live Cassidy's waking life. Forge friendships and empower Cassidy with hopes and memories to dispel the darkness of her nightmares. Use resources found in your dream as inspiration to craft gifts for the people close to Cassidy. Make new friends and improve your relationship with them to unlock story vignettes and new powers in your dreams. The more you invest in them, the more they'll support you in return. Face off with nightmarish entities that represent some of Cassidy's most negative emotions. Challenging boss fights with representations of fear, isolation, loss, negativity, and more will test your mastery of the dreamscape. You'll need to draw on all your strength to handle ever-changing combinations of powerful enemies. Spell slingers, spectral swordsmen, mysterious wanderers, and hulking bruisers will bar your path. Vanquish those deadly foes to clear the dark miasma surrounding Cassidy. We can't wait to make Dreamscaper even better with your feedback and support over the coming months. Prepare to fall into dreams when Dreamscaper launches on Steam Early Access this summer.
Hi, I'm Liam Baker here at PAX West 2018 thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would let me try, Dad, let me try. And then I just let Liam do it because that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was nothing to do, and it was really boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
My name is Ata, I'm 26 years old, and I come from Turkey. In 2013, things became problematic in Turkey. First, there was the largest protest the country had ever seen, and then a corruption scandal. After that, dozens of terror attacks, and then, in 2016, a coup. So this political instability affected me and all my friends and everybody we knew. We wanted to look at this issue because it affected us so much. We wanted to deep dive on why this is happening. And it's not an issue that is related to a certain country when you look at the broader picture. Throughout time, these events happen. Why do they happen? That is why we created this entertainment product that is a story about politics, but lets the player take a pivotal role in it.
The year is 1954, and you are the newly elected president of Swordland. Embark on the personal journey of Anton Rain. Will your decisions repair the country, or lead it to further ruin? Discover the alternative reality of Suzerain, with different countries, cultures, religions, dotted with more than 40 characters with different goals and ambitions. Execute your own political vision as president of a country. Will you heed the calls for reform and change the constitution of Swordland? Or will you embark on a more security-focused path to ensure stability in your country? Shape the future of your family by making key life decisions about your son, your wife, and your daughter. try to tackle key subjects like the economy and the ongoing recession, or welfare and the inequality within. There are a slew of societal challenges and issues that face Swordland. Will you be bold and go against the structure to make the changes necessary? Or will you maintain the current order to benefit yourself? Internal subjects are not the only thing to worry about. There's a massive global rivalry happening between United Contana in the east and Arcasia in the west. How will you position Swordland in between these two vying superpowers as they threaten to rip the world apart? Many of the decisions you will make in this game will change.
Welcome everybody to Digital Dragons, playing tabletop role-playing games in the online era. We are going to be discussing playing tabletop role-playing games such as Dungeons & Dragons, Pathfinder, all these other games in the current age of the internet. I am Scarlet Moth. I am an artist and cosplayer, but most importantly, I am a D&D player and DM on the internet. And these are my lovely panelists for today. So I'll start off to my direction. We'll start off with Alyssa.
Awesome. Hello, my name is Alyssa Grant, and I am the Senior Producer and Partnerships Manager at Penny Arcade. And I manage the brands of Acquisitions Incorporated, which also has the sub-brand of the C Team. And then personally, I am a player. I have DM'd before as well, and I play for I Speak Giant, which is an Australian-based group that plays D&D and Call of Cthulhu and a variety of other systems.
Fantastic. Next we have Mackenzie.
Hi, I'm Mackenzie DeArmas, Mackenzie Lane D on Twitter. I'm an independent tabletop game designer and online content creator. Currently, I'm the lead writer for The Islands of Sina Una, an upcoming 5e setting based around pre-colonial Filipino mythology. I'm also a contributor to MCDM's productions, both for Kingdoms and Warfare as a co-designer and a writer for the upcoming magazine Arcadia. I'm also currently working with Maytan Press for the Dark Matter Starter Kit, and I appear on various streams around Twitch, playing and DMing sometimes. Sort of just yell about that on Twitter.
Fantastic. Burrows.
Burrows. I am a Twitch streamer and content creator, both for myself and also on the Wisdom Saves channel, where I have been a DM for just over a year now. I am also personally coming out with a YouTube series on bullet journaling for Dungeons and Dragons. It's been really exciting, kind of mixing notes and something a little bit more creative, but it's also useful. Really good.
Awesome. Next we have Matt.
Hey, I'm Matt. I DM for Split the Party over on YouTube. We run a comedy series heading into our 4th season. Hopefully, it's out by the time we have this panel go up. We also stream on YouTube, do live shows, and come on to PAX panels and do games and discussions like this. Yeah. Find us at youtube.com/splittheparty. I can't remember if I already said that.
And last but not least, we have Chantel.
Hi, I'm Chantel B. You can find me on Twitter at Chantel B. I am a variety everything at this point, I think. I'm an actor, voiceover artist, writer, narrative writer, psychologist. I've probably said that. And I stream over on loads of different channels, playing pretty much every system under the sun. I'll play D&D, Savage Worlds, Open Legend are the 3 that I've played most recently. But if you've got it and you can play it over the internet, I will be playing it.
Fantastic. So now you've met our panelists. Let's get into some questions. So I have asked people who have wanted to know a bit more about playing role-playing games online, as well as wanting to know more about broadcasting or creating content for these systems, and I have some of their questions here. So first off, let's start with, how did you actually get into playing your RPGs and playing them in an online setting?
Gosh.
Anyone can go first.
Yeah. So I believe I started at 16 or 17 with Dungeons and Dragons. I think I started with 1st edition and then moved to 2nd and then 3.5 and then Pathfinder for a bit and now on 5th. But that was my very start into TRPGs as a whole, and then I moved over and worked for Dungeons and Dragons, or worked on Dungeons and Dragons for WotC as an associate producer, and I played a lot of games there. I played one that was, I believe, on stream. It was an Out of the Abyss campaign, and then ever since then, I've just been playing just a ton of different systems. So like Tales from the Loop is incredible, and I've been doing that with Penny Arcade, and we do D&D and Call of Cthulhu. So it's interesting to see how it's evolved over those years since I first got into the game. There are so many systems to explore, but yeah, it's been quite a few years now.
Yeah, I mainly played Dungeons and Dragons online. I played a little bit when I was at school, but that was probably 3rd edition, beginning of 4th edition. Bounced off of it, also because it wasn't as popular back then and there's still a bit of a stigma surrounding it. But then 2016, I got into watching a lot of actual play games such as Acquisitions Inc., Dice Camera Action, Critical Role, all of those, and just really found that, there's a way for me to play with my friends interstate, overseas. I can play online, and it is just as fulfilling as playing in person. And so that was when I really dove into actually playing for myself. And now I've dabbled in a few other settings, and a few other games like Call of Cthulhu I've played a bit of. I'd really love to play the Dragon Age RPG. I just got back into playing the game, so I'm dying to give that a try. And yeah, mainly D&D with bits of homebrew.
I personally I started an at-table game about 2 years ago. And that slowly, through like scheduling conflicts, that slowly dissolved. But one of the friends from that campaign went interstate, so it was necessary for us all to go online. Because I don't know if anyone's tried it before, having one person online at a table doesn't really work that well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just kind of necessary, and it's been really good.
Yeah, on the one person online note, well, our first season of the show, a couple of episodes, we actually had to have someone just Skyping in because they were in Perth and couldn't get back over in time, and it definitely posed new challenges, but it was also very interesting to see how it would work in that situation. Now, with the current environment, we're in Melbourne, where we have to stay indoors a lot more, and all of my games have gone online, but I've still made it in a way to still make it as fulfilling for myself.
As the person that, last year was in Perth, while the rest of the table were playing, it became a case of, but hello, I just want to, I'll send you a message. It's fine. I'll send you a message.
Yeah, there was a lot of that for us too.
It's wild how games that you play at home translates to the streamed games quite a bit too. Like, it doesn't really work to have one person long distance during a home game, just as much as it doesn't really work when everyone's in person and one person's remote for a streamed game.
Yeah.
There are so many parallels there. It's really interesting.
No, I found I can get a lot more comfortable when I'm playing from the comfort of my own room. I just feel more relaxed and prepared instead of like, I have to go get my stuff, I have to go over to this friend's house, make sure I've got snacks, got my character sheet. Oh no, I left my dice at home. What do I do now? I find it quite a welcoming and relaxing environment.
So have all of you found that the amount that you play has grown since we've all, started to experience the quarantine life?
I'd say mine was weird because it was like I had a game where it was like a hired DM situation, so I would go and play Curse of Strahd with them as like a gig. But since all the quarantine started, we stopped playing for a bit, and then we realized that this wasn't going to end anytime soon. We actually moved it online, so it kind of stayed the same, but also changed in a different way because I ended one campaign, started another. So I think, it's weird. It didn't grow as much as almost just stay consistent, but the transition was fairly smooth.
That's nice.
Yeah.
The amount that I play has grown, I want to say exponentially, but it's not quite. partially because a lot of people at the moment especially want to play for self-care. So there's a huge amount of escapism in role play, obviously and literally. Like you just escape to a different world, and even if that world is, hey, we're playing a cyberpunk game in the, essentially in the present day, we may as well. And so that experience is still, it's still such a good way to get slightly off kilter and just be like, okay, I'm over here now. And that's such a comforting experience.
Yeah. What sort of differences have you seen in games that specifically focus on self-care? Like, is there really a difference in the games that you would typically play? And do you recommend there to be different elements to it to specifically focus on that?
One thing that I've noticed in the games that I play is sort of an increasing focus on the emotional, or emotional engagement, or having control over your emotional engagement, like the extent to which you do engage. Some of the games that I play are, well, because I come from an acting background and because I come from like a voice acting background, the people that I play with sort of go with me on the, I'm now bawling my eyes out on stream. You're just going to have to sit with me here, please. Please sit with me in this moment. And the nice thing about that is if I'm having that experience in a stream, not necessarily in a stream, but if I'm having that experience in a controlled environment with my friends where I feel safe and buoyed, then coming out of that in my day-to-day life, I've experienced those things. I've experienced the emotion. So when they come up in daily life, which at the moment they will, I don't feel so caught off guard by them. So in terms of self-care, whether or not you decide that you're going to engage heavily emotionally, like the safety element of doing so is like, now is probably as good as time as any to sort of take those things that you're struggling with in real life and as safely as you can, like bring those thoughts, not the content, but the thoughts into how you're experiencing, your character's experiencing the world, and see whether that's different. Sometimes a character experiences things very, very differently to how you experience it.
Yeah.
Now, I know that, Mackenzie, I think that you seem to be just constantly doing stuff, seeing from everything that you do online and on Twitter, and you're just constantly doing games. Has that changed for you during isolation?
It's been really interesting because the reason why I got into playing tabletop games like strictly online. Like I can count the number of games I've played in person on one hand, because how I got started was I've always wanted to play D&D, but the group at my uni was like, "Yeah, we're not taking any new players. Sorry, shucks, go find somewhere else." And so I was kind of like, cool, that's fun. Yeah, I've been wanting to play this for like a while now, because fantasy, and I get to play a cool like adventure. I always want to do that, and I couldn't. So then I basically started puttering around online, and I started watching more actual plays, and then got me involved in the online community, and then I started getting involved in like stream games. And so it hasn't necessarily changed for me, because like I've been doing that for a while. Like I've had no choice but to play remotely, because the people around me were like, either Dungeons and Dragons is still silly and superfluous to a lot of people where I live and the school that I went to, or they were super closed off and insular. So it hasn't necessarily changed for me. What has changed is that the number of people I'm introducing to playing online has grown. And the number of people where I'm like, okay, you're new to playing online, let's get you used to this. This is how we do it. And sort of having to recalibrate, so it's introducing people to that and making sure to accommodate not just the stress of, oh, you're playing online for the first time, but also you're playing online for the first time in the middle of the world kind of being on fire. And so that's sort of what's changed. I've noticed an influx of people getting involved and being more prolific on like Twitter, and that's been probably the biggest increase I've seen. Is just sort of managing a Twitter community that's just growing at an unmanageable rate.
I've seen very much the same sort of things, like lots of people who were previously unaware or not really knowing how to play online or logistics of how it works, suddenly coming in and finding out about, like, you play it over Discord, you can use these different resources online. And could probably actually touch on that. Like, what do you find has been necessary for you for playing online? What tools, what softwares, any of that? What parts to bring from your own attitude towards the game is necessary for playing in this kind of environment?
Seem obvious, but one of the main ones has actually been Discord. In that you can have voices, video, but you can also screen share. And the changes that they've made recently to make screen sharing a separate capture to your cameras too has been so good for online games.
So I know that previously it was Zoom that was sort of the big one which people would use for that, but Discord has really stepped up recently.
Yeah, I mean, we're on it
I've
right
also
now.
found that creating a Discord group makes it a lot easier when you have different channels for different things. Like, for example, we have a channel just for maps, and we have a channel that's supposed to, like, just for questions of the campaign. And this is for one single campaign that we do it for. And then also Discord allows for you to share a Spotify playlist, and everyone can listen to it together, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Then you can have, I know this is really small, but like having a playlist to go alongside your game and having everyone have like theme songs when they do their cool moments, I think adds a lot to it.
Yeah.
Play along feature is so good.
Yeah.
So good.
So do you guys use like the bots in Discord for that, or is it just you kind of just put the playlist through and they can listen as they please?
Oh, it's embedded. So like if you have the Spotify app and then you have Discord, you can just do share a playlist. It's awesome.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So doing the change to Discord for me, I was really intimidated always by some of the tools like Roll20 because I always see people doing these huge maps. And I was like, oh, I don't know if I can pull that off. But then I actually saw someone on Twitter that gave me my favorite idea I've seen. I use Photoshop for my maps now. I literally draw the fog of war and then fill it in with just the fill function, and I screen share that. And then they can't control their tokens as much, but it worked out that we can have these like huge 8,000 pixel resolution maps. And you just zoom them in on Photoshop, make the squares all same size, and you can do battle maps very easily that way because it's all layer based. You click on whichever you want, and you just move it, and that's pretty
neat.
much been what I've been using the whole time.
Yeah, that's cool. It's like your own Roll20.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think that's Roll20, whilst it is an amazing source, I think a lot of people, especially if they're coming from the physical environment, might get caught up in the, but what about the minis? What about the maps? What about this, that? Roll20, it's a resource which is there for the maps. I mainly just use it for maps and for if some of my players need help with their character sheets, because I can look at it, bring it up, tell them what they need. But I mainly just use the maps as a visual guide for them. But I find that what is really great for online play is just if you have video and you have voice and you can create an atmosphere for your players, you can create some great theatre of the mind play, and it is just bringing them into the story and the setting as the focus, which without having any of the visual distractions at the table can be a really powerful experience, especially like what Chantel was saying before. You can really bring those emotions forward and bring those character moments to the forefront.
Yeah.
I really like using Roll20 for the music and the ambience because they have a lot of things already preloaded in. Like a lot of like Kevin MacLeod and like tabletop audio, so they have a bunch of ambient sounds. And so I as both as a DM and a player, I never use maps because I struggle so hard using maps. It's just my brain cannot process doing that. So I play solely theater of the mind, and I love being able to use Roll20's audio feature because it makes sure everyone's listening to the same thing like at the exact same time in sync. And it also gives the individuals the ability to toggle their own audio. So I know for some people, music can be super distracting and super detrimental to being able to focus. So for those players, they have personal audio control and they can just slide it off. But there are other people who really rely on the music to help focus or to help set the ambiance, and they can bump it up. And it also helps the DM. Like the DM can control and add in sound effects. I've had moments where I've actually been able to upload audio files from players who have had to leave a campaign. I've had them record something and then upload it into Roll20 and share it
Oh,
Oh, that's
share with them
awesome.
that and surprise my players with like that voice coming in at the campaign finale. They were like, "Wait, she's back!" And so I
That's
love
so
being able to
clever.
toggle with that. The other tool that I've been really using is D&D Beyond, mostly because when you're not playing in a physical space, sharing books is really hard. But with D&D Beyond, you have the campaign, like you can share in a campaign like all the books you have, and that has
Yeah.
been super helpful for me.
Yeah.
Just being able to share like this is my library, and you can share it too, and it's not like exporting a PDF or trying to email like a PDF or make a Google Drive thing. It's you can just have all the books at your disposal, really easy to search for.
Yeah.
And the fact that like they have the search integrated into the site makes it really easy to be like, I need a magic item like in 5 minutes. Hold on.
Yeah,
And so that's been really helpful for me.
They put out a good Discord bot too that I've just started using in the
Yeah.
last couple of weeks. It's fantastic. You can just type almost any function from the source books and DMG and stuff, and it'll just connect straight to D&D Beyond, give you the description in Discord and everything. It's
That's rad.
Yeah.
so good.
And the embedded tooltips in the actual like books, quote unquote, where they have
Mm.
links and you can just hover over
Yeah.
it and then it'll show the stat block.
Yeah, I
It's
love
been
that. Very
super helpful for me.
Yeah,
I know that-
So it's not like just flipping through like 10 different PDFs.
I know that
They
for
want-
Roll20, it's quite good as well because they have the source books for other
Yeah.
other systems too.
Yeah.
And the character sheets as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
The character sheets are great, and they just implemented a new dice rolling function to the character sheets that allows for it to add your stats automatically. So, like, you could roll, an intimidation check off of the character sheet itself, and it will add all of the modifiers to it.
Yeah, Cool. yeah.
It's very, very cool. Also, you get to change your colors, and that's rad too. So.
I like using Roll20 when it's for a game or for systems that either I'm not familiar with or other people aren't familiar with, because most of the time it'll do the math for you, and all you can do is click on the respective label. I'm playing in a masks campaign right now, and like I'm not super familiar with how mask works until recently, but it's been super easy just to be like, okay, roll a savior, and it's like I just have to click the button and it does all the math for me, and it'll color code it, so I'm not like, what's a 10 again? It'll be like green for a full hit, blue for a partial, or red for a miss, and it's like super easy to just be like, oh,
So much
and
less
it helps. It helps teach people really quick too, because it does all the math and it takes away a lot of the pressure of having to add really quickly in your head.
Yeah. I feel like something that's missing from this discussion so far is like the things that have gone from our physical space to our online space, and I'm a dice goblin, so
Yeah, I am a dice holder as well. I still get my players, if they want to roll physical dice, because I know for me, I really love the feedback of the clicky clacky
Yes, the shiny math rock.
clack noises.
my clickety clackety roll to attackety.
I mean, I could say that more on stream if you like. That's fine.
Yeah. Or if you just want to make those ASMR clicky noises, I just find it very satisfying. But there's the choice there now, because I know that even sometimes I'm not great with the maths, so it's good to have those tools there which can help, because that is something which I find for new players is especially intimidating. What do all these numbers mean? What am I adding to this or that? And having tools which can help you overcome that barrier or just be there to help is just so helpful, and I wish was there for some people starting out. Like, maybe I wouldn't have bounced off D&D a decade ago if I had had those kinds of resources.
Yep.
Yeah.
Especially with heavy games like D&D, where it's like it requires a lot of math, and I know that that scares people, or it makes people who can't add really quickly in their head feel bad or less than, and then that makes them less likely to continue playing, because there will be people who will be really ornery or mean about like, oh, you have to do the math, you're using a calculator, why are you using a calculator, you're not smart enough. And that's like, and I think moving into an online environment and having those tools where it just does it for you has been super helpful in sort of kicking that attitude to the curb, which it should be, because that shouldn't be any reason why you shouldn't be welcome at a table. Like,
Yeah, especially to a new
we
player.
have
Like,
calculators on our phones.
yeah, you don't like, the last thing you should do is turn off any new player to these games that just because it's not the style you play, they shouldn't play. Like, that's not okay.
Yeah. And I think like moving online and this forced transition into a completely new medium has sort of kicked that traditionalist mindset. And sort of had made a lot of people rethink that, oh, you have to play D&D with pen and paper, you have to print out your character sheets, and you have to do this. And it sort of helped a lot of people break out of that, like, if you don't play D&D like this, you're wrong, because we all have to play differently now. And it's helped.
Yeah. To also address a couple of the other systems. So I know like Edge of the Empire has some applications that you can use that makes it a lot easier instead of going through the physical source materials. They have like dice rollers. Call of Cthulhu has Dole House. That is a really great site to help you create characters. And also do a lot of the addition there, just because all of these systems are so different, whether it's a D20 system or a D10 system or a D6 system like Tales from the Loop. So there are just a ton of materials out there that I think are just really helpful for us all being able to transition over into the digital space. I will also say, like, I think that this would be a really good time for us to also talk about like what sort of equipment people might need to get into playing digitally, because I think that a lot of people don't realize that you just need the bare minimum tools.
Especially if you're not necessarily broadcasting games, or even if you are, if you don't necessarily need like the really expensive high grade equipment. Because I mean, I started out with just a headset microphone and a really basic webcam before accumulating better equipment as it became more serious for me.
Yeah.
I think the things which you really need are just a microphone where like we can hear you most of the time.
Yeah.
If you're playing with webcams, it's not always a necessity for some people, but just having a webcam can enhance the game for some people.
Yeah.
Having an internet connection, obviously, and
well, you could do it over phone if you really needed to.
Yeah.
If you really needed to.
Like,
yeah.
I'm currently on my phone right now.
Yeah,
and
prime
if
example.
I was to sit down and play some D&D with someone, I just log into Discord, do the same thing that I'm doing now, and continue to play.
Yeah, it's so accessible.
Yeah, you
it's
just got to be able
amazingly accessible.
Yeah, just being able to talk to each other. I mean, like on half of my games, we don't use video unless we're particularly missing each other that week, and we'll switch it on just for the familiarity, you know.
Yeah.
We'll just play with the screen sharing, and so it's really just the audio side that is the focus on my stuff.
Yeah. Also, if you don't have the money to buy a microphone, most laptops have built-in microphones, and also a lot of webcams have built-in microphones as well, which also are okay. They might sound a little tinny, but you'd rather sound tinny than not be able to talk at all. So
and a lot of laptops also have built-in cams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because when I started, I was using a $20 mic and my my cam in my laptop. So there's like and it
That's
wasn't great,
Yeah,
but it worked and it was super easy.
Yeah, we were using these. That was when we started our show. I think we only upgraded last year. We had these just like very cheap condenser microphones just off eBay, and they cost probably $20, I want to say, each. And
that's not bad.
They worked for 3 years, so I would highly recommend just going on and having a look around.
As the technology is becoming better and it's becoming more accessible, you're going to be able to get webcams and microphones, even just basic ones, for under $100, sometimes even under $50.
Yeah.
Like,
Especially
depending on
used
where you
ones.
are. Yeah.
Well, like the
I'll
good
also say that
webcams
if
these
you-
days are like 100. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh no, I was gonna say if you also did want to get into streaming, like you honestly, other than a good internet connection, like if you wanted to stream your games and just get to the basics of it, like it's always better to start than say, well, I can't do it until I have this great technology.
Yes.
You can get like $15 ring lights that work perfectly well for lighting. You can get, really basic microphones, and just as Scarlett said earlier, like build on it as you go, because you can always use the excuse of I don't have the tech, but if you have basic stuff, you can just get started.
I struggled with that when I first started out.
How all of us pointed to our cheap ring lights at the same time.
Yeah.
Look, there it is.
My webcam is also a ring light. 2 in 1.
I've just got like a Hue bulb on like a $5 clamp sitting over there just so I can make my background it's slightly red.
My
Something I
husband's a
said
lighting
earlier-
designer, so I have no excuse.
Something that Matt said earlier really resonated with me, where you said that you don't necessarily have to have video in order to play a home game with your friends. And
I would even
will
argue.
say, like,
Sorry.
oh, I was just gonna say, like, I have some friends who play a 7th Sea game where they weren't using a webcam for the first few months, and some
Hmm.
of them were like, well, I didn't really like it as much, but some of the other ones were like, well, it made me less anxious to not have to be on video, and I didn't have to be on the entire time. I could just
Yeah.
kind of zone out and also play and tune in when I needed to.
Yeah,
So like, it is an option.
I have a player that in one of my games that just wrapped up. I could tell it was fine overall because they were a very engaged player. I could tell because Discord tells me that they were playing World of Warcraft at the same time they were playing D&D. So I was like, look, I know you're doing it, but it's fine overall. Like, this is what you're comfortable doing. If you can multitask and not tell me that you're a night elf while you're playing D&D, I'm gonna be fine with that. But yeah, it's especially with the current situation with everyone always having to social distance and everything like that. Just even seeing someone every now and then, just nice. Outside of your regular circle of people you see, like whoever you're living with or whatever's going on, and also just like that break in the routine too.
There's even play by post or just side game experiences that you can have. So you don't have to sort of restrict yourself to this is when we play. You can go, okay, well, I kind of want to have an interaction between these two characters. What is this like? Let's discuss it. Let's talk about it. Let's go through that and, play it out like a scene. You end up with a little play script.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of games I'm playing as well just love to tangent, for good reason. Like there's less pressure. You can play for a bit longer sometimes because no one's traveling as well, and then you can do a little bit more silly things in the online space because there's less pressure to get it all done.
Yeah,
as a DM anyway.
For sure.
I think something I've noticed as well is that with the new tools that have come out, but also the new ways that people are playing, is that it has helped with accessibility, both for people who are trying to come into the game for the first time, new players, people new to the system, but also people who may have had barriers to entry before, be it if they have visibility issues, if there are actual disabilities or mental disabilities that are impairing that. There's more options for play now, which is amazing. And I found, especially on the broadcasting side of things, even with streaming, there are options to actually get live transcriptions and subtitles in some programs. You just go through a browser and it transcribes what you're saying into live subtitles.
I think Discord and OBS supports that now as well for some of these panels.
Yeah.
Too, I think.
I will also say that this might be a very, very basic thing, and I'm sorry in advance, but I think communication is really important when it comes to these things. Like, everyone typically has like a session 0 where they sit and they talk about, what are the topics that they aren't necessarily comfortable with, what are things that they need in order for the game to feel like a safe space. But similarly to the having like a webcam on or not in a game, I think it's really important to understand what everyone needs for that specific game too, because sometimes people need that interpersonal connection, and sometimes people don't need that pressure to be on. So like having, in a way, confabs before a game even starts about what that session specifically needs, if it's a home game, I think would be quite prudent for the well-being of the players. I don't know. Have any of you done chats about that before, even just games as opposed to campaigns?
Yeah, that's something which I find I'm doing before even just one-shots now, is going through, seeing what people's lines and veils are, what they are and aren't comfortable with, what they're like on the fence about being comfortable with, and just have it. Another part of being online is having access to the online community and helping to establish like RPG safety checklists and safety tools, things which people can use to help them to establish their boundaries, figure out what they are comfortable with, and that's can only be a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah. And especially now, like when we're all in quarantine too, like we all have different, trigger words around our current situation even that we might not want to go through. So like I love having, pre-game discussions. Because like it's
It's
changing
been
on a week by
really-
week basis now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think also as well, it's for people who are in longer campaigns as well, especially online. There are a lot of like nuanced behavior for when people are starting to feel uncomfortable. So it's really great to have those conversations before, after, even if you are in a campaign, continuing to have those conversations. Because I even know I myself as a DM have sometimes gotten to a point where I'm like, I'm actually not comfortable with this at the moment.
Mm.
And obviously considering the current situation, that becomes an issue for a lot of people as well. Just constantly having those conversations might feel repetitive, but it just allows people to bring things up if they've just started to kind of come up and surface.
Mm.
I know that
Mackenzie,
it's
did you have something?
Mackenzie has actually
Yeah.
worked on before.
Yeah, I haven't worked nearly as intense. I haven't worked on it specifically. I wasn't. Credit goes to Kiana Shaw and Lauren Bryant Monk for curating the safety toolkit that recently won the Emmy. It's been super important for communication and establishing those boundaries, and it's also been something that like I found really helpful for me, especially in online games, because my disability, I can't process facial expressions really well, nor can I process tone of voice. So I need to have both working in tandem. So I need to be able to look at someone's face, try and cross-reference it with how they're saying something, and then make a really good guess as to how they're feeling. And what's been really helpful is with like Zoom chat or Discord, I can just send them a message during the game without interrupting the flow of the game and just be like, was that okay? You look slightly uncomfortable. Or I think, are you uncomfortable? Did I cross something? And it's been really easy to just send them a private message and go and check in without breaking the flow of the game of everyone else, and with also without calling them out in front of everyone else and being like, hey, you look uncomfortable. Is everything okay? Because that puts people on the spot. And
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
uncomfortable, and it'll bias their answer. So being able to play online and having that ease of a second channel communication that works in tandem with everything else has been super helpful for me.
Can I just say as well, actually, that from a psychologist perspective, but also from a player perspective, like playing online, that has been possibly the most difficult thing that's come out of moving everything online is I am trained to look at body language. I'm trained to look at body language and tone of voice and feel emotions with people to a certain degree, and I can't it's not that I can't, it's a whole different skill to learn how to do that with people through a camera and through audio. So for someone like me, I have synesthesia. So I have sight sound synesthesia. I see sounds. So I need good quality headphones for myself personally, because otherwise I'm hearing so much that it clouds what's going on in front of my face. So it's the things that have become difficult are really interesting, as well as the things that have made life easier, because they're completely different sets.
Yeah.
It's
different. Some of my
everyone.
coworkers not long ago, they were talking about how, it's really hard for them to connect with one another because they can't necessarily have the same amount of empathy, because they can't, necessarily feel what someone's feeling as they would in person. And I feel like that's another thing, like the way that we communicate as a whole has changed now that we're all these two-dimensional figures on a screen. So like we're all basically learning how to navigate even games together, and games can be quite intimate in terms of emotions and navigating personal topics. So I think that this has been a really interesting time for us to use TRPGs as a tool to explore those things.
From personal experience, I know that role-playing games can be especially cathartic or good for working out and processing your own emotions through your character. And sometimes you can get that bleed of, are you feeling your character's emotions? Are you projecting onto them? And having all these tools at your disposal to help even just figure out what you're feeling is fantastic. And it helps to just make the game so much better and allow for those emotional moments, which, I mean, after some game sessions, sometimes I have felt like a weight's lifted off my shoulder because I've managed to work through something which I didn't realize I needed to. And it's just such a fantastic tool.
Yeah.
I think especially when you're broadcasting these games for an audience, which I think is something we haven't touched on as much, because most or all of us stream or create actual play content for the internet, be that podcasts, streams, recorded sessions, which I think that's now online play has allowed for everyone to have the opportunity to broadcast their game to an audience. And that's a whole other aspect of it. So as actual play creators and content creators for online, what are the pros and cons of being able to actually broadcast your games to an audience?
The biggest pro on my side is being able to tell a story with people. And from an actor perspective, being able to know that whether or not people stay for the whole thing, if they take something away from it, they're engaging with the story in some way, shape, or form. It's a shared experience.
Yeah.
It's a different experience.
Yeah, I think specifically with like in my experience with Acquisitions Incorporated and C Team, so much of what happens in the game and the community are closely tied together. You know, so like to jump on the back of the shared experience, you know, that's how we relate to one another, and that's how we build this rapport with one another. Is, you know, something will happen with the C Team. And that's something that ultimately has also happened to the community, and we can celebrate that together. We can be sad together, and it's a very powerful connection.
And I know from experience, both watching some of these shows and then also starting to participate in my own, is that oftentimes the audience and the creators will actually play off of each other. Sometimes that will seed an idea in the audience and they'll create something, and that will then give the creators ideas, and it's just a wonderful cycle of it just works.
What I love is when when Jerry has been planning a big reveal, and someone somehow in the community has pinpointed his plans like on episode 2 out of like a 10 episode arc, and he's like, how did they know where I was going with this? It's really interesting to see how everyone's on such similar wavelengths after a while, because, you know, you've all been on this experience together, that people can start to speculate exactly where something's going.
They'll know his style and tricks. And
Yeah.
my players start to do that to me too, so I very consciously try and do the opposite sometimes. I'm like, I know what you're going to think I'm going to do, and I'm going to go over that way instead, yeah.
I had a very interesting experience of that happening before, as well as an audience member, of figuring out something which actually happened in an actual play campaign and voicing that theory to the internet. And then the DM of the game, Chris Perkins, he saw that and said, oh, someone's been reading my notes. And then that creating just a whole knock-on effect, and seeing that happen throughout the community was just amazing to watch, just this interplay.
Yeah.
And then the episode in question actually then being rebroadcast almost as the creators toying with the audience in a very fun way.
I have found that games where the players can't see Twitch chat versus games where you can, those are quite different in terms of experience. Like, the communities can be very similar in terms of how involved they are because of the interim periods between episodes. But in terms of character development, I find it very interesting how things can change so drastically because chat has such an impact on those characters.
Yeah.
There's important, in audience involvement in that kind of respect, because they really do become more than just spectators, depending on your relationship with Twitch chat or not. For instance, with the wisdom saves, we don't verbally acknowledge chat, but a lot of our players are in chat talking and scheming and all of that kind of thing, and it really gets us that more of that involvement from the viewers, as more than just sitting there watching a stream and it really gets that whole community involvement that Twitch and such is all about.
Letting them into the story.
That's
Yeah,
kind of why we
exactly.
call our fan base the Shadow Council, is because they are this entity who they aren't players, but they are this entity that's within the entire, like it envelops the table. It's the shadow of the table, and ultimately a lot of what happens is because of our community. So it's cool. It's like this unknown presence, right?
It's an extra player at the table.
Yeah,
exactly. We actually have we have a we use Tabletop Simulator for our game, and we even have like a chair off in the void that we just say that's like chat's chair. It's where you are currently.
I love that.
That's very good.
It's
How
very
do you use Tabletop Simulator for?
Tabletop Simulator is great for
Yeah.
D&D. We find that it's especially good for a stream game because the players can write things on the table just to be like silly little notes, like with a one-off comment or something. But you do get a lot more of that sense of being at a table because you can move things around, you can move physically your mini across the map. And we use the Kraken table, which is a downloadable content from the workshop. And you can input maps onto the table. So you don't have any requirement to mess around trying to get things to fit or whatnot. You can just press a button and it uploads the map onto the table. People can pop their minis on it, move around as they want, and it has a grid that works in tandem with that so that you can just have it snap into a spot and go, I need to go 30 feet from here. Excellent. I can count it out just like you're at a table. It even has VR if anyone really wanted to try it out.
That's rad.
But I find it so good.
Cool. Yeah, I've used it for a lot of board games, but never for D&D. So I'll have to check that out.
I've been wanting to try it for D&D, yeah.
One tip is you can also input your character sheets as imported PDFs as well.
Oh.
So if you just quickly need a reference, if you're
down.
if you're using a phone or something for a character sheet, you can just quickly be like, oh, yeah, okay, and then go on and do your thing.
Very, very cool.
It's like an actual virtual tabletop.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen a
suppose
lot
that
of YouTubers doing let's play type board game stuff over Tabletop Simulator at the moment too, yeah.
Just that makes me think of if people are missing the actual in-person experience, that seems like probably the closest that you could get to being around a table with your friends.
It can be very distracting though. There is a flick feature. It's very fun to just throw things around, and you can also flip the table.
Also, just like real life.
Yeah, pretty much. You know,
There's a reset
so
button though, right?
It does have those real life distractions as well. So it is good, but it's not the same as other ones. There are differences.
Now, all of this being said, we've got sort of like an accumulation of knowledge from like however many months to years we've all been playing tabletop games and then playing them online. What is some advice which you would give to perhaps that you would give to yourself when you were first starting out, or what advice would you give to people who want to get into playing online or even broadcasting their games?
Similar, I mean, something that I think I said it before, was just the don't wait around to have the perfect setup. Is just if you want to start doing it, if you like for content or your friends or whatever, if you set up the thing and you have a good table with a good game going, people will come and watch it if it's content. People will come and play it if it's your home game. And if it is for a production, the only thing I would say is just make sure your sound quality sounds good, because people will be offended through their ears before their eyes much more. You can have a crappy webcam that costs like $10 and good sound, and people will be like, oh, that sounds great. Maybe they'll get good video later.
And I found that even with videos, a lot of people will tend to say listen to a game, but then close the window, do something else in another window. So sounds, I can very much agree with that point there.
Just as long as you can hear each other.
Yeah, that's true. One of the big things for me personally, and it's actually something that I'm doing right now, is looking after yourself as a player. and making sure that you don't suffer too much burnout and whatnot from being in an online space, because you're doing so much more than just a home game. You're also interacting with a community, you're creating a story, and just kind of allowing yourself time to take time off. Letting someone else take the reins for a bit. Maybe being like, I'm, a little bit tired this week. Maybe one of the players can run something, or just kind of allowing it to be a bit more of a, like, you're not structured in, you don't have to do every single week, has to be you, it's only you. Like, feel free to offload a little bit onto everyone around you.
Yeah, that's something which I know I do with my Elder Scrolls game, is that we only run once a fortnight, because then that gives me the time to be able to prepare, do anything else that's come up in my life, but also it gives the players the time to de-stress and to decompress. I think that having that time to be able to actually think about what's happened in the game can be really important, especially if you're the one who is running the game or running the stream. You have so much that you need to look after. Is the audio working? Are we skipping frames? What's happening with chat? Am I having to control the map? All of this stuff, it can be really overwhelming, especially if you're like me and you're on the spectrum. It can be very full on for all your senses. So I think that all just comes back to communication as well, being able to figure out with your group and with yourself what you want out of the game and what kind of things you're looking for, what your players want or don't want. Just in general, communication is key.
For sure. Yeah, I think I have three things that I think are extremely important to any D&D game, and I think what you just said, Scarlett, is a huge part of that. Is like, number one to me is session zero. Have session zero, make sure that everyone's on the same page, communicate, and especially know what kind of game that everyone's looking for, because some people might like mechanics, some people might like with min-maxing with mechanics, or some people might just like to do the role play heavy games. So know what everyone's looking for so that no one comes away disappointed, which then moves into my second big point, and that is make sure that you're having fun, because not only with home games but also with streaming, authenticity is something that any audience is going to pick up on. And if you're not being authentic and you're not having a good time, what's the point for you? And then what's the point, because your audience is just going to not have as much fun either. And then the third point moves into the community, and create a community that you yourself would want to be a part of, because that also allows for you to be, compassionate to yourself, because you're around people that you enjoy. And then it also creates a safe space for your community, because then you can also all be wholesome together. And if maybe you like a snarky community, that's great. Maybe you don't, and you want a place that is very positive. So that's completely up to you, but just know what it is that you want and what your team wants as well.
I think one of my friends has said it the best. I think he sort of summed it up really, really well, which is your audience are the people around the table. Your audience aren't the people that are watching. So if someone around your table, the people around your table are your priority. If they are enjoying the story, that's why you're there.
I love that.
You're there for an audience, sure, but they're there to observe and engage where and when and how they want to. You're there to tell a story with your friends. So tell the story with your friends. And so there are loads of times where I've just created characters that the sole purpose of that character is to make one very specific other player laugh, because I haven't seen them laugh for a bit.
That's good.
So that is literally the purpose of the character's existence.
I love that advice. That is such good advice.
Yeah.
The table is the audience. That's cool. Okay, I wrote that down because I'm very into this.
Have you found anything specific, Mackenzie, which you would tell to either your past self or to someone starting out?
I think, especially in regards to the online space, I think the one thing I would emphasize is you're going to find a lot of, especially in the online space, there are going to be a lot of people who are broadcasting their games, and there are going to be a lot of people you admire and you like their play style or you like how they DM. But when you do it yourself, don't try and be them. Be you and have fun being you and being fully and completely how you enjoy things, and that will inevitably, that'll shine through the camera. Whether it's you, because when you play online there's that pressure of like, oh, I have to be like Mercer or Colville or Perkins or so many DMs that are very visible in the online space. And when you're playing with people in online space, there is more of that pressure. But my sole advice would be, even though you see them a lot and you see them super visible in the online space, you don't have to be like them in order to have fun or be a good player or DM. Sometimes you can just be yourself and relax and sort of take that time to find your own and come into your own.
That is a really good point, especially since I see a lot of, especially first-time DMs worrying that they're not like such and such DM. They're worried that their players will want this or that and want it to be like this big show. I think it's remembering that it's your game, you're doing it for your players and for yourself, and that's any audience that is there is you're just sort of opening up a window to your own personal game. You're letting them into the story, but not letting them dictate it or dictate what you're doing. So that is a very, very important point. That's probably a good note for us to end on as well, unless anyone has any final points.
It was a pleasure chatting with all of you about this.
Yeah.
And also, we'll please let the world and the audience know where we can find you and what you do. We'll go with Chantel first.
Oh, reverse order. This is great.
Reverse order. Just to switch it up a bit.
I'm Chantel B. You can find me at Chantel B on Twitter. You can find me at my website, wordswithcolor.com. You can find me ranting about the world and trying to make sure everyone's getting self-care on Twitter, generally speaking. And you can also find me on Pillow Fort. You can also find me at Do Respite, where I stream what I'm calling from now on emotional realism, where for the low, low price of free, you can just come and watch me cry.
I love that. Maybe even cry with you.
I would definitely join in that.
Join me as I cry.
And we have Matt.
Again, I'm Matt Brown. I DM for Split the Party over on youtube.com/splittheparty. I think I forgot to mention before, I actually started professionally DMing this year, so I'm available for games locally, internationally, wherever. We can do it digitally now, so that's fun. We also
We'll make you cry for money.
I'm fine for that. I will draw some tears. We also stream over at Split the Party TV on Twitch, and we hopefully are releasing our 4th season by the time these panels come out.
And Burrows.
So I'm Burrows Red. I do my own Twitch content. I also have a YouTube channel that's currently focusing on D&D bullet journaling, so keeping your notes in a productive but also useful and artistic way. It's very exciting. I love it. But I also am a DM and a player on the Wisdom Saves channel for their Tuesday campaigns and also their Sunday campaigns. So I'll see you around there.
We have Mackenzie.
So I'm Mackenzie D'Armas, Mackenzie Lane D on Twitter. I'm the lead writer for The Islands of Sina Una, which you can pre-order now on the Deck of Many's website. You can also check out MCDM Productions, run by Matt Koval. I'm doing work for Kingdoms of Warfare and their upcoming magazine Arcadia. Last but I mentioned Dark Matter, that is on Kickstarter right now. I'm pretty sure by the time this panel comes out, the Kickstarter will be finished, but it's still something you should definitely check out. And last but certainly not least, by the time this panel comes out, I will be over on Critical Bard's channel every Sunday playing a Tiefling Artificer in the Creature Collectors campaign, which I'm super excited about. Thank you so much for having me. This is great.
I am always up for more Tieflings. Just I will eat them up. Give that good content to me. We also have Alyssa.
Yep, so my name is Alyssa Grant. You can find me, I'm Hobbitses on Twitter and Instagram. And I'm also on I Speak Giant, which you can find at ispeakgiant.com for any of the podcast content. And then you can find any content for ACK Inc. on ack-inc.com.
And that website has an amazing parody of Clippy the Clip at the bottom, so you should definitely check out that website.
The aesthetic of that website is my favorite. It's so good.
And I am Scarlet Moth. You can find me on Twitter at @thatscarletmoth. I mainly do cosplay and art, but I also run Scrolls Foretold, which is a 5th edition based Elder Scrolls campaign. We do that every second Tuesday night over on my channel, Scarlet Moth, which is on Twitch. I also do props and stuff. I've done some stuff for Penny Arcade. And I talk a lot about D&D and games and cry on the internet a lot. So if you're interested in any of that quality content, just go check out my Twitter. Thank you all so much for joining us. We hope that you have been entertained and informed, and enjoy the rest of PAX Online.
See ya.
9 Witches Family Disruption is a 2D pixel art action-adventure game set during World War II, where the mysterious Occlude SS Division is using an evil curse in a desperate attempt to change the course of the war. As you explore over 60 colorful and beautiful pixel art style locations, you will encounter over 40 characters with a range of entertaining, humorous personalities, which can be crude, sympathetic, gloomy, or sarcastic, but always bizarre. It's a single-player game with dual character control. You'll be able to switch between Professor Krakowitz, who is confined to a wheelchair, but able to commune with the dead, and his Japanese assistant Akiro, who are sent undercover to resolve the supernatural phenomena occurring in the rural Norse town. Akiro collects interesting items to store in the inventory and takes notes about objectives and clues. Professor Krakowitz gets goosebumps and a blue aura around his body when he senses the presence of spirits and is able to enter the astral plane, an invisible world between life and death. There he is able to communicate with lost souls to gather further information that will help solve the case. The game is full of puzzle-solving elements that involve sneaking into enemy territory in disguise, solving riddles, finding clues and missing keys hidden inside mystical artifacts, and many more well-known adventure game mechanics like Western-style standoffs and gunfights.